When the slime from the oil fruit dripped from Wang Yiming's fingers, the sneers of the nine-snake warriors abruptly stopped. This man, treated as a slave, had swallowed the fruit despised by everyone in a desperate situation, and at this moment, the grease covering his body was producing a strange reaction with the armament Haki. The Empress's fragrant foot kicked towards him. He raised his hand and unleashed a high-pressure oil cannon that instantly tore apart the entire sea surface. Chapter 1. Snatching the Oil, Devil Fruit Distribution Center. Pirate timeline has some changes. Finally, please go easy. Quick, wash the plates clean for me. Wang Yiming half-kneeled on the deck, facing a bunch of plates just used by a group of women. They were covered in leftover food and carried a faint, lingering aroma. Okay, sir. This life had been going on for almost a year, and he was even a bit high on it. Wang Yiming had gotten used to it. As a proud transmigrator, his start was not favorable. He had just entered the pirate world and became a crew member on a small pirate ship. Before he could even show his skills, he was chased by the Navy. In a chaotic escape, he encountered the even more terrifying Nine-Snake pirates. Then he was crushed by Hancock's fleet. He became a slave on the Nine-Snake ship. His daily tasks involved working and doing odd jobs. From time to time, he had to endure humiliation. Those tough crew members who were captured with him couldn't stand the humiliation and tried to resist one after another. Now, the grass on their graves had changed several times. Only Wang Yiming not only survived, but also lived a flavorful life. On one hand, he firmly believed that his golden finger was on its way and that he couldn't die before dawn. On the other hand, he focused on emotional stability. Come on, how many people in the previous life spent money to experience this feeling of living among women? Now that he had transmigrated here, enjoying a free immersive experience, what else could he possibly want? Wang Yiming lowered his head, washing the plates while scanning the surroundings. He was always looking for opportunities. His seemingly humble posture was his best disguise. Just wait, Hancock. Today you walk with your head held high. One day I will whip you down. After finishing the plates, Wang Yiming hurried to clean the deck. To avoid being tortured, he had to work hard. The sea breeze, carrying a unique salty smell, swept across the deck. The flagship of the Nine-Snake Pirates, the Yushi, was cutting through the waves, speeding towards Daughter Island. At this moment, a tall female warrior beside him stretched, speaking with anticipation. Finally going back to Nine-Snake Island, the air outside is starting to make me sick. Yeah, it's much more comfortable on the island. Wang Yiming suddenly stiffened, because he knew that the closer they got to that forbidden place for men, the closer his death would be. No men were allowed on the island. This was a strict rule. Hancock would never kindly let him go, nor would she have the heart to give a little boat to let him escape. The most likely scenario was that after he lost his usefulness, he would be disposed of like trash. The countdown had already begun. Wang Yiming's heart sank, a strong sense of crisis tightening around his throat. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from the cabin. Hancock, the Empress, walked out, holding a strangely shaped fruit. The fruit was quite abstract, with spiral patterns and a layer of greasy wax. A group of female warriors surrounded it, each covering their noses in disgust, their faces showing rejection. Lady Snake Princess, what is this thing? It's too abstract. Just looking at it makes me want to vomit. Where did you fish it out from? A stinky sewer? On Nine-Snake Island. Only the Boa sisters had eaten a devil fruit. But that was a humiliating history, so they had little fondness for this thing. Sandersonia said, "This is a devil fruit. After eating it, you will gain a certain superpower, but as a price, you will be cursed by the sea and become unable to swim." After Hancock came to the deck, she directly threw the devil fruit onto the deck. Then she shook her hand in disgust. Humph, such a disgusting devil fruit. Why is it still on the ship? Wang Yiming's pupils suddenly contracted. What others saw as garbage was a long-awaited newbie gift pack for him. Although he didn't know what kind of ridiculous ability it had, just looking at its appearance might be a bit nauseating, but this was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wait for the system? Nonsense. If he waited any longer, he would be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. In life, one must fight to win. This time, he chose to go all in. The devil fruit thrown by Hancock rolled a few times and was not far from Wang Yiming. His heart raced like a drum. The moment had come. Bang! Wang Yiming dropped the mop and immediately sprang into action. He knocked aside a female warrior blocking his path, and amidst her astonished scream, he lunged at the greasy fruit. The surrounding female warriors were stunned by this sudden scene. No one expected that this slave, who usually was more obedient than a dog, would dare to be so bold. The moment he grabbed the devil fruit, Wang Yiming opened his mouth and took a big bite. Ugh. The taste was like spoiled animal fat mixed with rotten fruit, exploding like a biochemical weapon on his taste buds. But Wang Yiming remained unfazed, for freedom, for power. He swallowed this vile bite. The first bite took effect immediately. No need to eat again. The next second, a transformation occurred. Wang Yiming's skin began to unconsciously secrete a light, yellow, oily liquid. The oil increased rapidly, soon enveloping his entire body. He looked like he had just been pulled out of a frying pan, exuding a rich, oily smell. At this moment, Wang Yiming had an epiphany. He understood. Oil fruit. I have become human oil? You disgusting, vile man. How dare you snatch the devil fruit? A female warrior reacted, angrily rushing over, trying to kick Wang Yiming down to yes. Soon as her foot touched the oil on him, she lost her balance and plopped to the ground in a very awkward position, landing on all fours. Disgusting. Hancock's beautiful face was filled with disgust. Go die, greasy bug. The queen never wastes words with ants. Hancock lifted her long right leg, enveloped in visible Haki, and delivered a fragrant foot. Bang! Wang Yiming felt an overwhelming force crashing towards him. The sound of his ribs cracking was the last thing he heard. His vision went black, and the entire world lost its color. His body was completely out of control, flying backward like a cannonball, directly crashing through the sturdy ship's railing, turning into a greasy parabola, soaring into the sky. Wang Yiming's consciousness floated in the abyss of pain. He knew he was badly injured, and he might lose consciousness completely in the next second. Devil fruit users will sink into the sea. The falling speed increased, and the sea surface quickly enlarged in his view. I haven't even stepped on Hancock yet, just as he was on the edge of losing consciousness. Solidify. Turn the oil into solid. With this thought, the oil all over Wang Yiming's body no longer remained liquid, but quickly solidified that a thick layer of yellow substance completely wrapped him, forming an oval giant cocoon. Plop! The huge butter cocoon, with him inside, heavily smashed into the sea. Chapter 2, Whitebeard. The butter cocoon sank under the force of gravity. Until it sank to a certain depth, it began to float back up. The density of oil is lower than that of water. The solidified oil was the same. It was unclear how long had passed. Wang Yiming's eyelids twitched a few times before he finally managed to open them with great difficulty. What came into view was a thick yellow ceiling. I really have the protagonist's halo. Wang Yiming moved his fingers, and a piercing pain shot from his chest, making him gasp. That Hancock woman really delivers a brutal kick. He could clearly feel that several of his ribs were broken. However, Wang Yiming's lips curled into an ugly smile. When that kick came, he saw everything clearly beneath her chi-pao. No leggings. What a win! After finding some joy in his suffering, Wang Yiming began to check his surroundings. He was now wrapped in a solid mass of butter, his skin still continuously secreting oil. The liquid oil had accumulated quite a bit in this enclosed space, almost reaching his knees. At this rate, he would drown in his own oil. I need to think of a way to get out. He tried to activate his power again, wanting to liquefy this outer shell. However, there was no reaction. Damn. What's going on? Wang Yiming panicked. Back then, when he was hanging on the brink of life and death in midair, he miraculously managed to solidify the oil. Now that he was in a safe place, why couldn't he use his ability? It seemed that this fruit's power wasn't that easy to control and required a lot of practice and development. Watching the oil inside the cocoon increase, Wang Yiming could only use his hands to dig into the ceiling above his head. Fortunately, the solidified butter wasn't too hard. Wang Yiming managed to dig out a hole the size of his head. Then he poked his head out, gasping for fresh air, a blue sky, an endless sea. Aside from himself, this human walking oil source, there was nothing else. After he carried the excess oil out, a new problem arose. He was both hungry and thirsty. He lay on the oil boat, staring at the sea just within reach. He tried to scoop up some seawater with his hands. As soon as the seawater touched his fingertips, a wave of weakness washed over him, making him feel limp all over. Sure enough, the curse of the devil fruit was inescapable. Fortunately, he still managed to scoop up a bit of seawater. Wang Yiming brought it to his mouth and took a sip. Blah! It was bitter, salty, and fishy. It tasted terrible. Even the seawater in the world of One Piece is salty. This stuff is undrinkable. What to do? Wang Yiming's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the increasing amount of pale yellow, sticky liquid inside the butter cocoon. What if I drink the oil? 2 days later, Wang Yiming was completely wilted. Hunger and dehydration were rapidly eroding his last bit of vitality. Drinking oil was no longer a solution. His consciousness gradually blurred, and everything in front of him began to double. Is it possible that my protagonist's golden finger is coming back to life after death? Or should I just let it end? Just as Wang Yiming was about to close his eyes, a massive shadow slowly appeared at the edge of his vision. It was a ship. A gigantic ship shaped like a whale. The bow was a huge whale head, and the body was as massive as a mountain, slicing through the waves as it slowly approached. Wang Yiming's previously dazed pupils suddenly focused. This shape. The Moby Dick, the ship of the Whitebeard pirates. A surge of strength welled up in Wang Yiming's body from who knows where. He smiled. There's always a way out. Whitebeard. He is one of the few true heroes in the pirate world, a genuinely good person who treats his crew like family. I'm saved. Wang Yiming used the last of his strength to shout from the bottom of his heart toward the giant ship. Old man. After this shout, everything went black before him, and he completely fainted. On the deck of the Moby Dick, a lookout on the crow's nest noticed the strange, yellow, floating object on the sea. Hey, what is that? A giant piece of cheese? It looks yellow, and there's a person inside. Quick, haul it up and take a look. Several crew members lowered a huge fishing net and pulled the butter block aboard. With a thud, the butter cocoon was thrown onto the deck. A few curious crew members gathered around. I'll take a look. A burly man with a pompadour reached out to pry open the cocoon shell. As soon as his hand touched it, he was covered in a thick, sticky layer of grease, and an indescribable greasy smell hit him. Ugh, what the hell is this? So disgusting. The burly man retracted his hand as if electrocuted, frantically wiping it on his pants. His face filled with disgust. It's too stinky. Like rancid pig fat left out for a year. The oil doesn't stink. It's just that Wang Yiming hasn't bathed in a long time. Stay away. The crew members all stepped back, pinching their noses, looking at the greasy object on the deck as if it were a huge piece of garbage. Time passed, and Wang Yiming slowly regained consciousness. He found himself lying on a sturdy wooden deck. The butter cocoon had been broken open. Not far away were piles of food and several huge barrels of water. That was food and water. Wang Yiming's eyes lit up. He didn't care about anything else. Rolling and crawling over to grab a piece of roasted meat and shove it into his mouth, then picked up a water barrel and guzzled it down. He was alive. He gobbled it down, his mouth covered in grease. Just moving a little caused pain in his injured chest, making him grimace. Around him, a group of crew members looked at him with a mix of disgust, rejection, and curiosity. Wang Yiming didn't care at all. Filling his stomach was the priority. After he had eaten and drunk enough to restore his life, he noticed that the small section of the deck he had occupied was now contaminated by the grease seeping from his body. The wooden deck had become shiny and slippery, and it emitted that unique smell. That moment. A few crew members holding mops and buckets, clearly responsible for cleaning, approached, led by a burly guy with a face full of flesh. He looked at the contaminated deck, his brow furrowing into a knot. Hey, you disgusting guy. Hurry up and get up. Don't dirty the old man's ship. Wang Yiming was about to explain when the impatient crew members had already lost their temper. Look at how greasy he is. Keeping him around is a disaster. Exactly. Throw him back into the sea. Go. As soon as the words fell, 2 crew members grabbed Wang Yiming from either side and carried him. Wang Yiming was bewildered. Hey, what are you doing? Let's talk this over. He was being dragged toward the ship's railing. I just ate a devil fruit. My ability isn't under control yet. Once I master it, I won't be this greasy. Big brother, don't throw me. My oil is edible. You won't need to buy oil for cooking anymore, saving a lot of expenses. Wang Yiming was in a panic, rambling nonsensically. But the 2 crew members paid no attention. As he got closer to the ship's railing, the cold sea breeze hit his face, and Wang Yiming's heart sank to the bottom. Just escaped from the tiger's mouth, only to fall into the fish's belly at that moment. Wait. In his despair, Wang Yiming saw a figure several times larger than an average person with a crescent-shaped white beard appear at the other end of the deck. Chapter 3. Old man, I want to support you in your old age. Goo la 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 la. A hearty laugh shook the entire deck. That laughter seemed to have magic, causing the two crew members holding Wang Yiming to pause their movements. It was Whitebeard Edward Newgate. He had arrived. Behind him were several powerful men, Marco, Ace, Jozu, all renowned captains. Wang Yiming's heart raced wildly. This was his only chance. He had to seize it. "Old man," Wang Yiming shouted at the top of his lungs, using all his strength to yell again. "Do you still need a son? I want to take care of you in your old age." This shout left everyone on the deck stunned. The crew members who had originally looked at him with disgust now had their expressions frozen. Greasy was one thing, but to be so shameless. Whitebeard's laughter stopped. His sharp eyes pierced through the crowd, landing on this greasy, disheveled young man who was shouting about wanting to take care of him. There was no disdain in his gaze, only intense curiosity. An interesting little brat. Whitebeard took a step forward, walking towards Wang Yiming. His tall figure was like a moving mountain, exuding a sense of oppression. The two crew members holding Wang Yiming didn't dare to move and directly let him go. Wang Yiming's heart leaped to his throat. Success or failure depended on this moment. Then, thud, a loud sound. The world's strongest man slipped and fell hard onto the oil slick that Wang Yiming had secreted. The entire Moby Dick instantly fell into an awkward silence. Wang Yiming was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Whitebeard, who had fallen to the ground in a somewhat awkward position, his mind blank. My oil made Whitebeard slip? What kind of international joke is this? You are one of the 4 emperors, a figure capable of destroying the world, taken down by my little bit of grease? After a brief silence, the deck erupted in chaos. Old man, are you okay?" Marco and the others rushed forward to help Whitebeard up. Meanwhile, the other crew members directed their angry gazes entirely at Wang Yiming. Their eyes seemed to want to swallow him alive. "Bastard! You jerk! How dare you make the old man fall? Throw him into the sea to feed the fish. Exactly, we can't keep him. This guy will ruin our pirate crew's image. So disgusting. Hurry and throw him overboard." The angry denunciations surged one after another. Wang Yiming was truly panicking now. It's over, I'm done for. I originally wanted to cling to a big leg, but instead, I tripped the big leg first. Just then, Whitebeard, who had gotten back up, waved his hand. "Everyone be quiet." He ignored the others, not even looking at the dirty oil smeared on him. He only had a hint of awkwardness and helplessness on his face. His gaze fell back on Wang Yiming. Whitebeard disregarded the oil on the ground, walking steadily this time, taking a few steps to reach Wang Yiming. Whitebeard bent down, looking at this greasy, disheveled young man, whose eyes were filled with fear and confusion. "What's your name?" "Wang Yiming." "Strange name. The pirate world has many races and many islands," and Whitebeard didn't delve into the meaning of Wang Yiming's name. He asked again, "Did you eat a devil fruit?" Wang Yiming nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. At that moment, Whitebeard extended a finger thicker than Wang Yiming's arm, lightly touching a bit of the oil on Wang Yiming. Then he brought it to his nose and sniffed. "Gulalala!" Whitebeard burst into laughter again, his laughter even louder than before. In the shocked gazes of everyone, he bent down. Wang Yiming thought he was going to do something to him and closed his eyes in fear. However, the anticipated disdain and attack did not come that a broad, warm arm wrapped around Wang Yiming's small body completely. Whitebeard hugged Wang Yiming close. The extremely valuable captain's coat was instantly soiled with large patches of oil. But he didn't care at all. This embrace cut off all disdain and malice that it also blocked out the cold sea breeze. Wang Yiming was completely stunned. He had thought of many possibilities. He thought Whitebeard would explode in anger and throw him off the ship. He also thought Whitebeard might generously forgive him and give him a small boat to fend for himself. He even thought that Whitebeard might accept him and tell him to go wash up, but he never expected Whitebeard would actually hug him, to know that he could barely stand himself. He hadn't bathed for several days, covered in sticky oil, sweat fermenting within, and the smell was worse than the feet of the female warriors on the Nine-Snake pirate ship. But this man standing at the pinnacle of the world, just unhesitatingly embraced him. A wave of indescribable warmth surged from his chest to his entire body. Since coming to this world, Wang Yiming had been struggling on the brink of life and death, only feeling malice. This was the first time he felt warmth. Wang Yiming's nose tinged with sourness, and his eyes instantly turned red. Although he was greasy, he wasn't made of iron and stone. At that moment, Whitebeard used his booming voice to announce to all the dumbfounded crew members on the deck, "From today on, he is also my son." One sentence, a thunderous shock. "This is Whitebeard." Whitebeard released Wang Yiming, patting his shoulder. The force was a bit strong, nearly causing Wang Yiming to fall apart, and the pain in his chest flared again. But he still grinned. "Marco," Whitebeard called out. "Old man, take this kid to heal his injuries, then bring him to wash up and change into clean clothes." "Okay, old man," Marco answered with a smile. Then he took Wang Yiming into the cabin, leaving a long trail of greasy footprints along the way. The crew members exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from disgust and anger to complexity and acceptance. They unconditionally obeyed the old man's decision. "Old man, are you really going to take him in? This guy's ability seems a bit dirty." Ace pointed at the large patch of unsightly oil on the deck. "Gulalala." Whitebeard laughed again. "Is it a hassle? It's not you who has to clean it." Ace immediately laughed. "That's true." However, the few crew members responsible for cleaning the ship's hull suddenly wore bitter faces. One of the crew members complained, "Old man, then it'll be tough on us." Another looked worriedly at the oil slick. "Yeah, how are we going to clean this sticky mess?" Whitebeard, hearing the crew members' complaints, did not lose his smile. He comforted them. "I also came up from being a bottom-tier trainee crew member. I understand your hard work. Don't worry. For the next few days, I will personally teach that kid to control his devil fruit abilities." Chapter 4. No useless abilities on the other side. The broken sternum quickly healed in this warmth, and the pain faded away. Wang Yiming was amazed at the changes in his body. This is the regenerative flame of the Phoenix Marco. So incredible. All right, the bones are back together. But you should avoid strenuous exercise for the next few days. Marco withdrew his hand, and the blue flame faded. "Thank you, Marco." Wang Yiming expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "We're family. No need to be polite." Marco wanted to pat Wang Yiming on the shoulder, but his hand hovered in the air without coming down. However, what you need most right now is probably a shower. Wang Yiming looked down at himself and smiled wryly. He was now a walking, oily figure emitting a strange odor. In the bathroom, steam rose. Wang Yiming stood under the huge shower head, hot water pouring over him, but felt like it was dousing a butter-coated iron plate, with the water droplets sliding off without soaking into his skin. "How am I supposed to wash this?" He picked up a bar of soap and frantically rubbed it on his body. Bubbles formed, but as soon as he rinsed, the bubbles slid away with the grease, and new oil seeped out from beneath his skin endlessly. After struggling for a long time, Wang Yiming was panting and still greasy, but the bathroom floor was incredibly slippery, and he almost fell several times. Finally, the 3rd Division's jaws couldn't stand it anymore and handed him a block of dark, pungent soap from outside. "Try this. It's a strong alkaline soap used in the kitchen to clean Sea King fat." Wang Yiming took it with skepticism and rubbed it on himself. The effect was remarkable. That stubborn layer of grease was finally broken down, and his skin felt refreshingly clean for the first time in ages. But before he could be happy for more than 3 seconds, new oil began bubbling out of his clean pores again. Soon, he returned to his shiny, greasy appearance. Wang Yiming stared at his oily self in the mirror, lost in thought. The good news was that the newly secreted oil lacked the previous sweat smell and rancid odor. It was simply oily. The bad news was that this ability was too troublesome. He had practically become an inexhaustible source of pollution. He sighed and randomly put on the clean clothes prepared for him. As soon as he walked out of the bathroom, he saw a man with freckles and an orange cowboy hat leaning against the wall waiting for him. "It's Ace." "Yo." The newcomer just finished washing and is already all oily. Wang Yiming smiled awkwardly. "Ace, I can't control it. I haven't introduced myself yet." "How do you know my name?" Wang Yiming's eyes turned. "Because I have long admired your name. You're my idol." Ace laughed heartily. "Haha, you must be hungry. Come on, I'll take you to eat." Ace led Wang Yiming toward the crew's dining hall. The Whitebeard Pirates' dining hall was enormous, like a bustling banquet hall. The pirates were eating meat and drinking from large bowls, with laughter and cheers ringing out, full of life. However, when Ace brought the oily Wang Yiming inside, the lively atmosphere momentarily froze. All eyes were on Wang Yiming. The dining hall fell silent. Those who were eating heartily instinctively shifted in their seats upon seeing his signature oily appearance. Wang Yiming felt a bit helpless. Ace, however, didn't mind and boldly helped Wang Yiming grab a huge platter piled high with roasted meat, bread, and fruit. Find a place to sit. I'll go get drinks, Ace said, running towards the barrels. Wang Yiming held the platter, looked around, and immediately heard some discordant voices. The food on the ship seems to have become greasy. Of course, a walking oil barrel just boarded, and the air has become sticky. I really don't know what Dad was thinking, bringing such a disgusting guy. The mocking voices were just loud enough for Wang Yiming to hear clearly. Wang Yiming felt a bit helpless. The clean pants he just put on were slowly seeping oil stains again. He didn't want to cause trouble. He just wanted to find a corner to eat quietly. Wang Yiming walked toward an empty corner. Just as he passed the corner, someone suddenly stuck out their foot, trying to trip him. Crash! Wang Yiming fell hard. The platter of food flew out, making the scene even more chaotic. Ha ha! Look at him. Let him taste what it feels like to be unstable. The provocative crew members let out piercing laughter. At that moment, a massive figure blocked the light at the entrance of the dining hall. Whitebeard walked in. The laughter in the dining hall abruptly ceased. Everyone stood up. Dad! Whitebeard didn't look at anyone, directly walking up to Wang Yiming. He looked at the mess on the floor, and then at the embarrassed Wang Yiming, saying nothing. He bent down, picked up the empty platter, turned around, and walked back to the food area, personally serving him a full plate of food. Here, eat, son. Whitebeard's voice was not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. He pointed to an empty seat beside him and said to Wang Yiming, sit here. Then he turned to Ace, who was bringing drinks, and Marco, who had just walked in, and said, Ace, Marco, you two come sit too. The atmosphere in the dining hall completely changed. Those mocking crew members lowered their heads and dared not speak. Wang Yiming sat beside Whitebeard, eating the food he served, feeling a mix of emotions. After the meal, Whitebeard summoned Wang Yiming alone on the deck. The sea breeze blew, swaying Whitebeard's signature crescent-shaped beard. If you want to avoid being disliked, you must first control your ability. Whitebeard said seriously, Dad, I've tried. I can't do it. Tell me your fruit ability in detail from beginning to end. Whitebeard looked at the sea, his tone calm. As an experienced top powerhouse, Whitebeard had seen countless devil fruits. He wanted to personally assess the potential of this new fruit and plan a growth path for his new son. Wang Yiming was instantly excited, with Whitebeard as his teacher. How could he not control the devil fruit? Wang Yiming didn't hide anything and shared all his feelings after eating the fruit. From his body uncontrollably secreting grease to the experience of inadvertently secreting solid butter while saving himself in midair. Dad, I feel like my ability is just a troublesome, greasy garbage ability. After listening, Whitebeard turned to look at him. Then, that familiar laughter rang out again. Gulalala. Kid, remember one thing. After laughing, Whitebeard's expression turned serious. There are no absolutely useless abilities on this sea, only incompetent people who don't know how to develop them. Wang Yiming's heart shook. This was so true. He recalled the anime he had watched in his previous life. Many seemingly useless abilities, under the creative pens of those imaginative authors, ultimately became incredibly powerful. For example, that toy fruit, which turned someone into a toy with a touch and erased everyone's memories, was practically a rule-level bug. Whitebeard continued. Everyone's conditions for developing fruit abilities are different. Some rely on rich imagination, some rely on daily diligent practice, and some rely on the accumulation of time to gradually comprehend. Whitebeard paused, his enormous hand pressing down on Wang Yiming's head, his gaze becoming profound. According to what you said, it was only when you were kicked away by Hancock on the brink of life and death that you successfully controlled the form of the oil for the first time. Perhaps your development path is hanging by a thread. Chapter 5. The Life and Death Training Method. Your development path is hanging by a thread. After hearing Whitebeard's words, Wang Yiming was completely stunned. Hanging by a thread? Can this thing be bought in bulk? Wang Yiming frowned and said, Dad, it's easy to say that, but where can I find so many life and death opportunities? I can't just go looking for Hancock to kick me every day, right? I'm afraid I'll be kicked to death before I even develop my abilities. Whitebeard looked at his troubled expression, and a meaningful smile crept onto his face. Gwaha! His signature loud laughter made Wang Yiming's heart race. It felt like there was a hint of malice hidden in that laughter. Who said we have to look for others? Whitebeard turned his head and shouted to Ace, who was arm wrestling with a few crew members not far away. Ace. Hearing his father's call, Ace immediately released his grip, causing the unfortunate crew member across from him to fall to the ground. Dad, what is up? Ace grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and trotted over. Whitebeard said something that sent Wang Yiming's soul flying. Ace, lend me some fire. Lend you fire? For what? Smoking? Countless thoughts flashed through Wang Yiming's mind in an instant. Wang Yiming looked at Ace's outstretched finger, which was already sparking, and then at his own body covered in flammable oil, hanging by a thread. A terrifying thought surged in his mind. No way. Dad, you want to... Wang Yiming's voice trembled. Ace was also puzzled. Dad, where do you want me to light it? Whitebeard looked at Wang Yiming. Ignite him. Okay. Ace was a man of action. His father's orders were everything. Without thinking much, he flicked his fingertip. A small cluster of orange flames gently landed on Wang Yiming's pant leg. Boom! Wang Yiming felt as if his body had been thrown into a pile of burning gasoline. And it exploded. The thick layer of oil on him was the best accelerant. Flames quickly engulfed his body. The searing pain crashed over him like a tidal wave. His skin and flesh twisted and carbonized under the intense heat. Ah! The heart-wrenching screams echoed across the deck of the Moby Dick. The surrounding crew members were dumbfounded. What is Dad doing? Is this new guy going to be burned to death? What a brutal training method. Wang Yiming rolled frantically on the deck, trying to extinguish the flames on his body. But the more he struggled, the more oil his skin secreted, and the fiercer the flames became. He felt like he was about to be reduced to ashes. Just then, Whitebeard's booming voice rang out like a calming pill. So, if you're about to be burned to death, just tell me, and I'll have Marco treat you. Upon hearing this, Wang Yiming couldn't care less about dignity or pride. He used all his strength to wail, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Dad, help me. I'm really going to die. He even felt his consciousness starting to blur. Whitebeard didn't care about that. His voice suddenly turned stern. Stop your oil. Otherwise, you'll be burned to death by your own oil. This sentence struck Wang Yiming's chaotic mind like a bolt of lightning. Right? Control. Control the oil. As long as he didn't secrete new oil, the flames wouldn't spread. The instinct to survive overwhelmed all the pain and fear. Wang Yiming's mind was filled with just one thought. Don't flow. Hold it back. He roared inside his mind at his own body. Stop. Everyone stop. A miracle happened. At the critical moment, Wang Yiming felt a connection with every drop of oil in his body. Those oils that had been uncontrollable and eager to spill out seemed to hear his command and really stopped. Although the fire was still burning, it clearly lost its fuel and began to shrink slowly. I did it. Wang Yiming didn't have time to savor the feeling of control. He shouted with his burnt throat, Dad, I'm not secreting oil anymore. Hurry and help me put out the fire. Seeing this, Whitebeard showed a satisfied smile. He shouted, Bring water. Several crew members hurriedly ran to fetch water. But Wang Yiming couldn't wait. He smelled the burnt scent coming from his body and felt that if he burned for another second, he would be done for. He didn't care about the sea curse of the devil fruit. Driven by the instinct to survive, he used the last bit of strength to crawl up from the deck, like a smoking cannonball, and dash towards the ship's side. Splash! He jumped straight into the icy sea. A sizzling sound like a hot iron being thrown into water echoed, accompanied by a large cloud of white steam rising. The fire was extinguished, but what followed was a bone-deep feeling of weakness. Wang Yiming's body went limp, and he sank straight down to the bottom of the sea. The crew members on the deck were in a frenzy. Hurry! Fish him out! Eventually, a large fishing net was thrown down, pulling Wang Yiming up from the water. When he was thrown back on the deck, he had already passed out completely. His body was charred black, still emitting wisps of smoke. The worst was that his once thick hair had been completely burned off, leaving him with a shiny bald head. Marco, get ready to treat him, Whitebeard ordered. Time passed, and Wang Yiming slowly regained consciousness. Marco's regenerative flames had healed the burns on his body, but the memory of the pain of being roasted alive was deeply etched in his mind. He touched his smooth head, wanting to cry but having no tears. My handsome hair. Just like that, his beautiful locks were gone. At that moment, Whitebeard's figure appeared beside him, his enormous shadow completely overshadowing him. You're awake? Wang Yiming had a complex look in his eyes when he saw Whitebeard. I took you as my dad, but you really wanted to burn me to death. Whitebeard looked down, his gaze landing on Wang Yiming's skin. He saw that tiny beads of oil had begun to seep out of Wang Yiming's smooth skin again. Do you remember the feeling of controlling the oil just now? Whitebeard asked. Wang Yiming's eyes were wide with grievance. I was too busy being in pain. Who remembers any feeling? Upon hearing this, Whitebeard didn't show any surprise. He just turned his head and shouted again to Ace, who was not far away. Ace, light it again. No, no, no. Hearing this, Wang Yiming was startled and jumped up from the deck. His speed was even faster than when he was kicked away by Hancock. I remembered. Wang Yiming closed his eyes, desperately recalling the feeling of being on the verge of death. That sensation of merging with the oil in his body. The feeling of being able to control everything with his mind. Sure enough, under the renewed threat of death, that feeling clearly surfaced in his mind. Wang Yiming's skin instantly stopped secreting oil. Not only that, those oil droplets that had just been secreted seemed to be drawn back by some powerful force, starting to flow back into his body. In just a few seconds, Wang Yiming's body surface became clean and clear. There was not a trace of oil, not a hint of stickiness. Aside from that shiny bald head, he looked like a clean and tidy normal person. Wang Yiming stared blankly at his clean arms, feeling a long-lost freshness, and for a moment, he couldn't believe it. The white-bearded man looked at him with satisfaction and laughed heartily. Gulalala, son, well done. He stepped forward and patted Wang Yiming's shoulder. Get up training. Wang Yiming shivered and nervously asked, Dad, what? Were we training again? Are we still igniting? No more igniting. The white-bearded man shook his head. From now on, you need to learn to control the secretion of oil from different parts of your body. For example, only let your palms produce oil, or only let the soles of your feet produce oil. As night fell, after a noisy dinner, the white-bearded man and Marco stood at the bow of the ship, enjoying the sea breeze. Marco looked at Wang Yiming in the distance, who was diligently practicing his control abilities, and couldn't help but exclaim, Dad, Wang Yiming's fruit development talent is a bit terrifying. It's only been a few hours since this afternoon. Wang Yiming had already managed to make one hand secrete oil, and he could even barely control the shape of the oil being secreted. Gulalala! The white-bearded man laughed joyfully. Yes, he really is an interesting little guy. Chapter 6: Developing the Oil Fruit. After a week of training, Wang Yiming finally mastered the secret of secreting oil. It wasn't just a simple matter of producing and retracting oil. He could use it flexibly in various ways. Whoosh! A yellow shadow glided from one end of the deck to the other, skimming close to the ground. The crew member who was wiping the railing didn't even lift his head. He was already used to it. Wang Yiming hardly needed to use his legs to walk on the ship now, as long as he secreted a thin layer of oil from the soles of his feet. The entire Moby Dick became his skating rink. Wherever he wanted to go, with just a thought, he could slide right there. It didn't matter if the deck got dirty. After Wang Yiming slid past, with just a thought, the oil he used as lubricant would be sucked back into his body, leaving the floor spotless. Moreover, after these days of exploration, Wang Yiming discovered a key point. The oil he secreted was not actually oil when it was inside his body. It was a form of energy, or rather, it was his vitality. As long as he had energy, he could keep releasing oil. Wang Yiming secretly conducted an experiment where he continuously poured oil into an empty barrel. After filling about 10 large barrels, he began to feel dizzy and empty, needing a big meal and a good sleep to recover. Similarly, if his energy was low, absorbing external oil could also replenish his vitality. Since he no longer had oil stains on him, the crew gradually accepted Wang Yiming. He was no longer the person that people avoided. After fully mastering basic oil control, Wang Yiming officially started working on the ship. Although his father had taken him in as a son, the Whitebeard pirates did not support idle people. He started as a regular crew member. Every day, he had to spend a few hours cleaning the cabins, wiping the deck, and taking turns washing clothes and dishes. It seemed similar to the Nine-Snake pirate ship, but the work intensity was not as high, and the feeling was completely different. On Nine-Snake, he was a slave, a bug that could be crushed at any moment. Here, he was family. When working, crew members would always come to lend a hand him a glass of water, and share a few jokes. While working, Wang Yiming kept thinking. before he was kicked away by Hancock and fell into the sea. How did he secrete that solid butter-like substance? Nowadays, no matter how he tried, the oil secreted from his body was always in a liquid state, like rapeseed oil. There was no way to change its form. Did he have to resort to life-threatening training again? Ever since he mastered the secretion of oil, Whitebeard had not urged him to train, relying solely on his self-discipline. His father had said that in this sea, there was no useless ability, only incapable developers. He couldn't be that incapable person. Wang Yiming gritted his teeth and sought out Ace after finishing his work. Nowadays, the only ones he was closer to on the ship, aside from a few low-level trainee crew members, were Ace. Ace was cheerful and never looked down on him because of his previous oily state. Oidyman, you wanted to ignite you again. Ace was leaning against the ship's railing, and when he saw Wang Yiming approaching, he teased with a smile. Oily Man was Wang Yiming's nickname on Whitebeard's ship. Upon hearing that word, Wang Yiming's bare scalp tingled, and he quickly waved his hands. Ace, I don't want it. I don't want it. Compared to being burned, I'd rather drown. Ace laughed heartily. Then why did you come to find me? Want a drink? Wang Yiming rubbed his hands together, his face showing a hint of embarrassment mixed with determination. Ace, I want to ask you for a favor. He expressed his thoughts. He wanted Ace to take him up into the sky and then throw him into the sea. Of course, if he really drowned. He also asked Ace to pull him back up. After listening, Ace's smile faded, and he looked at Wang Yiming seriously. You're pretty harsh on yourself. Wang Yiming smiled bitterly. There's no way around it. If I don't push myself a bit, how can I get stronger? I don't want to be a dead weight on the ship. Ace nodded. He appreciated Wang Yiming's spirit. Wang Yiming knew that although both he and Sabo had the flame fruit, Sabo had developed the ability to fly. Although Ace lacked a bit of imagination, with his devil fruit ability, he could still briefly shoot up into the sky. All right, I'll help you. Ace agreed immediately. Without delay, Ace grabbed Wang Yiming by the back of his collar, flames erupting from his feet as he shot up into the sky like a rocket, taking Wang Yiming with him. For the first time, perhaps knowing someone would save him gave him confidence. Wang Yiming didn't feel the urgency of life and death at all. After Ace threw him down, his mind went blank, and all he could do was scream. He completely forgot to control his devil fruit ability. With a splash, he fell into the sea, then sank down, feeling utterly powerless. Ace quickly pulled him back up. Come on, oily man, you were just screaming. Ace threw him back on deck, laughing. Wang Yiming spat out a few mouthfuls of salty sea water, wiped his face. Let us do it again. Ace lifted him again, flying higher than before. At the moment he threw Wang Yiming down, Ace suddenly shouted downwards. Oh no, there's a sea king. Wang Yiming's heart skipped a beat. But his first reaction was, Ace is lying to me, trying to stimulate my potential. As he fell freely, he concentrated and desperately tried to remember that feeling. But at that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he really caught a glimpse of a massive shadow rapidly rising from the blue sea below. Then, a gaping mouth filled with sharp teeth broke through the surface, opening wide towards him like a snack. It's real. Oh no! The stench of death rushed towards him as a shadow loomed over him. Wang Yiming's mind went blank. This wasn't a drill. Solidify. Solidify for me. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. In a critical moment, that mysterious feeling surged up again. The pores all over his body no longer secreted liquid oil, but instead spewed out a large amount of thick, butter-like substance. This substance rapidly solidified upon contact with the air, wrapping around him layer by layer. Just as he was about to fall into that giant mouth, a massive, oval-shaped yellow cocoon fully formed. Crack! The Sea King swallowed the butter cocoon in one bite, its enormous mouth closing as it sank back into the sea. Ace in the sky was dumbfounded. He had only wanted to scare Wang Yiming, who knew there was really something down there. Watching Wang Yiming get swallowed, Ace panicked and wanted to rush down to fight the Sea King. At that moment, Whitebeard spoke from the ship. Ace, come back, we can follow it. Old man, what if? Whitebeard interrupted. I know the Sea King well, don't worry. Perhaps it's that kid's opportunity. Inside the stomach of the Sea King, Wang Yiming was wrapped in a solid butter cocoon, surrounded by darkness. The walls of the stomach were writhing, and the acidic stomach fluid was foul-smelling. Fortunately, the solid oil he secreted was extremely stable, and even the Sea King's stomach acid couldn't digest it. He remained in this dark, bumpy, and stinky environment. Wang Yiming tried to open an oil cocoon, but not only was it dark, it also smelled terrible. He quickly sealed the oil cocoon again. However, staying like this was not an option. There was not enough oxygen, nor was there food or water. He had to save himself. In this desperate situation, Wang Yiming began to try to control his oil cocoon. In less than an hour, Wang Yiming was indeed able to control the solid oil cocoon. He saw a propeller form on the oil cocoon, which then began to rotate. Of course, Wang Yiming had no idea about the direction. He just needed to move in one direction, either out of the mouth or out of the rear end. Before long, Wang Yiming arrived at a place without stomach acid, and the propeller was no longer useful. So he made the oil cocoon crawl, moving like a caterpillar. A day later, Wang Yiming still hadn't reached the end of the sea creature's body. It was so damn big. At that moment, Wang Yiming suddenly sensed that his oil cocoon was rapidly dissolving. Had he reached the small intestine? As someone who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, Wang Yiming knew that fat would be emulsified by bile in the small intestine. Subsequently, it would be broken down by pancreatic lipase into glycerol and free fatty acids. Wang Yiming didn't dare to delay and quickly produced more solid butter. After about half a day, the oil cocoon finally felt like it wasn't dissolving anymore. Wang Yiming breathed a sigh of relief and continued to control the oil cocoon to crawl forward. The next day, the sea creature swimming in the ocean suddenly felt a tumult in its belly. It twisted its massive body and then, poof, accompanied by a powerful airflow. The yellow oil cocoon mixed with filth was excreted. The butter cocoon floated on the sea surface. It finally came out. Wang Yiming took a deep breath of fresh air. After drifting at sea for half a day, the Pequod finally arrived. Chapter 7. Naval Encounter. Old man, you finally made it, Wang Yiming cried as he climbed aboard the Moby Dick. As he emerged from the foul-smelling butter cocoon, tears streamed down his face upon seeing the familiar sails. The stench from the Sea King's belly was overwhelming. Ace pinched his nose, looking disdainful. Old man, how long were you in the Sea King's intestine? The crew around them burst into laughter, but there was no malice in it. Wang Yiming entered the bathroom and scrubbed for a full hour before feeling like he was alive again. However, despite the ordeal, the trip through the Sea King's digestive tract had yielded great rewards. He had not only mastered the ability to secrete solid butter, but could also control its form at will. This was a huge advancement. That day, the Moby Dick was sailing smoothly along the Grand Line. Wang Yiming lay on a deck chair, playing with a lump of butter, transforming it into Ace's likeness one moment and Marco's pineapple head the next. Suddenly, an urgent alarm sounded from the lookout tower. Enemy attack. A pirate ship spotted in the southeast. It's approaching us at high speed. Wang Yiming jolted upright from the deck chair, stunned. Who would dare to attack the Whitebeard pirate ship? It was like running naked in front of the Navy headquarters. Were they tired of living? He anxiously scanned for the old man and the captains, only to find Whitebeard in the dining hall, holding a bowl larger than a bucket, gulping down wine without a hint of concern. Marco, Ace, Josu, and a dozen other captains surrounded him, feasting and laughing as if the enemy ship charging toward them was merely a post-meal entertainment. Gulalala! Whitebeard downed another large bowl of wine, his booming voice echoing across the deck. You lot, go stretch your muscles. Oh. The crew on deck not only remained calm, but excitedly readied their weapons. It turned out that the old man and the captains looked down on these insignificant foes. This was an opportunity for the ordinary crew members to train. The battle soon erupted. The enemy's cannonballs were fired, but before they could reach the Moby Dick, they were intercepted by an invisible barrier, exploding in a shower of sparks. It was Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability. Though he wouldn't participate in the fight, he would protect the Moby Dick. If there were any smart pirates, they would have noticed something was off and turned to flee. But this group of pirates, likely freshly recruited, were not only blind but also stubborn. They continued their assault. As the two ships drew closer, the battle cries filled the air. Wang Yiming saw a muscular man with horns on his head roar as his body rapidly expanded, transforming into a massive, muscled, bull-headed man. He jumped onto the enemy's ship, rampaging through their ranks. That was Curl from the 14th Division, a Zoan-type Devil Fruit user. explained an old crew member next to Wang Yiming. On the other side, a tall, thin man suddenly elongated his arms, turning them into hard wooden sticks, knocking an enemy straight into the sea. That was Rick, a Paramecia-type stick fruit user. Wang Yiming was astonished. Even the ordinary crew members of the Whitebeard pirates were extraordinary. Of course, most of the crew relied on their own marksmanship, martial arts, and swordsmanship in battle. Since Wang Yiming had just boarded the ship, he hadn't officially participated in a fight yet and was assigned to the logistics team. His task was to transport ammunition and, when needed, drag the wounded to safety. Watching the flashing blades and flying blood ahead, he felt a bit intimidated. But more than that, a surge of adrenaline filled him. This was the real pirate world. These reckless pirates turned out to be quite capable and relying on their numbers. Some managed to break through the defenses and board the Moby Dick. The flames of battle quickly spread to the logistics area. "Protect the wounded." Several crew members responsible for guarding the rear shouted as they rushed forward, but they were soon overwhelmed by the enemy. Wang Yiming watched as 3 pirates wielding curved blades charged at him with sinister grins. His heart raced. Cursing loudly, he charged out, with his palms open. He aimed at the oncoming pirates. Liquid grease sprayed out like a high-pressure water gun. The thick, greasy liquid splattered all over the pirates' faces. While it didn't have much power, it was enough to disgust and distract them. "What the hell is this stuff? My eyes. I can't see." The pirates were blinded by the lard. They slipped on the greasy layer Wang Yiming had sprayed on the deck, with 2 of them falling flat on their backs. The remaining 1 staggered about like a headless fly, wildly swinging his sword. "Nice job." One crew member praised Wang Yiming. Just then, a loud shout came from behind him. "Oh man, watch out." Wang Yiming's heart sank, and he turned to see a glinting long sword had broken through his teammates' defenses and was aimed straight at his heart. It was too fast. He couldn't dodge in time. "Solidify." Wang Yiming's survival instinct kicked in, and he screamed, instantly conjuring a half-meter thick butter wall in front of him. He hoped the wall would hold, even for just a second. However, reality was cruel. Thwack! The long sword pierced through the butter wall like it was tofu, the tip only centimeters from his chest. The butter was too soft. It was useless. Wang Yiming's pupils contracted to the size of pinheads. He could even feel the sharpness of the sword's aura. It was over. Just at that critical moment, clang, a sharp metallic sound rang out. A black long stick appeared out of nowhere, skillfully deflecting the deadly sword. It was Rick. His long hair had transformed into a long stick, saving Wang Yiming from danger. "What are you dawdling for, newcomer?" Rick shouted while using his stick to keep the enemy at bay. "Daydreaming on the battlefield is asking to die." Wang Yiming snapped back to reality and quickly ran to safety. The battle soon ended. The invaders were all cleared out, and the Moby Dick returned to calm, leaving behind a scene of destruction and a heavy smell of blood. The crew began to clean up the battlefield and treat the wounded. Everything was orderly. Wang Yiming sat on the deck, filled with apprehension. He had almost met his end in a moment of reckless passion. It seemed he still had a long way to go. At that moment, a large shadow loomed over him. It was Whitebeard. "Gulalala." The old man's signature laughter rang out. "Son, you did well." Wang Yiming looked up, feeling a mix of shame and unwillingness on his face. "Old man, I'm too weak. My abilities are useless in real battles." That butter wall couldn't even stop an ordinary sword. Whitebeard lowered his head, placing his massive palm on Wang Yiming's bald head and gently rubbing it. "That's because you're not strong enough." His voice was steady and powerful. "When you become strong enough, your oil will be harder than steel." "Harder than steel?" Wang Yiming's heart trembled, as if a lightning bolt had split through the fog. He suddenly stood up from the deck and bowed deeply to Whitebeard. "Old man, teach me how to fight. I don't want to be the dead weight hiding in the back anymore. I also want to fight alongside everyone." Seeing this new son in front of me with a renewed fire in his eyes, Whitebeard showed a satisfied smile on his face. "Gururara. Good. Now that's more like my son." Chapter 8 Newcomer Challenge. If you want your oil to be harder than steel, relying solely on your fruit ability is not enough. Your body and your will are too weak. You need to train, starting from the very basics. From this day on, Wang Yiming's life on the ship completely changed. Every day before dawn, he had to get up and start hellish physical enhancement training. On the deck, a young man with a buzz cut, wearing only a pair of shorts, had sweat pouring down like it was free. 997, 998. Wang Yiming gritted his teeth, doing push-ups, with everyone causing his muscles to groan in pain. Next to him, a burly man had one foot on his back. This man was the captain of the 5th Division, Flower Sword Vista. Vista, known for his solid foundation and strong combat skills among Whitebeard's crew, was specially called by Whitebeard to train Wang Yiming. Too slow. Haven't you eaten? The strength of your body is the foundation that carries all power. Your body is like a leaking bucket. No matter how strong your abilities are, they can't be contained. Wang Yiming felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his back, but he didn't say a word, only biting down harder on his teeth. In addition to physical training, Whitebeard also taught Wang Yiming a special breathing technique. In old man's words, this is the method to control one's breath. In extreme physical exhaustion, feel the flowing energy within your body, then use your will to guide and control it. This was quite mysterious, but Wang Yiming realized that this was the energy source of his fruit ability he had felt before. It turned out that the energy of the body and the energy of the fruit ability were interconnected. When the body is strong enough and the energy is vigorous enough, the fruit ability will naturally rise with the tide. I have to say, the captains of Whitebeard's pirate crew are truly remarkable. As long as you're willing to learn, they are willing to teach with no reservation. After finishing the push-ups, it was time to practice stances. Your stance is too weak. Vista kicked Wang Yiming's calf, saying, "How can you exert force with an unstable lower body? Stop thinking about your slippery oil all the time." Vista wasn't that famous yet. In the anime, he was a man who could hold his own against Mihawk. He would later become a world-renowned swordsman. Of course, in that battle, Mihawk may not have used his full strength, but it was enough to prove Vista's prowess. Even if Vista didn't teach swordsmanship, just his combat experience and understanding of body force would be enough for Wang Yiming to learn for a long time. Occasionally, when Whitebeard had some free time, Wang Yiming would shamelessly approach him for advice. "Old man, how can I make my butter harder?" Whitebeard, while drinking, glanced at him. "Do you know why steel is hard? Because its molecular structure is tight?" Wang Yiming tentatively answered, using knowledge he learned in his past life. Whitebeard, who had not studied much, claimed he didn't understand. However, he extended a finger. At his fingertip, a white halo swirled. As long as the power infused within is strong enough. Wang Yiming felt this was too enigmatic, completely incomprehensible. Months passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Yiming underwent a complete transformation. Beneath his bronze skin were clearly defined muscles. Although he hadn't reached the level of those monstrous crew members, he already exuded a sense of strength. His gaze, once filled with confusion and anxiety, transformed into steadiness and confidence. The greatest improvement was still in his fruit ability. That night, Wang Yiming lay in bed, lost in thought. Everything on the old man's ship was good, except there were no women. The only one who looked somewhat like a woman, Izang, had a bad temper. Once, when Wang Yiming tried to sneak a peek at him while he was showering, he ended up getting shot in the butt. It was Marco who treated him. At that moment, an idea flashed through Wang Yiming's mind. He quickly locked the door. Then, a mass of butter oozed out from the floor beside him, slowly transforming into a humanoid shape. Although the features were vague and the movement stiff, it was indeed a clone. Wang Yiming looked at the butter clone he had created, nodded, and muttered to himself, make it a bit more curvy. Over the past few months, the Whitebeard pirates had encountered a few unruly pirates. Wang Yiming participated in the battles as a combatant. He no longer felt as helpless as he did the first time. He would first cover the battlefield with liquid oil, making it difficult for enemies to stand and disrupting their formation. Then, he would condense a butter shield that was much sturdier than before to protect his comrades behind him. Although it still couldn't withstand powerful slashes, it was more than enough to block stray bullets and ordinary sword strikes. When the timing was right, Wang Yiming would even take the initiative to engage in hand-to-hand combat, using his agile form to slide and fight with the enemies. His progress was evident to everyone. After one battle, Whitebeard officially announced in front of all the crew members, "From today on, Wang Yiming is no longer a trainee crew member. He will officially join the 2nd Division, becoming a member under Fire Fist Ace." Oh, the crew erupted in enthusiastic cheers, happy for the growth of their new partner. Wang Yiming's face turned red with excitement as he stepped forward and received the emblem representing the 2nd Division from Ace. Ace smiled and patted his shoulder. "Welcome aboard, oil man. From now on, I'm your big brother. I'll look out for you." "Captain." Wang Yiming felt warm inside. Joining Ace's 2nd Division meant he finally had a true belonging in the world's strongest pirate crew. The members of the 2nd Division were mostly cheerful young people, and the atmosphere was very lively. On the night Wang Yiming moved into the 2nd Division's dormitory, the members held a small welcome party for him. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere was heating up. A tall, muscular member stood up, holding a bowl of alcohol, and walked up to Wang Yiming. "New guy. My name is Scarl." He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, welcoming you aboard. "Brother Scarl." Wang Yiming quickly stood up as well. "Don't be in a hurry to call me big brother." Scarl downed the drink in his hand and smashed the bowl on the ground. "We have a tradition in the 2nd Division." As he spoke, he flexed his wrists, the joints cracking. "Every new brother has to spar with the veterans so we can see your skills. This isn't bullying the newcomers. It's called a welcome ceremony." The surrounding members all cheered. "That's right. Let us fight. Let us fight. Oh man, let us see what your slippery fruit can do." Wang Yiming was a bit stunned. "There's this rule too?" He looked at Ace, who was leaning against a post, arms crossed, wearing a look of amusement. "Don't look at me. This is our Team S rule." Ace said with a smile. "Scarl is one of the strongest in our team besides me. If you can last 10 minutes against him, everyone will respect you." Wang Yiming understood. He took a deep breath and put down the drink in his hand. After months of hard training, he wanted to know how much stronger he had become. "All right, Brother Scarl, please give me your guidance." Chapter 9, Oily Clone. The Awakening of Armament Haki. To the deck. The two arrived on the deck, and many other crew members gathered to watch the excitement. "Scarl, don't make the newcomer cry. Oily man, let's see what you've got. Don't just talk big." Scarl ignored the jeers around him, casually picking up a massive spiked club from the wall. He rested the club on his shoulder and grinned at Wang Yiming, revealing a set of white teeth. "Kid, are you ready? I won't go easy on you just because you're a newcomer." Wang Yiming took a deep breath and assumed the fighting stance that Vista had taught him. Entering combat mode, oil began to ooze from his body. Months of hellish training had transformed him from the fragile pretty boy he once was. His muscles were taut, and his feet were planted firmly on the deck like nails. "Come on." As soon as he finished speaking, Scarl moved. His massive body erupted with speed that belied his size, charging toward Wang Yiming in a single leap, swinging the spiked club down with a deafening whoosh. "How fast?" Wang Yiming was startled, and a puddle of oil appeared beneath his feet. His body slid to the side, just in time to narrowly avoid the powerful strike. Boom! The spiked club slammed onto the deck, producing a loud sound that shook the entire cabin. "Keep going," Scarl roared, sweeping the club horizontally. Wang Yiming dared not take it head-on, constantly retreating and using his more agile form to dodge and weave in the confined space. "Oily man, your name really fits. You're as slippery as an eel," one crew member shouted mockingly from the side, taking advantage of a moment when he dodged another attack. Wang Yiming thrust both palms toward Scarl's feet. "Oil come." Thick streams of viscous oil sprayed out, instantly creating a slick, greasy area on the deck beneath Scarl's feet. Just as Scarl was about to pursue, his feet suddenly slipped, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. "Damn it," he cursed, barely regaining his balance. "Now's my chance." Wang Yiming seized the opportunity, lowering his body and shooting forward like a cannonball. Simultaneously, he sprayed oil again, this time aiming for Scarl's face. Puffed. Scarl was caught off guard, getting a face full of oil. "Ugh, oily man, fighting you is disgusting." For a moment, Scarl was flustered. Wang Yiming took advantage of this, circling to his side and delivering a fierce kick to his ribs. However, Scarl's battle experience was far superior. Even without seeing, he relied on his instincts, twisting his body to swing the heavy spiked club backward, forcing Wang Yiming to abandon his attack and retreat. "You piss me off, kid." Scarl wiped his face, only to smear the oil even more. He closed his eyes and roared, wildly swinging the spiked club without distinguishing friend from foe. The whistling wind from the club formed a dense web of attacks, rapidly compressing Wang Yiming's space to maneuver. He knew Scarl was forcing him to confront him directly. Just then, Scarl suddenly stopped his assault, opened one eye, locked onto Wang Yiming's position, and swung the club down. This strike was both fast and brutal, cutting off all of Wang Yiming's escape routes. The spike club loomed larger in his vision, leaving him no time to react. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The spike club struck Wang Yiming squarely in the chest. The surrounding jeering abruptly ceased. Scarl looked at Wang Yiming, whose chest had caved in from the blow, and grinned. "It's over. You held out pretty well." Before he could finish his sentence, the smile on his face froze, because the Wang Yiming he had hit began to twist and distort like melting butter, and with a puff, he completely disintegrated, leaving a large puddle of yellow oil on the deck. "What?" "It's a clone. Oily clone." Ace leaned against a post, a smile creeping across his face. The surrounding crew members were all dumbfounded. Wang Yiming's oily clone had achieved a level of realism that was indistinguishable from the real thing. "Scarl, I'm behind you." Wang Yiming's voice suddenly rang out from behind Scarl. He concentrated all the power he had trained over the past few months into his right leg, gathering strength and kicking fiercely toward Scarl's unguarded back. If this kick landed, Scarl would either be severely injured or collapse on the spot. However, Scarl was truly the strongest in the second division besides Ace. In a split second, without even turning his head, he relied on his combat instincts, exerting force from his waist to swing the heavy spike club backward with great force. This counterattack was faster than Wang Yiming had anticipated. In midair, Wang Yiming was out of energy and unable to change direction to evade. "It's over." Wang Yiming's mind buzzed, and he could even feel the chill from the iron spikes on the spike club solidify. His pores erupted with yellow oil, instantly forming a thick layer of yellow armor in front and behind him. But Wang Yiming knew very well that this thing was just for show. It was too soft. It couldn't even withstand a regular sword, let alone Scarl's full-force strike. Taking this hit, he would likely be out for days. If only my oil could harden a bit more. Just as the spike club was about to smash into Wang Yiming, an unexpected change occurred. A faint black sheen suddenly flashed across the thick layer of yellow oil armor on Wang Yiming's body. Clang! A huge noise erupted. The sound was not the dull thud of the spiked club hitting the oil, but rather a crisp roar, as if two pieces of steel had collided violently. A tremendous rebound force surged through, almost causing Scarl to lose grip on his spike club. Wang Yiming, on the other hand, was sent flying like a yellow shadow, propelled backward like a cannonball. With a rumble, Wang Yiming crashed into a stack of empty barrels in the corner. Falling to the ground and taking a moment to get back up, the entire ship fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared in shock at the scene before them, their minds struggling to comprehend. Scarl looked down at his slightly numb hand, then at the shallow dent on the spike club, his face filled with disbelief. Did I block it? What the hell? What was that? Did I just see something black? All eyes were fixed on Wang Yiming, who was lying amidst the shattered barrels, dazed and confused. Ace's smile had long vanished, replaced by a look of astonishment. In the corner, Marco, who had been quietly observing the fight, turned to Whitebeard, who had appeared beside him without him noticing. "Old man, how long did it take you to master armament Haki back in the day?" Marco asked. Whitebeard took a swig from his massive wine bowl, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. "Gulalalala. It probably took about a year." Marco looked at Wang Yiming, who was struggling to rise, and murmured, "This guy. It's only been a few months since you taught him body and breathing techniques." Although the black sheen had appeared for just a moment, the strong fighters present all understood what it signified. The awakening of armament Haki. Once he crossed this threshold, true mastery would not be far off. Chapter 10. The Emergence of Blackbeard, Prelude to Destiny Dam. Wang Yiming lay in a pile of rotten wooden barrels, feeling like his whole body was falling apart, with a particularly sharp pain in his chest. Had he just heard the sound of metal clashing? Scar threw away the spike club in his hand and quickly walked over, yanking him up from the wood shavings. The scorn on this burly man's face was long gone, replaced by an expression of disbelief. He reached out his rough hand to feel around Wang Yiming's body, knocking on him a few times. Are you a monster?" Wang Yiming winced in pain and pushed his hand away. "Big brother, you're too rough." The surrounding crew members gathered around, all looking at him with the eyes of someone observing a rare animal. "You old man, what was that just now? What was that layer of black stuff? Your oil can change color too? You took a hit from Scar's club and just got knocked back? That's not scientific." Wang Yiming was just as confused. He had no idea what had happened. All he remembered was that when the Spike Club was coming at him, he had only one thought in his mind. Harden. Ace walked over, unable to contain his excitement, and patted Wang Yiming hard on the shoulder, nearly knocking him apart. Well done. Oh man, you really surprised us. That's called armament Haki, you idiot. Ace explained to the surrounding crew members. Although it's still just a budding sign, this guy is a true genius. Armament Haki? Wang Yiming's heart skipped a beat. This was one of the top power systems in the world of One Piece. He had inadvertently used it just now. So, what Whitebeard Dad said was true. As long as the will is strong enough and the power is concentrated enough, his oil can indeed be harder than steel. This welcome ceremony ended in a way that no one expected. Although Wang Yiming had taken quite a beating, he earned everyone's respect. He had truly integrated into the family of the 2nd Division. After that, life seemed to return to its usual calm. Wang Yiming's training intensity increased. In addition to Vista, Ace also began to personally guide him. Wang Yiming could feel himself growing stronger at an astonishing rate. The development of his fruit ability was becoming increasingly effortless. His oil clones could now last longer and even split into two. As for armament Haki, he hadn't mastered it well enough yet. He could release it occasionally, but only for a brief moment. To sum it up in 4 words, need more practice. Wang Yiming enjoyed these peaceful and fulfilling days, training, drinking, and bragging with his brothers every day. He even naively thought how wonderful it would be if such days could last forever. Then, the day that was bound to come finally arrived. The Moby Dick was sailing in a calm sea. With some crew members fishing and others playing cards, the atmosphere as relaxed and cheerful as ever. Wang Yiming was shoulder to shoulder with Ace, listening to him boast about his past adventures. Suddenly, a rapid ringing of the transponder snail echoed. Brew, brew, brew. Brew, brew, brew. A crew member responsible for intelligence answered the transponder snail, and after hearing a few words, his face turned grave. He hung up the phone and ran towards Whitebeard at the bow of the ship. Dad, we have news. It's Marshal D. Teach. That traitor, Blackbeard, has appeared on Bonero Island. Blackbeard. This name was like a mute button pressed down. All the noise and laughter on the deck vanished in that moment. The air seemed to solidify. Everyone's gaze turned sharply towards the 2nd Division's direction, towards their captain, Fire Fist Ace. The person on this ship who hated Blackbeard the most had to be Ace. Teach. The smile on Ace's face had long disappeared, replaced by a cold, murderous intent. A wave of scorching heat radiated from him, and the muscles in his shoulders tensed like stone. That bastard. Is he finally willing to show up? Sachi's death was a thorn in the hearts of everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates. Years ago, Blackbeard killed the 4th Division Captain Sachi to snatch the dark fruit, then betrayed the crew. For Ace, this thorn was laced with poison. Because Teach was once a member of the 2nd Division, cleaning house was an unshakable responsibility for him as captain. Dad. Ace strode up to Whitebeard and knelt on one knee. I want to personally capture that traitor and make him pay for what he has done. Whitebeard did not answer immediately. He picked up the enormous wine bowl, took a sip, his gaze deep as the ocean. No. A voice broke the silence. It was Wang Yiming. He stepped out from the crowd and stood beside Ace. Captain, you can't go. Everyone looked at him in surprise, not understanding how this newcomer dared to interject at such a moment. Ace frowned and turned to look at him. Yiming, this has nothing to do with you. How does it not concern me? Wang Yiming grew anxious. I'm a member of the 2nd Division, and you are my captain. I can't just watch you go to your death. He caught himself just in time, swallowing the word death. That Blackbeard is definitely not as simple as he seems. He could kill his comrades for a devil fruit. A person like that could do anything. This is definitely a trap. Wang Yiming struggled to organize his thoughts. Wanted to say everything he knew while not exposing his identity as a time traveler. A trap? Ace sneered. Even if it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire ahead, I will go. Teach has tarnished Dad's name. This is the greatest shame for us Whitebeard pirates. I must personally end him. Dad. Seeing he couldn't sway Ace, Wang Yiming could only place his hopes on Whitebeard. Dad, you have to persuade him. Or, where you go in person, if you take action, it will definitely be foolproof. As long as Whitebeard intervenes, not to mention just Blackbeard. Even if the entire Blackbeard pirates gathered, they would not be a match. However, Whitebeard just slowly shook his head. He looked at Ace, his eyes filled with a complex emotion. Teach has committed the most unforgivable crime on this ship. But, Whitebeard sighed, to personally punish my own son, I cannot do it. Wang Yiming's heart sank completely. He forgot that Whitebeard's greatest strength was also his greatest weakness. That is, he treated every crew member as his own son. Even a traitor like Teach, in his heart, was still once his son. Ha! Ace laughed confidently. Dad, don't worry. Just Teach alone. I am enough. I will bring him back to see you. Ace didn't take Blackbeard seriously at all. They were both former members of the 2nd Division. And Ace saw no signs of strength in Blackbeard. To him, Teach was merely a scheming little character who had been lurking for years with average strength. Wang Yiming looked at the self-assured Ace, feeling a wave of helplessness in his heart. He knew that the inertia of history was too strong. Wang Yiming opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. He knew he couldn't change Ace's determination. Ace bowed deeply to Whitebeard, then turned and left. His small speedboat, the Attacker, was soon lowered into the sea. Ace, safe travels. Bring that traitor back. The crew sent him off with thunderous cheers. Only Wang Yiming stood there in a daze, watching the small boat carrying the man with the white beard emblem gradually disappear over the horizon. Wang Yiming knew that with Ace's departure, their next meeting would be at Marine Headquarters, Marineford. The only thing he could do now was to give it his all to become stronger, in order to face the impending Marineford War. Chapter 11. Frenzied training. Wang Yiming knew that Ace's departure meant a life-and-death situation. He also understood how brutal the war that would engulf the entire world would be. The Whitebeard pirates would suffer heavy losses in that war. Whitebeard would die. Ace would die. Countless brothers would die. The only thing Wang Yiming could do was to become stronger, not only to save others, but also to protect himself. If he lacked strength, he could easily become cannon fodder. Just thinking about Akainu's magma fist made Wang Yiming shudder. His oil had a natural nemesis, which was fire. Ace's flame fruit left him with no chance to fight back, let alone the fact that magma was a superior ability to the flame fruit. So, from the day Ace left, Wang Yiming began a near self-destructive frenzied training. Every day, before dawn, when the first rays of morning light broke over the horizon, Wang Yiming's figure would already be on the deck. Sweat was his closest companion every day. He strapped on the specially made heavy weights from Whitebeard, weighing hundreds of kilograms, and ran laps around the massive deck of the Moby Dick. At first, he would be exhausted after just a few laps, feeling like a dead dog, his lungs burning as if they would explode at any moment. But he didn't stop. He ran until he was completely drained, then was carried to the infirmary. And the next day, he would wake up and continue. The brothers on the ship watched it all. This guy, has he gone mad? Ever since Captain Ace left, he hasn't been normal. This isn't training. It's clearly playing with his life. Vista found him frowning. Yiming, training needs to be gradual. Wang Yiming just grinned. Brother Vista, I can do this. Vista looked at him and could only sigh, saying nothing more. Wang Yiming truly couldn't explain the upcoming war at the summit. He couldn't just say that Ace would be defeated by Blackbeard and then handed over to the Navy. Could he? In the original story, the big characters in the Summit War didn't die much, but who cared about those at the bottom and the cannon fodder? Wang Yiming didn't want to be eliminated by a general's area attack due to lack of strength. Since he didn't want to be cannon fodder and even wanted to change history, he could only fight desperately. Physical training was just an appetizer. Wang Yiming spent more time honing his Haki. He knew that on future battlefields, facing those monsters from the Navy, Haki, especially armament Haki, was the real hard currency. The last time he fought against Scar, he had accidentally touched the threshold of armament Haki. Dad, can you teach me more about armament Haki? Whitebeard looked at this son before him, his eyes filled with approval. Talented and diligent. Such people are rare. Haki is the latent power that everyone possesses. Whitebeard's voice was like a bell. Spirit, intimidation, belief. These things, when gathered together, are Haki. Armament Haki is the unification of will and physical hardening. The stronger your will and body, the harder your armament Haki will be. The principle is simple, but putting it into practice is another matter entirely. Whitebeard had him stand in the center of the deck, extending one arm. Concentrate your mind, feel the power within your body, and then, with your will, tell it to cover your arm. Wang Yiming closed his eyes, trying hard to recall that feeling from before. the ultimate state when facing a mace, the desire to survive exploding, and the only thought left was to harden. He concentrated all his energy and belief in his right arm. Harden. Harden for me. The muscles in Wang Yiming's arm trembled violently from excessive effort, veins bulging. However, nothing happened. The arm was still the same arm, and the skin was still the same skin. Not only did it not turn black, it didn't even deepen in color. Several crew members watching nearby couldn't help but laugh. Come on, oil man. Just shouting 1T work. Wang Yiming's face turned beet red. He was unwilling to give up and tried again and again. This process was exceptionally difficult. Sometimes, a faint black light would flash across his arm, but it would always disappear in an instant, unable to be maintained. It was like a lighter that could only strike a spark, but couldn't catch fire. Your will isn't concentrated enough. Your body and will haven't unified. Whitebeard sat nearby, drinking while patiently correcting him. Days passed. Every day, aside from extreme physical training, Wang Yiming practiced armament Haki on the deck. Failure, failure, still failure. Wang Yiming even deliberately put himself in danger to push his potential. His injuries healed and reappeared, again and again. Marco was almost treating him as a key patient. I say, oil man, you should take it easy. If this goes on, I won't treat you anymore. Marco said while tending to his injuries, sounding annoyed. But Wang Yiming seemed not to hear, still mumbling to himself. Why? Why is it still not working? Is my will not strong enough? That day, it was another extreme training session. After the training, Wang Yiming stood on the deck, and with a thought, his hand began to change color. Starting from his fingertips, a deep, obsidian-like hue rapidly spread upward. Palm, wrist, forearm. In just a few seconds, his entire right arm was completely covered in a layer of shiny black luster. He succeeded. Wang Yiming's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his arm. He could clearly feel an unprecedented sense of solidity and strength coming from his arm. This time, it did not flicker out. Armament Haki steadily covered his arm, lasting a full 2 minutes before gradually fading due to exhaustion. Gulalalala. Whitebeard's signature, earth-shaking laughter echoed throughout the Moby Dick. Son, you found the trick. Chapter 12. Elementalization of the Superman System. After initially mastering armament Haki, it was like opening a door to a new world for Wang Yiming. Over the next month, Wang Yiming became increasingly proficient with armament Haki, able to use it for longer periods. He could cover his entire body with armament Haki for 3 minutes. If it was just one arm or fist, he could maintain it for dozens of minutes. With the support of Haki, Wang Yiming could finally develop the offensive forms of the oil fruit. Haki was the framework, while the fruit's ability was the flesh and blood. Perfectly combining the two would unleash the strongest power. In the following days, Wang Yiming's training direction changed. He no longer blindly pursued extreme physical fitness and willpower bursts as he had before. Instead, he began to refine his abilities more meticulously. In terms of fruit development, Wang Yiming set himself a new goal that sounded a bit fanciful. He wanted to further refine the properties of oil. He was no longer satisfied with just being able to spray out thick, slippery, ordinary oil. In his mind, he envisioned various types of oil with different characteristics. For example, a super slippery lubricant that was 100 times smoother than the oil he currently used. Or a viscous fluid oil that was as sticky as super glue, like a fluid that one could get trapped in. It could be used to create traps to bind enemies. Even more whimsically, Wang Yiming wondered if he could create an elastic oil like rubber. If possible, he could use the oil to bounce back attacks or make a bouncy oil trampoline. These ideas sounded absurd to others. The abilities of devil fruits are usually quite singular before awakening. The oil fruit is just for producing oil. Do you want to create so many variations? But Wang Yiming didn't think so. He firmly believed that the upper limits of a devil fruit's ability depended on the user's imaginative development. Since his ability was oil, theoretically, he should be able to create any type of oil in the world. The key was how he would achieve it. To accomplish this goal, Wang Yiming began a new, bizarre training method. He found a huge wooden barrel on the ship. Then he searched the ship for all kinds of oils and poured them all into the barrel. Next, he immersed himself completely, naked, in the mixed oils, leaving only his head above water to breathe. What is this guy doing? Oh my god, this is so greasy. I almost feel like throwing up just watching. Is he pickling salted fish? The crew was completely baffled by his performance art-like training method. However, Wang Yiming paid no attention to the discussions around him. He fully immersed himself in the mixed oils, closed his eyes, and cleared his mind. He wanted to feel the existence of oil in the most direct way, to feel each of its molecules, to understand its composition. Then, he would try to change their arrangement and combination with his mind. This was a mental battle. At first, he felt nothing. He could only feel his whole body wrapped in a greasy, warm liquid, which was quite uncomfortable. But he forced himself to calm down. 1 day, 2 days, a week. Gradually, Wang Yiming truly began to see. In his mental world, the oil that enveloped him was no longer a muddy mass. Instead, it became a series of active energy bodies made up of tiny particles. He attempted to touch them with his mind, like a conductor trying to lead a band that had never played together before. Those energy particles simply wouldn't listen to him. Wang Yiming wanted them to become smoother, but they huddled together. He wanted them to become stickier, but they scattered in all directions. Until a month later, Wang Yiming felt as if a layer of glass had been broken between his spirit and the fruit's ability, achieving an unprecedented resonance. When he tried to guide those energy particles again with his mind, they became much more obedient. Lubricating oil, sticky oil, super slippery liquid oil, high viscosity, solidified oil. What is this? Did I hear that right? That greasy kid wants to challenge the captains? Has he lost his mind from training too hard? Yes. Wang Yiming made a decision that shocked everyone. He wanted to challenge the captains of various divisions. Everyone thought Wang Yiming was crazy. The captains of the White-Beard Pirates divisions were notorious monsters on the seas. Each one was a significant figure capable of standing alone. You, a newbie who has barely been here for a year, dare to challenge the captains just because you have grasped some basic Haki and developed a few new tricks with your fruit ability? Isn't that like an old man hanging himself, wishing for a longer life? The first target Wang Yiming challenged was Kuliel, the captain of the 10th Division. Kuliel was a weapon expert, especially skilled with firearms, wielding 2 massive Gatling guns with ferocious firepower. The battle took place on the deck. Almost all the crew came to watch, eager to see how this reckless kid would be taught a lesson by the captain. Kid, let me remind you, my bullets don't have eyes. Kuliel, holding 2 giant machine guns, had a serious expression. Bring it on, Kuliel. Wang Yiming struck a pose, his gaze more focused than ever. The moment the battle began, Kuliel sowed no mercy. His 2 machine guns spewing out violent tongues of fire. The dense rain of bullets formed a metallic storm net that swept toward Wang Yiming. Solidify, Wang Yiming shouted, and a large amount of butter surged in front of him, condensing into a thick shield. At the same time, he covered the surface of the butter shield with the armament Haki he had just mastered. Clang, 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 clang. A series of crisp metallic sounds rang out. The bullets hit the black butter shield, sparking a flurry of sparks, but they couldn't penetrate and were deflected away. Oh, he blocked it. Awesome. Old boy. The onlooking crew exclaimed in surprise. He pressed his finger on the trigger. In the next second, the power of the bullets suddenly increased. The bullets whistling towards him had a faint black sheen on them. They were bullets enhanced with armament Haki. Puff, puff, puff. This time, the butter shield couldn't create miracles again. It was pierced through in an instant, like butter cut by a hot knife. Wang Yiming was horrified, and super slippery liquid oil surged beneath his feet, causing his body to slide to the side at extreme speed. Even so, a few bullets still grazed his shoulder and thigh, drawing blood. Hiss! Wang Yiming gasped in pain. The gap was too great. His armament Haki was just at a beginner level, far inferior to an established powerhouse like Kuliel. The ensuing battle was almost a one-sided beatdown. Wang Yiming used every trick he had. The super slippery oil made his movements unpredictable. The high viscosity oil hindered Kuliel's actions. And the oil clones successfully drew fire several times. But in the face of absolute strength disparity, these were merely small tricks. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Yiming was covered in injuries, gasping for breath as he lay on the ground. Undoubtedly, it was a crushing defeat, but this was just the beginning. In the following 2 months, Wang Yiming embarked on a journey of masochistic challenges, challenging the captain of the 5th Division, the Flower Sorbista. The result was that the opponent used a Western sword to slash dozens of cuts on him, turning his clothes into rags. He challenged the captain of the 13th Division, Water Buffalo Atmos. As a result, he was chased all over the ship by the opponent wielding two huge curved blades, and finally, he was knocked away by a single blow, breaking 3 masts in the process. He challenged the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Jaws. This time, it was even worse. Wang Yiming couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. His proud armed color oil armor was no different from paper in front of Jaws' diamond-like arms. With one punch, he was directly knocked out, spitting blood and losing consciousness. Wang Yiming was like a headstrong sandbag, rushing up again and again, only to be beaten to a pulp each time. Each time he was left with only half his life, he was carried to Marco. Here we go again. Marco looked at the battered and bloodied Wang Yiming and had already gotten used to it. He reached out his hand, and blue flames covered Wang Yiming's body. I say, you kid, do you have some masochistic tendencies? Marco yoked. Wang Yiming grinned, blood frothing from his mouth. This is called pain and pleasure. It's also thanks to Marco, this bug-like healer. As long as he wasn't dead and his essence wasn't harmed, Marco's regeneration flames could bring him back to his original state. This is also one of the reasons why the members of the Whitebeard Pirates can be fearless and bravely improve themselves. Although this reckless challenge was painful, the benefits Wang Yiming gained were immense. His battle experience grew rapidly through repeated real combat. His Haki became more and more refined under the constant pressure and impact from the Haki of stronger opponents. His use of fruit abilities also became increasingly proficient and crafty. Although he still lost, he could hold on for longer under the captain's hands. From a few minutes at the beginning, to 10 minutes, then to 20 minutes. Until that day, he challenged Flower Sword Vista again. The two fought fiercely on the deck for over half an hour. Wang Yiming was drenched in sweat, and his stamina was nearing its limit. Vista's swordsmanship was too exquisite and brilliant, like mercury flowing everywhere, with no gaps to exploit. Wang Yiming's oil armor and shield were being sliced away piece by piece under his sword. It's over, Yiming. Vista seized on a flaw, and the long sword in his hand turned into a cold light, piercing straight for Wang Yiming's heart. This sword was incredibly fast. Wang Yiming's body could no longer keep up with the reaction. He couldn't dodge it. Watching the tip of the sword magnifying in his pupils, Wang Yiming's mind went blank. Was he going to lie down and return to the infirmary again? No, I don't want to lose again. Just before being stabbed, a thought erupted from the depths of his heart. Why? Why can't my body be like oil? Elementalization. Vista's sword pierced through Wang Yiming's chest. Although Vista had held back and missed the heart, it still pierced through Wang Yiming's body. However, the expected scene of blood splattering did not occur. What he felt from a sword tip was not the sensation of piercing flesh. Instead, it was a feeling as if piercing through a thick liquid. Vista was stunned. He was certain that this was the main body, not an oil clone. Wang Yiming's body actually sank inward like a liquid, then flowed past both sides of the sword blade. At that moment, Wang Yiming's entire body transformed into a flowing pool of yellow oil. Elementalization, the most iconic ability of a natural-type Devil Fruit user. What? For the first time, shock appeared on Vista's face. The surrounding crew members collectively gasped, their eyes nearly popping out. The oil fruit. Isn't a superhuman type? At that moment, Whitebeard stepped forward and explained, some superhuman-type fruits can also achieve a similar elementalization effect through ability development. It really depends on the talent. Chapter 13 challenged the Phoenix. So, well done. The approval in Whitebeard's eyes for Wang Yiming grew even stronger. This son always brings him surprises. The surrounding crew members, after a brief moment of distraction, erupted into cheers like a tidal wave. Oh, oil man, so strong. The elementalization of the superhuman type. Impressive. We have another incredible monster on our ship. Wang Yiming exited the elemental state, feeling a bit weak, but his spirit was exceptionally high. Feeling the power surging within him, an unprecedented sense of strength filled his limbs. I succeeded. Wang Yiming could deeply sense his transformation. In the world of pirates, there's a concept of awakening the devil fruit. Wang Yiming had always been unsure how to awaken it, but after today, he felt he had touched the threshold of awakening. Now, He truly possessed the capital to confront strong opponents head-on. In the month after mastering elementalization, Wang Yiming did not stop training. He continuously familiarized himself with this new combat form, combining elementalization with armament Haki to develop more variable techniques. His body could switch between solid and oil form at will, making it difficult for opponents to defend against him. He could even maintain his elementalization while creating oil-based weapons covered with armament Haki on his hands. One day, after feeling that he had fully consolidated his new ability, he made a decision that caught everyone's attention once again. He walked up to Marco, who was lounging against the ship's railing, soaking up the sun. "Marco, big brother." Marco opened his sleepy eyes, responding lazily. "I want to challenge you." Wang Yiming's voice was firm. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Marco was taken aback for a moment, then straightened his body, the sleepy expression on his face disappearing, replaced by a playful smile. "Oh, you want to challenge me?" He looked Wang Yiming up and down. "Kid, you better think this through. My fire is not just for saving people." A scorching aura emanated from Marco, distorting the air around them. Wang Yiming felt the pressure, but did not flinch. Instead, his fighting spirit intensified. "Of course I know. I want to see if your fire is stronger or my oil. Please, go all out." "Interesting." Marco stood up, flexing his wrists. "Then let's see how much you've grown this past month." The two of them stood in the center of the deck, and the crew members automatically retreated to the distance, forming a large circle, their faces filled with excitement and anticipation. One was the captain of the First Division of the White-Beard Pirates, possessing the mythical Zoan-type Phoenix Fruit, a well-known pirate. The other was a newcomer who had just emerged but was growing at an astonishing rate, having just mastered the superhuman elementalization. This battle was bound to be explosive. "Go!" Wang Yiming took the initiative, slick oil surging from beneath his feet as he transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, instantly rushing in front of Marco. His fist covered in black armament Haki aimed straight for Marco's face. Marco did not dodge. He lifted his right leg, blue flames instantly enveloping his foot, kicking towards Wang Yiming's fist. Bang! The fists and feet collided, producing a dull thud. A powerful shockwave erupted from the two, causing the surrounding crew members to stagger. After the strike, both retreated simultaneously. "Not bad." Marco shook his slightly numb leg. "You didn't use much strength, big brother Marco." Before Wang Yiming finished speaking, he slammed both hands onto the deck. Well, hell. The deck around Marco, within a 10-meter radius, instantly transformed into a sticky oil swamp. A huge suction force emanated from below, trying to trap Marco. However, Marco simply chuckled, his arms flaring up to become two wings engulfed in blue flames. "The ground is not essential for me." He easily broke free from the entrapment, flying into the air. Oil bomb machine gun. Wang Yiming aimed both hands at the sky, and countless oil bombs wrapped in armament Haki shot towards Marco like a torrential rain. Marco nimbly flipped in the air, leaving behind dazzling trails of blue flames from his wings, effortlessly dodging all the oil bombs. Too slow. He dove down, transforming into a massive phoenix, charging towards Wang Yiming with the intent to incinerate everything. Wang Yiming's pupils constricted, and he smiled slightly. His body instantly turned into a pool of flowing black liquid. The blue flame giant bird passed through the liquid, scorching the deck black, yet it did not harm Wang Yiming at all. The black oil did not catch fire. Marco stopped, looking at Wang Yiming in shock. "What kind of oil is this?" The black liquid reassembled, restoring Wang Yiming's human form. "Soy sauce." Everyone was stunned. Is soy sauce considered oil? Whitebeard also looked at Wang Yiming in shock. Just this move alone had reached a conceptual level. This kid, he is probably on the verge of awakening his fruit. After the shock, Marco did not stop his attack. "Don't be careless." Marco's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Wang Yiming's heart jolted, and he quickly turned around, only to see another Marco appearing behind him. His fist was not only covered in armament Haki, but also enveloped in a layer of thick blue flames. That punch landed solidly on Wang Yiming's back. Puff! Wang Yiming felt as if he had been struck by a volcano, flying out. A large portion of the oil on his chest evaporated by the high-temperature flames, even scattering his armament Haki. You can also create afterimages. It's not called creating afterimages. It's called residual shadows. Marco Chakiv. Wang Yiming wiped the blood from his mouth. Revealing a smile, continue. The battle escalated. Wang Yiming pushed his abilities to the limit, playing with the properties of oil in various ways. Marco, on the other hand, showcased the terrifying strength of a First Division captain. His physical skills, Haki, and fruit abilities all surpassed Wang Yiming. The regenerative flames made all of Wang Yiming's attacks seem futile. The fight continued from day to dusk. The deck of the Moby Dick had become a mess, filled with pits and charred marks. Both were panting heavily, but neither could gain the upper hand. Wang Yiming's attacks could not inflict substantial damage on Marco, and Marco's attacks could always be dodged or endured by Wang Yiming using elementalization. It's not over yet, Wang Yiming shouted, channeling all his remaining strength to prepare for the final strike. It's about time to wrap this up. At that moment, a dignified voice rang out. Whitebeard had stood up at some point, casually throwing a punch towards the center of their battle. Crack! The air shattered like glass. An invisible but irresistible wave of force instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Both Wang Yiming and Marco felt their bodies sink, the momentum they had just gathered dissipating instantly, and they both stopped their attacks in unison. Gararalala. Not bad. Whitebeard retracted his fist, a satisfied smile on his face. All right, that's enough. The battle was forcibly halted. Although Wang Yiming felt somewhat unwilling, he also understood the gap between himself and Marco. Marco also released his phoenix form and walked over to Wang Yiming. Kid, you really are a monster, Marco sincerely praised. To be able to fight like this with him, although there was some leniency on Marco's part, it was enough to prove Wang Yiming's strength. A few days later, after Wang Yiming's injuries were completely healed under Marco's treatment, Whitebeard found him alone. Son, Whitebeard said, looking at him with deep eyes, with your current strength, you're already qualified to be a captain of a division. Do you want to be a division captain? Becoming a division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates is such an honor. However, Wang Yiming shook his head. Dad, not for now. He looked at the flag belonging to the 2nd Division in the distance and said seriously, I'll just be a vice captain for now, and we can talk about it when my captain ace returns. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard was first taken aback, then burst into an even louder laugh. Just then, an urgent bell rang from the lookout tower. A crew member poked his head out and shouted, Dad. Ahead we have spotted a Navy fleet. At least 10 warships. Leading them is a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters. Chapter 14. The Oil Hero, famous in one battle. Naval fleet? Whitebeard merely shrugged dismissively and returned to his throne. Just some annoying flies. He took a big gulp of wine and waved his hand at Wang Yiming. Son, this time it's up to you. Take your 2nd Division brothers and chase those flies away. Whitebeard yawned. By the way, hurry up, or else if they see my ship and get scared off, there won't be any fun left. Yes, Dad. Wang Yiming perked up, loudly accepting the order. This was the first official task his father had entrusted him with, and he was leading a division into battle. This represented recognition. He immediately turned around and shouted at the eager members of the 2nd Division. Brothers, grab your weapons. Let's get to work. Oh. The members of the 2nd Division let out excited howls and quickly sprang into action. A small fast boat designed for assaults was lowered into the sea. Wang Yiming took the lead, charging at full speed towards the distant black dot, the naval fleet. On the flagship of the naval fleet in the distance, a stern-looking man in a naval vice admiral uniform, with sharp eyes, was observing through a telescope. His name was Montblanc Memero, a vice admiral of the naval headquarters and a user of the empathy fruit. Report to Vice Admiral Memero. A small pirate ship has been spotted approaching us at high speed. Only one? Vice Admiral Memero lowered the telescope, frowning slightly. Have you identified which pirate crew it is? Flag. Not displayed. Looks like a relatively unknown small pirate crew. They don't know when to quit. Vice Admiral Memero snorted coldly and ordered the ships. Open fire freely. Blow it to pieces. Yes. With the order given, hundreds of cannons on 10 warships immediately adjusted their angles to target the lone approaching boat. Fire. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening sound of cannon fire reverberated across the sea. Countless cannonballs, trailing long tails of smoke, arced through the air towards Wang Yiming's small boat. Boss Oilman, too many cannonballs. Turn away. The crew on the ship shouted. No need to turn, just brace yourselves. Wang Yiming stood at the bow, his body instantly covered in oil. He transformed from a pale-faced youth into a greasy man, faced with the overwhelming cannon fire. There was not a trace of fear on his face. Wang Yiming spread his arms wide, and a large amount of ultra-slick lubricant sprayed out from beneath his feet, instantly covering the sea surface around the small boat. Grease water surfing. Under Wang Yiming's control, the small boat glided across the sea like a bar of soap on ice, moving with an eerie pace that defied the laws of physics as it weaved through the barrage. Cannonballs exploded around the small boat, sending towering water columns into the air. Yet not a single shot hit. What? Everyone on the naval fleet was dumbfounded. What kind of ship technique is this? Continue firing. Sink it. Vice Admiral Memero's expression darkened. However, while they were preparing the second round of cannonballs, Wang Yiming had already driven the small boat close to the fleet. Brothers, prepare for boarding, Wang Yiming shouted, pressing his hands against the bow of the boat. Grease, sky ladder. A thick stream of yellow grease sprayed from his hands, quickly solidifying in the air. It formed a diagonal, slippery butter ladder connecting their small boat's bow to the deck of the nearest naval warship. Charge with me. Wang Yiming was the first to rush up the grease ladder, with the 2nd Division members following closely behind. Stop them. Open fire. The Navy soldiers on the warship reacted quickly, raising their guns to shoot. But a strange scene unfolded. Wang Yiming and his subordinates glided up the slippery grease ladder as if it were solid ground, moving at incredible speed. Meanwhile, the Navy soldiers trying to stop them slipped on the oil splattered on the deck, falling all over the place. Why? Why aren't they slipping on the oil? A naval officer shouted in despair. This was a manifestation of Wang Yiming's extraordinary control over his fruitability. He could now adjust the friction of any patch of oil at will. For him and his companions, the friction was sufficient, making it easy for them to move. For their enemies, the friction was almost non-existent, and unless one had extraordinary balance or other abilities, they would inevitably fall. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yiming had led his men onto the naval deck. Kill! A chaotic brawl erupted instantly. Wang Yiming did not use any weapons. He simply strolled through the crowd. He raised his right hand, pointing his index finger at a Navy soldier about to slash at a comrade. Bayou! A small oil bullet wrapped in armament Haki shot from his fingertip, instantly piercing the Navy soldier's chest. Bayou! 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 Wang Yiming's fingers tapped continuously, and each light sound signified a Navy soldier's fall. These oil bullets were not only incredibly fast and powerful, but could also make slight arc adjustments in the air, making them impossible to predict. Wang Yiming had no fondness for the Navy. When he first crossed over, they were hunted by the Navy, forcing their fleet to flee in panic, only to encounter the even more terrifying nine-snake pirate crew. Monsters! The Navy soldiers were terrified by Wang Yiming's peculiar attack method. Get out of the way! With a loud shout, Vice Admiral Memero burst from the crowd, recognizing that Wang Yiming was the leader of this group of pirates. Memero suddenly accelerated, using the Soru technique from the Navy's 6 powers. By generating impact force through rapid foot strikes on the ground, he gained the ability to dash at incredible speed, making his movements nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. Memero flashed in front of Wang Yiming, throwing a powerful punch covered in Haki. However, Wang Yiming was even faster. He slid his feet and evaded the attack at an unbelievable angle. Vice Admiral Memero's heart sank. Is that observation Haki? What he didn't know was that Wang Yiming did not yet know observation Haki. He also didn't know Soru. But Wang Yiming's speed could match Memero's, because he had used oil to reduce the friction beneath his feet. Theoretically, without resistance, speed could keep increasing until it reached the speed of light. But there is still air resistance and friction. Sorry, the greasy Wang Yiming is covered in a thin layer of oil, giving him an extremely low friction coefficient. Of course, he couldn't yet reach the speed of light, but surpassing Memero's speed was no problem. After several failed attacks, Memero found himself in a bit of a predicament. He wanted to touch Wang Yiming to activate his empathy fruit ability. Empathy meant sharing each other's 5 senses. But Memero found that the opponent was too fast to catch. Who the hell are you? Vice Admiral Memero shouted angrily while launching a fierce attack. Wang Yiming easily dodged while stylishly tossing his now lengthened hair. Listen well. I am the vice captain of the 2nd Division of the White-Beard Pirates, known as the Oil Hero. Wang Yiming is my name. What oil man, Greasy kid. Those are all too harsh. This was the resounding title he had carefully designed for himself. White-Beard Pirates. Vice Admiral Memero's movements suddenly froze. At that moment, a sharp-eyed sailor behind him finally spotted the outline of the mothership looming like a giant beast on the sea. The massive whale-like bow. That iconic pirate flag. Admiral. Not good. It's the Moby Dick. It's Whitebeard's ship. The lookout's voice became shrill and distorted from sheer terror. Retreat. All personnel retreat. Vice Admiral Memero decisively issued the command without hesitation. It was one thing to provoke a squad of the Whitebeard pirates, but Whitebeard himself was right behind them. If they didn't flee now, their fleet would be completely wiped out today. The naval fleet retreated in a panic, faster than they had arrived. Wang Yiming did not pursue. He simply stood on the deck, watching them disappear into the distance. This battle was not about killing, but about making a name for oneself. Chapter 15, The Verdict of Fate. Back on the Moby Dick, Wang Yiming received a hero's welcome. Well done, oil man. You've become a big shot who can even defeat a vice admiral. The crew surrounded him, laughing and joking, creating an extraordinarily lively atmosphere. Wang Yiming enjoyed the flattery, but was still reflecting on the earlier battle. Although the vice admiral was not as fast as him and couldn't hit him, Wang Yiming's oil bullets also failed to hit the opponent. It seemed that the opponent could always predict his oil bullets in advance. Old man, Wang Yiming approached Whitebeard and asked his lingering question. Why could that vice admiral dodge my oil bullets even though he was slower than me? Whitebeard took a sip of his drink, his deep voice resonating. That's observation Haki, a power that allows one to sense the opponent's aura and movements. Observation Haki. Wang Yiming's eyes lit up. He remembered that there was indeed such an ability in the anime. He just didn't expect that even a random vice admiral would possess it. When watching the anime, he thought not many people had it. In reality, however, many experts in the pirate world should have it, just not as terrifying as Shank's observation Haki. Ordinary observation Haki is hidden within regular battles, and bystanders might not even notice it. Old man, I want to learn this too. If he could master observation Haki, combined with his slippery movement and elementalization, his survival ability would reach a terrifying level. Whitebeard looked at him and slowly shook his head. Observation Haki is different from armament Haki. Armament Haki can be strengthened through physical and mental training. But observation Haki is an instinct honed through constant perception of danger, forged between life and death. Many of the captains on our ship have mastered armament Haki, but only 3 or 4 truly excel in observation Haki. It seemed that the vice admiral was not just an ordinary one. Whitebeard implied that this was something that couldn't be taught. One had to comprehend it on their own. Generally speaking, the more battles one experiences, the more observant one becomes, and the sharper the perception of danger, the more likely one is to awaken it. After hearing this, Wang Yiming felt enlightened. It seemed that the road ahead of him was still long. In the following days, the Moby Dick visited Sphinx Island. During this time, they received some news. Wang Yiming's title of Holy Lance Oil Hero had spread within the Navy. His bounty started at 100 million berries. Upon hearing this news, the crew congratulated Wang Yiming. Oil man, we won't go home until we're drunk tonight. I'm now called Holy Lance Oil Hero. The 4 words are too troublesome. Let us stick with oil man. The atmosphere on the ship remained as relaxed as ever. The crew drank, sang, played cards, fought, and trained. They did many things, but there was one thing they didn't do. Wang Yiming was puzzled. Didn't this group of pirates want women? He certainly did. Aside from thinking about women, Wang Yiming spent most of his time training himself. He began to consciously exercise his perception abilities. Sometimes he would close his eyes to feel the flow of the wind, listen to the sound of the waves, and distinguish each crew member's footsteps on the deck. Wang Yiming enjoyed these calm and fulfilling days, even harboring a sliver of fantasy. Perhaps he could truly change history. Perhaps Ace would soon return to the ship, holding Blackbeard. However, fantasies are ultimately just fantasies. One day, a newsbird landed on the deck of the Moby Dick, as usual. A crew member bought a newspaper and flipped through it casually. Suddenly, his movements halted. He widened his eyes, staring at the headline of the newspaper. the color draining from his face at a visible speed. Wah! What the hell? The newspaper slipped from his hand helplessly. Curious companions picked it up. The next second, terrified screams shattered the peace on the deck. No, this can't be. More and more crew members gathered around. And when they saw the content of the newspaper, each person stood frozen in shock as if struck by lightning. The noisy deck, the cheerful laughter, came to an abrupt halt at that moment. Wang Yiming's heart sank suddenly, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He pushed through the crowd and picked up the newspaper. The huge black headline pierced his eyes. Fire Fist Ace, defeated in a catastrophic battle at Banero Island. Captured alive by Blackbeard Teach, handed over to the Navy headquarters. The world government's highest authority announces, to deter the increasingly rampant pirates, in 2 weeks at the Navy headquarters Marineford. A public execution will be held for Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, Captain Portgasty Ace. Boom! It was as if thunder exploded in Wang Yiming's mind. The future he most dreaded had finally appeared before him. Ace, Captain, a member of the 2nd Division's legs gave way, kneeling on the ground, crying out in despair. This is a lie. It must be a lie. How could Captain Ace lose to that traitor Teach? Public execution. The Navy. How dare they? How dare they do this? Sadness, anger, disbelief, despair. All the crew members lost their sanity. They either cried, roared in anger, or pounded the deck with their fists, unable to accept this cruel reality. Wang Yiming's grip on the newspaper turned white from the excessive force. He slowly raised his head to look at the towering figure at the bow of the ship. Whitebeard sat still on his throne, unmoving. The weathered face seemed to suddenly gain countless deep wrinkles. Whitebeard slowly raised his hand to pick up the giant bowl of alcohol beside him. His movements were slow, as if he had exhausted all his strength. Crack! The hard bowl was crushed in his hand, cracking under the pressure. An indescribable, terrifying aura spread from him. The sky began to darken. The sea began to churn. Whitebeard did not speak, but everyone felt the terrifying rage that could overturn the world. At that moment, Whitebeard slowly stood up, scanning all his heartbroken sons on the deck. He spoke, Marco, gather all the division commanders and notify all the pirate crews under our command. Target Marineford. Prepare for war. Chapter 16, Acting Alone. Whitebeard's thunderous voice exploded in everyone's ears, transforming their sadness and despair into a raging fury. That's right. Now is not the time to cry. Captain Ace is not dead yet. As long as he is alive, there is still hope. Battle, battle, battle. All the pirates on the deck raised their weapons, shouting with all their might. The Moby Dick, this sleeping giant, fully awakened at that moment. Everyone turned the ship's bow towards the center of the new world. A storm sweeping the world was already brewing. The machinery of war began to operate. Orders were issued from Whitebeard's mouth, relayed by the captains of various divisions through the transponder snails to the 43 pirate ships scattered throughout the New World. The entire Whitebeard pirates, along with all affiliated forces, mobilized, resupplying, repairing ships, maintaining weapons. Everyone was preparing for the impending full-scale war against the world government. On the ship, the usual laughter and joy had vanished, replaced by a heavy silence, with only the sounds of weapons being polished and supplies being moved echoing. Wang Yiming was busy with the brothers of the 2nd Division. However, his mind was racing. Is it really a sure bet for the Whitebeard pirates to confront the enemy head-on? He knew better than anyone that at Marineford, the Navy had assembled the most elite forces. The 3 admirals, countless vice-admirals, and the 7 warlords of the sea. It was a trap tailored for Whitebeard. Even if they could rescue Ace in the end, the Whitebeard pirates would surely suffer significant losses, and even, Dad might. Is there a possibility to rescue Ace before 2 weeks, before the Navy has everything set up? Impel Down. Yes. In the anime, Luffy caused a riot in Impel Down to save his brother. Although he was a step too late and Ace was transferred, his actions undoubtedly proved that the so-called impenetrable prison was not insurmountable. Luffy was slow mainly because he fought his way down layer by layer, wasting too much time. What if I go? Perhaps I could be faster. If I can rescue Ace before the Navy escorts him to Marineford. Wouldn't he that make the so-called Marineford war a joke? The more Wang Yiming thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. This was definitely the plan with the least risk and the highest reward. However, this plan had one critical difficulty. How to enter Impel Down. That place was located in a windless zone, surrounded by nests of giant sea kings, and only Navy and world government ships, embedded with sea prism stone on their hulls, could pass through safely. Luffy could enter because he had the help of Boa Hancock. Hancock, as a warlord of the sea, could freely enter and exit various Navy fortresses. Wait, suddenly, the image of that lofty woman appeared in Wang Yiming's mind. I might be able to find the real Hancock. Although my last experience on the Kuja pirate ship wasn't very pleasant, this time is different. The current me is not the small character who can be easily slaughtered anymore. Moreover, who does Hancock like? Luffy. If I can disguise myself as Luffy and deceive Hancock into bringing me into Impel Down, done. That night, Wang Yiming found Whitebeard alone on the bow, gazing at the moon and drinking. Dad. Whitebeard did not turn around, only making a muffled sound. I want to act alone. Wang Yiming took a deep breath and stated his decision. Whitebeard set down his drinking bowl and slowly turned around, his deep eyes fixed on Wang Yiming. Where to? Impel Down. Wang Yiming didn't hide anything. I want to try to see if I can rescue Ace in advance. Wang Yiming laid out his entire plan to Whitebeard. After listening, Whitebeard fell silent. After a long while, he slowly shook his head. Son, your idea is good, but it is too naive. Impel Down is the face of the world government, and its defenses are far beyond your imagination. Even I'm not confident I can sneak in unnoticed. Moreover, you want to disguise yourself as someone else to deceive Hancock. That won't work. A serious expression appeared on Whitebeard's face. That woman did not become a warlord of the sea solely based on her beauty. She is also proficient in Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki. Your disguise might fool the eyes of ordinary people, but it will never fool a master of Observation Haki. Your aura is completely different from that kid named Luffy. Once you get close to her, you'll be exposed. Wang Yiming indeed overlooked the issue of Observation Haki, but his eyes remained resolute. But I still want to give it a try. As far as I know, Hancock likes Luffy. She is love-struck, and perhaps she would be foolish upon seeing Luffy. Wang Yiming had previously shared the story of being captured by the Kuja pirates, so it was reasonable for him to have some understanding of Hancock. Whitebeard looked at Wang Yiming, observing the stubbornness in his eyes that reflected a determination not to back down. This gaze was strikingly similar to that of Ace. That foolish son. Are you really determined? Yes, Dad. Wang Yiming replied firmly. Whitebeard thought that now Wang Yiming also had the strength of a warlord of the sea. So even if he was exposed, it wouldn't matter. He said, since this is what my son wants to do, then go ahead and do it. He patted Wang Yiming's shoulder, his huge palm steady as a mountain. Go, I will prepare the fastest small boat for you. But remember, your life is more important than anything else. If things become unmanageable, come back immediately. Yes, Dad. Wang Yiming nodded heavily. And so, a small fast boat quietly carried Wang Yiming away from the Moby Dick, heading in another direction. Chapter 17. The President Who Mushroomed. And so a small speedboat, carrying Wang Yiming, quietly departed from the Moby Dick, heading in another direction. After spending nearly a year on Whitebeard's ship, watching the old sailors operate daily, Wang Yiming's sailing skills were no longer that of novice. Not to mention, he now possessed the power of a devil fruit. The small boat entered the doldrums. The sea surface calm like a mirror, but hidden dangers lurked beneath. Wang Yiming was not at all flustered. He activated his ability, and a large amount of grease surged from his palms, quickly coalescing at the stern of the boat to form a high-speed, rotating propeller. Virum! A long trail of white foam erupted from behind the small boat, cutting through the waves at a speed far exceeding that of an ordinary sailboat. Sea kings? Back when I was a rookie, I could swim around in their bellies for days. Let alone now, after just a couple of days. Guided by the sea charts he obtained from Marco, Wang Yiming finally spotted a blurry black dot ahead. That should be Daughter Island, Amazon Lily, according to his memory timeline. That brat Luffy should be on this island right now. Wang Yiming rubbed his smooth chin, a hint of wickedness in his eyes. Disguising as Luffy to deceive Hancock? What a joke. That's deceiving dear old Dad. Even he thought it was a bit ridiculous. Wang Yiming's real plan was much simpler and more brutal. That is, directly land on the island, find Luffy, and then capture him, use Luffy's life to threaten that lovesick Empress. Wang Yiming believed Hancock would definitely compromise. It was just a bit underhanded, so it wasn't convenient to tell Whitebeard. When the boat was still some distance from Daughter Island, Wang Yiming retracted the oily propeller. The noise was a bit loud, and he didn't want to be discovered by the patrol boats of the Kuja. Wang Yiming paddled the boat, looking for a secluded rocky beach, and quietly came ashore. The island was dense with jungle, and the air was filled with a strange floral fragrance. Just as Wang Yiming hid the small boat and was preparing to delve deeper into the jungle for exploration, he turned around and bumped right into a group of people. Goodness! Looking around, they were all women. Tall, petite, voluptuous, slender. Each wore cool animal skin skirts, exposing large areas of healthy wheat-colored skin, exuding a wild beauty. Wang Yiming's eyes were almost overwhelmed. This group of women clearly didn't expect to encounter a stranger here, each one tightening their grip on their bows and arrows. Watching him warily, most of the islanders had never seen a man, so their first impression was just that this woman looked a bit strange. A woman who seemed to be the leader frowned and scrutinized Wang Yiming from head to toe. "Who are you? I've never seen you before." Wang Yiming's mind raced, and he immediately forced a hearty smile on his face. "My name is Labrador. I am from east of the island." "East of the island?" Just then, a sharp-eyed woman noticed Wang Yiming's lower half and exclaimed in surprise. "Hey, look, what is that bulges pants?" Swish! All the women's gazes instantly shot towards Wang Yiming's crucial area. Wang Yiming's mouth twitched. Could it not bulge? After being cooped up on Whitebeard's ship for a year, facing a bunch of foot-picking men, now suddenly seeing so many beautiful girls, if he didn't react, then was he even a man? Seeing the women grow increasingly suspicious, Wang Yiming knew he absolutely couldn't make a move here. That would alert the snakes. His eyes turned, and a plan formed in his mind. Suddenly, Wang Yiming's face turned pale, clutching his stomach, and displayed a painful expression. "Ouch! Ouch! I can't take it anymore. I ate a poisonous mushroom, and I'm poisoned." The women were startled by his sudden change. "Poisoned? What kind of poison is that strong?" Wang Yiming said with a pained expression. "The mushroom I ate is highly toxic. New mushrooms will grow all over my body." Saying this, he secretly activated his ability, controlling the grease. Before long, several yellow, shiny mushrooms popped up on his arms, shoulders, and even his face. At this point, the women were completely convinced. "Oh my goodness, he really grew mushrooms. How pitiful. Hurry and pull them out." A hasty woman shouted. Wang Yiming took off his pants, showing a troubled expression. "The other areas are easy to deal with, but this one down here, it's growing too deep. I can't pull it out myself." The women followed his hand and indeed saw the unusual sight there. "We'll help you." "Yes." Many hands make light work. A few enthusiastic women immediately surrounded him. Wang Yiming was almost laughing with joy. After all, it was still early, and there was plenty of time before the night action. The last time he was captured by the Kuja, he suffered quite a bit mentally. Today, it was his turn to collect some interest. Wang Yiming displayed a grateful expression, nodding repeatedly. "Great, great. Thank you so much. You are truly good people. Don't mention it. We'll take you to a quiet place and help you pull out all the poisonous mushrooms." A group of women, without waiting for a reply, supported the weak Wang Yiming and walked deep into the jungle. They found a secluded spot by a stream and let Wang Yiming lie on a smooth rock. "Bear with it. It might hurt a bit," one woman kindly reminded. "And no, it's okay. For the sake of my life, I can endure." Wang Yiming weakly replied. "I'm starting to pull it out." As she exerted force, the oily mushroom was directly crushed, splattering oil all over her hand. "Huh? Why is it oil?" Wang Yiming quickly explained. "This is the toxin from that poisonous mushroom. Be careful not to touch your skin." The woman hurriedly washed her hands in the stream. The other women, seeing this, also became more cautious in their movements. "This mushroom is so slippery, I can't grab it. I'll help you." Soon, all the small mushrooms on Wang Yiming's body were cleared away. Finally, all eyes were focused on the most crucial and largest mushroom. "Only this one left. Pull it out, and you'll be fine." Two women exchanged glances and prepared to act together. "We'll count to 3 and pull together. Ready?" "Okay." Wang Yiming closed his eyes, thinking this interest seems to be a bit too enjoyable. 1, 2, 3, pull. Wang Yiming let out a long, mournful scream. "Hang in there. It'll be over soon." Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting down on the stream's edge. A group of women from Daughter Island were working together to help Wang Yiming, creating a scene that was quite harmonious. Chapter 18. The timing is right. Change the plan. As night fell, the women had all fallen asleep, and Wang Yiming quietly got up. He stretched his limbs and felt refreshed. His back no longer ached. His legs were no longer sore, and he was energized enough to fight 300 rounds. After holding it in for more than a year, he finally cooled off a bit. The women who helped him pick mushrooms were sprawled out beside him, sleeping soundly. Wang Yiming chuckled to himself and covered each of them with a large banana leaf. Not all the people on Daughter Island were bad. These women were quite kind. Wang Yiming tiptoed away, checked his direction, and stealthily moved toward the center of Daughter Island. The night provided the best cover. He coated his entire body with a thin layer of oil and slid through the jungle. Even though the ground was uneven and there were obstacles, he could still glide past them. This method of movement was silent, energy efficient, and looked cool. Before long, he reached the vicinity of the capital of Daughter Island. Tall city walls loomed before him, with 9 snake warriors patrolling on top. Just as Wang Yiming was about to blend in, he heard a commotion nearby. Stop! Don't run! Catch that man! Following the sound, he saw a boy wearing a straw hat jumping around in the jungle. Behind him were several giant pythons flicking their tongues, and a group of pursuing 9 snake female warriors. It was that Luffy kid. He was still running around, which meant he hadn't conquered Hancock yet. He arrived a bit early. No, Wang Yiming thought of the upcoming plot. He arrived just in time. Luffy used the elasticity of his rubber body to shoot up into a towering tree, then climbed up the city wall using both hands and feet. The pursuers were blocked outside the wall, shouting angrily. Wang Yiming hid in the shadows and transformed into a puddle of oil, climbing up the wall from another direction. From a higher vantage point, he had a perfect view. Luffy was looking for a ship to set sail. He wanted to find the king of Daughter Island. However, standing on the wall, he had no idea which building was the king's. So Luffy randomly picked a large one and jumped down. This jump was no small matter. He directly crashed through the palace roof and fell inside. Wang Yiming's spirits were lifted upon witnessing this scene. Here it is. Wang Yiming remembered that the place Luffy fell into was the bathing room of the Empress, Hancock. Wang Yiming quickly made his way to the spot where Luffy jumped. He took out a monocular from his pocket. Is this a bit perverted? Oh, no. I'm just observing the enemy. I'm collecting crucial intelligence. Wang Yiming mentally reassured himself and brought the binoculars to his eyes. However, the next second, he was disappointed. The steam in the bath was too thick, creating a white haze, as if he had entered a sauna. Not only could he not see what the Empress looked like, but even Luffy's shadow was fuzzy. Wang Yiming quickly adjusted the focus of the binoculars. Through the hazy mist, he vaguely saw a tall and graceful figure. The owner of that figure was startled by the sudden fall of Luffy and slowly turned around. Although he couldn't see clearly, just the outline was enough to spark the imagination. The mist gradually dissipated. In the bath, Luffy was innocently pointing at Hancock's smooth back. Hey, you have something on your back. Upon hearing this, Hancock and her 2 younger sisters, who had just rushed into the bathroom, all changed their expressions dramatically. That was the Celestial Dragon's Heavenly Dragon-S paw brand, the greatest secret and humiliation in the hearts of the 3 sisters. Hancock's body stiffened. She suddenly turned around, her stunning face filled with frost and murderous intent. You saw it? Yeah, I saw it, Luffy honestly nodded. Unforgivable. I will kill you. Luffy looked confused. I just saw your back. Is it that serious? Hancock said seriously. The thing on my back, we would rather die than let anyone see it. Saying this, Hancock formed her hands into a heart shape. Sweet wind. A pink heart-shaped wave of light spread out in a fan shape. This was an area attack. Anyone struck by this light wave who harbored even the slightest evil thought towards Hancock would be instantly petrified. However, the wave passed through Luffy's body and nothing happened. Luffy merely tilted his head, looking puzzled. What was that? Hancock in the bath was stunned. Her 2 younger sisters, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold, were also shocked. How is that possible? The charm of our sister is ineffective against him, regardless of whether one was a man or a woman, young or old. Seeing their sister's body would make anyone feel something they couldn't understand. But Wang Yiming on the roof felt it. He was not like Luffy, who had no interest in women. He was a normal man, one could even say overly driven by desire. When the pink light wave appeared, the surface of the water in the bath reflected that light wave back up like a mirror. Wang Yiming felt a strange power enveloping him. Damn! Wang Yiming felt his body beginning to stiffen uncontrollably. Was this petrification? Quite interesting. But that was all. With a surge of power within him, the combined force of his armed color Haki and oil flowed beneath his skin. Crack! That thin layer of petrification shattered like a fragile eggshell, turning to dust. In the bath, Hancock was still shocked that her ability had failed. Luffy didn't have time to accompany her in her daze. He just wanted to find a ship, set sail, and leave this place. Rubber rocket. Luffy stretched his arms, grabbed the edge of a distant window, and with a powerful push, he shot out like a cannonball. Don't let him escape. Hancock finally snapped back to reality, her face filled with rage. All units move out. Capture that man. He must not be allowed to leave this island alive. With this command, the entire daughter island sprang into action. Countless agile nine-snake female warriors surged from all directions, armed with poisoned arrows, swiftly darting through the jungle and rooftops in pursuit of the straw-hatted man. Luffy was running for his life ahead. Why? I just wanted to borrow a ship, he shouted as he ran. Just then, a nine-snake warrior charged out from the side and punched him in the face. That hurts. Luffy covered his face, looking incredulous. I'm a rubber man. Why does a physical attack hurt so much? Luffy quickly ran into an empty alley. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Wang Yiming. You're a man? Luffy exclaimed in surprise. Wang Yiming didn't waste words and immediately struck. The first move upon meeting was with full force. He aimed a blow at Luffy's neck, trying to knock him out. As a result, Luffy, the rubber man, just sank in and didn't get knocked out at all. Luffy angrily said, You're not a woman. Why are you hitting me? Wang Yiming didn't answer. He applied oil to his feet, his speed reaching its peak, and directly arrived behind Luffy. Another slash to the neck, this time infused with armed color Haki. Bang! Luffy finally fell unconscious. Wang Yiming quickly sealed him with solid oil and hid him away. Then he waited for the female warriors to arrive. Before long, dozens of female warriors rushed in. They didn't clearly see Luffy's appearance and thought it was Wang Yiming. Wang Yiming didn't resist and allowed them to capture him. The news of the man's invasion and the announcement that he would be publicly executed by Her Majesty the Empress quickly spread to every corner of Daughter Island. Many women put down their work and excitedly rushed toward the central arena. Soon, the arena was filled to capacity when suddenly a commotion arose in the center. Wang Yiming was brought in by two female warriors and thrown into the middle of the arena. Following that, under the gaze of the crowd, the Empress Hancock, draped in royal robes, proudly ascended to her throne. The entire arena erupted with cheers like a roaring tsunami. Chapter 19. Copying Luffy, the first step to capturing the Empress. Hancock sat high on her throne, looking down at Wang Yiming in the arena. She frowned slightly. The man before her seemed different from the silly straw hat kid she had seen in the bath earlier. Although the mist had been thick at that time, the feeling was completely different. Why you look different from before? Wang Yiming, however, showed no signs of panic and instead feigned annoyance, slapping his thigh. I've been recognized, he explained earnestly. I ate the marrow no mi, which allows me to change my appearance. I thought I could disguise myself as someone else and get away with it, but I didn't expect to be caught by you guys. You're really impressive. The women in the audience burst into laughter upon hearing this. What a foolish man. If he wanted to change, he should have turned into a woman. When has there ever been a man on this island? Hancock relaxed her brow a bit upon hearing this explanation. The mist in the bath had indeed been thick. Perhaps she hadn't seen clearly. Moreover, there are all sorts of devil fruits in the world, so it wasn't unusual for one to change appearances. Most importantly, no matter what he looked like, he must die here today. Man, why did you intrude into my country? Hancock judged from her elevated position. Wang Yiming immediately put on an innocent expression, waving his hands. It's a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. I was blown here by someone else. If your majesty could give me a boat and let me go, I would leave right away. At this, the audience erupted in angry shouts. Want to leave? It's not that easy. You intruded on Amazon Lily and saw Lady Snake's body. Do you think you can leave alive? Kill him! Kill him! The women were furious, wishing they could rush down and tear Wang Yiming to pieces. Hancock raised her hand, and the entire venue fell silent. Whether you came intentionally or unintentionally, now that you're here, don't think you can leave. Today you must die here. Just then, a few gasps echoed from the audience. Oh, it's him, the one who ate the poisonous mushrooms. Go explain to Lady Snake. 3 blonde women dressed lightly squeezed through the crowd. They were the enthusiastic girls who had helped Wang Yiming pick mushrooms earlier in the day. They never expected that the pitiful man covered in mushrooms was the one about to be executed, remembering the joy Wang Yiming had brought them last night. Kindness overcame their shyness. They jumped down from the high platform, landing directly in the arena. With a thud, the 3 knelt before Hancock. Lady Snake, please spare his life. He is not a bad person. He just ate some poisonous mushrooms and accidentally wandered in. He really isn't lying. Please believe him. Wang Yiming turned his head to look at the 3 women pleading for him, feeling a wave of emotion. Wow, this script is exactly like Luffy's original plot. Only, Luffy relied on his charisma to get them to plead, and I'm relying on last night's extraordinary performance. Whatever, the result is the same. Even heaven is helping me. However, Hancock's face darkened. The thing she could not tolerate the most was her subjects defying her for a man. You actually plead for a man? Her voice was soft but carried an icy chill. The 3 women trembled, but still mustered the courage to speak. Lady Snake, Enough. Hancock slowly descended from her throne, raising her chin arrogantly. No matter what I do, I will be forgiven. She formed a heart with her hands in front of her chest. Because I am simply too beautiful. Sweet, sweet, fragrant wind. Pink light waves spread like ripples, instantly enveloping the 3 kneeling women. Their expressions froze in shock and confusion forever. In the blink of an eye, the 3 living beings turned into 3 cold stone statues. The women in the audience erupted into even more fervent cheers. Long live Lady Snake. Betrayers deserve such a fate. Hancock returned to her throne, looking coldly at Wang Yiming. Now it's your turn. She clapped her hands. The iron gate on one side of the arena slowly rose, accompanied by a deafening roar, as a black, giant leopard comparable in size to an elephant charged out. Its crimson eyes locked onto Wang Yiming in the arena, drooling with a foul smell. Roar. The atmosphere in the audience reached a peak. Tear him apart. Let him become your dung. Everyone screamed excitedly, looking forward to the bloody scene that would unfold. Wang Yiming looked at the giant leopard charging at him and merely scoffed. Is that it? I'm not even afraid of sea kings now. What's a big cat to me? Just before the leopard's sharp claws could touch him, Wang Yiming moved. In the instant he broke free, he stepped forward and threw a punch. Bang! A dull sound echoed. The ferocious giant leopard seemed to crash into an invisible wall. Its massive body paused in midair, then flew back at an even faster speed, crashing heavily against the wall, convulsing twice before falling silent. One punch. Just one punch. The cheers and screams in the arena abruptly stopped at that moment. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. Hancock's pupils slightly constricted. This man was stronger than she had imagined. Sister, let us handle it. Yes, we will execute this rude man. Hancock's 2 sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold, stepped down from both sides of the throne, volunteering to take action. Hancock nodded in approval. Sandersonia and Marigold swayed their hips, stepping into the arena, encircling Wang Yiming from both sides. Man, it is your honor to die at our hands. Wait, Wang Yiming suddenly spoke. Sandersonia sneered. What? Want to beg for mercy now? It's too late. Wang Yiming ignored her and walked straight to the 3 stone statues. He carefully moved each statue to a corner of the arena, ensuring they would not be affected by the upcoming battle, then clapped his hands and returned to the center. All right, we can start now. This action left everyone present, including Hancock and her sisters, stunned. He was actually protecting the statues of the betrayers? Wang Yiming chuckled to himself. Details. Details determine success or failure. Luffy did this back then. I must replicate it 100%. Sandersonia and Marigold exchanged glances, their expressions becoming serious. It seems you are not an ordinary man. Let's see what skills you have. As soon as she finished speaking, Both attacked simultaneously. The battle was about to begin. Wang Yiming had already made plans in his heart. He never intended to fight seriously. What he needed to do now was to perform. He only exerted about 20% of his strength, playing a cat-and-mouse game with the two sisters. Bang, bang, bang. His seemingly swift punches always missed by a hair's breadth. Sandasonia's body was as flexible as a snake, twisting at incredible angles to easily evade his attacks. Useless. You can't hit me at all, Sandasonia taunted while dodging. Wang Yiming felt amused. Can't hit? If I wanted to, you'd already be on the ground. This chest. No, this footwork is quite unique. Seeing that ordinary attacks were ineffective, Sandasonia and Marigold lost patience. They exchanged glances and decided to show their true abilities. Sister, stop playing with him. All right, sister. Sandasonia took a deep breath, and her long golden hair suddenly began to writhe like a living thing. Hair of the snake goddess, eight-headed serpent. Her hair instantly transformed into 8 ferocious giant snakes, opening their massive jaws to bite at Wang Yiming from all directions. At the same time, Marigold also activated her ability. Flame Snake God. She ignited herself, resembling a fire deity. A powerful sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire arena. Wang Yiming looked at the scene, and his expression finally became serious. Next, watch my micromanipulation. Chapter 20: The Secret of the Back, the Empress's Heart. Wang Yiming quickly flashed through the upcoming plot in his mind. Threatening Hancock. No, that's a last resort. Upon seeing Luffy just enter Amazon Lily, Wang Yiming changed his plan. With such a great opportunity, isn't it better to directly pursue the Empress herself? To conquer Hancock, relying on his own charm definitely wouldn't work. That woman looks down on men. The only way is to perfectly replicate Luffy's route. Let Wang Yiming experience the taste of the protagonist's halo. Fortunately, when he watched these episodes of the anime back then, he repeated them several times. He remembered every detail clearly. Man, the 8 snake hairs of Marigold, accompanied by a whistling wind, simultaneously lunged at Wang Yiming from 8 different directions. Wang Yiming applied some oil to his feet, sliding effortlessly through the gaps between the snake hairs. Just then, Marigold moved too. The flaming knife in her hand lunged straight for Wang Yiming's heart. Wang Yiming sidestepped to avoid it, but in his heart, he was calculating. The timing was still not quite right. Just dodging? Coward. Seeing her attacks repeatedly miss, Marigold shouted angrily. Sandasonia wasn't idle either. She suddenly whipped her head, and one of the snake hairs opened its mouth, spewing a stream of purple venom. Wang Yiming did not dodge, allowing the venom to splash onto him. Sizzle. A large hole was corroded into his clothes, but his skin remained unharmed. A thin layer of grease completely isolated him from the venom. What? Sandasonia was taken aback. At that moment of distraction, Wang Yiming moved. He executed a sliding kick towards Sandasonia. Boom! Sandasonia felt a tremendous force, and her entire body flew out. She landed right on the edge of the arena. Sandasonia's tail was on the arena, her hands gripping the edge of the platform, with steel spikes below. On the other side, Marigold launched her attack. Flame Snake God. The flames surged like a fire dragon, charging straight at Wang Yiming's face. Wang Yiming slid out of the way in an instant. The fire dragon continued forward, directly towards Sandasonia's back. Sandasonia let out a piercing scream as her back was engulfed in flames, her clothes starting to burn. Sister. Marigold turned pale in fear, wanting to extinguish the flames, but it was too late. On the throne, Hancock's face also turned as white as a sheet at that moment. She abruptly stood up from her throne, her body trembling slightly in fear. Her back, that place, the mark there, it absolutely must not be seen by outsiders. Just at this critical moment, Wang Yiming moved. He pushed off the ground with force, his body shooting forward like an arrow. He didn't attack or watch the commotion. Instead, he wrapped his arms around the screaming Sandasonia. Using his body, he firmly shielded her charred back. The remaining flames were extinguished. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Sandasonia stopped screaming, feeling the warmth radiating from behind her. She turned back in disbelief. Why? Wang Yiming grinned, forcing a smile. I'm just imitating Luffy's most classic line. Even if you want to kill me, I don't want to kill you at all. Boom! Sandersonia and Marigold were stunned. Hancock on the throne also froze. They looked at the man who shielded them from the flames with his back, observing his sincere smile. And a certain soft spot in their hearts was deeply touched. Everyone, quickly leave. Hancock suddenly spoke. She stepped down from the throne, walking one step at a time to Wang Yiming. To avoid being seen by the island citizens, Hancock and her sisters had woven a lie. They claimed that there were eyes on their backs, and whoever saw them would be petrified to death. So the women in the arena were frightened and dared not look at the arena, quickly retreating. Soon, the vast arena was left with only Wang Yiming and Hancock as three sisters. Hancock looked at Wang Yiming, her gaze extremely complicated. She first asked, "Aren't you a Paramecia user? Why is there so much oil when you fight?" Wang Yiming released Sandersonia, casually brushing off the ashes from his chest. "I'm from the oil clan, naturally oily." This was something Wang Yiming couldn't lie about, as he indeed secretes oil when he fights. However, after the battle, Wang Yiming can quickly absorb the oil on himself or the ground. Hancock was puzzled, but that wasn't important. Hancock asked again, "Then why did you do that just now?" "Because I remember you said that you never wanted others to see what's on your back." After saying that, Wang Yiming smiled widely. It was this smile that completely shattered the last defense in Hancock's heart. This man, he clearly had the opportunity to humiliate them, the chance to kill them, but he did not. Instead, he protected their biggest secret. Hancock's proud facade completely crumbled at that moment. She turned her back, her shoulders slightly shaking, revealing a vulnerable side. Years of suppressed grievances, fear, and pain burst forth as tears. Wang Yiming watched her crying back, making a gesture of victory in his heart. Halfway there, it's good that she is crying. After crying for a long time, Hancock slowly calmed down. She turned around, the tear stains on her face still fresh. But her gaze had regained some of the queen's authority. "Man, you have earned my recognition. In return, I can grant you one wish." She extended 2 fingers. "You can choose to have a small boat that can safely leave here. Or," she paused, looking at the 3 women who had just been petrified, "say these 3 women who defied me for you." After finishing, she quietly watched Wang Yiming, waiting for his answer. This was the final test. A selfish man would unhesitatingly choose the boat, and a truly kind person. Wang Yiming had almost no hesitation. He pointed at the 3 women and said decisively, "I choose them. They helped me first. I can't let them be turned to stone because of me." In Hancock's eyes, an unusual light finally blossomed. This man, not only is he strong, but he's also kind and loyal. He is completely different from those men who only think with their lower bodies and are completely infatuated with him. Good. Hancock nodded. A hint of a gentle smile that even she herself was unaware of appeared on her face. She waved her hand, completely lifting the petrification effect on the 3. After the 3 left, Wang Yiming looked at Hancock and asked, "If I still want to leave, do I still need to fight you?" Hancock looked at Wang Yiming, and after a long silence, said, "No need to fight. Come with me to Amazon Lily, and I will let you go." Upon hearing this, Wang Yiming was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. The plot he envied most about Luffy back then had finally come to him. Chapter 21. A candid meeting. The plot that once made Luffy the envy of everyone has finally landed on Wang Yiming. Following behind Hancock and her 2 sisters, he walked through the long corridor, heading deeper into the palace of Amazon Lily. His heart was bursting with joy. What comes next? A candid meeting, sharing past experiences, completely breaking down the proud queen's emotional defenses. Just thinking about that vivid scene made Wang Yiming feel a bit out of control. No, at this critical moment, he absolutely cannot falter. He was not like Luffy. Luffy could be carefree and unaffected by women, naturally carefree. Wang Yiming was a normal man. So as he walked, he quietly activated his ability. A small amount of pure oil flowed down his meridians, gathering below his lower abdomen. Then, at a crucial spot, it formed a solid and tight annular layer of oil. From the outside, nothing could be seen, but only Wang Yiming knew that he had given himself a physical insurance. Now, even if the situation became more stimulating later, he could remain calm. "I really am clever." Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a luxurious room. Hancock's 2 sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold, stopped and stood aside. The elder sister is waiting for you inside, Marigold said to Wang Yiming with a complex expression. They were still a bit stunned. This man not only protected their secret in the arena, but also chose to save their people rather than escape himself. Such magnanimity was something they had never seen in any man. Wang Yiming's gaze passed over them and landed on the tightly closed door. In front of the door hung a beaded curtain. Beneath the curtain lay a pair of red high-heeled shoes, quietly placed there. Seeing the shoes, the corners of Wang Yiming's eyes involuntarily twitched. He was familiar with this pair of shoes. The last time he was captured by the Kuja pirates, he had certainly tasted the bottom of these shoes. Back then, Hancock had looked down on him and used these shoes to step on his head and kick his chest. Time has a way of turning things around. Wang Yiming couldn't help but feel emotional. The little character who once let you trample him is now the man about to enter your boudoir. Wang Yiming took a deep breath, adjusted his newly changed clothes, and walked toward the beaded curtain. As he passed by the red high heels, his foot accidentally twisted. Click! A light sound echoed. His shoe firmly stepped on that exquisite red high heel. Wang Yiming felt a rush of satisfaction. I stepped back on it. Wang Yiming then lifted the curtain and walked in. He was immediately stunned. The room was filled with fragrance, luxuriously decorated and full of feminine softness. In the center of the room sat the woman reputed to be the world's most beautiful, Boa Hancock, atop her serpent, Salome. She was completely naked. Wang Yiming's heart raced. Thump, thump, thump. On Amazon Lily, he had seen many women. The Kuja warriors were all stunningly attractive and full of wild charm. Yet, the combined allure of all of them seemed to pale in comparison to this woman before him. It was a beauty that words could not describe. Perfect body curves, skin as smooth as jade, a proud yet slightly lazy aura. Every inch seemed like the most perfect masterpiece from the heavens. Wang Yiming felt his cheeks uncontrollably start to heat up. Oh no, even if I secure myself below, I can't hide the reaction on my face. This expression was naturally seen by Hancock. Seeing his flushed cheeks and the sudden acceleration of his heartbeat, Hancock's lips curled into a knowing smile. As expected, no man could resist her charm. Even this somewhat special man was no exception. She slowly raised her hand, forming the classic heart-shaped gesture in front of her chest. A pink aura began to emanate from her. Sweet, sweet wind. Am I beautiful? Her ruby lips parted, and her voice carried a magical power that could make one's bones melt. Here it comes. Wang Yiming felt a shiver run down his spine. To resist this move, one had to either be like that idiot Luffy, completely devoid of thoughts about women, or be like those top-tier powerhouses, using strong will and dominance to withstand it. Wang Yiming was obviously the latter. As that strange pink power enveloped him, he felt his body begin to stiffen, and his thoughts became sluggish. But in that moment, the armament Haki within him erupted. An invisible force covered his entire body, firmly blocking that petrifying power outside. Wang Yiming braced against the almost overwhelming charm, feigning confusion and ignorance. He scratched his head and said, "But why are you completely naked?" The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the room froze. Hancock's gesture halted, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and confusion. What is he saying? Did he actually ask me why I'm not wearing clothes? Shouldn't he be saying my body is beautiful? This was completely different from the script she had anticipated. Seeing Hancock's stunned expression, Wang Yiming was almost laughing out loud. Following Luffy's approach was indeed the right move. To deal with Hancock, one must use this kind of straightforward statement. Hancock looked at Wang Yiming's clear, disguised, yet somewhat honest, disguised, gaze and was completely shaken. Could it be? He really has no lewd thoughts about me? Recalling his series of actions in the arena, Hancock's last shred of doubt vanished. This man might indeed be different from the others. She slowly lowered her hand, and the pink aura that enveloped the room dissipated. Hancock turned around, facing away from Wang Yiming. "Come here." Her voice trembled slightly. Wang Yiming understood and stepped forward. Hancock silently began to lift her long, glossy black hair. On her beautiful back, a deep red brand appeared before Wang Yiming's eyes. It was a circular pattern with a dot in the center, surrounded by 4 triangular hoof prints. The celestial dragon's hoof, the mark of the world nobility. The celestial dragons on their slaves. The moment he saw this brand, Wang Yiming's smile faded. He knew that when such a proud woman was willing to show her deepest and most humiliating scar before you, it meant something significant. It meant she had completely lowered her guard. It also meant that his plan to win over the Empress had succeeded by 90%. Wang Yiming could feel Hancock's body slightly trembling. That was the fear and pain that had been suppressed for many years. Seeing this, Wang Yiming knew he was just one step away from success. Chapter 22. The Empress's Lovesickness. Upon reaching this point, Wang Yiming knew he was just one step away. Wang Yiming said, "I have a friend who also bears this mark." Hancock's body trembled suddenly, and her crying stopped. She turned around in disbelief, looking at Wang Yiming with tearful eyes. Wang Yiming continued, "To save him, I punched the celestial dragon who captured him." You punched the celestial dragon?" Hancock and her two sisters standing outside the door were all stunned, covering their mouths in shock. That's a world aristocrat. A god. A nightmare they could never resist. Only kneel and submit to. How could someone dare to throw a punch at them? Wang Yiming looked at their shocked expressions and felt satisfied with the effect. He grinned, showing a set of white teeth, but this time his smile was less greasy and carried an indescribable quality. "That's right, I punch him away. In my eyes, those self-proclaimed gods are just a bunch of trash. A group of useless beings living in a holy land, relying on their ancestors' legacy, who dare to trample on the lives and dignity of others." Wang Yiming's voice struck the hearts of the three sisters like a hammer. They had never heard anyone dare to describe the celestial dragons in such words. "That's why I became a pirate." Wang Yiming's gaze turned to the sky outside the window. "Because I can't stand these trash. My dream, besides One Piece, is to one day go to that place called Mariewa and knock all those self-righteous celestial dragons to the ground. I want them to experience what's like to be trampled underfoot and treated as slaves." After saying this, Wang Yiming turned back to look at Hancock. "What you bear on your back is not a shame. The real shame belongs to those scum who left this mark. After this statement, I don't believe you. Hancock won't submit to me." Sure enough, in the room, Hancock stared blankly at Wang Yiming. At that moment, the man before her suddenly appeared immensely tall. He was no longer the rude intruder of Amazon Lily, nor the slime man in the arena. He was a hero who dared to throw punches at the highest power in the world, who dared to speak words they wouldn't even dare to think. The greasy aura around him became so attractive at this moment. Bang, bang, bang. Hancock felt her heart racing faster than ever before. A wave of heat surged from her chest to her head, turning her beautiful face bright red and hot. She looked at Wang Yiming's face, which wore a sincere smile, and felt her body start to soften, her breathing becoming rapid. This man, how can he be so handsome? I want to eat him up. Suddenly, Hancock let out a soft whine, leaning back and covering her chest with both hands. "What's wrong?" Wang Yiming stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Hancock and asking with concern. But inside, he was laughing wildly. "Here it comes. The Empress's lovesickness." Hancock's body was extremely soft, and she wasn't wearing any clothes. Wang Yiming hit the jackpot. Being held by Wang Yiming, Hancock's body became even softer and redder. At this moment, Sandersonia and Marigold rushed in. Seeing Wang Yiming holding the naked Empress, they were instantly furious. "What are you doing?" Hancock then said in no. "It's nothing." She struggled to stand up, enduring that intense and strange feeling. Her gaze dodged, not daring to look Wang Yiming in the eye again. I'm just a bit tired." She supported her forehead, her face bearing a sickly flush. You should go out. Go to the cafeteria and eat something. I've already ordered." After saying that, she turned away, not daring to let Wang Yiming see her current appearance. Wang Yiming was overjoyed inside, but he still pretended to be worried on his face. "Are you really okay? Do you want me to check on you?" "No. You go quickly." Hancock's voice trembled slightly. Then, "Okay, take a good rest." After Wang Yiming finished speaking, he left the room. Once the beaded curtain fell, completely blocking Wang Yiming's view, Hancock finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed onto her pet snake Salome. What is this feeling?" She covered her burning cheeks, feeling like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Could it be that this is the feeling of love? At this point, Wang Yiming knew that the world's most beautiful woman, the proud Empress Boa Hancock, had completely fallen for him. Strategy complete. Wang Yiming whistled happily as he walked towards the National Protector's cafeteria. The cafeteria was brightly lit. The women had long heard about what happened in the arena and had also received Lady Snake's orders. The man who intruded not only wasn't executed, but had instead become a distinguished guest of Lady Snake. This was a huge news that hadn't happened in Amazon Lily for hundreds of years. When Wang Yiming walked into the cafeteria, all the women's gazes focused on him. Their eyes no longer held the previous vigilance and hostility. Instead, they were filled with curiosity, admiration, and unabashed desire. He is that man. Wow, he looks even more handsome up close. I heard he knocked down the giant leopard Bachura with one punch. I also heard that Lady Snake has taken a liking to him. A bold nine-snake warrior approached Wang Yiming with a plate of roasted meat, puffing out her ample chest. Hey man, are you hungry? Try my roasted meat. Thank you. Wang Yiming just took the plate when another woman squeezed over, holding a skewer of fruit. Don't just eat meat, have some fruit to balance it out. I just picked this. Come, sit over here. Sit over here. I've got a spacious spot. In an instant, Wang Yiming was surrounded by a group of women. Their enthusiasm was more scorching than Ace's flames. Wow, your muscles are so firm. One woman exclaimed, touching his arm, her eyes sparkling. Yeah, even stronger than the strongest warrior on our island. Another woman chimed in, not wanting to be outdone, pinching his back. Wow, this is so elastic. Wang Yiming found himself trapped in the middle, unable to move at all. He finally experienced what it meant to have too many women being a trouble. Everyone, please don't rush one at a time. But these women's hands were becoming increasingly unruly. Some pretended to trip and fell directly into his arms. Wang Yiming felt like he had fallen into the Spider-Woman's lair. If he stayed any longer, he wouldn't just lose his bones. He would be completely drained. I'm full. Thank you all for the hospitality. Wang Yiming seized an opportunity and stood up abruptly. Want to leave? Not so easy. Stay and have a few drinks with us. The women laughed and surrounded him again. Wang Yiming grinned. You want to keep me? It's not that simple. As soon as he finished speaking, a shiny layer of slippery oil suddenly secreted from his skin. He instantly became as slippery as an eel. So slippery. Can't catch him. The moment the women's hands touched him, they felt their palms slip, unable to exert any strength. Wang Yiming twisted his body, using his waist strength like a loach, and quickly slipped out from between the women. Amidst their surprised cries and laughter, he dashed out of the cafeteria and disappeared into the night. Only a room full of women is left, along with greasy stains all over the floor. Chapter 23. Love Sickness, setting sail for you in the depths of the palace of Nine Snake City, inside Hancock's chamber. This empress, who usually held herself high above others, was now lying sideways on a large round bed. Her cheeks were flushed abnormally, her breathing was rapid, and beads of sweat were forming on her forehead. She had her eyes tightly shut, occasionally uttering a few indistinct sounds, and her hands were gripping the luxurious silk sheets tightly. The maids beside her were anxiously pacing but dared not come too close. What has happened to Lady Snake? She's been like this since returning in the afternoon. Could she be seriously ill? Quick, summon a doctor. No, the best doctor on our island is Lady Snake herself. The maids were at a loss, only able to fret helplessly. Only the short and elderly new granny, sitting in the corner with a teacup, leisurely blew on it. She looked at Hancock on the bed, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her murky old eyes. There's no need to panic. New granny spoke, her voice hoarse yet calm. She's not sick. The maids turned to look at the former empress in unison. New granny, but Lady Snake. New granny set down her teacup, sighed, her gaze filled with nostalgia. This is love sickness. New granny, in her youth, was also a beauty and had once experienced this heart-wrenching feeling for a man named Roger. Love sickness? The maids exchanged glances, completely unable to understand. Just then, a maid rushed in from outside, reporting to Lady Snake. That man, Wang Yiming, says he has an urgent matter to discuss. As soon as the words were out, Sandersonia and Marigold immediately stepped forward, blocking the doorway. No way. Sandersonia exclaimed sharply. Lady Snake is seriously ill. How can she meet outsiders? That's right, Marigold echoed. Send him back. Whatever it is, let sister recover first. Before their words had finished, the woman on the bed, who had just seemed gravely ill, suddenly sat up with a swish. Hancock threw off the covers, her feet firmly planted on the ground. The sickly flush on her face instantly faded by more than half, replaced by a radiant glow. Yiming? Where's Yiming? Her eyes sparkled, filled with anticipation. Hurry, let him in. I want to see him. Everyone in the room, including her two sisters, was dumbfounded. This recovery is too fast, right? Could it be that man is the cure? Wang Yiming was soon brought in. As he entered, he saw Hancock already dressed and sitting upright on her throne. However, her eyes looking at him had completely transformed into the shape of hearts. The unabashed affection and obsession in her gaze gave Wang Yiming a sense of security. It's done. You all may leave. Hancock waved her hand. But sister, leave? Hancock's tone left no room for doubt. Sandersonia and Marigold exchanged glances and sighed helplessly. Together with new Granny, they led all the maids out of the room. The vast chamber was once again left with just Wang Yiming and Hancock. The reason Wang Yiming was so eager to find Hancock was not for anything else. Time was running out. Just a moment ago, after escaping from the cafeteria, he had inadvertently caught sight of an old newspaper. The headline on the front page, written in striking bold letters, read, Whitebeard Pirate 2nd Division, Captain Fire Fist Ace to be publicly executed at Marine Headquarters Marineford in 6 days. 6 days. Upon seeing this news, Wang Yiming's drunkenness instantly sobered up considerably. He suddenly remembered that the timeline he was currently in was almost overlapping with the timeline when Luffy caused a commotion on Amazon Lily. Luffy was racing against time to save Ace. Meanwhile, he was here enjoying the comforts, almost forgetting the important matter. What a sin, what a sin. To save Ace, he must set off immediately, and he needed to arrive at the battlefield even earlier than Luffy. The only way to get there the fastest was to leverage the power of the warlords. The Hancock before him was his only hope. After an afternoon of brewing feelings, Wang Yiming could sense that Hancock had already devoted herself to him. Now, seeing her like this only confirmed his suspicions. Hancock, Wang Yiming suppressed his mixed feelings, his expression turning serious. I need you to help me with something. Seeing Wang Yiming's serious demeanor, Hancock immediately stepped in front of him. Yiming, your business is my business. Whatever it is, I will agree to it. Her voice was so gentle it could drip with water, completely different from the proud queen before. Wang Yiming said, I want to take a Navy warship to impel down. Can you help me? Impel down? Upon hearing these words, Hancock's expression instantly turned serious. That is the world's #1 deep-sea prison, known as an impregnable fortress. You can get in, but you can't get out. What do you want to do there? That place is too dangerous. Wang Yiming looked into her worried eyes and did not hide the truth. I am part of the Whitebeard Pirates. Fire Fist Ace is my captain. I must go save him. Hancock's pupils slightly contracted. She certainly knew who Fire Fist Ace was and understood what the Whitebeard Pirates represented. No wonder Wang Yiming was so strong. It turns out he is the son of a Yonko. However, Hancock still tried to dissuade him. No, Yiming, you cannot go. The prisoners in Impel Down are the most vicious criminals in the world, heavily guarded. It's impossible for you alone. Ace is my captain and also my brother. I must save him. Wang Yiming interrupted her. Hancock looked into Wang Yiming's determined eyes, seeing the resolute expression on his face that showed he would do anything for his comrades. The words of persuasion got stuck in her throat. This man, he would endure flames to protect their secret. He would give up his chance to escape to save an unfamiliar woman. He could knock a celestial dragon away with a single punch to save his friend. Now, he was willing to venture into a den of tigers and dragons to save his brother. How could he be so loyal? How could he be so handsome? Bang, bang, bang. Hancock felt her heart racing out of control once more. She looked at Wang Yiming, the affection in her gaze almost overflowing. Suddenly, she took a step forward, arms open, her face showing a hint of shyness and pleading. Before you go, I have a request. Kanyukyo. Wang Yiming was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. He opened his arms and tightly embraced this world's most beautiful woman. Hancock's body was incredibly soft, carrying a unique and intoxicating fragrance. Wang Yiming admitted he was moved. To be honest, even if something were to happen right here and now, he would be more than willing. Unfortunately, time waits for no one. Saving Ace was the top priority. Romantic feelings had to be set aside for now. Are we leaving right now? Hancock, in his arms, asked softly. Yes, immediately. Wang Yiming's response was crisp and decisive. Hancock lifted her head from his embrace. Her eyes filled with unwavering determination. All right, wherever you want to go, even if it's hell, I will accompany you. Hancock released Wang Yiming, turned to the side, and picked up a din-din mushi. She dialed the Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral Mole, who had previously come to Amazon Lily to deliver the summons. The call was quickly connected. It's me. Hancock's voice regained the Queen's coldness and pride. The mole on the other end of the phone was obviously surprised. The last time he came to summon the Empress Hancock, she had directly refused and even petrified most of his crew, moving away his supplies. Although the mole admiral was very angry, he had no way to deal with Hancock, so he casually dropped a harsh remark, stating that he would wait in the nearby sea for 2 days. If there was no response after 2 days, it would be considered as a rejection of the Navy. Unexpectedly, it had only been 1 day, and Hancock took the initiative to call. Lady Snake Princess, what have you decided? I have made my decision, Hancock said. I accept your summons. The mole's tone revealed a hint of joy. However, Hancock changed her tone. I have a request. Before going Marineford, I want to make a trip to the underwater prison Impel Down. I want to see with my own eyes the man who caused this war, Fire Fist Ace. The mole admiral paused for a moment. Although this request was a bit strange, it was not unacceptable. The Empress was willing to accept the summons, and his mission would be considered accomplished, which was already great news. Moreover, letting her go to Impel Down to take a look could also demonstrate the Navy's deterrent power. I understand, Lady Snake Princess. I will take you there. Very well. Hancock's lips curled into a victorious smile. I will set off now and come to find you. After hanging up the phone, Hancock looked at Wang Yiming, her face full of pride. Like a little girl waiting for praise after accomplishing something significant for her beloved. In fact, this matter was a win-win for her. It could secure her position as a warlord of the sea and the peace of her country, while also helping the man she loved. Thank you. The preparations went smoothly. Hancock only brought Wang Yiming with her. According to the previous agreement between Amazon Lily and the Navy ships were not allowed to dock. So the Navy ships waited in the nearby sea, and they would be taken over by the Snake Pirates ship. In the distance, the outline of the Navy ships appeared, and Hancock suddenly grabbed Wang Yiming. She leaned close to Wang Yiming's ear, her breath fragrant. Yiming, once we get on the Navy ship, you should hide in my clothes. Chapter 24, Infiltration. Hidden in your clothes? Wang Yiming's eyes twitched. That's right. Hancock nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed. Only in this way could they ensure absolute safety. What could Wang Yiming say? He could only reluctantly agree. All right, I'll follow your lead. Sandersonia and Marigold stood aside, watching their sister so close to a man, their expressions complex to the extreme. They wanted to stop it, but dared not defy their sister's orders, especially when they saw their sister completely immersed in love. They knew that no words would be of any use. The ship of the Kuja pirates set sail. A massive sea snake pulled the ship, navigating smoothly and swiftly across the windless sea. Soon, a Navy warship with the seagull emblem appeared on the distant horizon. Here it comes, Hancock said softly. She turned around to face Wang Yiming and then opened her large white cape. Come in, Yiming. Wang Yiming took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and dove in. His hands pressed against his chest, his legs wrapped around her waist. The interior of Hancock's cape was spacious and carried her unique fragrance. Wang Yiming curled up, wrapped in the soft fabric, feeling utterly satisfied. Yiming, did you bring a dagger? Yes, it's my secret weapon. Don't move. Hancock's voice came from above. Understood. Wang Yiming replied in a muffled voice. His face pressed against Hancock's back. He could clearly feel her heartbeat, which was much faster than usual. It seemed Hancock was not as calm as she appeared. The two ships quickly drew closer. On the deck of the Navy warship, a man with a peculiar hairstyle and a serious expression stood there. It was Vice Admiral Mole from the Navy headquarters. Lady Snake, you made the right decision. Mole slightly nodded in Hancock's direction. His gaze couldn't help but linger on Hancock's snow-white curves, seemingly enlarged a bit. Hancock held her head high, looking at him with her signature, disdainful gaze. Cut the nonsense. My time is precious. Her posture remained as proud as ever. and no one could tell that she was hiding a living person in her cape. Soon, Hancock boarded the warship. "Your room is ready," Mole said. "It will take about 4 days to reach Impel Down via the sea currents." "MHM." Hancock only responded coldly and walked straight into the cabin. Hidden in the cape, Wang Yiming felt like he was on a roller coaster. As Hancock moved, his body swayed up and down continuously. This feeling was something else. Finally, Hancock entered the room prepared for her. With a bang, the door closed. Hancock let out a long breath, her whole body relaxing. She untied her cape, and Wang Yiming rolled onto the soft carpet. "I was about to suffocate." Wang Yiming gasped for fresh air. Hancock looked at his disheveled appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. "You've worked hard, Yiming." She walked over to Wang Yiming, squatted down, her eyes filled with tenderness. "No more perfume in the future, it's killing me," Wang Yiming complained. But deep down he felt quite happy. "I didn't spray perfume. It's my natural body scent." "Wang Yiming, I don't believe it. Let me sniff again." In the following days, Wang Yiming lived this dark and sunless life. During the day, he either stayed in the room or had to hide in Hancock's cape. Occasionally, Hancock would take a stroll on the deck in her queenly manner, enjoying the sea breeze. And Wang Yiming became her closest accessory. He could see the Navy soldiers outside through the gaps in the cape. These soldiers all knew the terror of Hancock and were aware that a large number of their comrades had been petrified and killed by her. However, when they saw Hancock, they were still enchanted. "Is that the Empress Boa Hancock? Truly the world's most beautiful woman." "Yes, I've heard that whoever she dislikes will turn to stone. Last time, my brother was killed by her. I envy him so much, I wish I could die at her feet." But there were also some clear-headed Navy soldiers, no longer mere lackeys, with some strength. With the addition of the 7 warlords in this Marine-forward war, our Navy's chances of winning have increased. "That old monster Whitebeard is doomed this time." Hearing these words, Wang Yiming's eyes turned cold. "Oh man, just wait, Navy. The outcome of this war is still uncertain." At this moment, Vice Admiral Mole approached. "Lady Snake, we will soon enter the gate of justice." Hancock simply nodded indifferently. However, Mole's gaze lingered on Hancock's cape for a moment. He felt that the Empress's figure today seemed a bit fuller than usual, especially her back. The arc seemed a little unnatural. "Lady Snake, you," Mole was about to ask, but Hancock suddenly turned her head, her sharp phoenix eyes staring at him. An invisible, queenly aura instantly enveloped Mole. "Are you spying on me?" Mole's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He immediately lowered his head. "No, it was my rudeness." He dared not offend this unpredictable warlord of the sea. Hancock snorted coldly, no longer paying attention to him, and turned back to the cabin. Hidden in the cape, Wang Yiming also broke into a cold sweat. "That was close. I almost got exposed." Wang Yiming couldn't help but admire Hancock. With her acting skills and aura, it would be a waste not to be an actress. The warship slowly passed through the massive gate of justice. A cold and damp atmosphere rushed towards them. Ahead, a gigantic structure loomed, resembling an iron fortress. Countless turrets and watchtowers stood like ferocious beasts under the gray sky. Wang Yiming looked through the gaps at the legendary underwater prison. He could feel Hancock's tense body and her heartbeat accelerating again. The warship slowly docked at the prison's pier. The real test was about to begin. Wang Yiming quietly clenched his fists inside the cape. "Captain Ace, I'm coming." Chapter 25. Entering Impel Down. Luffy appears. The warship docked at the pier with a heavy scraping sound. "Madam Snake Princess, welcome to Impel Down." The voice of Vice Warden Hannibal echoed outside. Immediately, a sharp and somewhat sycophantic voice interjected. "Oh my, this must be the legendary world S #1 beauty. Empress Boa Hancock, right? It is my honor to meet you." Wang Yiming curled his lip under his cloak. "Hannibal? Is he the idiot who keeps saying he wants to be the warden?" "With your assistance, Warden Magellan will surely be delighted. Of course, if I become the next warden, I would be even happier. This guy can't go 3 sentences without mentioning his warden dream." Hancock ignored him and walked directly down the gangway. Wang Yiming could feel that with her footsteps. The breathing of the Navy and the prison guards on the entire pier became heavy. Ahem. Hannibal cleared his throat, trying to draw everyone's attention back. According to regulations, even a Shichibukai must undergo inspection when entering Impel Down and wear sea stone handcuffs. "What did you say?" Hancock's voice turned cold. Hannibal shuddered, but still forced himself to say, This is the regulation. To prevent any accidents. Especially since you're going to meet Fire Fist Ace. He added specifically, moreover, to ensure you're not carrying any contraband. A thorough body search is also required. Wang Yiming's heart sank. A body search? Outrageous. Hancock scolded angrily. A mere vice warden dares to point fingers at me? The powerful conqueror's Haki spread out like a tangible shockwave. The weak prison guards on the dock instantly foamed at the mouth and collapsed in droves. Although Hannibal didn't faint. His legs went soft, and cold sweat poured down his face. Please, calm your anger, Madam Snake Princess. This is really the regulation. He stammered. Once I become the warden, I will amend this rule. Vice Admiral Mongoose stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Madam Snake Princess, please cooperate. This is also for the dignity of our Navy. Hancock fell silent. She knew that on this matter, she probably couldn't be stubborn to the end. Wang Yiming could sense her body stiffening. He quietly tapped her back with his finger. Hancock's body shivered slightly, but quickly understood Wang Yiming's meaning. She retracted her imposing aura and snorted coldly. All right, since it's a regulation, I'll reluctantly comply this once. However, her gaze turned icy as she scanned Hannibal. The search must be conducted by a woman, and I will not allow any man to see my body. Of course. Hannibal nodded eagerly. Although I would love to see, I have already arranged for the best female guard. Please follow me. Under the lead of a tall female prison guard, Hancock entered a corridor inside the prison. Soon, they arrived at a small room. The room was empty except for a table and chair. In the corner, a snail surveillance camera was blinking red. Madam Hancock, please, the female guard said expressionlessly as she took out a pair of sea-stone handcuffs. Please remove your clothing. We will conduct the search. Hancock turned around to face her. On that stunning face, there was no sign of emotion. Do you also think I am beautiful? She suddenly asked. The female guard was taken aback, and then a hint of unnatural blush appeared on her face. Why, yes, of course. Then, Hancock made a heart gesture towards her. Sweet, sweet wind. A pink heart-shaped beam instantly struck the female guard. The expression on the female guard's face froze in a moment of infatuation, and then she turned into a cold stone statue. Hancock didn't even glance at her. Her fingers moved slightly, and another small beam shot out, precisely hitting the surveillance snail in the corner. The surveillance snail also turned to stone. After doing all this, Hancock finally removed her cloak. Wang Yiming tumbled out. He glanced at Hancock's body, feeling a bit reluctant. Thanks, Hancock. Hearing this thank you, the coldness on Hancock's face melted instantly. Her cheeks flushed, her gaze became dreamy, and her body even swayed slightly, as if she had just heard the sweetest words in the world. Jimin. All right, stop daydreaming. Time is tight. Wang Yiming had no time to dally with her. He took a glance at the petrified female guard, touched her as he passed, and then said, I'm leaving. Wang Yiming slipped away directly into the blind spot of vision. The deep-sea prison was heavily guarded, divided into 6 levels. To break through level by level, one would have to face the prison guards and the powerful head guards of each level. Luffy had done it this way back in the day, but in the end, he still missed the time when Ace was being transported. Wang Yiming would not make the same mistake. He had his own shortcut. Wang Yiming avoided the patrolling guards, took several turns, and slipped into a storage room piled with miscellaneous items. After confirming that no one was around, he took a deep breath. His body began to squirm, and a black square slowly bulged out from his abdomen. The square grew larger and shimmered with a metallic luster. This was a block of oil covered in armament Haki. PFF. He laid an egg-like, half-meter square black oil block on the ground with a muffled thud. Wang Yiming retracted the armament Haki on top, and the black oil block immediately returned to a thick liquid state. He reached out and pried it open. A figure wearing a red vest, blue shorts, and a straw hat suddenly sprang out. That's right, it was Luffy. Fortunately, he was a gum fruit user, capable of infinite stretching and compressing. If it had been any normal person, they would have been turned into a meat patty by this squeeze. Bang! Bang! Luffy's body bounced twice in the cramped storage room like a rubber ball before finally returning to his normal human form. I almost suffocated. As soon as Luffy steadied himself, he bared his teeth at Wang Yiming. You bastard! How could you stuff me in that hellish place? Just wait until I beat you to a pulp. As he spoke, the muscles in his arms began to swell, his skin turned red, and he looked ready to activate Gear Second. This fool never cared whether he could win or lose. He just relied on his passion and main character aura to stir things up. Luffy, I brought you here to save Ace. Wang Yiming calmly threw out this sentence. The two words Ace seemed to have infinite magic. The steam in Luffy's body instantly extinguished, and he calmed down. What did you say? Ace? Wang Yiming pulled out a crumpled newspaper from his pocket and handed it over. Luffy snatched it away, and when he saw the headline announcing that Ace had been captured and was about to be publicly executed, his eyes instantly turned red. An indescribable fury erupted from him. Damn Navy, I'm going to save my brother. Keep your voice down. Wang Yiming quickly covered his mouth. We're in the deep-sea prison right now. Luffy widened his eyes and pried Wang Yiming's hand away. How did you get me in here? There's no time to explain. Wang Yiming was too lazy to talk more with this uniquely thinking guy. He stuffed a simple map that he had drawn long ago into Luffy's hand. Ace was locked in the bottom level, the 6th layer of infinite hell. This map can help you avoid most guards. Go quickly. Luffy looked at the map, then at Wang Yiming, and nodded vigorously. I got it. Thank you. Wang Yiming watched Luffy get ready, and then turned to walk in another direction. Hey, where are you going? Luffy shouted. Without looking back, Wang Yiming waved his hand. I'm going to the bathroom. The bathroom? Luffy was stunned, his mind struggling to comprehend. What time is it, and you still want to go to the bathroom? But he quickly had no time to think about this question. His loud shout had already attracted the attention of the guards outside. Who's in there? A rush of footsteps, accompanied by shouts, was heading towards the storage room. Luffy's expression changed, and he didn't have time to think any further. He locked onto a direction and shouted loudly. Rubber, rubber. Rocket launcher. Boom. The wall of the storage room was blasted open by him, creating a large hole. Luffy shot out like a cannonball, disappearing into the depths of the prison corridor. The alarm instantly rang throughout Impel Down. Someone has invaded. Quickly catch him. Hearing the huge commotion behind him, Wang Yiming, who had already slipped into another corridor, couldn't help but smile slyly. Luffy, you have to work hard. Wang Yiming's plan was to let Luffy create chaos here, to help him draw fire. Only then would he be the real force to rescue Ace. Chapter 26. Deep into the tiger's den. On the other side, in the corridor, Hannibal was pacing anxiously. When he saw Hancock come out dressed, he hurried over. But when he saw the stone statue of the female prison guard in the room, his long face twisted in an exaggerated manner, letting out a sharp scream. How could you harm our precious female guard? Hancock walked straight past him. My body is not something just anyone is qualified to see. Hancock's voice was devoid of warmth. Women are no exception. Hannibal looked at Hancock's proud figure, and instead of anger, 2 red hearts appeared in his eyes. Oh, she deserves to die. How dare she offend Lady Snake? Lady Snake, don't worry. Once I become the warden, I'll assign her to guard the latrine. No, once I become the warden, we'll get married. At that time, you can do whatever you want. The entire Impel Down will be yours. Bang! A dull thud sounded as Hannibal's head was hit hard from behind. A huge purple figure blocked the light in the corridor. Hannibal covered his head, turning around angrily. But when he saw who it was, the anger on his face instantly turned into a fawning smile. Magellan, sir. He chuckled and stealthily moved back 2 steps, trying to hide himself in Magellan's shadow. The newcomer was none other than the highest authority of Impel Down, Warden Magellan. Magellan ignored his deputy, his dark eyes fixed on Hancock. Unpetrify. Magellan's voice was low and hoarse, as if it carried a corrosive venom. Hancock felt the pressure. This man exuded an ominous aura. Magellan was an admiral-level powerhouse. This was still under the limitation of his own Devil Fruit ability side effects. It was said that he spent 10 hours a day in the bathroom. Otherwise, his power would be even more terrifying. Hancock didn't want to complicate things here and wanted to buy time for Wang Yiming. So she raised her finger and gently pointed at the statue. The female guard returned to her original state. But strangely, she didn't immediately regain her senses. Instead, she stood there dazed for several seconds, her eyes vacant. Then she suddenly shivered and regained her awareness. Magellan merely glanced at her, seemingly unconcerned about this detail. His gaze returned to Hancock. Do you want to see Fire Fist, Ace? That's right. Hancock nodded, regaining her queenly demeanor. With sea-stone handcuffs, I will personally take you there. The female guard, who had just regained her senses, immediately came over with sea-stone handcuffs and put them on Hancock. A cold sensation spread from her wrists, a feeling of weakness washing over her body. Hancock frowned slightly. This was the feeling she hated the most. But for the one she loved, she was willing. The group silently made their way to the elevator that went straight to the 6th floor. The elevator in Impel Down was a massive iron cage, suspended by thick iron chains, making a creaking noise as it descended, like the wails of hell. As the elevator doors closed, the atmosphere in the cramped space became oppressive to the extreme. Hannibal stood behind Magellan, secretly glancing at Hancock, a lovesick smile on his face. Magellan's expression was impassive, but his stomach occasionally let out rumbling sounds. Hancock, feeling Hannibal's lewd gaze while wearing handcuffs, immediately shifted to create distance, placing the female guard between them. The elevator descended. 1st floor, Hell of Red Lotus. Through the gaps in the iron cage, one could see a landscape of blades and fire, with countless prisoners fleeing through a forest of sharp blades, emitting piercing screams. Hannibal seemed eager to show off in front of the beautiful woman and cleared his throat to introduce, "This is level 1. Any criminals that come in will be chased by the beast guards, experiencing endless pain amidst the blades and flames." The elevator continued down. 2nd floor, Hell of Beasts. Various fierce and unheard of monsters roamed outside, their roars penetrating the iron walls, sending chills down one's spine. This is level 2, where the most notorious criminals are held. They will become the food for these lovely little monsters. Hannibal continued his explanation. 3rd floor, Hell of Hunger. Scorching waves of heat hit them, as if they were in the center of a desert. The air was thick with a sense of despair. Hannibal was also feeling the heat and stopped explaining. 4th floor, Hell of Scorching Heat. The temperature rose higher, and the entire space felt like a massive furnace, with a blood pool below boiling and emitting a pungent sulfur smell. The elevator could only descend to the 4th floor, which was also Magellan's office. Upon reaching the 4th floor and entering his office, the phone bug rang. "Warden, a large-scale riot has broken out on level 2. Intruders are heading towards level 3. The phone bug in the elevator suddenly rang, bringing urgent report from the guards. Hannibal turned pale. "What? Intruders? How can anyone break in here?" Magellan's face darkened, almost dripping with water. He snatched the phone bug and growled, "Useless. Stop them. Under no circumstances can they go any further." "Yes, Warden." After hanging up the phone bug, Magellan's gaze swept over Hancock. His expression grew increasingly grim, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his stomach growled louder. He was clearly nearing his limit. "You all wait for me." Hancock thought Magellan was going to personally deal with Wang Yiming, so she shouted, "Wait a minute." Magellan paused for a moment, but still squeezed his legs together and hurried away. At that moment, Hannibal explained, "The warden needs to use the bathroom. He can't wait." So it was just to relieve himself, and Hancock breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, the female guard who had been standing next to Hancock suddenly moved forward on her own. Hannibal shouted in confusion, "Hey, where are you going?" The female guard not only didn't stop, but actually sped up, and as she ran, she oozed oil, causing Hannibal, who was trying to chase her, to slip and fall. The moment Hancock saw the oil, she immediately reacted. Yiming. Chapter 27, Deception. The moment Hancock saw the oil, she immediately reacted. It must be Wang Yiming. Hancock's heart raced. She remembered Wang Yiming had mentioned before that he had eaten the mellow fruit. Could it be that this female prison guard was transformed by Wang Yiming? The thought just popped in her mind, and Hancock's cheeks instantly flushed. How annoying. When did he transform? Then, I was just in front of him. Wasn't I completely exposed? He saw everything. At this moment, Hannibal had already gotten up from the ground and steadied himself, cursing as he prepared to chase after them. "Stop, you damn prison guard." Just as Hannibal was about to take off, Hancock instinctively stretched out her foot. Hannibal was about to sprint with his long legs and didn't notice the movement underfoot, tripping and falling hard on his face. Ouch! Although Hancock was handcuffed with sea prism stone and couldn't use her fruit abilities as the Empress of the Nine Snakes, her physical skills and strength still far exceeded those of ordinary people. The over 3-meter-tall Hannibal was easily taken down by her again. As Hannibal fell to the ground and turned to see that it was Hancock who had tripped him, The anger on his face vanished in a split second. Instead of being angry, he revealed an even more infatuated expression. "Oh, Lady Snake Princess, your legs are really too long. Not only long, but also so fair. Could you trip me again?" Hancock couldn't be bothered to respond to this guy with issues. Her gaze was fixed on the back of the female prison guard, feeling both shy and worried. "Yiming, run." The figure of the female prison guard was about to disappear at the staircase leading to the next level. Just then, a purple, viscous liquid shot out from the other end of the corridor like a venomous snake. The speed was astonishing. Hancock saw this and shouted, "Watch out!" Puff! The purple venom accurately hit the female prison guard, instantly wrapping her whole body. The female prison guard didn't even have time to let out a scream before collapsing, her body convulsing violently under the venom's embrace, then going still. A tall figure emerged from the shadows. It was Magellan, who had just gone to the restroom. He coldly looked at the mass of venom on the ground and let out a sneer. "In my territory, you think you can run?" Hancock screamed in despair and rushed over without hesitation. Magellan frowned, watching Hancock run towards him with a scrutinizing gaze. When Hancock reached him, the mass of purple venom had slowly dissipated, revealing the scene inside. Lying on the ground was just the corpse of the female prison guard. Her skin was pockmarked from the corrosion of the venom, and there were still many greasy marks on her body, a tragic sight. But it was indeed that female prison guard from earlier, not Wang Yiming. Hancock was stunned. How could this be? Magellan's dark gaze fell on Hancock. "What were you shouting just now?" Hancock's heart raced, but she forced her face to regain composure. She glanced at the corpse on the ground and arrogantly raised her chin. "This prison guard's figure is somewhat similar to one of my subordinates. I just didn't want her to die." Magellan looked at Hancock in confusion. "Hancock, you're a pirate. Why do you care about our prison staff?" Hancock replied, "I have a kind heart." This reason could only fool a ghost, but at that moment, Hannibal ran over and said, "I can prove it. Just now, I couldn't stand, and Lady Snake Princess even stretched her leg to help me. Lady Snake Princess is really too kind. I want to become the warden right away, and then marry her." This explanation was quite far-fetched, but Magellan did not continue to question it. He squatted down and carefully examined the corpse on the ground. It was indeed a prison guard from Impelled Down. Not a disguise. But why did she run? Why didn't she follow orders? Magellan's gaze ultimately fell on the greasy stains on the corpse, falling into deep thought. Where did this oil come from? Just then, the telephone bug in the office rang loudly. "Warden, a large-scale riot has occurred on level 3. The intruders have breached the 3rd level and are charging towards level 4. Leading them is a straw hat-wearing kid." The voice in the telephone bug was filled with urgency. Magellan's face darkened completely. They had already reached the 3rd level so quickly. Magellan stood up and coldly said to Hancock, "A bothersome fly has come in. I'll go deal with him. You wait here." After saying that, Magellan strode towards the entrance of the 4th level, preparing to intercept Luffy himself. Hannibal also scrambled to follow, continuously shouting, "Warden, wait for me. I want to go too. I want to catch him and make a great achievement, then replace you." The huge warden's office was instantly left with only Hancock. Hancock watched Magellan's departing figure, her anxious heart finally easing a bit. Although she didn't know what method Wang Yiming had used, at least he was safe for now. But that female prison guard, why did she run? Why was there oil on her? Hancock couldn't figure it out. However, she felt that it must be related to Wang Yiming. Just as Magellan stepped out of the office, the spare telephone bug on his desk rang abruptly again. "Brew, brew, brew, brew." A few seconds later, the telephone bug announced in a terrified, distorted voice, "Warden, Warden, emergency, emergency, level 6, Fire Fist Ace, has been stolen." Chapter 28, Successful Escape. Ace has been kidnapped. The scream alarm in the office was only heard by Hancock. For a moment, Hancock's mind went blank, but she reacted quickly. Almost instinctively, she raised her hands, which were shackled with sea-stone handcuffs, and with all her strength, she slapped the screaming phone bug hard. Bang! The phone bug was smashed flat, and the screaming stopped abruptly. Hancock immediately felt tense. Wang Yiming. He succeeded. He really rescued Fire Fist Ace from the heavily guarded 6th floor. How did this man do it? Can he escape? On the 4th floor, the scorching hell, Magellan was facing the invader who was turning Impel Down upside down. "This is where it ends. Haki." Magellan's voice was devoid of emotion. He raised his hand, and a massive purple poison dragon roared out from behind him, lunging toward Luffy. Poison dragon. Using his superhuman speed and battle instinct, Luffy narrowly dodged between 3 attacking poison dragons. The scorching air was corroded by the poison, emitting a sizzling sound. Luffy was steaming. His skin flushed in second gear. "Damn it! Don't block my way!" Luffy shouted in anger, knowing Ace was right below and he had no time to waste. Poison gas bullet. Magellan opened his mouth, releasing purple bubbles. The bubbles floated and exploded near Luffy, releasing toxic gas. Luffy inhaled just a bit and felt his head spin, his limbs starting to weaken. "It's nerve gas." Ugh. Luffy's movements slowed significantly. Rubber. Jet rocket punch. Luffy fought through the dizziness, concentrated all his power into his right fist, and shot his body like a bullet, landing a solid punch on Magellan's abdomen. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Magellan's massive body only swayed slightly. He lowered his head to look at his abdomen where he was hit, then reached out to rub it. "Is that all the strength you have?" Luffy's pupils constricted. This punch was enough to punch through steel, but hitting this man felt like a mere tickle. Worse yet, his fist was already contaminated with Magellan's poison. The purple poison spots quickly spread up his arm. Luffy felt his vision blurring, his body swaying. Just as he was about to collapse, a figure, with a gust of wind, rushed past him. Too fast. Luffy didn't even see what it was. The next second, he felt his red vest being grabbed by someone. A tremendous force came, lifting him off the ground like a stretched rubber band, rapidly retreating in the direction he came from. Luffy shook his dizzy head, trying to open his eyes wide. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was completely stunned. The one pulling him was Wang Yiming. Wang Yiming's feet were covered with a layer of black oil, sliding across the rough ground of the scorching hell. But it was like stepping on the smoothest ice, moving at an unbelievable speed. His left hand was pulling Luffy. On his right shoulder, he was carrying the most familiar man, Ace. Luffy let out a surprised shout. When was he rescued? Luffy's mind was completely overwhelmed. Wang Yiming was carrying Ace and pulling Luffy, rushing toward the upper-level exit without looking back. His plan was meticulous. Luffy's destruction, combined with the oil-slicked female guard, attracted Magellan's attention, and then he quickly rescued Ace. Even Ace hadn't had time to speak to Wang Yiming before he was whisked away. The key was speed. Unfortunately, Wang Yiming miscalculated one thing. The elevator and impelled down only went down, not up. Or rather, Wang Yiming didn't know how to go up. There was no choice but to carry Ace and run up level by level. "No time for talk, hold on to me." Wang Yiming's voice carried a hint of pride. "We need to escape." This sudden scene left everyone dumbfounded, including the warden of Impelled Down, Magellan. He watched the figure carrying Ace and pulling Luffy rapidly flee. The expression on his face changed from shock to disbelief, finally turning into uncontrollable rage. Fire fist. Ace. Magellan wasn't a fool. In an instant, all the illogical clues connected in his mind, forming a complete picture. Hancock's strange request for Ace. The perfectly timed invasion by the Straw Hat Kid. That unusually behaving, oil-stained female guard. A diversion. Straw Hat Luffy attacking from above, attracting everyone's attention, including his own. That female guard was a smokescreen he deliberately threw out to lower his guard. And this slippery man was the true executor, infiltrating the lowest level by unknown means. He actually fell for it. Bastard. An unprecedented sense of humiliation surged within Magellan, poison dripping from his entire body. "You won't escape from my hell." Purple poison erupted from Magellan's body like a volcanic eruption. Poison dragon. A terrifying poison dragon, several times larger than before, roared toward the direction Wang Yiming was escaping. Meanwhile, Magellan's real body followed the poison dragon's body, sliding down like a slide, pursuing at an astonishing speed. Wherever the poison dragon passed, rocks melted, steel corroded. Everything was consumed by the deadly poison. However, Wang Yiming's speed was even faster. His nearly frictionless sliding allowed him to exceed limits. Even with 2 burdens, he still outpaced Magellan. Turning a corner, there was a large door leading from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor, guarded by Hannibal. Upon seeing this, Wang Yiming's heart sank. This is troublesome. Hannibal is easy to deal with, but getting blocked here means Magellan will catch up immediately. It seems he would have to delay some time. Wang Yiming was about to make a move when Hannibal raised his hand and gave orders to the guards behind him. All personnel on standby. Before Wang Yiming could react, Hannibal actually stepped forward and opened the door to the third floor himself. What is going on? Wang Yiming's mind raced, quickly understanding Hannibal's intentions. This guy is crazy to want the director's position. He probably thinks I'm some unknown small pirate, deliberately letting me go, so that Magellan will bear full responsibility for the prison break. Then he, as the deputy warden, will have a chance to rise to power. Since you're making it easy for me, I want to be polite. Wang Yiming also didn't hold back, carrying Ace and pulling Luffy as he rushed forward. Watching the backs of Wang Yiming and the others disappear into the passage, a guard couldn't help but speak up. Deputy Warden Hannibal, why not stop them? Hannibal stood with his hands behind his back, looking confident. I'm in charge here, just listen to me. The anxious guard reminded him. But that man took Ace away. What? Hannibal's proud expression froze. His attention had been entirely on Wang Yiming, thinking about his own position as warden. He had only caught a glimpse of the person on Wang Yiming's shoulder. Indeed, it was someone being carried, but he only saw the person's back and backside. He thought it was just an ordinary accomplice. Letting go of an ordinary intruder is one thing, but Ace is someone the higher-ups value the most. If Fire Fist Ace is set free, the responsibility cannot rest solely on Magellan. He won't be able to escape it either. Hannibal's expression changed dramatically. My dream of being the director. He let out a mournful wail and then shouted in exasperation, catch them for me. However, once Wang Yiming picked up speed, even Magellan couldn't catch up, let alone Hannibal. The next 3 levels became much simpler, because amidst the chaos caused by Luffy, Buggy, and the Candleman, countless pirate prisoners surged out, and basically every level had its doors wide open. Wang Yiming even had the leisure to look back, seeing the massive poisonous dragon chasing closely behind him and the frantic Magellan on top of it. A greasy smile crept onto Wang Yiming's lips. Magellan, we won't meet again. Before the words were out of his mouth, Wang Yiming's speed increased again. The distance between them widened little by little. Magellan's eyes turned bloodshot as he could only watch those 3 figures disappear from his sight. Stop, right there. The furious roar echoed throughout the prison. Chapter 29. The Threat of Magellan. Wang Yiming's original plan was to completely avoid the tough opponent, Magellan. Unfortunately, man's calculations cannot match the heavens' plans. He had calculated everything, but he never anticipated that the elevator in Impel Down was one way. To prevent escapes, it could only go down, not up. Or rather, there might have been a way to go up, but Wang Yiming didn't know it. This effectively blocked off his only escape route. After rescuing Ace, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and charge upward from the 6th floor, 1 level at a time. This meant that encountering Magellan became inevitable. Fortunately, the outcome was more thrilling than dangerous. Hold on tight, Wang Yiming shouted. The oily layer under his feet became incredibly smooth again, and his speed increased to another level. He moved like a bullet gliding across ice, dragging Luffy and carrying Ace, wildly weaving through the chaotic corridor. Countless guards rushed out from both sides, trying to intercept him, but they couldn't even touch Wang Yiming. His entire body was covered in a slippery layer of oil. They couldn't grab him, and the moment their hands made contact, they would slip away. One guard reached out, only to be knocked away by Wang Yiming's shoulder, spinning like a top and crashing into a group of his companions behind him. So slippery. Grab him. Don't let him escape. The guard's shouts and curses mixed together, but they could only serve as background noise to Wang Yiming's departure. 3rd floor, 2nd floor, 1st floor. The doors on each floor were smashed open by the pirates released by Luffy and Buggy. The upper 3 levels of Impel Down had descended into chaos. Everywhere were fleeing pirates and pursuing guards. Boom! Wang Yiming didn't even use the door. He slammed his arm, covered in Haki, forward, directly blasting a large hole in the steel outer wall of Impel Down. Blinding sunlight, mixed with the salty sea breeze, hit him. They made it out. Outside, chaos reigned. Dozens of pirates who had escaped from prison were engaged in battle with Navy soldiers. Further out at sea, a Navy warship was being hijacked by several formidable pirate leaders, preparing to set sail. This way, Wang Yiming's eyes lit up as he saw hope. He hoisted Ace, grabbed Luffy, and pushed off with his legs, leaping down from the gap and tracing a slick parabolic arc in the air, landing precisely on the deck of that warship. "Who are you?" The pirates on the ship became alert upon seeing the sudden appearance of 3 people. Normal escaping pirates wouldn't matter to them. However, since Wang Yiming and Luffy were not wearing prison uniforms, they became suspicious. "Captain, he's the one who released us." Someone recognized Luffy, who had just caused a ruckus in the prison. Wang Yiming didn't want to waste time talking to them. He gently set Ace down from his shoulder. Ace's wrist was still shackled with sea stone handcuffs that bore the Navy's insignia. "No key." Luffy was anxiously pacing. "What key?" Wang Yiming extended his right hand, and the yellow oil on his palm began to writhe, slowly transforming into a key that gleamed with a metallic sheen. Solid oil, covered in Haki, was as hard as steel. He inserted the key into the lock, felt the lock mechanism inside, adjusted the shape of the key, and finally turned it gently. With a click, the sea stone handcuffs that had troubled Ace for so long opened with a sound. Ace shook his numb wrist and tried to move his body. Unfortunately, after being imprisoned on the 6th floor for so long and enduring significant torture, he was now extremely weak and had almost no combat power. "Ace!" Luffy could no longer hold back and hugged his brother tightly, tears and snot covering his face. "You idiot! Idiot! Idiot!" he cried and laughed at the same time, weakly pounding Ace's back. "Luffy!" Ace looked at his brother, and a long-lost smile appeared on his pale face. He reached out and ruffled Luffy's straw hat. "I'm fine now." Then Ace looked at Wang Yiming, who he never expected would be the one to save him. And he had succeeded. "Oily man, thank you." "Captain, it's the least I could do," Wang Yiming said with a greasy smile. The warship had begun to move, getting farther away from the hellish deep-sea prison. The sunlight poured onto the deck, warm and real. Everything seemed to be moving in the best direction. Just then, a roar filled with overwhelming rage came from the direction of Impel Down. "Stop right there." Everyone turned back to look. They saw Magellan's massive purple figure emerge from the entrance of Impel Down. His expression was terrifyingly grim, and he exuded a toxic aura from head to toe. In his right hand, he was gripping a woman's neck. The woman, dressed in a luxurious chi-pao and with a graceful figure, was none other than the Empress Hancock. Magellan raised Hancock high and shouted at the warship, which had already sailed a distance. "If you don't want her to die, come back." The pirates on the warship exchanged disdainful glances. "TCH, just a woman. What does it have to do with us? Hurry and set sail." "Yeah, we finally escaped. Who cares about her life?" Hancock was handcuffed and without the enhancement of her devil fruit powers, and since she was a bit far away, not many were fooled by her unclear appearance. These desperate men normally wouldn't care about the life or death of a woman. Because of Wang Yiming, Luffy didn't even recognize Hancock. But Ace froze. He recognized Hancock. She was one of the 7 warlords, the Empress Hancock. "Hancock!" Wang Yiming's body stiffened for a moment. He couldn't believe how ruthless the Navy was towards their own. Moreover, after entering Impel Down, Wang Yiming had never asked Hancock for help. How could she have been exposed? Wang Yiming stepped forward to the bow of the ship, his gaze crossing the sea surface to meet Magellan's. A few seconds later, he suddenly began to laugh heartily, his laughter filled with mockery and disdain. "Magellan, have you got it all wrong?" Wang Yiming pointed at himself and shouted with all his might. "Listen well. I am the scumbag who stole the oil fruit. That woman and I are sworn enemies. She dreams of killing me. Her life and death have nothing to do with me." His voice carried far and clearly reached everyone's ears. It was unclear whether it was directed at Magellan or Hancock. Hancock, being choked by Magellan, trembled slightly. Though her neck was being squeezed, her eyes could still move. She looked at the familiar yet strange figure at the bow of the ship, and her beautiful pupils shrank. She understood Wang Yiming's meaning. She also recalled the man she had kicked away back then. It was him. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye. She summoned her last bit of strength. Her lips moved slightly, and she bravely uttered a few words. "Don't worry about me. Go." Her voice was soft, blown apart by the sea breeze. But Wang Yiming saw the shape of her lips. At the bow of the ship, Wang Yiming's smile slowly faded. In his eyes, which always held a hint of greasiness and cynicism, something was quietly changing. The aura around him underwent a tremendous transformation in an instant. Ace beside him sensed that something was off. Leaning against the ship's railing, Ace weakly spoke, "Oily man, don't be impulsive. Didn't you say her life and death have nothing to do with you?" Chapter 30, I hate being threatened by others. Yes, her life and death really have nothing to do with me. Wang Yiming murmured to himself, his eyes fixed on the opposite shore. The sea breeze stirred his clothes, making him look like a statue, eerily quiet. Luffy was anxious. He glanced at Hancock on the other side, and then at Wang Yiming. "Hey, you saved my brother. I'll help you get your girlfriend back." As he spoke, Luffy rolled up his sleeves. This guy really has a strong sense of loyalty, but he doesn't have a clear understanding of the situation. Just moments ago, he was tortured by Magellan, and now he dares to go save someone. In the anime, Luffy has the protagonist's halo, but in this world with me, Wang Yiming around, your protagonist's halo might not be so bright anymore. "Shut up, Luffy." Ace interrupted him. Ace understood human emotions better than Luffy. He could sense that Wang Yiming's current state was very strange. This man, who usually laughed and seemed carefree, was now emanating a chilling aura. Wang Yiming ignored the two brothers behind him. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing an expression that couldn't be called a smile. "Captain, her life and death truly have nothing to do with me." Wang Yiming paused, speaking each word clearly. "But I hate being threatened by others." He, Wang Yiming, could be carefree, could be greasy and lecherous, could resort to any means to survive. But he had his own bottom line. Magellan using Hancock to threaten him had already touched his most sensitive nerve. Wang Yiming couldn't even tell if this counted as an excuse. In any case, he had made up his mind. "You want to go back?" Ace frowned. "You can't beat him alone." "Who says I'm alone?" Wang Yiming turned around, grinning. "I still have you guys, right?" Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately got fired up. "That's right. Let's go save her." Ace sighed, looking at his foolish younger brother. Then at the even crazier Greasy guy beside him. What else could he say? "My body. Can't help much for now. That's enough." Wang Yiming patted his shoulder. "Just wait for me on the ship and cheer me on." After saying that, he turned to the group of pirates watching the spectacle on the ship. "Hey, you lot. Stop the ship here and wait for me to come back." A pirate leader with a scarred face scoffed. "Kid, who do you think you are? What right do you have to order us around?" Wang Yiming said nothing, only raised his right hand. A mass of black oil gathered in his palm, transforming into a dark oil gun. The muzzle aimed at the scarred face's head. "Is this enough?" The smile on the scarred face froze. He could feel a deadly threat emanating from that strange gun. I don't want to repeat myself." Wang Yiming's voice was very calm. On the deck, the atmosphere became tense. In the end, it was the scarred face who backed down first. "Luffy, keep an eye on them." Wang Yiming put away the oil gun. He walked to the edge of the ship and took a deep breath. "Yiming, go for it," Luffy shouted. Wang Yiming's body jolted, feeling a surge of energy within him. Does cheering count as oil? It seems my development of the oil fruit has just begun. Wang Yiming turned around, but saw that the others weren't cheering for him at all. So he gave Luffy a thumbs up, his face returning to that greasy smile. "Don't worry, I'll be quick." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 high-pressure oil jets suddenly erupted from beneath his feet. Oil spray. Boom! The immense thrust propelled him into the sky like a rocket. He didn't fly directly toward them impelled down, but made a beautiful turn in the air, circling around to the back of the warship. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, he shot his hands back, spraying 2 thicker jets of oil from his palms. His entire body transformed into a black streak of light, skimming along the surface of the sea, racing towards impel down. The sea surface was sliced open, creating 2 long white waves. This speed was many times faster than the warship. What kind of ability is this? The pirates on the ship were dumbfounded. Ace's eyes widened in shock. He knew Wang Yiming was strong, but he didn't expect him to be able to do this. At the entrance of Impel Down, Magellan watched the black figure rapidly approaching on the sea, a cruel smile appearing on his purple face. Finally willing to come back, he released his grip on Hancock and casually tossed her to the ground. Hancock coughed violently, gasping for fresh air. She looked up and saw Wang Yiming descending from the sky, landing steadily in the space between her and Magellan. "Yiming, I told you to leave, why? Won't you listen?" Wang Yiming didn't look back. "I don't listen to women. I hate you." Hancock bit her lip, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. "I know. Wang Yiming smiled. He turned around to face the massive purple figure. Magellan, how about we make a deal? A deal? Magellan laughed, as if he had heard the greatest joke. What qualifications do you have to talk to me about a deal right now? Just based on my ability to take Ace away. Wang Yiming said easily. Magellan's pupils constricted. Wang Yiming continued. Let her go, and I'll return Ace to you. How about it? Isn't this a good deal? I refuse. But Magellan suddenly lifted his head, revealing a sinister smile. He stomped his foot, causing the entire ground to shake. I not only want to capture Ace, but I also want to keep you, the bastard who dares to challenge my authority, here forever. I will make you pay for your foolishness in the most painful way. As soon as he finished speaking, purple venom surged from his entire body like a tide. 3 gigantic poison dragons took shape behind him, roaring loudly. The terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire port. Wang Yiming's smile also faded. It seems the appearance of the protagonist does not come with the forced intelligence drop of the supporting characters. Wang Yiming knew that this battle was unavoidable. Fine. Wang Yiming flexed his wrists, and oil began to flow from his entire body. At the same time, black-armed Haki rapidly covered him like ink. Since we can't reach an agreement, then let's fight until you agree. Chapter 31. Wang Yiming versus Magellan. Hancock looked at the figure that had turned back for her, and an unprecedented warmth surged within her body. This warmth washed over her limbs and bones, making her tremble all over. Emotion, shock, and an indescribable feeling exploded in her heart. Hancock couldn't help but make a strange sound. Yiming. Hancock struggled to get up from the ground and asked, What can I do to help you? Wang Yiming did not turn around, only fixing his gaze on Magellan not far away. Cheer for me. Cheer for you? Hancock didn't hesitate at all and shouted with all her might, Yiming, go for it. I believe in you. You can definitely win. The moment her voice fell, Wang Yiming felt a surge of energy injected into his body, similar to the power that Luffy had given him before. Indeed, he had mastered the advanced skill of cheering while in battle form. Wang Yiming grinned, his greasy face filled with overwhelming confidence. Come on, Magellan. Let me see what an admiral is capable of. Magellan's face darkened to the extreme. Poison Dragon. 3 hideous purple poison dragons opened their massive jaws and lunged at Wang Yiming from 3 different directions. Wang Yiming's feet glimmered with oil, and he transformed into a black shadow, swiftly weaving through the gaps between the 3 poison dragons. His body slid almost along the ground. Too slow. Wang Yiming's voice sounded from behind Magellan. He had somehow circled around to Magellan's back, his fist covered in armed color Haki, aimed directly at Magellan's back. Magellan didn't turn around, his body suddenly swelling. Giant of poison, his venom transformed into a massive purple poison creature. When Wang Yiming's fist struck it, it felt as if he had hit a mass of sticky jelly. The force in his punch was mostly dissipated, and, at the same time, a strong corrosive sensation came from his fist. Wang Yiming frowned and quickly withdrew. He saw that the armed color Haki on his fist was rapidly being eroded by the purple venom, making a sizzling sound. Such domineering poison. Wang Yiming shook his hand. A layer of poisoned oil armor fell off, then regenerated. In the face of my deadly poison, your attacks are just a joke. The giant of poison that Magellan had transformed into stretched out its massive hand and slammed down towards Wang Yiming. Oil clone. Wang Yiming's body shook, and a clone that looked exactly like him separated from his body, running in another direction. Magellan's giant hand could not distinguish between the real and the fake, so it randomly struck one of them. It smashed the ground, creating a large pit and splattering venom everywhere. Meanwhile, Wang Yiming's true self had already appeared several dozen meters away. Oil bomb machine gun. Wang Yiming's hands transformed into gun barrels, and countless black oil bombs covered in armed color Haki poured down on Magellan like a torrential rain. Bang, 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 bang. The dense oil bombs struck the giant of poison, causing small explosions to erupt. Although they couldn't cause fatal damage, they successfully hindered Magellan's movements. The giant of poison was battered, with purple venom splattering everywhere. Useless, Magellan roared, his wounds rapidly healing. He opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. Poison gas. A large area of purple poisonous fog spewed from his mouth, quickly spreading in all directions. The air was filled with a pungent, sweet, and fishy smell. Wang Yiming immediately held his breath, exerting force under his feet, sliding towards the edge of the port, trying to escape the range of the poisonous fog. "Yiming, go for it." Hancock's cheering voice came again. Wang Yiming felt his spirit lift. "Hancock, keep cheering." Wang Yiming even turned back to give Hancock a thumbs up. While Hancock was cheering for Wang Yiming, Magellan also had reinforcements. After all, this was the Navy's impel down, and dozens of Navy soldiers rushed up. Wang Yiming was not afraid at all. Although he did not have Conqueror's Haki to clear out the small fries, he had a new skill: oil control. Suddenly, the bodies of a dozen Navy soldiers around him became uncontrollable. This was Wang Yiming's new skill. He had previously used it to manipulate the female guards. It could control ordinary soldiers, utilizing the grease within their bodies. As long as there was oil in your body and your strength was insufficient, the oil within you would pull you into action. What is this? My legs. I can't move. What are you doing? Don't point that gun at me." These Navy soldiers even started to attack each other. Taking this opportunity, Wang Yiming pressed his hands against the ground. Oil jet. 2 high-pressure oil columns blasted from his palms, propelling his body forward like an arrow, charging once again towards Magellan. This time, his target was not Magellan's body, but the ground beneath him. Wang Yiming slid close to the ground, and at the moment he approached Magellan, a large amount of oil gushed from his body, covering a large area of the ground beneath Magellan's feet. Magellan felt his feet slip, and a massive giant of poison lost its balance. "Bastard!" Magellan was both shocked and angry. His huge body crashed to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust and venom. "Good opportunity." From a distance on the warship, Luffy shouted excitedly. Wang Yiming certainly would not miss this chance. Solid oil, big oil hammer. Black oil quickly condensed on his right arm, transforming into a giant hammer larger than Magellan. The hammerhead was covered with pitch-black armed color Haki. "Get down!" Wang Yiming roared, swinging the massive oil hammer with all his strength, aiming it down at the fallen Magellan. This blow, if it landed solidly, would severely injure even a giant. However, Magellan was indeed a master with the strength of an admiral. At the moment the giant hammer was about to fall, his massive body suddenly disintegrated, transforming into an even more terrifying giant poison dragon. Poison Dragon held judgment. The dragon roared, lunging at the descending oil hammer, fighting back. Boom! The black oil hammer collided with the purple poison dragon. A terrifying shock wave of energy erupted, spreading violently from the two. The ground of the entire impel down shook violently. The port's ground was torn open, and countless fragments were thrown into the sky. On the sea, towering waves surged. Wang Yiming was thrown back by the immense recoil, tumbling several times in the air before managing to stabilize himself with a spray of oil. Looking down, the massive oil hammer had been completely corroded by the poison dragon. Meanwhile, Magellan stood back in place, gasping for breath. He was not in good condition either, covered in black oil stains. The two stared at each other, their eyes filled with gravity. This battle had nearly flattened the first level of impel down. At that moment, dense footsteps sounded at the port. A large number of Navy soldiers and prison guards surrounded the entire port. The dart gun muzzles were all aimed at Wang Yiming. Human sea tactics. These soldiers stood at a distance, and Wang Yiming could not control them with oil. However, Wang Yiming was not flustered, coldly snorting more people. Oil clone. A large amount of oil erupted from beneath Wang Yiming's feet, forming 20 clones. Under normal circumstances, controlling so many clones for detailed combat would certainly be impossible. However, Wang Yiming is somewhat different. Perhaps due to his soul having crossed over, his soul has fused with that of the original owner. Therefore, his mental strength is inherently strong and has growth potential. For Wang Yiming, controlling these 20 avatars to deal with ordinary naval soldiers is completely effortless. Chapter 32. Shiryu of the Rain joins the battle. Furthermore, each of the 20 oil clones was covered with a layer of black, armed color Haki. How is this possible? Magellan's eyes nearly bulged out. He could feel that the armed color Haki on those clones, while not as refined as the original, was definitely not just for show. How could the total amount of Haki a single person possesses be so vast that they could distribute it among 20 clones? This completely overturned his understanding of Haki. Not far away, Hancock also covered her mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and obsession. She had seen many strong individuals, but someone like Wang Yiming, who casually squandered armed color Haki as if it were water, was a first. This man is so strong. I really like him. Wang Yiming didn't give them much time to be shocked. With a thought, the 20 oil clones transformed into 20 black lightning bolts, rushing into the Navy formation. A massacre had begun. Monsters. They're all monsters. The ordinary Navy soldiers were as fragile as paper in the face of armed color Haki. One clone punched out, sending 3 or 4 soldiers blocking the way, flying like bowling pins. Another clone turned its hands into oil knives, and a black blade light flashed, creating a spray of blood. These clones were fearless. Even some sergeants could barely last a few exchanges. They were no match for Wang Yiming's clones. It wasn't until they encountered lieutenant-ranked Navy officers that Wang Yiming's clones began to suffer losses. How about it? Magellan, my oil soldiers are quite something, right? Wang Yiming turned his head and grinned at the ashen-faced Magellan. You, damn bastard. Magellan was completely furious. He no longer cared about the lives of those miscellaneous soldiers. The massive poison giant reformed and roared towards Wang Yiming. Wang Yiming faced it fearlessly and met it head-on. One person and one poison once again tangled together. Fists and feet collided. Poison and oil splattered everywhere. The entire port became a scene of devastation under their battle. Just as the two were locked in a fierce fight, a calm and steady sound of footsteps came from deep within the shattered prison gate. A tall figure, with a cigar in his mouth, leisurely walked out. He was dressed in a uniform but left it unbuttoned, with a famous sword, Thunderstorm, slung at his waist, and his eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty glint. This person was none other than Shiryu of the Rain, the former chief warden of Impel Down. Upon seeing the newcomer, Magellan slowed his attack and distanced himself from Wang Yiming. Shiryu, you're just in time. Come help and take down this intruder. Magellan panted heavily and shouted. Shiryu of the Rain exhaled a puff of smoke, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. How pathetic, Director Magellan. His voice was hoarse, tinged with amusement. To be forced to this extent by an unknown little brat, you are about to lose face for the Navy. Enough nonsense. Magellan shouted angrily. Seize him. You let Ace go. Seize him? Shiryu of the Rain scoffed. I don't remember needing to follow your orders right now. That said, his gaze fell on Wang Yiming. In his eyes, a glimmer of the hunter seeing its prey flickered. However, this man seems quite interesting. He slowly drew out Thunderstorm from his waist. The blade released a red, demonic aura under the sunlight. Wang Yiming's heart sank. Shiryu of the Rain. How did this guy come out? He is a pure, slaughter-loving madman. Hey, 2 against 1. Don't you feel ashamed? Wang Yiming attempted to use verbal tactics. Ashamed? Shiryu licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile. I just want to chop you down. The moment his words fell, his figure vanished from spot. So fast. Wang Yiming had exhausted a lot of energy fighting Magellan earlier. He reacted in thought, but was a beat slow in body, so he could only elementalize his body. Puffed. A blade pierced through his chest without obstruction. Looking down, he saw that the blade was wrapped in an extremely powerful Haki. After transforming into a puddle of oil, Wang Yiming reformed. And although there was no wound on his chest, a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Wang Yiming suddenly retreated, distancing himself from Shiryu. I'm injured. Oh, you actually didn't die. Shiryu glanced at his blade with some surprise. Interesting. On the other side, Magellan seized the opportunity. Poison Dragon. 3 ferocious poison dragons sealed off all of Wang Yiming's escape routes. Wang Yiming's expression changed. Oil columns erupted beneath his feet as he attempted to use speed to create distance. However, Shiryu's figure reappeared before him like a ghost. Your speed is useless before me. A flash of the blade cut through. In a rush, Wang Yiming could only use his arm, covered with armed color Haki, to block. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. Wang Yiming felt a tremendous force come from his arm, and his whole body was sent flying, crashing heavily into the poison dragon behind him. ZZ! The potent poison corroded his body, and the oil armor rapidly dissolved under the venom. Although the poison did not directly touch his body, its toxins had already seeped through the skin. Agonizing pain and numbness spread throughout his body. Yiming. Hancock cried out from a distance, her heart nearly breaking. Go for it. Yiming. Keep going. She shouted desperately, hoping her voice would give him strength. Wang Yiming indeed felt that surge of energy, but it was like a drop in the bucket. He was facing two monsters, both at the admiral level. One was a large-scale magic attack, and the other a high-agility physical critical hit. This combination was simply unbeatable. At that moment, the remaining 10 or so clones in the distance suddenly transformed into a puddle of oil. Meanwhile, Hannibal, who had been quietly cursing Magellan, suddenly stiffened and began walking towards Hancock. Wang Yiming struggled to rise from the ground and continued the fight. Continuous oil cannon. A desperate struggle. Shiryu snorted coldly. The blade light transformed into a dense net of blades. The oil cannons in the air were shattered one after another, turning into useless puddles of black oil. Magellan then clapped his hands together. Poison cloud. An even thicker purple poisonous mist enveloped the entire battlefield. Wang Yiming's situation took a sharp turn for the worse. His injuries worsened, and his movements began to slow down. The energy within him was being rapidly depleted. The outcome was already decided. It's over. Shiryu's voice, like the decree of death, echoed in Wang Yiming's ears. Wang Yiming felt a blur before his eyes, followed by a sharp pain in his abdomen. He looked down, and Shiryu's blade had once again pierced through his body. This time, he didn't even have the strength to reassemble his body. Crack! A pair of C-prism stone handcuffs locked around Wang Yiming's wrists. An indescribable sense of powerlessness washed over him like a tide. The oil fruit ability within him was completely severed. His body went soft, and Wang Yiming knelt on one knee on the ground, gasping heavily. Wang Yiming raised his head and glanced at the sea. A greasy smile appeared on his face. Damn it, I failed to look cool. Chapter 33. Halfway to success, as everyone's attention was focused on Wang Yiming. No one noticed a small naval warship suddenly starting up by the port. The engine emitted a low rumble as it slowly departed from the harbor. Magellan frowned and looked at the warship. The one steering the ship was actually Deputy Director Hannibal. Hannibal? Next to Hannibal stood the Empress Hancock. What was going on? Magellan's mind momentarily couldn't process this. Magellan knew Hannibal very well. That guy was always thinking about replacing him as the director. Hannibal had never hidden this ambition. But Magellan had watched him grow from a newcomer to deputy director over the past 20 years. Although Hannibal was ambitious, Magellan understood what kind of person he was. With Hannibal's temperament, he absolutely wouldn't dare to betray Impel Down, let alone the world government. Could it be that he was enchanted by the Empress's beauty? Magellan considered this possibility. Just at the moment when Wang Yiming was handcuffed with C-prism stone, Hannibal, who was at the helm of the small warship, suddenly stiffened. Then, a large amount of oil seeped out from his body. Hannibal shuddered violently and regained control of his body. How did I end up here? Hannibal screamed, frantically rushing to the helm. Lady Snake, although we will definitely get married in the future, I can't betray the Navy right now. Quick, turn back. I still want to be the director, he shouted while trying to turn the ship's wheel, steering the warship back to Impel Down. However, just as his hand touched the wheel, a leg wrapped in dark, armed Haki kicked him hard in the face. Get lost. Hannibal was kicked away, flying through the air in a perfect parabolic arc before splashing into the sea with a plop, creating a moderate splash. Hancock didn't even glance at him. She stood at the bow of the ship, letting the sea breeze blow through her long black hair. Her eyes were as red as if they were about to bleed. She looked at the man kneeling on one knee on the shore, covered in injuries, held down tightly by two prison guards. She had witnessed the earth-shattering battle from start to finish. That man had returned alone to fight against the entire Impel Down for her. Even at the last moment, he was still thinking about how to let her escape. How could there be such a man in this world? He could have left. He had clearly said that his life and death had nothing to do with her. Yet he still returned. Hancock's heart felt like it was tightly gripped by an invisible hand, aching so much that she could hardly breathe. At that moment, all identities as a warlord of the sea, the Empress of Amazon Lily, and the title of the world's most beautiful woman were thrown out of her mind. In her heart, in her eyes, There was only that greasy yet reliable figure. Her heart was completely filled by the man named Wang Yiming. Moved, heartbroken, in love, regret. Countless emotions intertwined, almost drowning her. Hancock wanted to go back. She wanted to stand by his side and fight alongside him, even if it meant death. But Hancock was not a simpleton like Luffy. She knew that if she went back, not only would she not be able to help, but she would also end up perishing and impelled down with him. If she died, Wang Yiming's sacrifice would become meaningless. I can't die. I want to live. I need to find help. I must rescue you. Hancock took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the pain and impulse in her heart. Wang Yiming had once said that he was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. Whitebeard, the man hailed as the world's strongest. A flame of hope reignited in Hancock's eyes. She walked to the helm and recalled how Navy soldiers operated the warship, adjusting the direction and turning the engine power to the maximum. The warship sliced through the sea, creating a long trail of white waves as it sped away into the distance. Yiming, wait for me. I will definitely bring people back to save you. Meanwhile, on another warship further away, the atmosphere was equally tense. Let me go. I want to go back to save Wang Yiming. Luffy's eyes were bloodshot as he struggled desperately, trying to jump overboard. This was Luffy. He didn't even know Wang Yiming, having been knocked unconscious and brought to impel down by him. But when he learned that Wang Yiming had been captured while trying to save Ace, Luffy regarded him as a companion. Luffy, calm down. Ace held him tightly from behind, his weak body trembling from the effort. What do you do if you go back now? But Wang Yiming, he was captured trying to save us. Luffy's voice was choked with emotion. Kid, don't be impulsive. A cold voice rang out. Crocodile leaned against the ship's railing, smoking a cigar. That greasy guy may be annoying, but you saw his strength. If he could be captured, going back would just add another prisoner. That's right. We finally escaped. I don't want to go back to that hellhole, Buggy said, hugging his arms with a look of fear. Exactly. Let us hurry and get out of here. Mister. 3 echoed. Only the transvestite king, Bon Clay, was wiping his tears with a handkerchief, sobbing. Oil sauce. He was a good person. Sniff. For his friends, he would risk everything. That's the true path of a transvestite. The pirates on the warship were surprisingly united in their opinions. They were all desperate rogues who had barely escaped from hell. How could they risk returning for someone unrelated to them? Luffy, though loyal, was unable to contend with so many strong individuals on board who had ulterior motives, especially with Ace severely injured. In the end, Luffy could only watch as impelled down grew further away, eventually becoming a black dot on the horizon. He knelt helplessly on the deck, pounding the wooden planks with his fists. Yiming, at the port of impelled down, Magellan watched the 2 departing warships, one carrying Ace and Luffy, and the other carrying Hancock. He let out a furious roar. Ah! Purple venom uncontrollably spilled from his body, corroding the surrounding ground into pockmarked pits. He wanted to chase after them, but the continuous battles with Wang Yiming had exhausted his devil fruit powers. The side effects kicked in. Gurgle. An untimely sound came from his stomach. Magellan's face instantly turned from purple to green. He squeezed his legs together and roared at the nearby guard. Take that greasy guy. Lock him up properly. I want him to experience all the pain of impelled down. After saying this, Magellan dashed toward the prison's restroom with a speed that belied his large stature. 2 guards lifted the already powerless Wang Yiming, dragging him toward the hellish gates. It was Wang Yiming's first time wearing sea prism stone handcuffs. Having already exhausted himself in battle, he felt completely weak, but he still managed to force out a greasy smile. The plan was half successful, I suppose. In any case, Ace has been rescued. I didn't drag Hancock down with me. I just don't know if the Navy will execute me. Will Dad come to save himself? Chapter 34. The Appearance of Blackbeard. Wang Yiming was dragged by 2 prison guards through the devastated earlier levels. Magellan had ordered him to be locked up in the deepest level, level 6, the infinite hell. However, when they arrived, they found that the passage to level 5 had been completely collapsed due to the earlier battle. To go down, they had to take a secret elevator, but only the warden had the authority to activate it. The warden went to the bathroom. What we do now? One guard asked. Let's put him in level 4 and wait for the warden to get back. The other guard thought for a moment and made a decision. Thus, Wang Yiming was thrown into level 4, the extreme cold hell. This was a den of wolves larger than giants, with temperatures low enough to freeze blood. Wang Yiming was stripped of his clothes, left with only a pair of shorts, and tossed onto the icy ground. The sea prism stone handcuffs suppressed all his abilities, leaving him no different from an ordinary person. The biting cold instantly invaded his limbs. Wang Yiming's lips quickly turned purple, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. This sea prism stone really had some effect. Wang Yiming felt weak and his limbs soft. It took him a long time to struggle to stand up. Roar! In the darkness, pairs of green eyes lit up. Hungry military wolves, having caught the scent of fresh flesh, slowly surrounded him. Just as Wang Yiming was engaged in a tug-of-war with death in the extreme cold hell, an unexpected group of visitors arrived at Impel Down's port. A massive pirate ship, ignoring the Navy's warnings, forcibly docked. On board stood several enormous, fierce-looking men. Leading them was an exceptionally tall man with 3 handguns at his waist, rotten teeth, and a boisterous laugh. Marshal D. Teach, Blackbeard. Ha ha ha. So this is the world's #1 prison. Impel Down? What nice place. Blackbeard jumped off the ship, spreading his arms as if embracing his new territory. Shiryu of the Rain, with a cigar in his mouth, walked out from the ruins of the prison and ran into Blackbeard. Who are you? Shiryu's gaze was filled with danger. Seeing Shiryu, Blackbeard's eyes lit up. Ha ha ha. You're the former Chief Warden Shiryu of the Rain, sentenced to life for slaughtering prisoners, right? I'm here to invite you to join my pirate crew. Shiryu was taken aback for a moment, then scoffed. Invite me? On what grounds? Just on the grounds that I can take you out of this hellhole and grant you freedom. Shiryu retorted, without you, I can be free too. Blackbeard grinned, revealing a mouthful of uneven teeth. But with me, you can enjoy the thrill of slaughter to the fullest. Shiryu's pupils contracted. Freedom, slaughter. These 2 words precisely struck at the deepest desires within him. He looked at Blackbeard, then at the cage that had imprisoned him for many years. A few seconds later, he made a decision. All right, I'll join. Shiryu's response was decisive. Magellan would never have dreamed that while he was away in the bathroom, his most troublesome former colleague would collude with invading pirates. Ha ha, a wise choice. Blackbeard laughed heartily. Then, as a welcome gift for joining, take us to a good place. Where to? The Infinite Hell, level 6. The flame of ambition flickered in Blackbeard's eyes. I want to find some new crew members there. Shiryu was well acquainted with Impel Down and knew how to navigate all the elevator passages. He led Blackbeard's group smoothly, avoiding all operational defense systems, downwards. The guards they encountered were no match for these monsters, and were almost instantaneously killed. By the time Magellan finally resolved his personal issue and came out of the restroom, he learned that Blackbeard's group had already entered level 6. What? Magellan trembled with anger, purple venom seeping from his pores. Shiryu, you bastard! He roared, just as he was about to rush down to stop them. But after just 2 steps, his stomach churned again. Gurgle. Damn side effects. Fighting with Wang Yiming had been difficult for him, and he feared he would take a long time to recover. Magellan's face turned green as he had to cover his stomach and rush back to the restroom. Impel Down, this so-called impregnable underwater prison, had completely turned into a joke today. In level 6, Blackbeard found his desired partners. The legendary pirates, the giant warship San Juan Wolf, the tyrant Absalom Pizarro, the barrel-sized Bass Choate, and the crescent moon hunter Katarina Devon. These legendary criminals, sentenced to life imprisonment and even erased from history, gladly joined Blackbeard's crew at his invitation. When Blackbeard left Impel Down with his newly recruited crew, Magellan finally emerged from the restroom. Looking at the prison that had been destroyed beyond recognition and listening to his subordinates' reports about a mass jailbreak of prisoners from level 6, Magellan's anger reached its peak. He couldn't go after Blackbeard and Shiryu. They'd already set sail. Ace and Luffy had also escaped. Hancock had escaped as well. The only target left for him to vent his anger on was one person. Wang Yiming. Bring that greasy bastard to level 5. Magellan roared into the transponder snail. Soon, Wang Yiming, nearly frozen into an ice sculpture in the extreme cold hell, was dragged out of the wolf pack by the guards and thrown back into level 4. The Hell of Flames. This was a boiling blood pool filled with blood and sulfur, hot enough to melt steel. from extreme cold to extreme heat. This torment of ice and fire was enough to break any Iron Man. Wang Yiming was thrown into an iron cage, suspended above the blood pool. The terrifying high temperature scorched his body, and his skin quickly showed signs of burns. His consciousness wavered between wakefulness and unconsciousness. "I can't die." Wang Yiming gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay awake. He knew that Magellan wanted to torture him to death, but he also didn't dare to actually kill him. After all, he was the captain of the White-Beard Pirates and the core figure of this incident. The Navy headquarters still needed an explanation. So, Magellan would repeatedly torture him at the brink of death. This, in turn, triggered Wang Yiming's passive skill. Life and death training method. In the extreme tug-of-war between life and death. Although his body was collapsing, his spirit and soul were being tempered and strengthened at an incredible speed. The sea prism stone handcuffs could lock his fruit abilities and suppress his physical strength, but they couldn't restrain his unique soul from another world. After being roasted in the hell of flames for a while, just as he was about to be cooked, he was thrown back into the extreme cold hell of level 4. Then back to the hell of flames from the extreme cold hell. This went on repeatedly. At one moment, when he was dragged out from the extreme cold and his consciousness was about to fade, Wang Yiming suddenly saw it. He saw 2 guards dragging him toward a fork in the road. They would stop at the fork, and one of them would pull out a whip from his pocket and lash it hard against his back. 1 second later, the development of events was exactly as he had seen. Crack! A sharp pain came from behind. However, in Wang Yiming's heart, a storm was brewing. This is a premonition of the future? No, that's not it. This feeling seems to be observation Haki. He had trained for a long time without any progress in observation Haki, but unexpectedly, he comprehended it in this impel down. Chapter 35. Rewards in Hell. Wang Yiming's heart couldn't help but race. Observation Haki. He actually comprehended observation Haki in such a hellish place and in this state. This was simply an unexpected joy. Come on, let the storm come even fiercer. Wang Yiming began to concentrate, to feel, to capture that wonderful premonition. Up ahead to the left, there would be a guard dozing off, and his spear would fall and hit my foot. Just as the thought arose, the scene appeared in his mind. As expected, after turning the corner, a guard leaning against the wall let go of his spear, which fell with a clang, hitting the back of Wang Yiming's foot perfectly. Then, he saw the 2 guards dragging him, arguing with the dozing guard over this incident. Everything was precise. Wang Yiming gritted his teeth through the intense pain in his body and the exhaustion of his soul, greedily practicing this newly mastered ability. His mental strength, already different from ordinary people due to his soul crossing, was now rapidly growing as if propelled by a rocket under the enhancement of the life and death training method. The range and precision of his observation Haki were improving at a terrifying speed. The scorching heat of hell, the extreme cold of hell, the endless beatings and torment from the guards. These pains, which would have crushed his will, had now become the best training partners for his observation Haki. He could even predict in advance from which angle the whip would fall and on which part of his body it would land. Damn, this is a blessing in disguise. Wang Yiming remembered that observation Haki was divided into 3 levels. The first level is basic perception, detecting the enemy's location, number, and simple actions. The second level is future prediction, briefly foreseeing the opponent's actions within the next few seconds. The third level is resonance, perceiving others' thoughts or communicating with non-human life forms. The fact that he could predict the guard's actions meant he had reached the second level. Unexpectedly, I skipped the first level and jumped straight to the second level. I am truly a genius. Of course, each level also has beginner, intermediate, and advanced distinctions. Wang Yiming's current precognition lasts at most a few seconds, and the angles of the scenes he sees are very singular, compared to a powerhouse like Shanks, who could clearly foresee actions for several minutes and predict various blind spots. My current ability might not even be considered beginner level, but it doesn't matter. Wang Yiming was still rapidly improving. One day I will reach that height, or even surpass it. Wang Yiming focused his mind on the 2 guards dragging him. The guard in front was very irritable, so he would exert more force. The guard beside him was thinking of home, so he would be gentler. Damn it, this kid's bones are too hard. I have to teach him a lesson today. Hurry up, we can't kill him. It's time to get off work after the beating. The 2 guards swung their whips from left to right. The whip from the left came down with a whoosh, indeed much heavier. The whip from the right fell lightly, only causing a stinging pain to his flesh. As expected, one was heavy and one was light. Everything was within his foresight. This feeling of having everything under control temporarily made him forget the pain in his body. Advancing into the city, this so-called hell on earth had now become Wang Yiming's exclusive training ground. That night, Wang Yiming was dragged out of the extreme cold hell like a popsicle. Garde complained impatiently. What's wrong with this bastard? He's almost frozen to death but still has a smile on his face. Is he a masochist? Garby said, who cares? Hurry up and send him to the 5th level. I'm waiting to go off work for a drink. Wang Yiming was not accustomed to this kind of torment. Instead, he had mastered a new skill, soul half-separation. Wang Yiming felt as if he had crossed over and merged with the original owner's soul. However, the original owner was just an ordinary seaside boy, so it could be said that he was possessed by Wang Yiming. At this moment, when Wang Yiming was on the brink of death, he surprisingly felt a sense of soul half-separation and suddenly felt no pain. Next, he would go to the 5th level to endure the scorching flames. After that, it would be the usual beatings of the day. Perfect, I can practice observation Haki again. However, just as he was being dragged forward, his observation Haki sent him a completely different premonition. An incredibly clear and intense image, like a brand, appeared in his mind. It was a woman with an extraordinarily hot body, full of mature charm. She had thick golden long hair that nearly covered her eyes. On her head were a pair of small devil horn decorations. She wore a tight black fishnet outfit that perfectly outlined her exaggerated S-shaped curves. Her long legs were adorned with sexy, knee-high leather boots. And in her hand, she held a spiked vine whip. This alluring beauty, exuding seduction, was swaying her snake-like waist. Step by step, approaching him, her face bore a sickly, excited smile. Wang Yiming was completely stunned. It was her. Before Wang Yiming could recover from this seductive premonition, the 2 guards dragging him suddenly stopped. They respectfully lowered their heads and bowed to the figure ahead. Suddy-chan, a voice that was both charming and slightly arrogant came from the front. Accompanied by a peculiar laugh, the sound of high heels clicking against the ground drew closer. Wang Yiming struggled to lift his head. He saw a figure slowly emerging from the shadows of the corridor. Golden long hair, devil horns, black fishnet outfit, spiked vine whip. Everything matched perfectly with the image he had just seen. The seductive beauty had truly arrived. She was the head guard of the advancing city, Suddy, a woman who took pleasure in listening to the moans of others and had a serious sadistic tendency. Suddy stood before Wang Yiming, looking down at him. Her gaze was like that of someone admiring an interesting toy. You're the greasy man who caused a ruckus in the advancing city, right? Looks like you're not so impressive. Suddy lifted her booted foot, delivering a high kick that landed on Wang Yiming's face, even grinding a bit. I heard you could take quite a beating? Director Magellan said that ordinary punishments are useless on you. The corner of Suddy's mouth curled into a cruel yet enchanting arc. So, Director Magellan has gifted you to me. From today on, I will personally train you. You must. Call out for me to hear, okay? Your voice will surely be very pleasant. Wang Yiming swallowed hard. The pain on his face made him grimace, but other thoughts emerged in his mind. Is this the so-called welfare in hell? He muttered to himself, and although the thought was quite greasy and even a bit lewd, he absolutely couldn't lose face in front of a woman. How could I, Wang Yiming, embarrass myself in front of a woman? I have to tell you something. Wang Yiming spoke up. The last woman who stepped on me has now fallen uncontrollably in love with me. Suddy's movement paused for a moment. She released her foot and instead used the whip to hook Wang Yiming's chin. Oh, a glimmer of interest flashed in her eyes. You're talking about Boa Hancock? What an interesting man. Then I want to see how you make me fall in love with you. I hope you can still say such words when I take action. Chapter 36, this is special training. I hope you can still say such things when I make my move. Sadie's voice carried a hint of playful cruelty, and the vine whip in her hand made a sharp crack in the air. Crack! The whip struck fiercely against Wang Yiming's chest. The skin split open, and the fiery pain surged halfway before it couldn't move anymore. Wang Yiming grinned. His observation Haki clearly captured the trajectory of the whip as it fell. He could even perceive the minute vibrations in the air caused by each barbed tip of the whip. Sadie noticed that not only did he not scream, But he also smiled, and the excitement on her face intensified. It seems you really enjoy this. Crack, crack, crack. Several more lashes followed, each one landing precisely on the old wounds, stacking them layer upon layer. Wang Yiming focused all his attention on his perception. He could see the angle at which Sadie raised her arm. He could hear the sound of her wrist exerting force. He could foresee that a few seconds later, the whip would strike his third abdominal muscle. Sure enough, the next lash landed squarely on his lower abdomen. Wang Yiming looked quite miserable, but inside he felt clear-headed. The life-hanging training method was operating furiously. Each collapse of his body was tempering his spirit. The C-prism stone handcuffs locked away his devil fruit abilities, but they couldn't restrain his increasingly sharp soul. Scream. Why aren't you screaming? Sadie was somewhat dissatisfied. What she loved most was the pained moans of prisoners. Is that all? Wang Yiming raised his head, wearing a greasy smile. Miss Sadie, haven't you eaten? Your strength is so weak. Are you just trying to tickle me? Sadie raised an eyebrow. This man was different from all the prisoners she had encountered before. Her whip was unlike others. Not only did it have barbed spikes, but it was also coated with neurotoxin to amplify pain. Those others would either cry for mercy or kneel down begging. Yet Wang Yiming seemed to be enjoying it. Interesting. Sadie licked her lips. It seemed that ordinary moves couldn't satisfy you. Sadie dropped the whip and used a bucket of salt water to wash the blood and flesh off Wang Yiming. Then she picked up a candle from the torture rack. I'm here to help you disinfect. She let the scalding wax drip, drop by drop, onto Wang Yiming's wounds. Sizzle. The searing sting came instantly. Wang Yiming's body trembled violently. Yes, that's the expression. A pathological satisfaction appeared on Sadie's face. Scream for me. Let me hear your voice. Wang Yiming tightly closed his eyes and immediately entered a semi-psychic state. The pain disappeared instantly. Just now, he wanted to try that feeling. Wang Yiming suddenly opened his eyes and showed Sadie an even brighter smile. Wang Yiming let out a long howl. This sound didn't seem like pain at all. Instead, it was filled with magnetism, carrying an indescribable sense of comfort. Sadie's movement stopped. Her smile froze on her face. What? What was that? Comfortable. Wang Yiming said sincerely, Miss Sadie, your technique is very professional, just the right amount of force, and the temperature is just right. Can we change the spot next time? My back is a bit itchy. You pervert, but I like it. Sadie also revealed an excited smile. She had never encountered such a person. Her sadism, which was supposed to bring fear and pain, turned into a strange enjoyment with this man. This sparked an unprecedented desire for conquest within her. Sadie shouted outside, You all get out, no peeking. She yanked the surveillance camera off the wall and threw out the door. With a bang, the interrogation room door was closed. Now, only the two of them remained. I want to see just how hard your bones are. Sadie tried various small torture instruments on Wang Yiming. Yes, that's the strength. Help me press my acupoints. I've had a bit of stiff neck lately. Stop. I'm ticklish, but it feels so good. Ha. The ice and fire were two extremes. Miss Sadie, you really know how to play. Wang Yiming's body was enduring immense damage, but he forcibly isolated most of the pain using his semi-psychic technique. The remaining pain was entirely used to hone his observation Haki. He could now clearly perceive Sadie's emotional fluctuations. From her initial excitement to her anger midway, then to her later confusion. This woman was growing curious about him. Who? Sadie gasped for breath, wiping the sweat off her forehead. Torturing someone turned out to be quite a physical task, especially when the victim didn't play by the rules. She looked at Wang Yiming, who was battered and bruised yet still had bright eyes and a smile on his lips, and asked, What kind of monster are you? Wang Yiming looked at her, slowly opening his mouth. Miss Sadie, actually, all of this is childish play. Sadie frowned. Your methods can only bring physical pain. It's too low level. Wang Yiming shook his head, adopting an expert tone. True training is about conquering the spirit. Do you want to learn? Sadie was taken aback. A prisoner was actually trying to teach the guard how to inflict pain? This was simply absurd. But for some reason, she inexplicably asked how do you conquer? The corners of Wang Yiming's mouth curled into a greasy and mysterious arc. Very simple. You see, right now my body has no strength, and my hands are handcuffed, so I can't do anything. Why don't you uncuff me? I promise to make you feel good. I'll personally demonstrate what true pleasure is." The air fell silent for a few seconds. Sadie was momentarily stunned, then realized something, and her cheeks flushed bright red. This greasy bastard was still trying to tease her at a time like this. She suddenly burst into a fit of laughter, laughing so hard her body shook, leaning forward and backward. "I'm not that stupid." Sadie pointed at Wang Yiming with her whip, laughing until tears almost came out. "You are truly the most interesting toy I've ever seen. Let us call it a day. I'm tired." Sadie opened the interrogation room door. "Take him back to his cell," she ordered the guard outside. As he was being dragged away, Wang Yiming glanced back. Sadie was looking at him too, her eyes, half hidden by her golden hair, sparkling with a light of possession. Wang Yiming smiled inwardly. The fish seems to have taken the bait. Dealing with this sadistic woman is all about making her want what she can't have. She'll be unable to resist you. Although his body hurt like it was falling apart, the spiritual gains were unprecedentedly immense. Wang Yiming's observation Haki became increasingly refined during this short yet intense special training. Advance into the city. Sadie. The welfare in this hell truly lived up to its reputation. Chapter 37. Dad's Fury. Target impelled down. After that, Wang Yiming was thrown back into the 6th level. Jinbei was right beside him and couldn't help but complain when he saw Wang Yiming's miserable appearance. "You freak. Can't you just give in a little? If you had saved me back then, we wouldn't have so many problems." Wang Yiming glanced at his cellmate Jinbei and shook his head. "Who told you to look so terrifying and dark? I thought you were a monster." At that time, Wang Yiming was in a hurry, saved Ace, and ran off without caring about the others in the 6th level. Jinbei replied speechlessly, "In the Fishman tribe, I'm considered handsome." Speaking of this, Jinbei suddenly looked at Wang Yiming again. "But I also don't want to give in. I didn't want to participate in the war against Whitebeard, which is why I was locked up on the Moby Dick." Inside the huge cabin, a grand banquet was underway. "Ace, welcome back. Captain Ace." The members of the Whitebeard pirates surrounded the escaped Ace excitedly and tossed him into the air. A weak smile appeared on Ace's face after a long time. He was back to this home. "Everyone quiet down." First Division Captain Marco kicked a few of the rowdiest guys. Ace still needs to rest. Only then did the crowd quiet down, but the joy on their faces was still evident. Whitebeard sat on his massive throne, holding a wine bowl taller than a person, looking at Ace, who had returned safely, with a satisfied smile. "Gulalala, my son, you've suffered." "Dad." Ace walked up to Whitebeard, lowered his head, and his voice was filled with guilt. "I'm sorry. It's all because of my recklessness that I caused so much trouble for everyone. Stop saying such foolish things." Whitebeard handed him a bowl of wine. "Between family, we don't say such things. Just coming back is enough." Ace took the wine bowl and drank it in one go. The strong liquor warmed his body and heart. "By the way," Marco asked from the side, "how did that brat Luffy manage to rescue you?" "Impelled down isn't easy to break into." Whitebeard also mentioned. Wang Yiming said he would go to Impelled Down to save you. He is probably still figuring out how to sneak in. We need to find a way to notify him to come back. At this mention, the smile on Ace's face disappeared. "Dad, actually it was the oil man who saved me." Ace's voice clearly reached everyone's ears. "The oil man? He was the one who saved Ace." The crew murmured. "Then why hasn't he returned?" Ace took a deep breath and recounted everything that had happened and Impelled Down. When he reached the end, where Wang Yiming turned back alone to hold off Magellan and Shiryu, the entire cabin fell silent. Everyone was shocked by this story. Many of them still thought of Wang Yiming as a slick-talking newcomer with decent strength. No one expected this newcomer to accomplish such a monumental feat. For the sake of his companions, he stood alone against the world's largest prison. What kind of courage and righteousness was this? That guy. Ace clenched his fists, his voice trembling with excitement. He alone blocked all the enemies. He said he was my vice captain. Protecting the captain is his duty. Finally, I saw him being handcuffed with sea prism stone. Ace couldn't continue, his eyes turning red. Inside the cabin, there was a deathly silence. The joyful atmosphere had completely vanished. In its place was heaviness and anger. Bang! Whitebeard slammed the huge wine bowl onto the deck, cracking the hardwood. He slowly stood up, his massive frame casting a shadow like a mountain. "Gulalala. His laughter was no longer boisterous but filled with cold fury. You dare to touch my son. One isn't enough. Do you want to touch another? The world government. The Navy. It seems they think I, Whitebeard, can't wield a blade. A terrifying conqueror's Haki erupted from him, sweeping across the entire Moby Dick. Just then a lookout shouted in alarm. Dad, a ship is approaching from ahead. It's a Navy ship, but there's only one person on it. A woman. On the bow of the Navy's small warship stood a stunning figure. It was none other than the Empress Hancock. She put away her usual haughty demeanor. As the ship docked, Hancock didn't wait for anyone to greet her and directly jumped onto the deck of the Moby Dick, ignoring the astonished gazes of all the Whitebeard pirates around her. She walked straight up to Whitebeard. Then, under the incredulous stares of everyone, this proud world's #1 beauty, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Empress of Amazon Lily, deeply bowed to Whitebeard. Whitebeard, her voice trembled with a hint of sobbing. Please, you must save Wang Yiming. He is impelled down right now, fighting for your son Ace. Whitebeard looked down at this woman, rumored to never regard any man. In her eyes, he saw the same urgency and worry as Ace. Whitebeard turned his head and glanced at Ace. Then, he raised the supreme blade, the Uru, pointing it straight at the sky. You don't need to say it. I will also go to save my son. Whitebeard's voice was like rolling thunder, resonating through the sky. Marco, here, Dad, notify all fleets. Everyone, turn the ship around. Target, the underwater prison impelled down. We're going to bring him back. In one piece. Oh. After a brief silence, the entire Moby Dick erupted with a deafening roar. All the crew members ignited with fierce battle spirit. At Whitebeard's command, the massive fleet traced a giant arc on the sea, changing direction. Hancock raised her head, looking at the fluttering Whitebeard flag. The flame of hope reignited in her eyes. Wang Yiming, do you see it? I brought the world's strongest man to save you. You must. Wait for me. Chapter 38. The Prelude to the Summit War. Public Execution. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. The atmosphere in the Marshal's office was extremely oppressive. Bang! Admiral Sengoku slammed his fist down on the desk, causing the documents on it to fly up half a foot. Utter humiliation. Veins bulged on Sengoku's forehead as he roared at the transponder snail in front of him. The so-called impregnable impel down was invaded twice in one day. A massive prison break. Fire Fist Ace was rescued. What is Magellan doing? On the other end of the transponder snail, Magellan's weak and indignant voice came through. I'm very sorry, Admiral. It's my negligence, but the invaders. Don't give me excuses. Sengoku shouted. The whole world is watching our Navy's joke. In the office, the 3 admirals and several vice admirals all fell silent. Their faces grave. This incident was a heavy blow to the Navy's prestige. They had publicly announced a public execution, yet Ace was rescued. About that, Wang Yiming, Chief of Staff Crane, who was beside him, calmly spoke up. How was the intelligence on him? An intelligence officer quickly stepped forward, handing over a document. Admiral, all the information on Wang Yiming is here. Sengoku picked up the document and quickly scanned it. The more he read, the tighter his brow furrowed. East Blue, the son of an ordinary fisherman. 2 years ago, he went missing at sea and was presumed dead. When he reappeared, he had joined a pirate crew called the Pig King Pirates, which was then wiped out by the Kuja Pirates. Then, somehow, he boarded Whitebeard's ship. After that, he joined the Whitebeard Pirates and became the vice captain of the 2nd Division. From an ordinary person to someone who can rival Magellan's strength, it took less than a year and a half. Sengoku put down the document, his eyes filled with disbelief. This kind of growth rate can't be described as genius. This is simply a monster. Have we figured out his devil fruit ability? Admiral Akainu asked, his voice as cold and hard as ever. It's a Paramecia-type oil fruit, with strange abilities. He can elementalize, has extreme speed, and can create clones, the intelligence officer replied. According to Magellan's report, his Haki is also extremely powerful. What about Vegapunk? Sengoku looked at the scientist beside him. Has the blood sample sent from Impel Down yielded any results? A government scientist in a white coat shook his head. Report to the Admiral. Dr. Vegapunk's analysis results are out. Wang Yiming's bloodline factor shows nothing special. He is just an ordinary human. This result left everyone present feeling confused and uneasy. An ordinary person without any background or special bloodline had grown into a powerful figure capable of shaking the world order in just over a year. What secret is hidden behind this? Just then, a messenger rushed in, looking panicked. Our report, Admiral. Urgent military situation. The entire Whitebeard pirate fleet has changed course and is heading at full speed towards. Impel down. What? Sengoku's face changed dramatically. Everyone present understood Whitebeard's intention. He's going to rescue Wang Yiming. That old man really can't bear to part with his son. Admiral Kizaru said lazily. Justice will not allow such provocation. Akainu's fist cracked, magma beginning to drip from his arms. Sengoku's mind raced. Engage in battle at Impel Down with Whitebeard? No, the terrain there is unfavorable for the Navy, and once a battle starts, the remaining prisoners, especially those on the 7th level, will probably all escape. At that time, the world will be thrown into chaos. We must control the battlefield on our territory. Sengoku raised his head and said, Relay my orders. First, immediately transfer Wang Yiming from Impel Down to Marine Headquarters in Marineford. Second, issue an announcement to the whole world. 3 days later, in Marineford Square, a public execution will be carried out for Wang Yiming, the vice captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire office erupted in an uproar. Everyone understood what this order meant. This was a second declaration of war against Whitebeard. They intended to use Wang Yiming as bait to lure the Whitebeard pirates to the Marine headquarters and end the Great Pirate Era in one fell swoop. Impel Down, Level 6. The order for the transfer quickly reached here. Several prison guards opened Wang Yiming's cell. Suddy stood aside, looking at the injured Wang Yiming with a complex expression. Over the past few days, she had come every day to train this man. But each time, she ended up exhausted, while he seemed to become more spirited. She even had the illusion that this man was not being punished, but was enjoying some special training. You're being transferred to Marine headquarters, Suddy said, her voice lacking the usual charm, instead carrying a hint of reluctance that she herself didn't notice. Oh, leaving so soon? Wang Yiming grinned. I thought we could have a little more fun. Suddy walked up to him, extending her gloved hand to gently stroke Wang Yiming's neck. Her movements were gentle, as if caressing a precious piece of art. Little adversary, don't you dare die. She leaned closer to Wang Yiming's ear, her breath soft as a lily. The next second, her gaze turned cold, and the whip in her hand struck out without warning. Crack! This lash was harder than any before. Wang Yiming grunted, a mouthful of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. If I don't die. Wang Yiming raised his head, spitting out the blood in his mouth, a greasy smile returning to his face. If I don't die, I will come to find you. Suddy watched as he was escorted away by the guards, her hand gripping the whip, tightening unconsciously. A few days later, Whitebeard's massive fleet finally arrived at Impel Down. However, all that awaited them was a dilapidated prison and news that the Navy had already evacuated. Old man, Wang Yiming has been transferred to Marine headquarters. The Navy announced that in 3 days, he will face public execution. Upon receiving the news, Whitebeard stood at the bow of the ship, facing the sea breeze, silent for a long time. He knew this was also a trap. Ultimately, they would have to engage in a great battle at Marine headquarters. Gururara. Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter. Do they think they can end everything here? Then let it be as they wish. He violently thrust his Naginata into the deck. Men, full speed ahead. Destination Marineford. Let the whole world see the consequences of provoking us. Oh. The Whitebeard Pirates, this colossal ship carrying an era, sped towards its final and most glorious battlefield. At the same time, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, an unprecedentedly large military force had assembled. In the crescent-shaped harbor, 100,000 elite Marines stood ready. 50 massive Navy warships formed an iron wall, sealing off the entire bay. Beneath the execution platform, the 7 warlords of the sea, Dracula Mihawk, Bartholomew Kuma, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and Gecko Moria, had all arrived. At the execution platform at the highest point, 3 chairs for the admirals have been set up. Akiji, Kizaru Akainu, the Navy's highest combat power, is waiting for their enemies. The eyes of the entire world are focused on this small island. Everyone is waiting. The Battle of Marineford is about to erupt. Chapter 39 Dad is here. After Wang Yiming was transferred to Marineford, he was no longer tortured. He was locked in a spacious cell made entirely of sea stone. The sea stone handcuffs were still tightly secured on him, but the horrifying wounds on his body had received simple bandaging. Wang Yiming also learned from the Navy that he would be publicly executed. No wonder they needed to treat his wounds. They wanted to make him the center of attention in the world. However, without Suddy Chan's enthusiastic hospitality, Wang Yiming felt a bit bored. That day, the cell door was opened. A tall man with round glasses and a goatee braided into a twist entered. It was Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku said nothing, just stood outside the cell, quietly watching Wang Yiming through the bars. His gaze did not seem like that of someone looking at a prisoner. Wang Yiming felt a bit uneasy under his stare, forcing a smile and taking the initiative to greet him. "Oh, ISNT, this Admiral Sengoku. What brings you to see me? Want to come in and sit? This place is quite spacious." Sengoku still didn't speak, his eyes deep and inscrutable. After staring for a full 5 minutes, he turned and left, not saying a single word. "What the hell?" Wang Yiming pouted. Who is he trying to act mysterious for? Not long after Sengoku left, another person arrived. This newcomer was dressed in a red suit, had a burly build, and exuded an undeniable fierce aura. It was Marine Admiral Akainu. "You are the Holy Gun Oil Hero, Wang Yiming?" Akainu's voice was filled with intense heat. "Yes, that's me." Upon hearing the title Holy Gun Oil Hero, Wang Yiming straightened his back. Akainu's eyes were full of hatred. "Don't harbor any fantasies. Even if Whitebeard comes, you will undoubtedly die. I will personally execute you and burn you to ashes with my magma." Akainu's words were filled with extreme hatred for pirates. However, Wang Yiming suddenly sat up straight, displaying an incredibly sincere expression on his face. "Admiral, you've misunderstood me. I have always admired the Navy and yearned for justice. Is it too late for me to choose to believe in justice now? I want to be a Marine." Akainu's eyes twitched slightly. He had seen countless vicious pirates and many begging for mercy. But someone like Wang Yiming, who dared to speak so slickly at the brink of death, was the first he encountered. "Want to be a Marine? How could this greasy little punk ever become Marine? It's simply an insult to the word justice. And everyone knows the Navy is going to execute you publicly. Now you say you want to be a Marine? Too late." Akainu shot Wang Yiming a fierce glare, his anger nearly erupting like magma. He didn't want to say another word and turned to leave. If he stayed any longer, he feared he wouldn't be able to restrain himself from punching this bastard's head off right now. After Akainu left, the cell was quiet for a long time. Just when Wang Yiming thought there would be no more visitors that day, a hearty laugh rang out. "Ha ha ha! You kid, are you Wang Yiming?" An old man in a white suit, draped in a justice cloak, with a head full of white hair, walked over, eating a pack of senbei. It was Marine Hero Monkey D. Garp. Wang Yiming looked at him, feeling a bit puzzled. This old man is Luffy's grandfather and Ace's nominal grandfather. What is he here for? "I heard that you saved that little brat Ace," Garp said, sitting cross-legged in front of the cell and continuing to munch on senbei. "Thank you." Garp's tone was very sincere. Upon hearing this, Wang Yiming immediately perked up. "Just saying thanks isn't enough. Let us get practical." Garp was taken aback by his words, then burst into even louder laughter. "Ha ha ha! You kid, you're interesting. Speak up. What other wishes do you have? As long as it's not too excessive, I'll do my best to help you fulfill it." Wang Yiming's eyes lit up. He lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "My wish is for you to secretly let me go." Garp's smile froze on his face. He looked at Wang Yiming, and, after a few seconds, he burst into laughter again, tears coming out from his eyes. "You kid, dreaming too beautifully. Wait for Whitebeard to come save you." Wang Yiming's face fell in disappointment, but he quickly thought of something else. "Then can you help me get these handcuffs off? I'll run away. I want to implicate you." "No." Garp refused without a second thought. "Are you kidding? This is the guy who caused a ruckus and impelled down. If I take off your handcuffs, won't you just tear Marineford apart?" Sighing, Wang Yiming showed a pitiful expression. "Then can you give me some good food? Let me be a glutton. That should be fine, right? My mouth has been dry for days." Garp looked at him and thought for a moment. I can grant that." He stood up and shouted a few words to the outside Navy. Soon, a A large amount of food was brought in, including roasted meat, sea king legs, and several barrels of fine wine. Wang Yiming looked at the feast, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. He wasted no time and immediately began to eat. Garp sat outside, watching him devour the food with an inexplicable smile on his face. After being locked up in Marineford for 2 days, on the third day before dawn, Wang Yiming was taken out. He was brought to a towering platform, the execution platform. In front of him was the vast sea, with the sea breeze blowing, carrying a salty scent. Behind him were countless Navy soldiers, eager and ready. The entire Marineford was shrouded in a tense atmosphere, as if a storm was about to break. Wang Yiming knelt in the center of the execution platform, the sea stone chains firmly binding him. Dozens of camera snails were pointed at him. Wang Yiming knew that this day had finally arrived. He raised his head, looking at the calm sea. To be honest, he felt uncertain. He believed that given Whitebeard's character, he would likely come save him. After all, what mattered most to Whitebeard was family. However, he couldn't be 100% sure. After all, he was just a latecomer son without a prominent family background, unlike Ace, who was the biological son of Pirate King Roger with a special status. What if Whitebeard weighed the pros and cons and thought it wasn't worth it to go to war with the Navy headquarters for someone like him, a newcomer? Then he would really be finished here. Old man, please don't let your character collapse. Wang Yiming thought anxiously in his heart, silently praying. Time passed second by second. The sun slowly rose, casting golden rays on the sea. Just then, the lookout Navy soldier suddenly let out a hoarse shout. The sea surface. Something's happening. Everyone's gaze turned to the distance in unison. Wang Yiming also suddenly looked up. He saw a small black appearing at the horizon where the sea met the sky. Then there was a second, third, fourth. The black dots multiplied and became clearer. Those were huge pirate ships. The sea and sky blended into one, densely packed with fluttering pirate flags. When Wang Yiming recognized the flagship with a massive whale head design at the forefront, his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally dropped heavily. The Moby Dick. Dad. He.S. here. Chapter 40. The war on the top begins. Wang Yiming's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally dropped heavily. Not only did old Dad come, but he also brought a fleet so massive that it was suffocating. Leading the charge was the Moby Dick, followed by 43 giant pirate ships under the Whitebeard pirates. Thud. On the execution platform, the 2 Navy soldiers responsible for carrying out the execution nervously swallowed. Their hands, gripping the long knives, began to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, Marine Headquarters Marineford fell into silence. 100,000 elite Navy soldiers, 50 warships, 3 admirals, and 4 of the 7 warlords. Such a luxurious lineup was, at this moment, overshadowed by the imposing fleet in the distance. Hey, what are you two shaking for? Wang Yiming's voice broke the silence. He twisted his neck and flashed a grin at the 2 executioners beside him. Don't be afraid, my old dad is a good man, just a bit temperamental. When the fighting starts, remember to hide behind me. I'll protect you. The 2 executioners turned pale. You're about to be beheaded, and you're going to protect us? What a joke. Shut up. How dare you talk back at a time like this? Sengoku, standing behind the execution platform, could no longer hold back his reprimand. This Wang Yiming was simply an anomaly. He had seen countless prisoners facing death, some terrified, some angry, some unwilling, some calm. But he had never seen someone like Wang Yiming, treating the execution platform like his own backyard and even wanting to befriend the executioners. Don't be so fierce, Marshal Sengoku. Wang Yiming was completely unfazed. Instead, he winked at the camera snails scattered across the square, making a greasy gesture. It's a live broadcast for the whole world. Mind your image and give the Navy some face. In the distance, among the 7 warlords, Don Quixote Doflamingo couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Fu. One interesting man, even more interesting than I imagined. Mihawk's eyes also flickered with a hint of surprise as he looked at the man posing on the execution platform and then at the massive figure on the horizon. It seemed that this war was off to an unexpected start. Just then, a sudden change occurred. Part of the fleet, including the Moby Dick, disappeared from view. What's going on? The soldiers on the watchtower rubbed their eyes hard, thinking they were seeing things. The ships are gone. What nonsense. Weren't they just there? The people nearby also looked out at the sea. The originally dense fleet indeed had a large gap. Did they run away? This speculation left everyone stunned. Run away? Just like that? It must be true. These pirates saw the strength of our navy and got scared away. A navy officer shouted loudly, trying to stabilize morale. His words gave the tense soldiers an outlet for their emotions. I told you. What of Whitebeard? They were scared off from such a distance. What useless things. Ha ha. A soldier laughed first. Soon after, the second and third joined in. They thought they were so powerful, but in the end, they were just a bunch of cowards. Many Navy soldiers started to laugh, easing the tense atmosphere in the square. However, they didn't laugh for long. Inside the crescent-shaped harbor, the calm sea suddenly began to bubble violently, as if some gigantic creature was surfacing from the depths. Gurgle. Gurgle. What is happening? There is something in the sea. The Navy camp was thrown into chaos. Sengoku's expression changed. Boom. In the next second, 1 ship, 2 ships, 3 ships. A total of more than a dozen coated pirate ships surged out of the water like giant sea beasts, creating towering waves. The leading ship was none other than the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick. They had surfaced from the sea floor, perfectly bypassing the Navy's blockade outside the harbor, and appeared directly in the heart of Marineford. How? How is this possible? When did they submerge beneath us? The Navy soldiers were completely panicked. This sudden change caught them off guard. At the bow of the Moby Dick stood a tall figure, proud and imposing. He wore a white cloak, bore a massive crescent-shaped scar on his chest, and held a knife taller than a person. Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world. He has arrived. Whitebeard scanned the panicked Navy and finally fixed his gaze on Wang Yiming on the execution platform. He grinned broadly, revealing a hearty smile. Gurura. My son, sorry to keep you waiting. Just a few simple words carried a reassuring power. Wang Yiming felt a lump in his throat, his eyes almost turning red. But he still held back, forcing out a greasy smile that looked worse than crying. Old Dad, you finally came. Gururara. Whitebeard laughed even louder. The captains beside him, Marco, Jozu, Bista, and others also smiled. Whitebeard. Sengoku stood on the platform, picked up the den mushi, and his voice echoed across the battlefield. Are you really going to destroy yourself and your fleet over just one son? Whitebeard slammed the Tsong Yin Chia down heavily on the deck. Bang! With a loud sound. He looked at Sengoku, his gaze turning sharp. Enough chatter, Sengoku. I just want to ask one question. Will you let him go? Sengoku calmly replied with 3 words. No. Way. There was no point in saying more. War was inevitable. Whitebeard slowly raised both hands, clenched in a fist, and smashed them down into the air. Buzz. The force of the shockwave erupted instantly. The space in front of him shattered like glass, piece by piece. Then, the entire Marineford, along with the surrounding sea, began to shake violently. Navy soldiers noticed that the sea surface outside Marineford was rapidly dropping. Looking up again, 2 towering tsunamis, reaching heights of over 100 meters, like mythical apocalyptic waves, came crashing down towards Marineford. A tsunami! Run! Countless Navy soldiers looked at the colossal waves that blocked out the sun, letting out desperate cries. This is the power of the strongest in the world. With a single gesture, the heavens and the earth flipped upside down. Don't panic. Below the execution platform, Admiral Akiji instantly jumped up. Ice Age. He leaped into the air, releasing endless cold air from both hands. Crackle. The 2 massive tsunamis, capable of engulfing the entire island, froze rapidly from the bottom up as soon as they came into contact with the cold air. In just a few seconds, they turned into 2 towering icebergs, standing on either side of the harbor. Akiji lightly landed on the ice surface, stopping Whitebeard's first wave of attack. Oh my, this is quite scary. Admiral Kazuru sat in a chair, crossing his legs, looking indifferent. So this is Whitebeard's power? Truly a monster. Only a Kainu, from start to finish. Fixed his molten lava-like furious eyes on Whitebeard. Sengoku looked at the frozen tsunamis and picked up the den mushi again. Addressing the whole world and the Whitebeard pirates, he began the final judgment. Wang Yiming, you, causing chaos in the underwater prison, invading Impel Down, releasing a large number of vicious criminals. Each and every one of your actions is unforgivable. And you, the Whitebeard pirates, harboring criminals and openly opposing the world government. Your very existence is the greatest evil in this world. Today, right here, the Navy will represent justice and completely end your era. Sengoku raised his arm high and then swung it down fiercely. All troops, prepare to face the enemy. Oh, 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 oh. The roar of 100,000 Navy soldiers gathered into a wave of sound, dispersing the previous fear. The war has officially begun. Wang Yiming knelt on the execution platform, watching the two opposing sides below, tense and ready for battle. Listening to the deafening cries of slaughter around him, an unprecedented sense of heroism surged in his chest. To have the world's strongest man wage a war for him in this lifetime, it was worth it. Chapter 41. The Battlefield of Monsters. The war officially begins. Although Akiji's ice age blocked Whitebeard's devastating tsunami, it also brought unexpected consequences. The entire crescent-shaped harbor, now frozen, provided a vast land battlefield for the pirates. The distance that was once separated by the sea vanished. Brothers. On the Moby Dick, the captain raised his arm and shouted, "Save the oil man." Oh, oh, oh. The pirates under Whitebeard leaped down from 43 pirate ships. Like tigers released from their cages, they charged toward the Navy camp like a tidal wave. Don't let them near the execution platform. The Navy generals roared orders. All troops, charge for justice. 100,000 elite Navy soldiers faced off against the world's strongest pirate crew and their fleet. The sounds of shouting, cannon fire, and clashing swords instantly echoed throughout Marineford. In just a few minutes, the pristine ice surface was stained red with blood, turning it into a massive meat grinder. On the execution platform, Wang Yiming watched the brutal battle below, feeling a mix of emotions. These people were fighting to save him. Meanwhile, on the other side, the atmosphere in the warlord's camp was somewhat eerie. The man with the enormous black sword and sharp, eagle-like eyes had been focused solely on one person from start to finish. At the bow of the Moby Dick stood a figure as massive as a mountain. Hawkeye Mihawk finally moved. He slowly drew the supreme black sword, Yoru, from his back. He wanted to test it, to see just how great the gap was between his world-class slash and the world's strongest man. Whoosh! A blue sword light flashed by. The next second, a green sword aura tore through the air, slicing through the ice with an unbeatable force, heading straight for Whitebeard. Where the sword energy passed, the ice surface was carved into a bottomless chasm, and countless battling pirates and Navy soldiers were thrown away by this force. Quick dodge! It's the slash of the world's #1 swordsman. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates shouted in alarm. However, Whitebeard, standing at the bow, showed no intention of dodging, even wearing a faint smile on his face. Just as that terrifying slash was about to hit Whitebeard, a sturdy figure suddenly jumped from the ship and stood in front of him. Clang! A loud collision echoed. That sword energy, capable of slicing through mountains, was actually blocked by that man with his body. As the sword light dissipated, the man was unscathed. His skin had turned into dazzling diamond brilliance. This man was the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division, Diamond Jozu. Hawkeye watched this scene, his gaze slightly tightening, but then returned to calm. Not bad. On the other side of the battlefield, Admiral Kazuru sat in his exclusive chair, glancing at the sky. Oh dear, what a hassle. There is still a long time until quitting time. He lazily stood up. Since that is the case, let us capture the king first. His figure suddenly transformed into a dazzling golden light, instantly vanishing from his spot. The light cut across the battlefield and reformed in the sky as Kizuru's true self. He extended his finger, aiming at Whitebeard below. Ama no Murakumo. The next second, thousands of laser beams fell like a dense rain from the sky, engulfing Whitebeard and the entire Moby Dick. Old man, a crew member shouted in alarm. Whitebeard only felt a bit dazzled, still showing no intention to strike back, because someone else was moving. A figure enveloped in blue flames shot up from the deck. Your attack won't work on me. The Phoenix Marco charged directly into the barrage of light. All the laser beams that struck him pierced through without causing the slightest harm. Marco transformed into a giant blue fire phoenix, braving the dense attack of Ama no Murakumo, and in an instant, arrived in front of Kizaru. Hey! He delivered a powerful flying kick to Kizaru. Bang! Kizaru was sent flying by the kick, turning into a streak of light that crashed into the Navy building behind. Causant a moderate explosion. A few seconds later, his characteristic lewd voice came from the ruins. Oh dear, how terrifying. Is this the power of the immortal bird? On the execution platform, Wang Yiming watched all of this clearly. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Good heavens. Kizaru really is a master of slacking off. One kick, and he was sent out of the core battlefield. Then he fights with little Karami. Such acting skills, it would be a shame not to win an Oscar. At this moment, Jozu glanced in the direction of the execution platform, his massive body suddenly exerting force. Boom! He punched down on the ice beneath him. The ground shook violently, and countless cracks appeared where he struck. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Jozu embraced a block of ice that was several times larger than the Navy's giant race and hoisted it up. Oh! Jozu let out a roar, his arm muscles bulging as he hurled the gigantic ice block toward the execution platform with all his might. A massive shadow loomed over the entire Navy headquarters square. Countless Navy soldiers looked up at the sky-blocking iceberg, their faces filled with despair. Wang Yiming's face turned green. Damn, Brother Jozu, aim better. If that thing falls wrong, what'll I do? He was currently shackled with sea stone, and it was hard to even move, let alone elementalize. If he got hit, he'd probably be finished. Just then, Akainu, who had been sitting silently in the Admiral's seat, finally stood up. He raised his head, looking at the gigantic iceberg falling from the sky, his face displaying extreme impatience. What a bothersome piece of trash. His right arm instantly transformed into boiling magma. Eruption. Akainu swung his fist, a gigantic lava fist, trailing long black smoke, shot up into the air, heading straight for the iceberg. Boom, sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Ice and fire collided violently in midair. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the sound of painful evaporation. The massive iceberg began to melt, boil, and evaporate the instant it came into contact with the lava fist. In just a few seconds, it transformed into a sea of steam, enveloping the entire sky in a white mist. Scorching lava fragments fell like rain. Many unfortunate pirates and Navy soldiers were struck by the lava, letting out shrill screams. As the steam dissipated, Akainu slowly retracted his still smoking fist. On the execution platform, Wang Yiming let out a long sigh, feeling as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. Phew, that scared me to death. Chapter 42, Why Not Avoid? Huh, that scared me to death. Akainu's punch is indeed terrifying. However, the war will not pause because of a general's attack. Just as Akainu retracted his fist and the hot steam still lingered in the air, another person joined the battle. The Empress, Hancock. She simply raised her long, beautiful leg that could drive any man crazy. Fragrant foot. A seemingly light, flying kick struck a hapless Navy officer. The officer didn't even have time to scream before the area that was kicked began to rapidly petrify, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a stone sculpture. Oh, Lady Hancock. So beautiful. The surrounding Navy soldiers, instead of getting angry over their comrade's fate, revealed expressions of obsession. Hancock curled her lips into a disdainful arc and blew a kiss to the Navy soldiers in front of her. Sweet wind. A huge heart flew out from her fingertips. Immediately, countless pink heart-shaped arrows poured down on the Navy lines like a torrential rain. It's Lady Hancock's love. I'm willing to give everything for Lady Hancock. The Navy soldiers struck by the heart arrows wore blissful smiles, but their bodies were rapidly petrifying. In an instant, a large area of stone sculptures made up of human bodies appeared on the Navy's defense line. On the execution platform, Wang Yiming was stunned. My God, doesn't T. Hancock wear leggings when fighting? Wang Yiming had already unconsciously regarded the Empress as his woman. On the battlefield, while some fought bravely, others took advantage of the chaos. In an inconspicuous corner, Navy soldier KB was hugging his head, trembling like a sieve. He looked at the surrounding carnage, blood, severed limbs, and screams. All of it made his stomach churn. So did I think. KB, a man wearing sunglasses with an iron chin approached. It was Bellamy. We should escape, Bellamy whispered, urging him on. Look at this situation, Whitebeard, the 3 admirals, the 7 warlords. This is not a battle we can participate in at all. If we stay here any longer, we will definitely die. We have to survive. KB looked at him, his lips quivering but unable to say a word. Escape? But they're the Navy. Just as they were in a dilemma, the entire Marine Ford shook violently again. More violently than when Whitebeard activated his powers. Boom! Boom! A gigantic figure, several times larger than the Navy giant tribe, charged out from the distant pirate fleet, each step causing the ice surface to crack. It's the descendant of Demon Oars. Little Oars. Ace, I'm here to save you. Little Oars let out a deafening roar, heading straight for the execution platform. He had a bond with Ace, so when he heard that Ace was to be executed, he rushed over immediately. However, when he reached the center of the battlefield and saw the situation clearly, his massive body suddenly came to a halt. Kneeling on the execution platform was a greasy man he didn't recognize, and the Ace he was supposed to save was currently engulfed in flames, fighting fiercely against the Navy. Little Oars was stunned. After all that, Ace wasn't captured at all. Then, why did I charge in so recklessly? He immediately breathed a sigh of relief, a simple smile spreading across his enormous face. Great, Ace is fine. Since Ace is fine, he no longer had a reason to fight desperately. But since he was already here, he couldn't just leave. So Little Oars decided to imitate Kizaru, picking up huge ice blocks from afar and casually tossing them toward the Navy position, starting to play a supporting role. On the execution platform, Wang Yiming had a clear view of the entire battlefield. He noticed a problem. From the beginning of the battle until now, Whitebeard had been standing at the bow of the Moby Dick, not personally charging into battle. He was just standing there, attracting the attention of Sengoku, the 3 admirals, and all the high-ranking Navy officers. Wang Yiming understood. Dad's mission was not to charge into battle, but to use his title as the strongest in the world to hold back the Navy's highest combat power, to create opportunities for others to rescue him. And the ones truly responsible for the rescue were Ace, Luffy, and Hancock. At this moment, the 3 of them formed an arrowhead, charging fiercely toward the execution platform. A bizarre man blocked their way. Rubber, jet pistol. Luffy's fist was as fast as lightning, but was easily avoided by a man wearing a black top hat using hypnosis. Black prison. Navy Lieutenant Hina extended her arms, and countless iron bars extended from her arms, trying to trap Ace. Flame ring. Fire pillar. Ace transformed into a towering fire pillar, directly melting the iron bars. I can't let you advance any further, Straw Hat Kid. Smoker transformed into a cloud of white smoke, blocking Luffy's path. Get out of my way, Luffy shouted. But he had no way to deal with this Logia user. Among the 3, Luffy was clearly the weakest, and facing these long-established strong opponents, he simply couldn't break through. Luffy. Ace used a fiery punch to push back several Navy vice admirals, turning to stand in front of Luffy, facing Bartholomew Kuma and Gecko Moria alone. Leave this to me. You and Hancock. Hurry and save Wang Yiming. Ace, go quickly, Ace shouted without looking back. Luffy gritted his teeth, no longer hesitating, and together with Hancock, they bypassed the battlefield, continuing to charge toward the execution platform. Wang Yiming's gaze instinctively shifted back to Dad on the Moby Dick. Just then, Wang Yiming's pupils suddenly constricted. He saw the great swordsman Squard approaching Whitebeard. Wang Yiming's mind buzzed. Akainu scheme. Squard's betrayal. Not good. Dad, watch out behind you. Wang Yiming shouted with all his might, his voice hoarse. However, his shout seemed so insignificant amidst the booming cannon fire and the battle cries of war. Squard walked up to Whitebeard, and during their casual conversation, suddenly raised the long knife in his hand. Stab! The sharp blade pierced through Whitebeard's body. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates turned back in disbelief. The Navy also stopped their attacks. Everyone watching the live broadcast through the snail held their breath. Whitebeard slowly lowered his head, looking at the long knife that pierced through his chest, then raised his head again to look at the tearful face of his son. Squard, why did you betray us? Gulp. A mouthful of blood surged up Whitebeard's throat, flowing down his mouth. For the first time, his mountain-like body showed signs of swaying. The aura of the world's strongest man rapidly weakened at that moment. Dad! Marco and the others let out heart-wrenching screams. Wang Yiming, however, was stunned. Something was wrong. He had seen the whole thing. Squard's stab was just an ordinary stab. Under the Marine Ford War, Dad couldn't he possibly be careless? Moreover, his observation Haki was taught by Dad. So, Dad must have deliberately not dodged. Why? Dad, why not avoid it? Wang Yiming couldn't understand. Sengoku looked at this scene with a complex expression but still seized the opportunity to shout, "Whitebeard is done for. Let us take them out in one go." At this moment, Luffy and Hancock finally broke through the last line of defense and arrived beneath the execution platform. "Yami, I'm here to save you," Hancock shouted, looking up. "I'm here too," Luffy yelled, stretching out his arm to grab the edge of the platform, ready to bounce up. As soon as Hancock and Luffy reached the execution platform, they were instantly stunned, because on the execution platform stood two people. One was the Marine Admiral, Sengoku the Buddha. The other was the Marine hero, Monkey D. Garp. Chapter 43. Garp throws a fake punch. Luffy. Garp looked at his grandson, his face as dark as a pot bottom. He thought that after Ace was rescued, Luffy wouldn't come, but both of these grandsons showed up. Grandpa. Luffy, however, seemed oblivious to Garp's ugly expression. He pointed his finger straight at Wang Yiming behind Garp. "Get out of the way. I need to save him." Garp's forehead bulged with veins. "Garp," Sengoku said to Garp, "take care of your family." Garp ignored Sengoku, his eyes fixed on Luffy. "Luffy, do you know what you're doing right now?" "I know." Luffy met his gaze without flinching. "He saved my brother, and he is my partner, so I must save him." "Partner?" Garp roared. "Are you really going to go against the Navy for a pirate partner? Against a whole world?" "Yes," Luffy said without a hint of hesitation. Garp's body shook violently. "This is the execution platform. If you want to go save him, then step over my dead body first." Garp took a stance, his mountain-like body blocking the way between Luffy and Wang Yiming. Wang Yiming knelt behind, watching this dramatic standoff between grandfather and grandson, feeling anxious. "Luffy, this old man is up to you. I want to test the strength of the Marine Admiral too." Hancock moved, facing Sengoku alone. Sengoku was equally furious. "Hancock, don't forget your identity. You're a warlord of the sea." Hancock replied proudly, "The identity of a warlord is worthless in the face of love." Sengoku felt that he could barely contain his Buddha form. He stopped talking and began to swell, golden light erupting. "Since you want to die here, then I'll grant you that." The battle on the execution platform ignited simultaneously. Luffy versus Garp. Hancock versus Sengoku. Wang Yiming knelt behind, feeling that he could only describe it in 4 words. Hitting an egg against a stone. "Luffy, if you want to go save him, then step over my dead body first." Luffy looked at his grandfather, whom he had revered since childhood, his gaze becoming resolute. Gear second. Steam erupted from every pore of Luffy's body, his skin turning bright red, his speed and strength reaching their peak. Gum Gum Pistol. Luffy's figure vanished from his original spot, and the next second, he appeared in front of Garp. His fist, accompanied by a sound that tore through the air, aimed directly at Garp's face. However, Garp merely snorted disdainfully. He didn't even bother to dodge, throwing out a punch of his own. No fancy moves, just a simple, ordinary punch. Bang! The two fists collided in midair. Luffy's expression froze instantly. He felt as if he had hit not flesh and blood, but an immovable steel mountain. An unmatched immense force came from Garp's fist. Luckily, Luffy was a rubber man, so he faced no risk of fractures. Ugh! Luffy let out a scream, his body flying back like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily at the edge of the execution platform, unable to maintain his gear second state, reverting to his original form. "Luffy!" Wang Yiming shouted. On the other side, Sengoku extended a hand, which instantly changed. A massive golden palm covered the sky and pressed down towards Hancock. Buddha shockwave. Hancock's expression changed. She could only awkwardly dodge to the side. Boom! The golden shockwave grazed her body, creating a huge pit in the ground of the execution platform. Sengoku didn't give her a chance to catch her breath. The golden Buddha palm came down like swatting flies, one palm after another. Though Hancock managed to evade with her agile movements and observation Haki, she could only defend herself and had no strength to fight back. At this moment, Luffy struggled to get up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. It hurt so much. "Luffy, are you trying to throw your life away?" Garp shouted at his swaying grandson. "With your current strength, you can't possibly defeat me. Give up." "I won't." Luffy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. the fire in his eyes burning even more fiercely. I will not give up. He charged again. Gum gum. Countless fist shadows poured down on Carp like a torrential rain. Carp stood in place, not dodging or avoiding, allowing those fists to rain down on him. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of the dense strikes rang out, but it felt like mere tickles. Too weak. Carp threw another punch. Phew. Luffy was once again sent flying, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop, his body already bruised and battered. Give up. Luffy. Carp walked towards him step by step. You're just seeking your own death. Luffy struggled, trying to stand up again, but his body no longer obeyed him. He looked at Wang Yiming not far away. How can I fall here? A surge of strength from who knows where supported him to stand up once more. Luffy's eyes became incredibly determined. I must save my partner. Luffy's legs suddenly exerted force, using the last of his strength to charge at Carp again. This time, he didn't use any techniques. Just the most ordinary, simplest straight punch. Carp watched his grandson charging over, his gaze filled with extreme complexity. He raised his fist. Everyone thought Luffy would, like the previous 2 times, mercilessly knock him down. However, just as Luffy's fist was about to hit him, a moment of confusion appeared in Carp's eyes. He seemed to see young Ace and Luffy following behind him, crying and shouting that they wanted to be the Pirate King. His iron fist, capable of shattering mountains, paused slightly at that moment. It was this pause. Luffy's fist solidly struck his face. Bang! A muffled sound. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, the marine hero, Monkey D. Carp, that legendary man, was actually knocked back by a punch from his own grandson. He flew off the execution platform, tracing a parabolic arc in the air before crashing heavily into the marine camp below, kicking up a cloud of dust. The entire place fell into dead silence. Wang Yiming watched everything clearly, his eyes nearly popping out. Damn, the signs of letting it go are too obvious. Kizaru at least aimed at a top-notch like Marco. You, Carp, the dignified marine hero, actually got knocked away by a kid who isn't even at the level of a rear admiral? Act. Keep acting. Oscar owes you a little golden statue. At this moment, Wang Yiming completely understood what it meant to be a real grandson. In the original story, it was Ace who was executed. Carp, though conflicted and pained, was never this soft-hearted. Now, with his own grandson in the mix, he couldn't harden his fist. Luffy was also stunned. He stared blankly at his own fist, unable to believe he had really knocked down his grandfather. Sengoku, seeing the scene, was so angry that he almost lost control of his Buddha form. Carp, you bastard! Taking advantage of this moment, Hancock instantly turned her gaze towards the marine executioner on the platform. Chapter 44. The limit you speak of is just my starting point. The roar of Sengoku echoed across the sky of Marineford. He never expected that Garp would let his guard down at such a crucial moment. Now, Luffy had crossed Garp's defense line and was charging towards Wang Yiming without any obstruction. Sengoku's heart was ablaze with anger. The golden light of his Buddha form seemed to burn with fury. Get out of my way. He no longer held back, and with a massive golden Buddha palm, he struck down towards Hancock with earth-shattering force. This palm sealed off all of Hancock's escape routes. As she looked up at the giant palm descending from the sky, a grave expression appeared on her stunning face for the first time. She knew she couldn't dodge it and could only brace herself for impact. Bang! A loud sound echoed. Hancock was firmly hit by the Buddha's palm. Her petite body smashed into the execution platform like a cannonball. Poof! Hancock spat out a mouthful of blood, staining her clothes in front of her. Sengoku then turned his gaze towards Luffy, who was drawing closer to Wang Yiming, and sneered. Garp may have let his guard down, but he would not. In the next moment, Sengoku disappeared from his spot. Luffy barely caught a glimpse of Sengoku's figure before being sent flying by a golden fist. Sengoku slowly retracted his fist. At that moment, the weak Hancock stood up again and approached Sengoku from behind. Overestimating yourself. Sengoku stepped towards Hancock. Boa Hancock, you openly betrayed the world government and aided pirates. Your crimes are unforgivable. Murderous intent flashed in Sengoku's eyes. He planned to execute Hancock, this traitor. Hancock wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at the advancing Sengoku, a strange smile appearing on her face instead of fear. She looked at Sengoku and, with her last bit of strength, said, "I succeeded." Sengoku's footsteps halted abruptly. Succeeded? What succeeded? An ominous premonition rose in his heart, and he turned around sharply. Upon seeing this, his pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpricks. In the center of the execution platform, the two Navy soldiers responsible for carrying out the execution had been enchanted without anyone noticing. Their eyes had turned into two pink hearts, with infatuated smiles on their faces as they raised their long-handled sabers high. Their target was not Wang Yiming, who was kneeling on the ground, but the sea prism stone shackles that bound him. Oh no! Sengoku let out a furious roar and rushed towards Wang Yiming without a second thought. However, it was already too late. Crack! A crisp sound of metal breaking reverberated throughout the execution platform. The sharp long sword precisely severed the sea prism stone handcuffs on Wang Yiming's wrist. Then came another crack. The leg shackles also broke apart. This was Hancock's true purpose. She had known from the beginning that she could not match Sengoku. So, while it seemed she was being tormented in her struggle with him, she was actually trying to get closer to those two executioners. She was buying time to activate her powers and gain distance. Fortunately, she and Luffy had traded their injuries for Sengoku's momentary lapse. And it was this momentary lapse that gave her the chance to succeed. With the shackles breaking, a long-lost power surged back into Wang Yiming's limbs like a flood breaking through a dam. The power of the oil fruit had returned. Wang Yiming slowly stood up, flexing his somewhat stiff wrists and ankles, the bones cracking with a series of pops. Wang Yiming let out a long breath, feeling as if he had been reborn. I'm back. Sengoku's face had turned as dark as water. Even if you break free, what will it matter? Today, not just you, but the Whitebeard pirates will not let a single one of you escape. Sengoku said slowly and emphatically, today, even if it costs the entire Marine headquarters. You will not leave here alive. The golden Buddha light surged from him once more. This time, the Buddha was in its complete form. The golden light illuminated the entire battlefield. The enormous Buddha that Sengoku transformed into exuded a suffocating pressure, making the entire Marine Ford tremble beneath his feet. Since the execution had failed, he would leave as many pirates dead as possible here. Sengoku's first target was the exhausted Boa Hancock below. Traitors should be prepared for the consequences. Sengoku's voice boomed like rolling thunder. He lifted his massive golden foot and stomped down towards the weakened Hancock. Shadows enveloped Hancock. She could feel the earth-shattering power and smell the scent of death. But she had no strength left to evade. Yiming. Hancock's beautiful eyes reflected the ever-expanding golden foot, yet a hint of satisfaction graced her lips. To fight for the man she loved until the very last moment was enough. The members of the Whitebeard pirates could only watch this scene with their hearts in their throats. It's over. However, just as the golden foot was about to land, a shadow flashed by. Boom! The giant foot crashed down, causing a corner of the execution platform to collapse, the hard ground being smashed into a bottomless pit. Countless shards flying in all directions. Dust filled the air, but Sengoku was stunned. His foot, capable of shattering mountains, had missed. Beneath him was empty space. How fast? Sengoku suddenly raised his head, his golden pupils narrowing. On the other side of the execution platform, Wang Yiming had appeared there at some point, cradling the woman who was supposed to be crushed into a pulp. He had completely failed to capture Wang Yiming's movement just now. Sengoku's heart surged with waves of shock. This kind of speed, in his many years of life, he had only seen it in one person. The light fruit user, Kizaru. How could an oil fruit user possess speed comparable to light? Looks like you've developed your fruit abilities to their limits. Wang Yiming ignored Sengoku. He looked down at the breathtaking beauty in his arms. Hancock was weakly leaning against his chest. Although she was on the verge of death and in excruciating pain, being held by this man made all her suffering seem to vanish. An unprecedented sense of security enveloped her. It was worth it, even if she were to die now. She had no regrets. Now leave it to me. Wang Yiming's gentle voice whispered in Hancock's ear. He carefully placed her on the ground, letting her lean against a relatively intact stone platform. Then, Wang Yiming slowly stood up and turned around. For the first time, his gaze met the towering golden Buddha head-on. The entire battlefield seemed to quiet down at that moment. All eyes were on the figure on the execution platform. The man who'd just been kneeling there, at the mercy of others, now radiated a heart-pounding aura. Both the Navy and the pirates were puzzled. After being locked in prison for so long, not to mention being tortured, he surely hadn't been well-fed or well-rested, and his energy must have been severely depleted. How could he be in peak condition the moment he was freed, even stronger than before? Wang Yiming had to thank Arp for that. He had a good meal the night before. His physical energy was replenished, and with the ability of his soul being partially separated. He had hardly felt any pain in the later stages, allowing him to rest well at night. That's why he could instantly reach his peak condition. People around the world watching the live broadcast through the camera snail widened their eyes in disbelief. That man actually saved someone from under the feet of the naval commander. Wang Yiming looked at the shocked expression on the face of the general and cracked a greasy smile. The limit? What you call a limit, is just my starting point. Chapter 45. The Buddha of the Warring States, Carp's Fist. This greasy, yet infinitely arrogant statement left everyone present stunned. The enormous golden Buddha face of Sengoku twitched slightly. He had seen arrogance before, but never to this extent. A pirate who had just escaped captivity dared to say such words in front of the full form of the fleet admiral? One ignorant brat. Sengoku roared, no longer wasting words, as the golden Buddha palm raised again, ready to utterly crush this reckless fool. However, just as he was about to strike, the battle on the Marineford Plaza escalated once more. Meteor volcano. A loud shout came from Akainu. His arms transformed into magma, unleashing countless massive magma fists towards the sky. Those fists flew high, turning into a rain of fiery meteors, indiscriminately crashing down on the Whitebeard pirates' positions. Boom! 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 Each meteor that hit the ground caused violent explosions and destruction. The ice was instantly melted and evaporated, revealing the surging seawater below. And as the seawater came into contact with the magma, it began to boil violently. Countless pirates who couldn't dodge in time were struck by the magma, turning into charred remains before they could even scream. Of course, many Navy soldiers also perished. At that moment, the entire Marineford Plaza seemed to transform into a real hell on earth. Gula la 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 la. At this time, Whitebeard himself stepped onto the land of Marineford, holding the massive Naginata, Kong SH. Each step he took made the ground tremble. Akainu, you little brat. You play with fire too much. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, and he swung the Kong SH forward. Crack. It was as if something shattered in the air. A visible white crack spread in the direction he swung the blade, heading towards Akainu. The power of the Quake fruit was infused into his weapon. Akainu was about to take it head-on when Akiji's figure flashed and appeared before Whitebeard, emanating a chilling aura. He directly froze Whitebeard's swing of the Naginata. Whitebeard, your era should come to an end. Akiji gathered 2 ice blades in his hands and charged towards Whitebeard. Enough of the chatter, you little brat. Whitebeard swung the Kong SH and engaged Akiji in battle. Blade light and shadows, cold air and shockwaves continuously clashed. Pucci. Akiji was still a bit inexperienced. His chest was directly pierced by the Kong SH. However, Akiji's fruit is the Logia-type ice fruit. He could certainly elementalize, but old man's Haki is also top-notch. Blood flowed from Akiji's mouth, but at the same time, he seized the opportunity and pressed his right hand onto Whitebeard's Naginata. Ice Age. Extreme cold spread along the blade, quickly freezing half of Whitebeard's body. However, before the Navy could rejoice. Crackle. The ice layer cracked with countless web-like fissures. The next second, accompanied by Whitebeard's furious roar, all the ice shattered explosively. Akiji was also sent flying by a punch. Just then, a flash of golden light appeared. Speed is weight. Kizaru appeared behind Whitebeard, delivering a light-speed kick aimed directly at Whitebeard's back. Whitebeard did not look back. The space around him began to shake violently, forming a visible, translucent shockwave shield. Kizaru's attack struck that shield, unable to penetrate at all. Bang! A massive backlash force came, and Kizaru was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the ruins of a distant building. After a long while, his weak voice could be heard. Oh dear, such terrifying power. This old man is acting again. The injuries he suffered looked less severe than Akiji's, yet he lay on the ground for a long time without getting up. Two of the three admirals were quickly incapacitated. Now, only Akainu remained. Whitebeard, Akainu roared, gathering a massive magma fist once more, smashing fiercely towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard did not retreat either, channeling the power of the Quake fruit into his Naginata, and slashed at the molten giant fist. Boom! The ultimate flame and ultimate vibration violently collided at the center of the plaza. The terrifying shockwave sent everything around flying. As the smoke and dust cleared, Whitebeard and Akainu each took several steps back. Blood trickled from Whitebeard's mouth. Akainu's breath was unsteady. It seemed to be a tie. You must know, Whitebeard was stabbed by Squirdo and is old and frail, yet he could still fight evenly with an admiral at his peak. The strongest in the world. Truly deserving of the title. On the execution platform, Wang Yiming observed the battlefield below, but his heart grew heavier. Old man's condition is not good. He glanced over to the other side. Several captains of the Whitebeard pirates, like Thatch and Vista, wanted to fly up to the execution platform to help, but they were all blocked by one person. Carp, get the hell down. Carp punched each one, sending the approaching pirate captains crashing down from the air like flies. He could go easy on his grandson, but against these long-established pirates, the iron fist of a Navy hero showed no mercy. Jozu and Marco also attempted a few times, but were similarly repelled by Carp's simple yet terrifyingly powerful punches. With Carp guarding, no one could come up. It seems I can only rely on myself. Wang Yiming withdrew his gaze and looked back at the golden Buddha in front of him. You still have the leisure to look elsewhere? Sengoku's cold voice rang out. Destruction grab. A massive golden hand, carrying the aura of annihilation, reached down towards Wang Yiming. Wang Yiming's feet slipped slightly. He transformed into a slick shadow, instantly disappearing from his original spot. Sengoku's grab missed, crushing a large chunk of the execution platform's ground instead. So fast. Sengoku was startled, and before he could react, Wang Yiming's figure had already appeared before his Buddha face. Old bullet machine gun. Countless black oil bullets, covered with Haki, rained down on Sengoku's golden face. Bang, 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 bang. A series of muffled sounds like giving the Buddha a massage. Useless. Sengoku roared, and his other palm swept towards Wang Yiming. Great light palm. This palm was incredibly fast, with a vast range, almost sealing off all of Wang Yiming's escape routes. Wang Yiming's pupils constricted. Oil absolutely smooth. Boom! A huge noise. Wang Yiming vanished, and that massive golden palm print directly crashed into the Navy camp below. A large group of Navy soldiers turned to ashes under their admiral's attack. Meanwhile, Wang Yiming flew in from another direction. Sengoku Wang Yiming. A hint of confusion appeared on his face. Even if that palm didn't directly hit, the invisible shockwave was enough to severely injure any strong warrior. Yet just now, he clearly felt Wang Yiming being hit by the shockwave. How does it feel? Like he is completely fine? Wang Yiming spat out a disgusting oil spit toward Sengoku. Then he grinned. Is that all the power you have? Did the Buddha not eat? Sengoku was completely stunned. How is this guy so strong? Is he still someone Magellan could capture? Wang Yiming, however, was secretly relieved. His breakthrough required life-threatening training methods, and he had broken through many times in prison. However, even so, he felt his internal organs churning, but did not show it. No, I can't delay any longer. Wang Yiming glanced at the panting old man below. The old man was about to collapse. If the old man fell and that red-haired guy didn't come, they would all meet their end here today. Wang Yiming's expression became unusually serious. In that case, he took a deep breath, spread his arms, and a strange aura began to emanate from him. I'm going all out too. Chapter 46, Split into 3. Turning the tide of battle. Open wide. When Sengoku heard these two words, alarm bells rang in his heart. Although he didn't understand the specific meaning, he couldn't let Wang Yiming succeed. Without hesitation, Sengoku's massive Buddha form charged forward again, his golden fist, with a thunderous momentum, aimed directly at Wang Yiming's face. Before the fist could land, Wang Yiming transformed into a puddle of oil. Then, a phrase appeared on the battlefield. Oil absorb. The moment the words fell, an unbelievable scene unfolded across the entire Marineford battlefield. Whether it was the Navy or the pirates, everyone felt something unusual in their bodies. An invisible force was pulling something from within them. What's happening? My body feels so light. A plump Navy officer looked at his hands in horror. He saw a glistening oil-like substance seeping out of his pores, transforming into specks of light, flying towards the sky. His body was visibly shrinking at a rapid pace. Not just him. On the entire battlefield, all the weak Navy and pirates, whether fat or thin, were experiencing the same phenomenon. Especially those gigantic Navy giants. Their changes were the most obvious. Their once robust bodies, like deflated balloons, quickly shrank significantly, their faces filled with terror and weakness. Countless glistening specks of light gathered from all directions, forming a dazzling galaxy of oil above the execution platform. Wang Yiming's body reformed within the galaxy of oil. Then, as if guided by some force, it surged wildly into Wang Yiming's body. Sengoku was stunned, frozen in place by this bizarre and spectacular sight. Is this the power of the oil fruit? It can indiscriminately extract oil from the bodies of tens of thousands of people? Glug, glug. Wang Yiming's body was like an endless pit, frantically devouring that massive amount of oil. The substances entering his body did not remain in oil form. Instead, they were quickly transformed and refined into an incredibly pure and vast energy. Wang Yiming's complexion, which had been slightly pale before, turned rosy. The oily peach blossom eyes of his erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Burp. Wang Yiming even let out a satisfied burp. Thanks for the treat. Wang Yiming opened his eyes, looked at the astonished Sengoku, and grinned. Sengoku's ominous premonition reached its peak. You can get stronger by drinking oil. Among all the fruit users Sengoku knew, he had never heard of such a path. If this works, then Kizaru should sunbathe every day, Akiji should take cold baths every day, and Akainu should roast himself every day, right? Shouldn't he also worship a giant Buddha at home? But that was utterly impossible. Wang Yiming cracked his neck. He slowly raised his hands, clasping them together in front of his chest. Next, let me show you the new move I realized and impelled down. Oil super clone. As soon as the words fell, Wang Yiming's body began to blur. Then, two identical figures slowly separated from his body to his left and right. In the blink of an eye, 3 Wang Yimings appeared on the execution platform. 3 identical oily handsome men, dressed the same, wearing the same smile, exuding exactly the same powerful aura. This is... Sengoku was completely dumbfounded. Clones? No, that's not right. His observation Haki told him that these 3 were not illusions, not ordinary clones. Each one possessed exactly the same strength as the original. How is this possible? Clone abilities are not uncommon, but the strength of the separated individuals is always significantly reduced. How could someone separate 2 identical beings with the same fighting power? Wang Yiming looked at Sengoku's ghostly expression and felt immensely pleased. This was all thanks to the special environment of Impel Down. In the prison, he was tortured daily by Sea Prism Stone, yet his mental strength was greatly tempered and improved on the edge of life and death. The ability of his soul to partially detach allowed him to reach a whole new level of self-control. Coupled with the absorption of the battlefield's oil energy earlier, he had enough fuel to unleash this move. The 3 Wang Yimings simultaneously turned their heads, looking in different directions. The leftmost Wang Yiming glanced at the faintly breathing Hancock and the half-dead Luffy below. He smiled slickly. I'll take care of the beauty and the brother. The rightmost Wang Yiming's gaze turned to the injured Whitebeard, who was fighting fiercely against Akainu. His eyes sharpened. I'll go support Dad. Meanwhile, the central Wang Yiming refocused on Sengoku. He extended a finger and beckoned towards the golden Buddha. As for you, old man, I'll keep you company slowly. Sengoku was so furious that the Buddha light trembled. Keep me company? What a contemptuous thing to say. Bastard, none of you are allowed to leave. He let out a thunderous roar. However, it was too late. Action. With the command of the original body, swoosh. Swoosh. 2 figures turned into streaks of light, instantly disappearing from the execution platform. One dove down, accurately appearing beside Hancock and Luffy, lifting both of them and rapidly moving them to safety. The other transformed into a straight beam of oil, rushing towards the center of the plaza where Whitebeard and Akainu were battling. Everyone in Marineford witnessed this incredible scene. The man who was to be executed had actually split into three. One to save people, one to join the battle, and one still on the execution platform, facing the highest commander of the Navy alone. It must be known that this was a powerful figure capable of battling the fleet admiral. And now there were two more. At this moment, it seemed the tide of the battle was about to turn. Chapter 47. Carp's Iron Fist, Whitebeard's Crisis. Wang Yiming's clone quickly rescued the heavily injured Hancock and unconscious Luffy, preparing to evacuate. He tucked one under each arm and was ready to run. But at that moment, a figure blocked his path. Carp, old man, I won't underestimate you this time. Carp's expression was more serious than ever. His mountain-like body exuded a suffocating sense of pressure. Wang Yiming's clone looked at him, feeling a jolt in his heart. Bad news. This old man seems to be serious this time. Letting Luffy go earlier was because he was his grandson. Blood is thicker than water. But for a greasy pirate who had kidnapped his grandson, Carp was likely to beat him into a pulp. There was no choice. Wang Yiming's clone gently placed Hancock and Luffy on the ground and moved his limbs a bit. Although just a clone, he couldn't let you underestimate him. Navy hero. Wang Yiming's clone struck a pose, and the armament Haki instantly covered his entire body. Carp looked at him, his eyes narrowing. Kid, take this punch. Before he finished speaking, Carp's figure had already vanished from his spot. So fast. Wang Yiming's pupils contracted sharply. His observation Haki could only catch a blurry shadow. Moreover, his future foresight ability seemed to have no effect on Carp. The next moment, a massive fist appeared right in front of him. Haki wrapped around the fist. Carp's armament Haki strength was described as an iron fist refined to the extreme. Wang Yiming didn't dare to be careless. A large amount of solid oil covered his arm, and he threw a punch back. Bang! A deafening sound resonated. Wang Yiming's clone was already mentally prepared to be sent flying. However, the anticipated excruciating pain did not come. Instead, Carp himself flew even faster and farther away. He traced a beautiful arc in the air and crashed heavily back into the Navy camp below. Wang Yiming's clone stood frozen in place. Everyone who witnessed that scene had their mouths agape. Some clueless Navy and pirates wondered, why can't Carp defeat anyone? Wang Yiming's clone lowered his arms, and the corner of his eye twitched. He spoke so passionately, his aura so realistic. Yet it turned out he was holding back. But upon reflection, it made sense. Carp knew that if Luffy stayed in Marineford, he would undoubtedly die. This old man was determined to protect Luffy. Wang Yiming no longer hesitated. He picked up Hancock and Luffy and transformed into a streak of oil, rapidly retreating toward the harbor. Brothers, follow me. Let's retreat together. The clone's voice resonated throughout the square. The members of the Whitebeard pirates, who were fighting hard, felt their spirits lift upon hearing his voice. Along the way, Wang Yiming's clone acted as a firefighter on the battlefield. He saw a group of pirates surrounded by the Navy and tossed a few oil bombs to blast open a gap. He noticed the captain was injured, so he quickly scooped him up and threw him to a safe spot in the back. Just then he spotted a familiar figure, Marco the Phoenix. At that moment, Marco was in dire straits. He had been severely injured by Carp's unreserved iron fist, and then he was besieged by Aokiji and several vice admirals. Ultimately, he was shackled with sea-stone handcuffs and lost his devil fruit ability. After subduing him, Aokiji immediately rushed to support Whitebeard's battlefield, leaving two vice admirals to guard the 1st Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Block him. Don't let him escape. The two vice admirals rushed forward to intercept Wang Yiming as he charged over. Get out of the way. Wang Yiming didn't have time to waste with them. His figure shifted, using a slide to easily evade their encirclement and appear beside Marco. Oil slip. The clone wiped the ground. The ground beneath the two vice admirals instantly became smoother than a mirror. They lost their balance and fell flat on their backs, unable to get up for a while. Captain Marco. A few Whitebeard pirates rushed over, wanting to help Marco unlock his handcuffs. They swung knives and hammers against the sea-stone handcuffs, clanging and sparking. But the handcuffs showed no signs of damage. No good. This thing is too hard. If we hit it harder, We might hurt Captain Marco. The pirates were sweating profusely with anxiety. Wang Yiming also reached out to test it. The handcuffs were indeed ridiculously hard. It wasn't that they were completely indestructible. With the strength of his main body, a full-force strike might do the trick. But the problem was, Marco no longer had the Phoenix's recovery ability. And he was just an ordinary person with a slightly better physique. Forcing open the handcuffs could very well injure Marco's wrists. Wang Yiming then understood. When the two executioners cut through his shackles on the execution platform, it wasn't because they were strong. It was because the long-handled swords they wielded were definitely specially made by the world government. However, unlocking was a small matter that wouldn't stump Wang Yiming. He extended a finger, and at its tip, a drop of black solid oil began to morph continuously. Under his precise control, that drop of oil slowly transformed into a small key. Click! The key inserted into the lock and turned gently. The sea-stone handcuffs that had trapped the Phoenix opened with a click. Marco looked at his freed hands and glanced at Wang Yiming. "Old man, thanks. No need for courtesy. It's you guys who came to save me, so I should be thanking you." Wang Yiming replied with a greasy smile. "Quickly go organize everyone to retreat." After saying that, Wang Yiming handed Luffy and Hancock over to his people. Then he transformed into a streak of light and continued to rescue trapped comrades on the chaotic battlefield. On the high platform, Wang Yiming's main body was still entangled with Sengoku the Buddha. However, the real turning point of this war lay in another battlefield below. The battlefield between Whitebeard and Akainu. After continuously repelling Akiji and Kizuru, Whitebeard's aged and injured body finally reached its limit. His breathing became incredibly heavy. Every swing of his blade felt like he was burning his last life force. He had already coughed up blood several times. "Whitebeard!" Akainu roared, his attacks growing increasingly fierce. Massive lava fists came crashing down on Whitebeard one after another, mercilessly. Boom! Another violent collision. Whitebeard used all his strength to block it. But this time, he couldn't steady himself. Puffed. He spat out a mouthful of scalding blood. Whitebeard clutched his chest, his mountain-like body swaying violently. In that instant, a cruel glint flashed in Akainu's eyes. He seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Akainu roared, transforming into a stream of lava, instantly crossing the distance between the two. His right hand turned into boiling lava. One punch. He struck fiercely at Whitebeard's wide-open chest. Chapter 48. Oil, oil, final oil, film, absolute slip. Whitebeard gasped heavily, blood dripping continuously from the corner of his mouth. He watched the approaching fist, with no strength left to continue. There was no escaping. Whitebeard's injuries were too numerous. The knife wound from Squard, the frostbite left by Akiji, and countless new wounds inflicted by Navy officers. Coupled with his old age and chronic ailments, the world's strongest man showed signs of a weary hero in his twilight. "Whitebeard, your era should have ended long ago." Akainu wore a sinister smile on his face. His right arm transformed into scorching magma, distorting the air around due to the high temperature. "Huh, you little brat, Sakazuki." Whitebeard was unafraid, even letting out a cold laugh. "Old man." Marco and the others were filled with rage, but were too far away to provide assistance. However, just at that critical moment, a slick afterimage appeared in front of Whitebeard at a speed beyond comprehension. This person was Wang Yiming, the clone that had gone to assist. Wang Yiming did not dodge or evade. He spread his arms wide and faced Akainu's earth-shattering punch with his chest. Seeking death. A mere clone, daring to take my hellhound head-on? Boom! The massive magma fist struck Wang Yiming's chest solidly. The terrifying high temperature and explosive force erupted instantly. Thick white steam mixed with black smoke shot up into the sky, obscuring everyone's view. "It's over. Wang Yiming's clone definitely can't withstand this punch." Whitebeard's eyes widened, unable to believe that his son would go to such lengths for him. As the smoke slowly dissipated, an eerie silence fell over the battlefield. Everyone's gaze converged on the small, deep pit. The expected scene of Wang Yiming being pierced through and turning into a puddle of oil did not occur. Wang Yiming was still standing. Although his clothes were tattered, his chest remained bright. Wang Yiming still maintained a posture of spreading his arms, protecting Whitebeard. A trickle of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. The smile on Akainu's face froze. He stared blankly at his fist, then at the nearly unharmed Wang Yiming, his mind going blank. How is this possible? This was my full-powered strike without reservation. Not to mention a clone. Even a steel giant should have been melted through. What he couldn't understand the most was, how could a clone bleed? Akainu voiced the confusion in everyone's hearts. Wang Yiming slowly lowered his arms and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He raised his head to look at the bewildered Akainu, grinning. Who told you I was a clone? This is my skill called oil true and false switch. 3 bodies, with no distinction between main and secondary. Each can be the main body and can instantly switch to an energy-formed clone. Wang Yiming had already anticipated that there would be trouble on his father's side. So the moment he charged down, he had already switched to his main body. The strength of the main body and the clone was roughly the same. However, if the defensive skill was broken, the clone would only be solid oil, with low physical defense, whereas the main body still had all the refined flesh to absorb more damage. Akainu's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. He didn't care about whether it was the real body or the clone. This body-switching trick didn't matter to him. What truly baffled him was another matter. Why was Wang Yiming still standing here? Why did his fist, when it struck, not inflict any significant injuries? It only ruined a prisoner's outfit. Akainu looked down at his fist, still retaining the scorching aura. He was all too clear about the power of this punch. Even a martial arts master of the admiral level wouldn't dare to take it head-on with their body. Who does this Wang Yiming think he is? Why? Akainu felt his worldview being challenged, and he shouted at Wang Yiming. The oil fruit. How could it possibly withstand my magma? Akainu found it hard to comprehend. Oil is flammable. In his understanding, oil coming into contact with magma would only ignite, potentially causing a more violent explosion. Logically, his fruit ability should suppress, or even counter Wang Yiming's fruit ability. How could it possibly defend against the attack of magma? This completely contradicted the laws of nature and his understanding of the abilities of devil fruits. Well, if you beg me, I might tell you. Wang Yiming certainly wouldn't reveal the answer to Akainu. However, he was secretly thankful. Fortunately, while impelled down, he not only comprehended the super clone and true and false switch, he also discovered the ultimate life-saving technique. Oil final oil film absolute slip. The name was coined by himself. It sounded a bit cringy, but the effect was outrageously powerful. After activating this move, he could form a layer of invisible ultimate oil film on the surface of his body. This layer of oil film could cause 90 of all attacks it came into contact with, whether physical strikes or energy impacts, to instantly slip away. The residual shockwave from Sengoku's impact couldn't harm him, thanks to this. Now, withstanding Akainu's Hellhound also relied on this. This was his greatest trump card that allowed him to run rampant in the Marineford War. This trump card was so unexpected that Wang Yiming did not intend to disclose it. Old man. Wang Yiming ignored the self-doubt-ridden Akainu and turned to support the swaying Whitebeard. You need to leave. Take everyone and retreat. Leave this to me. Whitebeard looked at Wang Yiming, then at the retreating children, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. No. Whitebeard gently pushed Wang Yiming's hand away. Son, my era has already ended. Everyone will eventually die, and I am no exception. The murky fire in Whitebeard's eyes reignited with the flame of a ruler as he surveyed the battlefield. His voice, though weak, echoed in every corner. But I hope that my children, my family, can all survive. With that, he suddenly stepped forward, shielding Wang Yiming behind him. Gururara. He let out his signature hearty laugh. With arms wide open, his muscles bulging, he pushed the power of the tremor fruit to its limits. Children, all units retreat. This is your old man's final command. I will hold them off for you. As his words fell, he struck both sides of the air with his fists. Crack! At that moment, the entire Marineford shook violently. The ice in the distant harbor shattered completely, and the ships could once again set sail. Chapter 49. The Raccoon Cat Changes the Crown Prince. The ice surface in the distance of the harbor shattered completely, and the pirate ships could sail again. Whitebeard's devastating blow opened a path of survival for his children. The seawater rushed back, and the waves were monstrous. However, the price for doing all this was that it exhausted his last strength. Whitebeard's body swayed more violently. At this moment, his towering figure appeared extraordinarily old and fragile. Wang Yiming looked at the back of this man in front of him. A pang of sorrow appeared on his face. He pushed Whitebeard away. "No, Dad, you go." Wang Yiming stood in front of Whitebeard, his greasy face showing unprecedented determination. "I'll hold him off." "You." Whitebeard was taken aback, just about to say something. "Ha ha! What a touching father-son bond." Akainu's cold voice came from not far away as he stepped closer, magma still dripping from his body. Whitebeard's earlier attack had surprised him because the shockwave spread much farther than he expected. He didn't seem like an injured and aging person at all, truly the strongest man. Unfortunately, none of you will escape today. Akainu's gaze first locked onto Wang Yiming. In his view, Wang Yiming's previous defensive capability could not be used without limits. That kind of extraordinary ability must come with a huge cost or a very long activation interval. Now was the best opportunity. Akainu stopped talking nonsense, roared again, and launched a devastating punch at Wang Yiming. Great fire, an even larger and hotter magma giant fist, exuding an aura of incinerating everything, rushed toward him. Boom! After the terrifying explosion, Wang Yiming's figure was like a kite with a broken string, violently blasted away. The powerful shockwave even affected Whitebeard behind him. Both of them fell heavily to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. As the dust settled, Wang Yiming and Whitebeard lay in a pool of blood, their breaths weak and barely hanging on. In the distance, the pirates who had boarded the ship witnessed this scene. On the Moby Dick, Marco, Josebista, and others were furious. "Dad, old man." Countless pirates let out heart-wrenching cries, desperately wanting to rush back, but were firmly held back by their companions on the ship. "We can't go back. That's Dad's order. If we go back, it will waste Dad's and Oilman's efforts." The cries echoed throughout the harbor. Akainu looked at the two fallen men, a cruel smile appearing on his face. He did not rush to pursue the fleeing subordinates. As long as Whitebeard died here, the Whitebeard pirates would completely fall apart and collapse without a fight. And the infinitely potential monster, Wang Yiming, must also be killed here. Just then, oh dear, how embarrassing. Whitebeard. A golden light flashed, and Kizuru's figure appeared not far away. He brushed off the dust on his clothes, still wearing that annoying expression. On the other side, a chilling aura spread, and Akiji, dragging his injured body, walked over step by step. The Navy hero Carp also stepped forward, his iron blue face showing no emotion. Immediately after, a loud noise came from the direction of the execution platform. Sengoku had finally punched through Wang Yiming's clone, and the massive golden Buddha descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the square, shaking the entire ground. The three admirals, the Navy Fleet Admiral, and the Navy Hero, the Navy's highest combat power, gathered here at this moment. They surrounded Wang Yiming and Whitebeard, who lay in a pool of blood. There was no way to escape. This was really the end. People watching the live broadcast around the world held their breath. The curtain of an era seemed to be falling before their eyes. Whitebeard coughed up blood, turned his head, and looked at Wang Yiming, who was also lying not far away, and hoarsely scolded, "You little brat. I told you to leave, but you didn't. Now look, you can't leave." Wang Yiming also coughed blood but squeezed out a greasy smile. "Dad, is it too late to say I regret it now? What do you think?" Whitebeard looked at him. "It's too late. Regret? No regret. Gulalalala. GGG." In the face of despair, the two looked at each other and unexpectedly laughed heartily. One laugh was bold, the other was greasy. Sengoku and the others frowned. Was this a celebration before death? But it didn't feel right. The laughter was not only coming from here. In the distance, on those retreating pirate ships, the originally heart-wrenching cries had also somehow turned into waves of laughter. Akainu's heart alarm rang loudly. He suddenly looked down again at the fallen Whitebeard and Wang Yiming. He finally noticed something amiss. Wang Yiming being greasy was one thing, but why was Whitebeard's robust body also starting to ooze beads of oil like sweat? That was not sweat. It was oil. Before long, the pool of blood they were in turned yellow. In the uncertain gaze of all the naval officers, Wang Yiming and Whitebeard simultaneously grinned and said in unison, "Who told you that? A clone can only look like me?" Blood can only be red? The moment the words fell, with a puffed, Wang Yiming and Whitebeard, surrounded by the Navy's highest combat power, completely melted away in front of everyone. They did not turn into corpses or ashes. Instead, they transformed into two puddles of greasy liquid. Fake. All it was fake. Sengoku's golden Buddha face instantly darkened, and those who didn't know would think he had activated armament Haki on his face. Akainu's pupils contracted. He understood. It turned out that the moment he punched Wang Yiming, generating a large amount of smoke and steam, Wang Yiming had used that moment of obscured vision to execute a stunning act. The raccoon cat changes the crown prince. The real Wang Yiming had quietly withdrawn from the battlefield at that moment, taking the injured Whitebeard with him. What remained here, confronting Sengoku, was all his clones that had been blasted away by Akainu. Only this time, the clones not only had his own appearance, but also one. That was a lifelike imitation of Whitebeard. As the main body moved further away, the energy and mental strength that the clones could receive diminished, and their strength naturally dropped significantly. Eventually, they couldn't even maintain their form, completely turning into a puddle of useless grease. Bastard! Sengoku released the Buddha form and let out an angry roar. Chase! We absolutely cannot let them escape. Chapter 50. Blackbeard comes to the rescue. Inside the cabin of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard lay on a massive sickbed, his body wrapped in bandages, but blood continued to seep out from beneath them. The immortal Marco stood by the bedside, his hands engulfed in blue flames of regeneration, carefully covering Whitebeard's wounds. The flames could alleviate pain and promote healing. But this time, the effect was minimal. Sweat beads formed on Marco's forehead, and his expression grew increasingly grave. Soon, he discovered something incredibly frightening. Dad Marco's voice trembled. Your body Whitebeard's vitality was like a leaky barrel. No matter how Marco used his powers to fill it, it was draining away at an unstoppable speed. Those wounds were merely superficial. The real problem lay at the core of his body. Years of battle and the frailty of old age had completely exhausted this maritime overlord. Whitebeard slowly opened his eyes, his murky gaze carrying a calmness that seemed to transcend life and death. He sighed, his voice weak yet steady. There's no need to waste your efforts. Marco, I wasn't going to live much longer anyway. This is my end. Whitebeard looked at the ceiling, as if reminiscing about his grand life. I originally wanted to use this old body to draw the most magnificent conclusion to the old era at Marineford. But in the end, that greasy little brat forced me back. A complex smile tugged at the corners of Whitebeard's mouth, a mix of relief, helplessness, and a hint of pride as a father. Outside the cabin, on the deck, Wang Yiming leaned against the ship's railing, gulping down water, with half-eaten meat piled beside him. After the recently concluded battle, he seemed to have been showing off effortlessly, making the Navy dance to his tune. But in reality, his exhaustion was immense. Greasy oil, film, absolute slip away could mitigate 90% of the damage, but the remaining 10% was absorbed directly by his body. Akainu's unreserved attack, even at just 10% of its power, was enough to severely injure any strong opponent. Not to mention, he had taken quite a beating in his fight against Sengoku. Wang Yiming felt as if his internal organs had been scorched by fire, aching painfully. To pull off that trick, he had pushed his energy and mental strength to the limit, creating a Whitebeard doppelganger that even a Navy admiral had been fooled by. Of course, this was also thanks to Wang Yiming's deep understanding of Dad. His tone and actions were remarkably lifelike. Now he felt completely drained, his head spinning. As he tried to eat and drink to replenish his energy, he looked up towards the distance. The outline of Marineford had shrunk to a tiny ink, about to disappear at the horizon. However, no one's mood had relaxed because behind them, on the sea surface, a series of densely packed black dots appeared. It was a Navy's pursuit fleet. Those black dots were rapidly enlarging. Clearly, the Navy had deployed their fastest warships, chasing at full speed. What a persistent nuisance. Wang Yiming sighed. The current Whitebeard pirates were a group of wounded soldiers. Dad was gravely injured, the captains were all hurt, and the ordinary crew members were exhausted, both physically and mentally. As for him, he was far from being in a condition to fight again. If the Navy caught up, the The consequences would be unimaginable. The atmosphere on the deck grew tense again. The pirates clenched their weapons, their faces filled with a tragic determination to fight to the death. Just at that critical moment, a pirate on the lookout tower suddenly screamed, What is that?" Everyone turned to look in the direction he was pointing. They saw a bizarrely shaped, massive ship cutting through the waves, heading towards them. Wang Yiming stood up to look as well. At a glance, he spotted a peculiar flag. It was a black flag with 3 menacing skulls, one facing left, one facing forward, and one facing right. "It's that guy." Wang Yiming's expression darkened. "Titch, Blackbeard pirates. If he and T killed the 4th Division Captain Sachi for the fruit, Ace would T have gone to capture him personally. If Ace hadn't T gone, he would T have been defeated and sent to Impel Down. If Ace hadn't T been sent to Impel Down, he wouldn't T have gone to save Ace, ultimately falling into the Navy's hands. So, Blackbeard was the root cause of the entire Marineford War. Titch that bastard. How could he be here? Kill him. Avenge Captain Sachi. Some impulsive pirates were already bloodshot, grabbing their weapons and preparing to attack. However, at that moment, Wang Yiming suddenly shouted, "Brothers, listen to me." Wang Yiming remembered. In the original story, Blackbeard had arrived at Marineford at the end of the war, taking advantage of Whitebeard's weakened state to seize his tremor fruit. And now Wang Yiming glanced back at the relentless Navy fleet pursuing them, then looked at Blackbeard blocking their way ahead. A bold plan instantly formed in his mind. A direct confrontation was definitely not feasible. There wasn't a single person on Whitebeard's side in peak condition, and looking at Blackbeard, he had a group of formidable subordinates. Blackbeard had recruited Shiryu of the Rain, the Wolf, the Drunkard, and the Hunter of the Moon during the Impel Down incident, coupled with some of his original crew. His strength was not to be underestimated. Wang Yiming shared his plan with everyone. Previously, Wang Yiming had little say on Whitebeard's ship, but after this Marineford War, his voice would carry much more weight. His plan received the support of all the crew members. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded. The Moby Dick and several surrounding pirate ships underwent a drastic change in atmosphere. The pirates, who had just been ready to fight to the death, sheathed their weapons one by one, their faces returning to expressions of deep sorrow. "Dad, what would Dad? Why did you leave us behind?" Some skilled actors even knelt on the deck, reaching out towards Marineford, crying tears of despair and anguish. The scene was heart-wrenching, making anyone who heard it feel sorrow and causing onlookers to weep. It was as if Whitebeard had truly fallen in battle, and they were staging a tragic escape at sea. On the other side, aboard Blackbeard's ship, Marshal D. Teach was observing the situation with a telescope. He saw the dire state of the Whitebeard pirates and the crying pirates on their ship. He then turned the telescope to see the impressive Navy pursuit fleet trailing behind. "Captain, it seems we arrived a step too late. Whitebeard seems to have already died at Navy headquarters." Blackbeard set down the telescope, his face unable to hide his fervor and greed. "Quick, speed up and head straight for Marineford." In his plan, Whitebeard must die, but where he died was not important. What mattered was that he wanted to obtain Whitebeard's fruit abilities. Now, the Whitebeard pirates were being hunted down by the Navy and were too preoccupied to care for themselves. Judging by the crew's behavior, Whitebeard must have stayed behind at Marineford, and the Navy's attention was all focused on this group of remnants. The entire Marineford is undoubtedly the most defenseless moment right now. Whitebeard's corpse must still be there. Just like that, unexpectedly for everyone, the Blackbeard pirates took the initiative to confront the pursuing naval fleet from behind. "Report, Marshal. Unknown ships have appeared ahead. It's Blackbeard Teach's pirate crew." A soldier on the flagship of the naval fleet reported. Sengoku cursed. "Teach, that bastard, what does he want to do? He recruited the 7 warlords for battle before, but Blackbeard not only didn't come, he caused chaos and Impel Down instead. Now that the battle is over, he's back. He definitely has bad intentions." Before Sengoku could figure it out, Blackbeard's fleet had already collided head-on with the naval vanguard. "Dark water. Release." Sengoku's eyes widened. He's in cahoots with Whitebeard. Open fire. The battle suddenly erupted on the sea. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Moby Dick and the remaining Whitebeard pirates' fleet immediately revved up their engines, turned the helm into the pre-planned safe route, and soon disappeared into the mist of the vast sea. Chapter 51: The End of an Era. On Blackbeard's side, after a fierce battle, the Blackbeard pirates, at a certain cost, finally tore open a gap from the Navy's warship and charged into Marineford. The result: there was no Whitebeard here at all. Blackbeard captured a dying Marine and interrogated him, only to learn that he had been deceived by Whitebeard's men. With no other choice, Blackbeard could only roar in frustration. Then, after paying a heavy price again, he managed to escape. The harbor gradually returned to calm. In this battle, the Navy was defeated, thoroughly defeated. The target of beheading changed from Ace to Wang Yiming, and neither was killed. They were even rescued. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard, also did not stay, allowing his remnants to flee. The Navy paid such a huge price, only to kill some ordinary members of the Whitebeard pirates and severely injure a few unfortunate members of the Blackbeard pirates. This war was broadcast live to the entire world. They had lost all face. Sengoku looked around, surveying the devastated Marineford. Once hailed as the strongest fortress, the Navy headquarters had now turned into a wasteland. On the surface, only Akainu and Akiji had sustained some injuries, and those with status were basically unharmed, but in reality, their losses were immense. Before the war began, the Navy had summoned 100,000 elite Marines from around the world to defend against Whitebeard's attack. There were numerous vice admirals and rear admirals, and the number of captains was overwhelming, with the Navy filling the entire bay. As the war approached its end, it had completely turned into a chase led by the admirals and vice admirals against the core elite of the Whitebeard pirates, with the Navy nearly exhausting its resources. Moreover, the Navy's fortress collapsed. Was it just the buildings that fell? The strongest fortress, the one farthest from Whitebeard, had also collapsed, and the Marines in between were not better off in the fortress, with very few Marines as tough as stone. Sengoku closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He knew that, as the supreme commander of this war, he had to take responsibility for it. After this battle, Fleet Admiral Sengoku resigned, citing the failure of command during the Marineford War. Before resigning, he recommended Akiji Kazan as his successor to the highest levels of the world government, the Greasy. However, the higher-ups of the world government preferred the hardline Akainu Sakazuki, who believed in absolute justice. The disagreement between both sides ultimately led to a duel. Akiji and Akainu engaged in a fierce battle that lasted 10 days and nights at Punkhazard. That battle permanently changed the island's climate. In the end, Akainu emerged victorious by a narrow margin, becoming the new fleet admiral. Akiji lost a leg in that battle and subsequently withdrew from the Navy. After becoming admiral, Akainu's first decision was to relocate the Navy headquarters from Marineford to the New World, swapping it with the former Navy G-1 branch. Following that, a large-scale recruitment of the Navy was conducted worldwide. A new era of the Navy, characterized by Akainu's iron-fisted and more radical approach, had arrived. While the storm was brewing on the Navy's side, Wang Yiming was not concerned for the time being, because he had more important matters at hand. Whitebeard was nearing his end. Sphinx Island. This was Whitebeard's homeland, an outlaw territory not under any official jurisdiction. Half a year had passed since the Marineford War. At this moment, Whitebeard lay on a massive hospital bed, his once mountainous body now looking incredibly thin and weak. He was wrapped in bandages. The atmosphere in the room was incredibly oppressive and sorrowful. Several core members of the Whitebeard pirates had gathered here. Marco, please save Dad. Quickly use your powers to save Dad. Ace grasped Marco's arm, his eyes red and his voice hoarse. If it weren't for him, Dad wouldn't have started this war, and he wouldn't have ended up like this. Marco, with his hands enveloped in blue flames, gently placed them on Whitebeard's chest. That was the Phoenix's regenerative flame, capable of healing any injury. However, this time, the flames had lost their miraculous effect. Sweat beads the size of peas formed on Marco's forehead, and his face grew paler. He could feel Whitebeard's life force rapidly fading at an unstoppable rate. It's useless. Ace. Marco weakly dropped his hands and shook his head. Dad's body has reached its limit. He could heal wounds, but he couldn't reverse aging, nor could he create life out of thin air. Dad's time was up. Wang Yiming stood by, watching the frail old man on the hospital bed, and his eyes couldn't help but turn red. Over the past 6 months, he had tried every possible method. He had once gone to sea alone, hoping to find law, who possessed the Ope no Mi. But even when he received the call that Dad was nearing his end, he still hadn't found him. He had also tried to develop his own oil fruit. Dad was running out of fuel, right? Then wouldn't adding oil help? Wang Yiming attempted to deliver his purest life energy to Whitebeard in the form of oil. But the results proved that his current abilities were still far from being able to defy fate. Perhaps in the future, when his fruit powers were developed to a higher realm, he could achieve that. But Dad could no longer wait for that day. Grrrr. A weak yet still bold laugh broke the silence in the room. Whitebeard slowly opened his eyes. His gaze held a calmness and acceptance that seemed to see through life and death. Supported by those around him, he forced himself to sit up slowly. My sons. Whitebeard's gaze slowly swept over everyone in the room. Why the long faces? Everyone will die someday, and I am no exception. I'm already very content to have you good sons. He reached out his enormous palm, wanting to ruffle Ace's hair like before. But he found that even raising his arm had become so laborious. I should have met those old guys, Roger, a long time ago. If I keep them waiting this long, they must be laughing at me. Whitebeard took a few breaths, and his expression suddenly became serious. Also, after I die, you must immediately send someone to search the island carefully. See if my Gura no Mi will attach itself to nearby fruits. Whitebeard had sailed the seas for so many years and had a certain understanding of the reincarnation mechanism of devil fruits. When a user dies, the devil within them will seek nearby fruits as a new host. There is a certain probability for this, but it is not guaranteed. If there are no suitable fruits nearby, or if luck is bad, then the fruit will randomly be reborn somewhere in the world. Whitebeard did not know of methods like Blackbeard's that could 100 steal others' fruit powers. If Whitebeard's gaze finally landed on Wang Yiming. If my Gura no Mi truly reincarnates on this island, then it will be up to Wang Yiming to handle it. No one is allowed to dissent. This is my final command. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was stunned, including Wang Yiming himself. He was somewhat surprised. In terms of seniority, he was just a newcomer who had joined a few years ago. In terms of status, he was just an ordinary vice captain, not even a captain. Why would Dad entrust such an important matter to him? Dad, who cares about your broken fruit? I just want you to live. Ace cried out. Marco patted Ace on the shoulder and explained for Whitebeard. Ace, Dad does this because he is worried that another teach might appear among us. Marco glanced at Wang Yiming with a complicated expression. This statement left everyone in silence. Blackbeard teach betrayal is an everlasting pain in the hearts of the Whitebeard pirates. The Tremor fruit is one of the most powerful forces in the world, although it still depends on the abilities of its user. Just the name Tremor fruit is enough to intimidate many people. This power is enough to drive anyone insane. If this fruit truly appears on the island after Whitebeard's death, it is inevitable that someone might turn against their own brothers to obtain it. Wang Yiming instantly understood Dad's intentions. Whitebeard knew that among the current Whitebeard pirates, only Wang Yiming's strength was unique. He could withstand an admiral, toy with the fleet admiral, and was the only one capable of directly confronting the Navy's highest combat power. Only by placing the Tremor fruit in his hands, allowing him to decide its fate, could everyone be calmed and no one would dare to harbor ill intentions. This was Whitebeard's final wisdom, a last insurance for this family that was about to fall apart. My foolish sons. Whitebeard opened his arms. Gulme, let Dad hold you one last time. Wang Yiming, Ace, Marco, Jozu, Vista, everyone gathered around and tightly embraced the man who had given them a home. After the embrace, Whitebeard wore a satisfied smile and closed his eyes forever. The world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, had fallen. Chapter 52. Parting Ways. The captain and the first mate. For 3 consecutive days, the entire Sphinx Island was filled with oppressive cries. The members of the Whitebeard pirates spontaneously held a grand and sorrowful funeral for their old man. Marco presided over the entire ceremony. He placed Whitebeard's grave on the highest peak of Sphinx Island, forever standing alongside his iconic Naginata and cloak, overlooking the homeland he loved so dearly. During the funeral, an unexpected visitor arrived, red-haired Shanks. He came alone, without any subordinates, poured a bottle of fine wine at Whitebeard's grave, stood silently for a long time, and then quietly left. After the funeral, Everyone began a thorough search of the island according to Whitebeard's last wishes. Fortunately, they found a peculiar purple fruit covered in spiral patterns in an orchard. Without a doubt, this was the revived Gura no Mi. Marco personally handed this fruit to Wang Yiming. Oil Man, according to Old Man's wishes, you will handle this fruit. Holding the legendary fruit, Wang Yiming felt a mix of emotions. Although he was a time traveler with a dual soul, he dared not eat it. What if it didn't work? He could lose his life. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Wang Yiming used solidified oil to create a sturdy box and carefully sealed the Gura no Mi inside. With Whitebeard's affairs settled, the next question was where this massive pirate crew would go from here. Marco gathered all the captains and crew members together and said solemnly, "Brothers, our old man is no longer with us. Our family became a family because of him. Now that he is gone, I believe there is no need for us to forcibly bind ourselves together any longer. From today on, the Whitebeard pirates are officially disbanded. Everyone, go your own way." This decision, though cruel, was the most realistic choice. The crew stirred, but no one voiced any opposition. They all understood that without Whitebeard, this pirate crew could never come together again. Some pirates, tired of fighting and killing, chose to retire and remained on Sphinx Island to live ordinary lives. Some captains, like Flower Sword Vista and Diamond Jozu, took their willing subordinates and left Sphinx Island, preparing to establish their own crews and continue adventuring on the seas. Marco chose to stay and protect Whitebeard's homeland, Sphinx Island. The once mighty Yonko pirate crew had now parted ways. Ace's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion, but it was quickly replaced by a determined flame. He walked up to Wang Yiming and patted his shoulder. "Oh man, I'm ready to set sail and search for the One Piece. Do you want to join my ship as my partner?" Ace extended an invitation to Wang Yiming. The remaining people around looked at Ace as if he were foolish. None of the captains who had left dared to invite Wang Yiming. What a joke. This was Wang Yiming. His strength was already on par with the old man. Asking him to be your crew member? You might as well ask him to be the captain. Everyone expected Wang Yiming to refuse, or at least propose that he should be the captain. However, Wang Yiming looked at Ace's serious face and broke into a greasy smile. He extended his hand, firmly shaking Ace's. "Great, Captain." Ace laughed heartily, clapping Wang Yiming's shoulder. "From now on, you should call me Captain." "All right, Captain. Great. And you are my first mate." Ace waved his hand, directly assigning Wang Yiming his position. For Wang Yiming, whether he was the captain or the first mate didn't matter at all. What mattered was who he sailed with. He preferred to adventure freely alongside brothers he recognized rather than managing a large pirate crew as a captain. In the end, not many were willing to sail with Ace. Besides Wang Yiming, there were only two seemingly ordinary crew members. One was named Buggy, and the other was named Drew. One was very thin, and the other was very fat. Both were former members of the second division. They had average talent and looked like side characters. Yet, their hearts were as big as Ace's. Oil Man. Buggy rubbed his hands together, approaching with a flattering expression. "You know, I used to help you fetch water when you were mopping the deck. Could you let me eat that Gura no Mi?" Drew immediately shoved him aside upon hearing this. "Buggy, you're too thin to unleash the power of the Gura no Mi. Give it to me. I'm stronger than you." Wang Yiming shook his head at these two clowns. "First, your talents are too poor. Eating it would be a waste and would bring shame to the old man's fruit. Second, please call me first mate from now on." Wang Yiming announced his new identity with a greasy smile. Ace looked at his newly formed pirate crew, which consisted of only 4 people, and scratched his head. "Aren't we a bit too few?" After the Marineford War, although the top combat power of the Whitebeard pirates had not suffered much loss, many of the lower-level pirates had suffered significant casualties, just like the Navy. Thus, many pirates were left shaken, especially those with lesser strength, who chose to retire. At this moment, Wang Yiming said, "Captain, leave the recruitment of crew members to me, the first mate." So, Wang Yiming headed directly to Amazon Lily. 6 months ago, after Marco helped Hancock recover, Wang Yiming had sent Hancock back to Amazon Lily to rest. It wasn't that Wang Yiming had suddenly become a saint, but he was in a hurry to find a way to extend the old man's life. Now, he could come and go freely on Amazon Lily. It wasn't due to overwhelming strength, but because of the decree issued by the Empress Hancock. No man other than Wang Yiming is allowed to land on the island. Yiming, you finally came. I have been waiting for you. Wang Yiming smiled and got straight to the point. Hancock, would you like to join Ace's pirate crew and adventure on the seas with us? In the past, Whitebeard was a pure steel straight man with not a single woman on board. At that time, Wang Yiming was insignificant and naturally couldn't suggest anything. But now it was different. He was forming a team with Ace, and they needed women. That way, sailing would be much happier. When there are Marines, we do Marines. When there are pirates, we do pirates. When there is nothing, we do the Empress. In Hancock's ears, Wang Yiming's words had been automatically filtered and modified by her love-struck brain, turning into something else. Hancock, would you marry me? I will. Hancock almost screamed those 3 words. I am willing. Chapter 53. The impending arrival at Impel-Down Hancock was so happy that she was about to faint. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes filled with heart shapes, and her body was as soft as a puddle of water, ready to fall into Wang Yiming's arms. Wang Yiming quickly supported her. Looking at the world's most beautiful woman, who was charming and exuding a delicate fragrance, Wang Yiming swallowed hard. Hancock, how about we consummate our marriage first? Just as Wang Yiming's hands were getting a little too bold, Hancock suddenly struggled. With a serious expression, she said, I will prepare for the wedding. I will dress beautifully. Hancock was somewhat incoherent, and at that moment, Wang Yiming understood. Hancock was filled with fear. Why would she be afraid of matters between men and women? Previously, Wang Yiming had taken advantage of her without issue, and now just mentioning it made her so scared. There could only be one possibility. Hancock had a psychological scar. Although Hancock had been captured as a slave by the celestial dragon since childhood and had endured tremendous suffering, Wang Yiming believed that the Empress must still be pure. There were 3 reasons. First, she was very young at that time. The celestial dragons mostly targeted beautiful, mature women and were likely uninterested in an undeveloped Empress. Second, there was severe class differentiation. The celestial dragons viewed themselves as descendants of creators and regarded ordinary humans as inferior species, considering interactions with humans equivalent to mating with animals. Hence, they wouldn't touch slaves. Third, Oda wouldn't dare to write anything reckless. As the goddess of countless pirate fans, the Empress had too much aura, and Oda should be cautious not to take the blame. However, since Hancock had developed fear, it proved she had seen something when she was young. Wang Yiming didn't want to dig into her scars and decided to take it slow. So he changed the subject. Ahem, let's talk about the wedding later. Are you ready to set sail with me? Hancock knew that Wang Yiming was thinking of her, and she nodded vigorously, feeling happy again, having settled the Empress. Wang Yiming headed to the next place. Impel-Down. After half a year of rest, order had been restored here, and the defenses were even stricter than before. At the deepest part of the prison, Level 6, Infinite Hell. This place was no longer Infinite Hell. The notorious pirates inside had either died or escaped, and it was basically empty. In the prison's office, Magellan was sitting there, handling paperwork. Once the director of Impel-Down, he had now been demoted to deputy director. He bore the brunt of responsibility for the defeat in the Marineford War, and the demotion was already a leniency from the world government. Suddenly, the alarm in the office blared. Deputy director. It's bad. Someone has invaded. In the first layer of hell. The voice was from Hannibal, who had been promoted to director. Magellan stood up abruptly, purple venom seeping from him uncontrollably. Who is it? It's the Holy Gun Oil Man. Wang Yiming. Hurry and stop him. Upon hearing this name, Magellan's pupils constricted. That bastard again. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed out of the office. All guards, follow me. We must not let him advance any further. Soon, Magellan led a large number of guards to hell. There, Wang Yiming was swaggering as if he were strolling through his own backyard. Yo, Magellan, long time no see. Do you need me to wait for you to have a stomachache? Wang Yiming greeted him in a greasy manner. Wang Yiming, you dare come here? Magellan roared, venom surging all over him. Venom Dragon. 3 enormous purple venom dragons roared and charged at Wang Yiming. TSK, still as hot-tempered as ever. Wang Yiming smirked, his body instantly covered with a smooth, oily film. Instead of retreating, he charged straight at the venom dragons. A fierce battle erupted in hell. However, While Magellan and all the guards were focused on Wang Yiming, his real body had already infiltrated. He was very skilled at this trick. He deftly bypassed various traps and guards, heading straight for the director's office. At that moment, in the director's office, the newly appointed director, Hannibal, was sitting in Magellan's former seat, watching the battle between Magellan and Wang Yiming on the monitor with a smug expression. "Ahaha, that guy Magellan has to listen to my commands now. This feels so good." He was lost in his dreams when the office door was suddenly pushed open. "Who is it? Don't you know how to knock?" Hannibal shouted impatiently. "Me." A greasy voice sounded. Hannibal looked up and saw the face that he would never forget. "It's you, Wang Yiming." Hannibal was so scared that he fell from his chair. "How did you get here? Where's Deputy Director Magellan?" "He's up there playing with my clone," Wang Yiming said, looking down at him. "I'm here to take something." Saying that, he completely ignored Hannibal, walked to the wall, and took down the keychain hanging there. "Bastard, put down the keys. This is my territory." Hannibal mustered his courage, grabbed his long knife, and slashed at Wang Yiming. Wang Yiming didn't even turn his head. He simply slapped backward. Smack! A crisp sound echoed. Hannibal spun like a top several times, his eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth, and fainted. Noisy. Wang Yiming whistled and walked directly toward the elevator leading down. Soon, Wang Yiming arrived at the place where Ace had been imprisoned. There, he saw another old acquaintance, Jinbei. Jinbei was also a principled man. When Blackbeard came to release the prisoners, Jinbei refused to join him. So he directly gave up the chance to escape. At that moment, he was sitting cross-legged in his cell, meditating as if everything outside had nothing to do with him. Wang Yiming used the key to unlock the cell door. "Jinbei, I'm here to rescue you." Jinbei slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Wang Yiming, a look of shock appeared on his face. "It's you. You're not dead." Jinbei still didn't know about the events of the Marineford War. Wang Yiming smiled and said, "Yeah, lucky me, I was rescued by Dad." "Dad got out safely?" Jinbei asked in surprise. "He did, but half a month ago, Dad has already died." Upon hearing this, Jinbei fell silent instantly. It was clear that Jinbei held great respect for Dad. At this moment, he was also very sad. Wang Yiming didn't say much. Unshackling Jinbei's sea stone handcuffs, Jinbei stood up, and without the suppression of the sea stone, he shook forcefully, breaking the chains on him. Then he deeply bowed to Wang Yiming. A great favor cannot be repaid in words. "No need for thanks." Wang Yiming waved his hand. "By the way, I formed a new pirate crew with Ace, and we're short on partners. Do you want to join?" Upon hearing this, Jinbei shook his head apologetically. "I'm very sorry. I cannot join you for now." "Why?" Wang Yiming was puzzled. "I need to go to Sphinx Island first to lay a bouquet of flowers for Dad." Jinbei's tone became heavy. Back then, it was Dad who declared Fishman Island as his territory, which intimidated those human pirates and protected our people. Now that the Whitebeard pirates have disbanded, Fishman Island has lost its protection, and it will soon fall into danger again. I must go back and protect our homeland. Jinbei was a man of deep feelings and righteousness. He couldn't abandon his fellow countrymen at such a time. "I understand." Wang Yiming nodded, "But don't worry. My pirate crew and aces will announce that we will continue to protect Fishman Island." Jinbei looked at Wang Yiming, his greasy face now filled with seriousness. He smiled. In Jinbei's eyes, there was an insurmountable gap between Whitebeard and Wang Yiming and the others. The two announcements were not on the same level at all. If you can really protect Fishman Island, then this old man's life is yours. It's a promise. Wang Yiming chuckled. Once Jinbei goes out, he will naturally understand the value of the words Holy Spear, Oil Hero. At that time, he will definitely come to join us. Wait for me a moment. I need to find someone. Wang Yiming turned and walked towards level 4 of Impel Down, the scorching hell. It was still unbearably hot here, with the smell of sulfur permeating the air. Relying on his memory, Wang Yiming found the room that left a deep impression on him. It was the office of Chief Guard Sadie. Wang Yiming pushed the door open. The walls of the room were lined with all sorts of strange torture devices. The voluptuous and provocatively dressed Sadie was enjoying the distant screams that echoed in the air. She seemed to notice someone coming in, and without turning her head, lazily said, "What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy?" "Long time no see, Sadie." A voice that made her shiver rang out behind her. Sadie suddenly turned around, and when she saw the greasy figure at the door, Her expression changed from enjoyment to sheer shock. Her enchanting eyes widened in disbelief. The whip in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. You. Compared to the imprisoned Jinbei, Sadie certainly knew what Wang Yiming had done during the Marineford War. Sadie pointed at Wang Yiming, struggling to form a complete sentence. Wang Yiming stepped closer to her, until he stood right in front of Sadie. She didn't dare to move at all. Wang Yiming reached out and gently lifted her chin. I told you, I would come back to find you. Chapter 54. The shift of offense and defense. Sadie's body froze for a moment, but after all, she was the head jailer of Impelled Down, her mental fortitude far exceeding that of ordinary people. After the shock, her hand quietly reached under the table, where there was an emergency alarm button. Ah, so it's you, Wang Yiming. Sadie quickly regained her lazy and enchanting tone, licking her lips while picking up her weapon with the other hand. Wang Yiming possessed the strength of a general. It made no sense for him to care about a mere head jailer. Sadie had tortured many people. Some men were just pathetic, and perhaps Wang Yiming was one of them. What a bad boy, not staying outside properly, but coming back here for what? Missing me, perhaps? As Sadie spoke, her finger pressed the button. However, the alarm that was supposed to echo throughout the prison did not sound. There was a dead silence. Sadie's expression froze for a moment. Sorry, just came down from Hannibal. Sadie's face finally changed. She stopped talking nonsense, and with a flick of her wrist, the whip in her hand sliced through the air, aiming directly at Wang Yiming's face. Still thinking it was like before? Wang Yiming smirked Greasy, slightly shifting his body. The whip brushed past him, but didn't even touch the corner of his clothes. After missing her first strike, Sadie's attacks became even more fierce. The whip dancing in her hand and creating a series of afterimages, enveloping Wang Yiming from all directions. But Wang Yiming was like a slippery bar of soap, gliding effortlessly through the dense shadows of the whip. It was as if his feet had no friction, moving gracefully and strangely around the room. Beads of sweat formed on Sadie's forehead. She realized that her proud whip techniques appeared like child's play in front of this man. She couldn't touch him at all. Is this all you've got? I'm so disappointed. Wang Yiming's voice suddenly rang in her ear. Sadie's heart jolted. She quickly turned and lashed out with her whip, but she struck empty air. The next second, a tremendous force came from the other end of the whip. Wang Yiming had somehow caught the end of it. He yanked hard. Sadie cried out, being uncontrollably pulled over and crashing into Wang Yiming's embrace. Let go of me. Sadie struggled violently. Wang Yiming, however, paid no heed, swinging his arm and using her own whip to bind her tightly from top to bottom. Sadie was bound and unable to move, only able to glare at him with angry eyes. Wang Yiming admired his handiwork for a moment before starting to swagger around Sadie's office. Just then, his gaze fell upon a very clean crystal box in the corner. In a prison filled with torture instruments, this crystal box seemed out of place. Wang Yiming walked over with interest. No, don't open it. Seeing his actions, Sadie's previously angry eyes showed a hint of panic for the first time. The more she reacted, the more curious Wang Yiming became. Ignoring Sadie's warning, he directly reached out and opened the box. The moment the box opened, Wang Yiming was stunned. It was actually a cute doll. Then, Wang Yiming laughed. Looks like you have a story too. Sadie turned her head to the side, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to burrow into. What do you want to do? She gritted her teeth and shouted softly. Previously, she thought Wang Yiming had come back to seek revenge, but now it seemed that this guy's behavior was nothing like that of someone seeking vengeance. Who comes back to rummage through someone else's personal belongings for revenge? What are you doing? Wang Yiming smirked. Of course. I'm here to teach you a lesson. The roles of offense and defense have shifted. I can go wherever I want. Although Sadie didn't fully understand this phrase from another world, she knew it wasn't good. Don't get cocky. Deputy Director Magellan will be here soon. By then, you won't be able to escape. She began to say some nonsensical things. Trying to buy time? Wang Yiming saw through her thoughts at a glance. Don't count on it. The deputy director you mentioned is currently playing a game of Poisonous Dragon with my avatar upstairs and has no time to save you. Wang Yiming's words completely shattered Sadie's last hope. I still need a servant, and you seem quite suitable. So it's you. Sadie's eyes widened in shock, as if she had heard the most unbelievable thing in the world. You want me to be your servant? Then just kill me. She raised her head proudly, her face full of determination. She had always been the one to enslave others. To be someone else's servant? That would be more unbearable than killing her. Don't be so quick to refuse. Wang Yiming reached out his greasy finger and lifted her chin. How do you know you can't be a servant if you haven't tried? Maybe you'll come to like this feeling? He even mimicked Suddy's signature catchphrase. After saying that, without waiting for Suddy to retort, Wang Yiming directly threw her over his shoulder and swaggered towards the door. Bastard! Put me down, you greasy pervert! Suddy's screams and curses echoed in the corridor. The reason Wang Yiming lingered in Suddy's place for some time was not just to tease her. While he infiltrated, he also sent out another less noticeable oily avatar to explore various levels of the prison. He wanted to see if there were any talents worth recruiting besides Jinbei. The result left him quite disappointed. Most of the infamous characters in Impel Down had either fled with Blackbeard and Luffy last time, or either mediocre fish or ruthless scum without any bottom line. Wang Yiming had no interest in bringing such people onto his ship. As for the legendary 7th level that imprisoned beings beyond the level of the 4 emperors, Wang Yiming had no plans to go there for now. It wasn't the time for risks. So, after selecting carefully, Suddy turned out to be the most suitable candidate. Setting aside her peculiar preferences, her strength was decent, barely at the level of a vice admiral. The key was her ambiguous stance. She stayed in Impel Down and worked for the Navy not for some bullshit justice, but purely to have a legal channel to satisfy her twisted sadistic desires. Such people have no beliefs, no bottom line, but because of that, they're easier to control. As long as you can give her what she wants, she will work for you. Carrying the struggling Suddy, Wang Yiming already had a plan in mind. Once on the ship, there would be plenty of pirates and Navy personnel for her to practice on. Of course, once he returns, he would seek revenge first. Chapter 55, Recruiting Partners. Wang Yiming directly hoisted the still wriggling and struggling Suddy onto his shoulder, whistling and swaggering out of the hot hell. Soon, he met up with Jinbei. Jinbei was taken aback when he saw the woman on Wang Yiming's shoulder, bound up like a zongzi. This woman, dressed provocatively with a hot figure, was none other than Suddy, the head jailer of Impel Down. Jinbei certainly recognized her. What is this? Jinbei asked, somewhat confused. Oh, this? Wang Yiming shrugged, eliciting an angry grunt from Suddy. My first mate has to do some recruiting for the captain, right? I think she has great potential, so I just brought her along. Jinbei's eyes twitched. You kidnapped the head jailer of Impel Down to be a crew member? You bastard! Put me down. Suddy finally found the opportunity to shout angrily. See? Full of energy, Wang Yiming patted her rear and chuckled. Let's go, Jinbei. Jinbei nodded, not asking further. They took the elevator to the first floor, where Jinbei walked to the outer wall of the prison, took a deep breath, and struck a pose. Fishman karate, shark hammer. Boom! With a loud bang, a large hole was blasted into the outer wall of Impel Down, which had just been repaired for several months. Let's go. Wang Yiming stepped on the gas, sliding out through the big hole while carrying Suddy. Jinbei followed closely behind. My ship is outside the harbor. I'll swim over. Wang Yiming transformed into Astro Boy. Flying through the air with Suddy on his shoulder, Jinbei jumped directly into the sea, moving swiftly. The Navy at Impel Down could only watch helplessly. Sphinx Island. Ace was standing on a brand new pirate ship, directing his crew members Buggy and Drew as they prepared for departure. The ship was quite large and had been hastily constructed over the past few days. A pirate flag was hanging above, featuring a design by Ace, a greasy flaming skull. Just then, a small boat appeared on the distant horizon. Ace focused and smiled. Wang Yiming is back. But when he saw the person next to Wang Yiming, his smile froze. To Wang Yiming's left was a tall, stunningly beautiful woman, none other than the Empress Hancock. And on his shoulder was another voluptuous woman, bound up. Ace. Wang Yiming's small boat quickly docked. Captain, I'm back. Wang Yiming greeted, casually tossing Suddy onto the ground. Ace approached, puzzled by this strange combination. He looked at Hancock and then pointed at the struggling Suddy on the ground. Oh man, is this who you recruited? Ace knew who Hancock was. She had already fallen in love with Wang Yiming. As for the other beauty, Ace recognized her too. He had been imprisoned in Impel Down and had fought against her. And seeing Wang Yiming carry her with his hand directly on her rear, Ace knew Wang Yiming's intentions were not pure. Was this really about recruiting crew members? Or was he just looking for women? I see you're the one looking for women. Ace couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Wang Yiming chuckled and leaned closer to Ace's ear, saying, Captain, the road of adventure is so lonely. If I bring them along, it won't be lonely anymore. Ace twitched his mouth. You're not lonely, but what about the rest of the crew? Wang Yiming replied, from now on, I'll take care of the pumpkins and oil on the ship. Ace, get lost. Wang Yiming laughed heartily. Of course I'm recruiting more than just women. Just as he finished speaking, a tall and burly figure suddenly flew out of the sea. It was Jinbei. Jinbei, Ace exclaimed. Ace. Jinbei and Ace met during Ace's challenge to Whitebeard. At that time, Ace had led his pirate crew to a supply point of the Whitebeard pirates and encountered Jinbei, who was a member of the Shichibukai. They had engaged in a fierce battle that lasted 5 days without a victor. After this battle, the Whitebeard pirates appeared, capturing Ace, which led to a connection between Jinbei and Ace. Later, in the underwater prison, Ace and Jinbei were imprisoned in the same cell, sharing hardships. The two exchanged pleasantries as a fishman and a human. Unfortunately, Ace could tell from their conversation that Jinbei would not be joining his pirate crew for the time being. Meanwhile, Empress Hancock frowned the entire time. After disembarking, she sat on her giant snake, saying nothing. When Wang Yiming went to retrieve her from Amazon Lily, Hancock felt a threat the moment she laid eyes on Suddy. Although Suddy was bound and looked somewhat disheveled, Hancock could sense a unique, alluring quality about her. Most importantly, her figure was also excellent. With curves in all the right places, it was hard for any man to remain unmoved. Was it that she was unwilling to consummate their relationship in advance, and that made Wang Yiming unhappy? But she was truly scared. What should she do? Hancock wanted to be angry, but also feared that Wang Yiming would think she was too petty. Hancock wanted to pretend to be magnanimous and indifferent, but she couldn't calm down. Throughout the journey, Hancock remained silent. After disembarking, Wang Yiming noticed Hancock's emotional change and explained, Hancock, don't misunderstand. This woman tortured me and impelled down before. I brought her back for revenge. I plan to keep her on the ship and torment her every day to repay the humiliation I suffered back then. You want to be jealous of this, right? Hearing Wang Yiming's explanation, Hancock's proud nature took over. She gently lifted her snow-white chin and glanced at Suddy from the corner of her eye. I'm the world's #1 beauty. How could I be jealous of this kind of prisoner? I believe in my charm. Hancock paused and continued, besides, Yiming, you're such a strong man, even if you take on 3 wives and 4 concubines. I wouldn't be jealous. However, I have to be magnanimous. Wang Yiming immediately perked up at this, thinking this was great news. No wonder she was my empress. She understood. Wang Yiming swiftly kissed Hancock, so fast that Jinbei and Ace, who were chatting, didn't even see it happen. I'll listen to you. I'll marry 7. Just right for 3 wives and 4 concubines. To others, Wang Yiming seemed shameless and greasy. I'm going to pay my respects to my old man. I need to go to the bathroom. Jinbei and Ace couldn't bear to watch any longer and hurriedly slipped away. But Hancock was lost in love. Her charming eyes sparkled. Realizing Wang Yiming loved her so much and respected her opinion, if she had known, she would have just suggested 1 wife and 1 concubine. Wang Yiming walked in front of Suddy and lightly kicked her rear. The astonishing recoil made Wang Yiming secretly admire her. Did you hear? From now on, you'll be called Madam, Wang Yiming said sternly. Thud. Hancock felt a rush of happiness at the words Madam and almost fainted on the spot, her legs giving way. But thankfully Wang Yiming caught her in time. Yiming, I haven't officially married you yet. Although she said this, her expression revealed everything. So happy. On the ground, Suddy watched this absurd scene, trembling with anger. She spat towards Wang Yiming's direction. Huh, no way. Wang Yiming was not angry. He just smiled greasy. You still have a tough mouth. No worries, once we're on the ship. I have plenty of time to play with you slowly. Although most members of the Whitebeard pirates are loyal and righteous, they are ultimately pirates. While they may not engage in much burning, killing, and plundering, they certainly have their share of misdeeds. Stealing a woman is nothing unusual for pirates, especially when it involves someone like Wang Yiming with a personal grudge. The pirates have long since become accustomed to such things. After Wang Yiming threw Suddy into the cabin, Jinbei also came down from the mountaintop. Brother Yiming, I've already paid my respects at Dad's grave, and now I'm heading back to Fishman Island. Wang Yiming nodded in understanding. Go ahead, Jinbi. Remember what I said. Ace and I will announce the protection of Fishman Island. Upon hearing this, Jinbi looked at Wang Yiming gratefully, but deep down, he didn't take it seriously. A new pirate crew and the name of a Yonko pirate crew are not in the same league in terms of intimidation. Jinbi then said goodbye to Ace and left. Ace sighed. What a pity. It would have been great if Jinbi could join us. Well, man, get ready. We're about to set off. Wang Yiming shook his head and laughed. Set off for what? Captain, trust me, in a few days, Jinbi will come back to join us. Chapter 56, The Oil Pirate Crew. Jinbei bid farewell to Wang Yiming and the others, diving alone into the deep sea, heading towards his longed-for hometown, Fishman Island. The closer he got to Fishman Island, the heavier his heart felt. As soon as he entered the vicinity of Fishman Island, Jinbei keenly sensed that the atmosphere was off. On the streets, the once enthusiastic fishmen and mermaids, who used to sing and dance, now wore expressions of worry and panic. They gathered in small groups, whispering to each other, occasionally letting out sighs. Have you heard? Old Man Whitebeard is really gone. Sigh. The Whitebeard pirates have disbanded. Who will protect us from now on? Yeah, those human pirates and slave traders will surely hear the news soon. Our good days are probably over. A young mermaid girl, tears in her eyes, trembled as she said, I don't want to be captured and sold into slavery. Her words made the surrounding atmosphere even more oppressive. Being sold to Sabeti Archipelago to become a slave of the celestial dragons or nobles was the greatest nightmare for all fishmen and mermaids. It was Whitebeard who had used his massive pirate flag to provide them with a peaceful sky. Now that sky had collapsed. As Jinbei walked through Fishman Street, listening to the discussions of his fellow fishmen, his heart ached. When he was a warlord of the sea, he could protect Fishman Island to some extent, but ultimately it was limited. Only Whitebeard, with his title as the world's strongest man, could truly intimidate those with ill intentions. At that moment, a different voice caught his attention. Do you think that Holy Gun Oil hero who shone in the Marineford War will come to protect us? A fishman suddenly said, Holy Gun Oil hero? You mean Wang Yiming? Yeah, I watched the live broadcast. That guy is simply incredible. He single-handedly held off Admiral Sengoku and made Marshal Sengoku dance around. In the end, he even rescued Ace. I watched it too. So amazing. I heard he's also from the Whitebeard Pirates and had the best relationship with Captain Ace. If he could step up and form a new pirate crew to continue protecting us, that would be great. Yes. His strength has already caught up to Old Man Whitebeard. With him around, those lowly scum definitely won't dare to act recklessly. Upon hearing this, Jinbei suddenly halted. Holy Gun Oil hero, Wang Yiming? He was stunned. He only knew that Wang Yiming was powerful and a formidable character, but he wasn't clear on just how strong he was. After all, he had been locked up and impelled down and missed the live broadcast of the shocking Marineford War. He approached the group of fishmen discussing and asked in a deep voice, Brothers, could you tell me what that Holy Gun Oil hero did? The fishmen, seeing it was Jinbei, bowed respectfully. Then, they excitedly began to describe Wang Yiming's glorious achievements in the Marineford War, embellishing their accounts. From single-handedly holding off Sengoku to knocking Kizaru away with one punch. From withstanding Akainu's magma to using oil clones to confuse everyone. Finally, right under the eyes of countless Marines, he rescued Whitebeard and a group of pirates. The more Jinbei listened, the wider his eyes grew, and the shock in his heart surged like a raging wave. He recalled how Wang Yiming had patted his chest and assured him not long ago on Sphinx Island that he would protect Fishman Island. At that time, he had been grateful, but hadn't held out much hope. After all, Wang Yiming was too young. He needed both strength and prestige, which took time to accumulate. But Wang Yiming had that strength and was incredibly lucky to have his feats broadcasted worldwide by the Navy. Wang Yiming had clearly become the most dazzling new star. His name, his deterrent power, might not surpass the peak of Whitebeard, but it was enough to make 90 of the pirates in the New World tremble in fear. If you can truly protect Fishman Island, then I'll entrust my life to you. Jinbei's mind echoed with the words he had once said to Wang Yiming. A slow smile gradually appeared on his serious face. He knew what he had to do. 3 days later, On Sphinx Island, aboard Ace's new ship, Wang Yiming lay on a deck beach chair, enjoying Hancock's feeding service. The feeding was done by Hancock, but the peeling was done by Sooty. It wasn't tea that Sooty had yielded, but that she was enchanted by Hancock. Sooty's strength was far inferior to Hancock's. Under Hancock's single-point control, Sooty could only hold on for a minute with her will, before hearts appeared in her eyes. A crystal-clear grape was brought to Wang Yiming's mouth by Hancock's delicate fingers. Ah! Wang Yiming opened his mouth and swallowed a whole. At this moment, Sooty would briefly regain her senses, looking at herself kneeling before the two while peeling grapes, feeling utterly humiliated. But when Hancock shot her a glare, Sooty obediently continued peeling. Ace sat at the bow, studying the nautical chart, oblivious to everything happening around him. Just then, the sea rippled, and a massive figure broke the surface, landing on the deck. Jinbei. Ace stood up to greet him. Wang Yiming also pushed Hancock's hand away and stood up. Jinbei walked straight to Ace and Wang Yiming, clasping his fists in front of them, and said, "Captain Ace." "Vice Captain Wang Yiming. I'm Jinbei. I humbly request to join your pirate crew." Ace was momentarily stunned, then suddenly overjoyed. "Jinbei, I'm so happy you can join." Wang Yiming wore a greasy smile, as if everything had gone according to his expectations. "Captain, I told you he would come back." With Jinbei's official joining, this newly formed pirate crew finally had a solid core team. Captain, Fire Fist Ace. Vice Captain, Holy Gun Oil Hero Wang Yiming. Helmsman, Sea Hero Jinbei. Combatants, Empress Hancock. Shipwright Buggy. Chef Drew. Due to the lack of personnel, everyone held multiple positions. Sooty was still somewhat disobedient and could only be forced to work, considered Wang Yiming's personal property. Looking at his companions, Ace felt a surge of ambition. He cleared his throat and announced loudly, "I declare that our pirate crew is officially established today. Our name will be..." Ace glanced at Wang Yiming, then thought about his own abilities. "The Oil Pirate Crew." Oh. Buggy and Drew immediately cheered. Wang Yiming stroked his chin, thinking that while oil sounded a bit like cooking, it also seemed fine. "Very good. Then, the Oil Pirate Crew." Ace raised his fist, pointing toward the distant sea. "Our goal is Raftel. One piece." Amidst the cheers, the pirate ship carrying their new dreams slowly sailed away from the port of Sphinx Island. Wang Yiming turned back, gazing deeply at the tallest peak. There stood Whitebeard's tombstone. Wang Yiming's figure flashed and transformed into a streak of oily light, instantly appearing in front of the tombstone. Next to the Naginata, some of Whitebeard's belongings were quietly placed. Wang Yiming reached out and gently picked up a pipe. The pipe felt cold in his hand, yet it seemed to still carry the man's bold warmth. "Old man, I'm leaving." Wang Yiming tucked the pipe into his waist, turned, and transformed into a streak of flowing light, returning to the ship. Chapter 57, Sabaody Archipelago. Wang Yiming tucked his pipe at his waist, turned into a streak of light, and returned to the ship. "Fire oil pirates. Set sail," Ace commanded, and the brand new pirate ship unfurled its sails, cutting through the waves, heading towards the endless sea. The first stop on this journey was Sabaody Archipelago. Although the Fire Oil Pirates publicly declared their intention to protect Fishman Island, mere words were not enough. They were pirates, not the world government, and had no newspapers to promote them. Therefore, to reassure Fishman Island, they had to visit in person. To get to Fishman Island, they needed to coat the ship, and Sabaody Archipelago was the necessary route. The ship sailed steadily on the sea. A few days later, a newsbird flew by and dropped off the latest newspaper. Bucky, quick on his feet, caught it and opened it, his eyes instantly widening. "Captain, Vice Captain, look, new bounty notice." The front page of the newspaper displayed an incredibly clear bounty notice. The person in the photo was Wang Yiming, wearing that signature greasy smile. The number below made everyone on the ship gasp. St. Gun Oil Hero Wang Yiming. Bounty 3,000,000,000 berries. 3 billion. This number surpassed most great pirates, second only to a few emperors ruling the New World. Waha, 3 billion. I'm a crew member of a 3 billion berry pirate, Bucky exclaimed, nearly flying with excitement. His starting point was high. He was previously a crew member of the Four Emperors, and now he was a crew member of Wang Yiming. with an impressive resume. He could brag about it for a lifetime after retirement. Ace looked at that number, his mouth twitching slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable. His own captain had only a bounty of 550 million berries. All the spotlight was stolen by the vice captain. As expected of a man of my status. Hancock, on the other hand, wore a proud expression, as if that bounty notice was about her. Wang Yiming took the newspaper, examined his photo, and nodded in satisfaction. Sigh. Being too handsome and powerful makes it easy for others to have designs on you. He sighed greasily and handed the newspaper to Suddy, who was peeling grapes nearby. Here, frame it, and hang in my room later. Suddy's eyes could kill, but her body honestly took the newspaper. There was nothing she could do. Hancock's sweet fruit was too domineering for her to resist. After a few more days of sailing, an island made up of gigantic red trees appeared on the horizon. Countless large bubbles rose from the ground, refracting colorful light in the sunlight. Sabaody Archipelago had arrived. Before the ship even docked, everyone felt the lively atmosphere here. The port was filled with all kinds of pirate ships, and the towns on the island were bustling with noise, with pirates carrying swords and wearing fierce expressions everywhere. Of course, besides pirates, there were many others, such as local natives, Navy personnel, and even celestial dragons. Why are there so many people here? Ace frowned. The reason was simple. Jinbei explained in a deep voice. Firstly, Dad's territory has now become unclaimed land, and countless pirates want to get a share of the New World. Secondly, the Marine's reputation was severely damaged during the Marineford War, igniting the ambitions of many pirates. They all want to come to the New World and start their own era of adventure. Wang Yiming stroked his chin. So this place is a mix of all kinds during the most chaotic time. Exactly. Jinbei nodded. To enter the New World from the first half of the Grand Line, one must either apply to the world government and go through the Holy Land, Mariewa, on top of the Red Line, but then the ship can't make it. Or they must coat the ship here, dive 10,000 meters deep, and pass through Fishman Island. So, all the pirates wanting to go to the New World are gathered here. Ace said, looks like we need to keep a low profile. He pushed down his cowboy hat, the brim covering most of his face. There was no way around it. Being too famous was also a hassle. Wang Yiming said while using the oil fruit's ability to gently reshape his face. His facial features changed subtly. Although it was still the same face, the aura and feeling were completely different, transforming from a greasy, handsome guy into an ordinary-looking fellow. I'll go with the oily guy to find the coating craftsman, and the rest can move freely, but be careful. Ace made arrangements. I want to go too. Hancock immediately clung to Wang Yiming's arm. Your target is too big. It's better to stay on the ship. Wang Yiming advised. Hancock was the most beautiful woman in the world, and wherever she went, she was the center of attention, making it impossible to keep a low profile. Men are strange creatures. They want their beautiful women to wear as little as possible, but for their own women, they wish to hide them as much as possible. After much coaxing and deceiving by Wang Yiming, Hancock reluctantly agreed to stay on the ship. They entered the town of Sabaody Archipelago. The streets were crowded, and the air was filled with the scent of bubbles and seawater. They walked through the crowd, listening to the discussions among nearby pirates. Did you hear? That guy kid took down another pirate crew with a bounty over 100 million. The Straw Hat crew has been silent since the Marineford War. We don't know if they're dead or alive. This is the new era. The next pirate king must be one of us. Various voices reached Ace and Wang Yiming's ears, making them feel somewhat intrigued. Their destination was Area 13, a bar named Shaki's, known for its information network and rumored to house a legendary coding master. Diving 10,000 meters deep was also very dangerous, and the quality of the coding was a matter of life and death, so the better, the safer. The two quickly found the bar after navigating through the chaotic streets. Pushing the door open, a woman, smoking a cigarette and still charming, was behind the bar wiping glasses. When she saw the two enter, her gaze swept over them and finally settled on Ace. Oh, ISNT this Fire Fist, Ace? What brings you here? Haki exhaled a smoke ring and greeted them with a smile. Ace was taken aback. How did you recognize me? Haki chuckled. Your hat is too eye-catching. Then her gaze shifted to Wang Yiming. And this is your new partner? He looks impressive. Shaki's eyes lingered on Wang Yiming's ordinary face for a moment. a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. You can't hide that oily smell from me, little brother. Wang Yiming smiled, removing the disguise from his face, returning to his greasy, handsome appearance. Boss Haki, good eye. Haki's smile deepened. Not at all. It's just that your news has been too prevalent lately. It's hard not to remember. She put down the glass and called into the inner bar. Rayleigh, they're guests. An old man with graying hair and glasses, looking like an ordinary gambler, walked out from the back room. Upon seeing Ace and Wang Yiming, his gaze clearly paused, especially when he saw Ace's face. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes. That face was too similar to his old captain. Dark King. Rayleigh. Ace whispered the old man's name. Rayleigh, the first mate of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, a living legend. You're here to find me for coding, right? Rayleigh said straightforwardly. Yes. Ace nodded. Rayleigh's gaze shifted from Ace to Wang Yiming. You are the St. Gun oil hero who caused a stir at Marineford? Indeed. Wang Yiming greeted with an oily bow. Rayleigh looked him up and down, nodding slightly. Interesting. A son who inherited Roger's bloodline. A young man with the power to change the world. He smiled. Your combination is truly remarkable. Rayleigh walked to the bar, poured himself a drink, and downed it in one go. For Roger and Whitebeard's sake, I'll help with this task. He put down his glass and looked at the three of them. However, the coding will take 3 days. During these 3 days, you'd better behave yourself. The current Sabaody is not peaceful. Chapter 58. The Blue Ocean Track. Rayleigh finished his drink and said slowly, things are not peaceful in Sabaody right now. Ace nodded, his expression serious. We understand. However, Wang Yiming chuckled dismissively. Don't worry, Uncle Rayleigh. We're good people and won't cause trouble. Rayleigh glanced at him, said nothing more, and turned to discuss the coding details with Ace by the docks. Wang Yiming was left alone in the bar. 3 days is a long time. Wang Yiming is not someone who can sit still. After having a couple of drinks and greeting Haki, he told her to put the tab on Ace's account and then slipped out. The amusement park in the Sabaody archipelago, with its bubble Ferris wheel and bubble carousel, all seemed so novel. Wang Yiming had a great time, and he also indulged in a feast at the food street. Takoyaki, grilled seafood, and various snacks filled his stomach. It wasn't until he went to pay that he realized a very embarrassing problem. He didn't have enough money. He hadn't brought much cash at all. Wang Yiming patted his empty pockets, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his greasy face for the first time. It seemed he had to find a way to get some money. His eyes turned, and a brilliant idea popped into his mind. In the illegal zones of the Sabaody archipelago, there are shops filled with crime. Human trafficking shops. Wang Yiming swaggered into one, where a sign reading Human House hung at the entrance, full of irony. The shop owner, a chubby man with a face full of blubber, lazily raised his eyelids when he saw Wang Yiming enter. But when he noticed the merchandise behind Wang Yiming, his eyes suddenly lit up. It was 2 incredibly beautiful mermaid girls. One had long sea blue hair and a fish tail, with clear eyes and a shy demeanor. The other had pink hair, a green fishtail, and features so delicate they resemble a doll. The 2 were tethered by a soft rope, following Wang Yiming closely, looking pitiful. In the Sabaody archipelago, trafficking people, especially mermaids, is legal. Boss, are you buying? Wang Yiming said with a greasy smile. Of course. The chubby boss rubbed his hands together, nearly drooling. He had never seen such exquisite mermaids in his life. If he sent them to auction, they would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Brother, how much do you want for these 2 mermaids? The boss suppressed his excitement, trying to act like an expert. Wang Yiming held up 5 fingers. 500 million? The boss's heart skipped a beat. That price was a bit high. Wang Yiming shook his head and grinned. No, 50 million for one. 100 million for both. What? The chubby boss thought he misheard. Such exquisite mermaids selling for only 50 million each? That was practically giving them away. He immediately became wary, sizing Wang Yiming up. Brother, are these mermaids legitimate? Of course not. Wang Yiming said boldly. I just snatched them from a noble, and I'm in a hurry to sell, so I'm offering a low price. I require immediate full payment, cash on delivery. The chubby boss believed this explanation. In Sabaody, black eating black is common. He hesitated no longer, fearing Wang Yiming would back out. Deal. 100 million. Soon, a box full of berries was brought out. Wang Yiming took the money, whistling, and walked out without looking back. The chubby boss gazed at the two mermaids with ecstatic joy, as if he saw countless riches beckoning to him. After exiting the shop, Wang Yiming found a deserted spot and opened the box. The cash was issued by the world government, and it could be used in most places. The denomination was 10,000 each, and compared to the previous world, its purchasing power was equivalent to 1 renminbi, equal to 20 berries. 100 million was too easy to come by. No, I can't leave without making a few more trips. That would be unfair to the naivety of the traffickers here. Thus, Wang Yiming switched to another human trafficking shop. Using the same method, with the same 2 mermaids, he earned another 100 million. Just like that, he visited 5 shops in succession. The number of boxes he carried changed from 1 to 5, totaling 500 million berries. Wang Yiming couldn't help but exclaim that in this world, being a pirate was really too competitive. Scamming was the real blue ocean territory. That night, despairing screams echoed from several human trafficking shops in the Sabaody archipelago. The exquisite mermaids they had paid hefty sums for had all turned into a sticky mess of oil. Forget about selling them. Even cleaning up was a hassle. As for the instigator, Wang Yiming, he certainly didn't care. He was humming a tune, wildly shopping on the commercial street. First, he bought himself several new outfits. Then, he spent most of his money in women's shops. All sorts of beautiful clothes, long skirts, short skirts, and various styles of uniform stockings and lingerie. Nurse outfits, teacher outfits, maid outfits. Wang Yiming was already imagining Hancock and Suddy wearing a new set every day, flaunting in front of him. Just thinking about it made him feel the money was well spent. After finishing his shopping, Wang Yiming contentedly loaded his purchases onto the ship. They saw him carrying a bunch of bags, especially the colorful women's clothes, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "You oil man? Where'd you get so much money?" "Captain, this is from selling oil," Wang Yiming replied with a mysterious smile, moving his spoils back to his room. Ace was puzzled. What kind of oil was worth so much? 3 days quickly passed. Only half a day remained. Looking at the remaining 200 million berries in his hand, Wang Yiming felt it would be a waste to just let sit there. He walked to the port and rented the fastest bubble-flying fish. Where? To customer? To the auction venue, Wang Yiming said with a greasy smile, just to see what fun things there are. Since he had nothing to do anyway, going to that evil place might lead to some interesting encounters. Chapter 59 Auction. Wang Yiming rented a flying fish and headed straight toward the most notorious area of the Sabaody archipelago. It was a massive building, the venue for the human auction. It was Wang Yiming's first time here, but after verifying his assets, he was immediately treated as a VIP and allowed into the inner area. The sights inside amazed him. A huge circular arena with tiered seating. The people sitting below were all well-dressed, either rich or noble. The inner area wasn't a VIP room. It was just the first 10 rows of seats. Wang Yiming glanced at the seated guests. Some were obese nobles, and some were fierce-looking pirates. A few were wearing bizarre outfits resembling spacesuits, with glass helmets on their heads. These should be the celestial dragons. In the anime, the rulers of this world were the celestial dragons. However, most of them seemed as foolish as idiots. The reason, as Wang Yiming thought, was that they married close relatives to maintain their pure bloodline. But since they could maintain their rule for so long, it must have been no simple feat. Wang Yiming was genuinely curious to see if they were as stupid in real life. Scanning the area, he locked eyes on a particularly rotund celestial dragon. The guy was being attended to by 2 servants, sitting arrogantly in the middle of the 5th row. Wang Yiming grinned and walked straight to the empty seat next to the celestial dragon, plopping down. "Hey, little fatty, no one else sitting here, right?" Wang Yiming casually struck up a conversation. The fat celestial dragon recoiled as if he had seen something filthy, quickly shrinking away, his nose almost dripping with mucus. He glared at Wang Yiming through the glass helmet, disdainfully emitting an incomprehensible shriek. The black-clad bodyguards nearby immediately stepped forward and roughly shoved Wang Yiming away. "Get lost. Commoner. Don't get near Eldora's saint." Wang Yiming stumbled back, but wasn't angry. He just smiled and took a few steps back. Then he found a spot to sit down, eagerly awaiting the show to start. Soon, the lights focused on the center stage, and an extravagantly dressed host came out, announcing with excitement that the auction had begun. "Esteemed guests, the first item today is a battle-hardened gladiator. He possesses unparalleled strength, making him an excellent choice as a bodyguard or for hard labor. A muscular man, shackled with iron chains, was pushed onto the stage. His eyes were vacant, as if he were a walking corpse. Wang Yiming yawned, uninterested. However, many were interested, especially some ugly noble women. Next item, guaranteed to make the gentleman present feel excited. As soon as the host finished, a voluptuous woman was brought up. She wore revealing dancer attire, with golden long hair and blue eyes filled with fear and humiliation. Especially the basketballs she brought on stage caught Wang Yiming's attention. His palms itched. He truly wanted to dribble and take a shot. Starting bid is 10 million berries. Bidding starts now. 11 million. 12 million. The nobles below began to bid. Wang Yiming raised his paddle and shouted, 15 million. The price began to climb, quickly reaching 30 million berries. At that moment, the fat celestial dragon, Eldora Saint, impatiently raised his hand. 50 million. This number was nothing to him. The room fell silent instantly. No one dared to compete with the celestial dragon. However, Wang Yiming seemed to have not heard and raised his paddle again. 60 million. His voice was not loud, but it sounded like a thunderclap in the quiet auction house. All eyes turned to Wang Yiming, filled with shock and disbelief. This reckless guy actually dared to compete with a celestial dragon for a woman? Eldora Saint was also taken aback. He turned his head, glaring at Wang Yiming through the glass helmet, his eyes filled with resentment. How dare a lowly commoner defy him? He wanted to raise the bid again, but after thinking it over, competing for an ordinary woman felt beneath his dignity. Eldora Saint snorted coldly and stopped bidding, but in his heart, he had already sentenced Wang Yiming to death. 60 million once, 60 million twice, 60 million 3 times. Sold. The host excitedly struck the hammer. Wang Yiming successfully bid for the beautiful slave girl, paying the price of completely offending a celestial dragon. He didn't care at all. In the following rounds of auctions, he had little interest in some rare beasts or treasures, until the final item was presented. Next up, tonight's biggest treasure, the legendary beauty from the deep sea, a mermaid. A huge glass water tank was pushed onto the stage. Inside, a girl with pink hair and a beautiful fishtail was curled up in a corner, terrified. Wow! The audience gasped in awe. A mermaid, this was the top item in the slave market. Eldora Saint's eyes instantly lit up, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth, smearing the inside of the glass helmet. He couldn't wait for the host to announce the price and directly held up 5 fat fingers. 500 million. She's mine. 500 million berries was a price that would make 99% of the people present hesitate. However, a greasy voice interrupted at an opportune time. 1 billion. Wang Yiming lazily raised his paddle, calling out a number that left the entire room breathless. 1 billion. The entire auction house was silent. Even breaths seemed to stop. Everyone looked at Wang Yiming as if he were crazy. Who was this guy? First, he snatched a celestial dragon's woman, and now he used an astronomical figure to provoke the authority of the celestial dragons. You, what did you say? Eldora Saint screamed, his voice distorted with anger. I don't believe it. I don't believe this commoner could come up with 1 billion berries. In his view, Wang Yiming was just an ordinary pirate that appeared out of nowhere. How could he possibly have such a fortune? The host also looked a bit troubled. He walked up to Wang Yiming and respectfully reminded him, Sir, if you win the bid but cannot pay, the 10 million deposit will be forfeited. Before entering the auction house, there was a verification of funds with a minimum amount of 10 million berries. The implication was clear. He was warning Wang Yiming not to mess around. Wang Yiming shrugged nonchalantly. I understand the rules. If I bid 1 billion and he doesn't raise the bid, then this mermaid is mine. He just wanted to annoy the fat celestial dragon. As for the money, he never intended to pay. Sure enough, Eldora Saint was choked by the price. 1 billion berries was a figure that even he had to hesitate over. This was nearly half of his pocket money. He was so furious that his flesh trembled, pointing at Wang Yiming. He just couldn't understand why a lowly person dared to treat him this way. Ultimately, under Wang Yiming's mocking gaze, Eldora Saint conceded defeat. The mermaid, Cami, was auctioned off to Wang Yiming for the exorbitant price of 1 billion berries. After the auction ended, Wang Yiming was invited to the backstage. Sir, the total is 1,600,000,000 berries. Please make your payment, the backstage manager said respectfully. Wang Yiming shrugged and said nonchalantly, I only have 600 million. As for the 1 billion, I don't have it. The manager's smile froze on his face. Sir, are you joking? Do I look like I'm joking? Wang Yiming replied with a greasy smile. You can keep the 10 million deposit. Consider it my ticket fee. After speaking, he ignored the backstage staff's ghostly expressions and turned to leave with the basketball girl he had just photographed. The auction house had its own rules. They couldn't lay hands on guests and could only resign themselves to misfortune. On the other side, upon learning that Wang Yiming had intentionally raised the price to toy with him and had no money to pay, the celestial dragon Eldora Saint completely lost it. He felt he had suffered the greatest humiliation of his life. A lower-class person, a commoner. How dare he toy with a noble of this world? Kill him for me. Bring him back to me. I want to execute him myself. Eldora Saint let out a hysterical roar, and his bodyguards immediately took action, charging angrily towards the exit of the auction house. Chapter 60. Buying Celestial Dragons as Slaves. Wang Yiming hummed a little tune, strolling leisurely down the streets of Sabadi Archipelago. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps and curses came from behind him. Stop, you damn lowlife. Wang Yiming turned around to see the fat, celestial dragon, Eldora's, chasing him with a group of bodyguards, looking furious. Seeing this person, Wang Yiming thought to himself, the fish is on the hook. Eldora's face was twisted with rage as he drew a golden pistol from his waist and aimed it at Wang Yiming. Lower class. Bang. The gunshot rang out. The people on the street saw a celestial dragon committing murder and fled in panic, afraid of being caught in this madman's chaos. A spray of blood burst from Wang Yiming's chest, his body swayed, and a pained expression appeared on his face. The bullet easily pierced through his body, but he did not fall. He merely clutched his chest and continued to move forward. Eldora's was stunned. He didn't expect his shot to not take down his target. He grinned wickedly and raised his gun again. Bang, bang, bang. Several shots hit Wang Yiming's body. His body resembled a sieve leaking water, blood gushing out constantly until he finally could not hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Waha, did you see that? This is the consequence of defying me. Eldora's laughed maniacally. He loved watching these lowlifes struggle in pain beneath his feet. Eldora's stepped closer to Wang Yiming, looking down at him with an increasingly twisted smile. He raised his gun to Wang Yiming's head and fired another shot. Then he aimed for the heart, the limbs. But strangely, although Wang Yiming was covered in blood and crying out in agony on the ground, he was still alive, just barely hanging on. This made Eldora's enjoyment of the game peak, and he laughed even harder, just as he was having the time of his life. A familiar voice came from not far away. You, old man, what are you doing here? Uncle has finished coating the ship. We should leave. It was Ace. He had just come over from the dock and saw Wang Yiming lying in a pool of blood, being threatened by a fat man with a gun. However, Ace could tell that Wang Yiming was just playing around. Since it wasn't he his true self, Ace felt no fear. The Wang Yiming, who seemed to be dying just a second ago, suddenly perked up upon hearing Ace's voice. With a swift motion, Wang Yiming sprang to his feet. The horrific bullet wounds were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. The large puddle of blood on the ground writhed and transformed into black liquid, re-entering his body. Ordinary bullets could never harm his elemental form. Eldora's laughter abruptly stopped. His fat face froze, his eyes widened like saucers, and the golden gun in his hand almost fell to the ground. His bodyguards wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost. This guy is not an ordinary person. Wang Yiming cracked his neck, making a popping sound. He walked up to Ace with a greasy smile. Captain, you came just in time. I just went shopping and bought you 2 slaves. Ace twitched at the corner of his mouth, knowing that this guy was up to no good. Wang Yiming pointed at the beautiful slave, who looked terrified not far away. Look, this beauty has a nice figure, right? I spent 60 million berries on her. Then Wang Yiming pointed at the already dumbfounded fat celestial dragon. As for this one, he was a bargain. I only had to pay a 10 million deposit. What? Eldora's finally reacted, letting out a scream sharper than before. You lowly ant. You dare to say I'm a slave? He was a noble of the world, a descendant of gods. How could he become a slave of a lowly person? Bang! The answer came from Wang Yiming's fist. Before Eldoras could finish his sentence, Wang Yiming flashed in front of his bodyguards. With a series of dull thuds, those so-called elite bodyguards didn't even have time to react before they fell down, spitting blood. Wang Yiming took him down one by one with clean and efficient punches. Finally, he approached Eldoras, whose face was twisted in fear, and smiled Greasy at him. "What are you going to do? I warn you. Shut up." A hand chop struck the back of his neck, and the arrogant celestial dragon fainted on the spot. Wang Yiming hoisted the unconscious Eldoras over his shoulder and took the hand of the beautiful slave. "Let us get on the ship." "Ace, both of them? Why not?" Ace thought Wang Yiming would just teach the celestial dragon a lesson. He didn't expect him to be so bold as to take a celestial dragon onto the ship. When Wang Yiming returned to the fire oil pirate ship, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. Jinbei, Hancock, Buggy, and Drew all widened their eyes, staring at Wang Yiming and his spoils. One was a trembling beauty, and the other was a fainted celestial dragon in a spacesuit. "Oil man." Ace rubbed his forehead, feeling his blood pressure rising. "Either kill him or throw him away. Bringing him along is a huge hassle." "What's the big deal?" Wang Yiming said nonchalantly. "I spent 10 million on him. I can't waste it." Jinbei's fish face turned pale. "Brother Wang Yiming, do you know what this means? Hitting a celestial dragon is already a serious crime that could attract the Navy headquarters and a Marine admiral. Now you've gone and kidnapped one. This isn't just a rebellion. This is going to poke a hole in the heavens." Hancock also wore a complicated expression. She hated celestial dragons to the core, and seeing Eldoras' miserable state secretly pleased her. But reason told her that Wang Yiming was in deep trouble. Only Buggy and Drew looked at Wang Yiming with eyes full of fanatic admiration. As expected of the vice captain, so awesome, even daring to capture a celestial dragon as a slave. Wang Yiming was unfazed by everyone's reactions. He casually tossed Eldoras onto the deck. "Don't you think it's a sense of accomplishment to have celestial dragons as slaves?" Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. They were struggling to keep up with Wang Yiming's thoughts, but it was indeed a bit cool. Then, Wang Yiming turned to the new, beautiful slave and showed her a self-satisfied, greasy smile. "What's your name?" I'm Lillian," the beautiful slave replied timidly. "Very good, Lillian. From now on, you'll be our pirate crew's exclusive maid." Wang Yiming grinned and shamelessly looked her up and down. Indeed, after capturing a celestial dragon, having one more beauty on board didn't seem like a big deal anymore. Chapter 61. Ace Fishing. He is a celestial dragon, but a world aristocrat, a descendant of the gods. "God?" Wang Yiming scoffed and walked over to kick Eldoras Saint, who was lying on the ground. With that fat head and big ears, he dares to call himself a god? I think calling him a pig would be more appropriate. As soon as he said this, even Hancock couldn't help but gasp. Although she hated the celestial dragons deeply, that bone-deep fear still existed. But Wang Yiming seemed to have no such concept at all. "No wonder he is my man, the first mate. Are we going to be chased by a Navy admiral?" Buggy shrank his neck and asked quietly, "What is there to be afraid of?" Wang Yiming waved his hand. "If the admiral comes, we'll just fight it out. It's not like we haven't done it before." Only Wang Yiming would dare to say such a thing. Ace held his forehead and sighed. He knew that at this point, it was too late to say anything. The ship had already set sail, slowly sinking into the sea with Rayleigh's coating technology, heading towards Fishman Island, 10,000 meters below. Splash! A bucket of cold seawater was splashed directly onto Eldoras Saint's face. The fat celestial dragon shivered and slowly woke up. He opened his eyes and saw a bunch of unfamiliar faces and Wang Yiming grinning at him. You lowly commoners. What do you want to do?" As Eldoras Saint's memory returned, he immediately screamed, "Let me go. Otherwise, my father will never let you go. The Navy Admiral will tear you to pieces. Listen well, right now, you are no longer a world aristocrat. You are my cheapest slave, worth 10 million, not even as valuable as Lillian, let alone Suddy. You dare." Eldoras Saint trembled with anger. "I am Eldoras Saint. You dare to say I am a slave." Bang! Wang Yiming punched him in the stomach. Eldoras Saint's fat body curled up like a shrimp, nearly vomiting up his last meal. "It seems you still haven't figured out the situation." Wang Yiming lifted him by the collar. "Suddy, I leave him to you to train." Suddy initially hesitated, But after being scolded by Wang Yiming, she steeled herself and went for it. Soon, she fell in love with this feeling. Once a celestial dragon, now trampled under her feet. Suddy also knew that she was on a pirate ship now. There was no going back to the Navy, and she could never be an ordinary person again. Peel grapes for me. Suddy looked at the trembling celestial dragon kneeling in front of her, peeling grapes, and her expression became extremely strange. Once upon a time, she too had knelt before Wang Yiming like this. Now, the tables had turned, and it was the celestial dragon serving her. This feeling was simply too wonderful. In the following days, the members of the Fire Oil Pirate crew had their eyes opened. They witnessed firsthand how a high and mighty celestial dragon gradually became a qualified slave. Fatty, the deck isn't cleaned properly. Do it again. Damn Fatty. How come your clothes smell so bad? Do you want to die? Hey, you over there. Come here and massage my legs. Eldora, Saint was busy running around, and if he showed any disobedience, he would receive a beating. The others on the ship gradually got used to this peculiar sight. In fact, Wang Yiming wasn't very interested in this. He was more interested in the underwater world. The coating ship descended steadily into the deep sea. As it descended, they could see the huge roots of the red trees. When they were on the island, those trees looked enormous. But they were even more magnificent down here in the depths of the sea. Besides the roots, there were also pufferfish and incredibly large fish. Ace suddenly said as he saw fish swimming outside the bubble, "Why don't we catch a few to grill?" Saying this, he took out a knife. Buggy and Drew quickly hugged Ace. "Captain, don't be impulsive. If the bubble breaks, we're done for." Ace laughed. "You guys have too little faith in Rayleigh's coating. It won't break that easily." Buggy and Drew struggled to hold back the reckless Ace. So one hugged Ace's leg while the other went to find Wang Yiming. At that moment, Wang Yiming was playing basketball with Lillian. When he saw someone come in, he quickly hid the basketball. "First mate, it's bad. Captain Ace wants to fish outside the bubble, and he has got a knife." "What?" Wang Yiming hurried to find Ace. Although his strength was now extraordinary, he also felt a sense of fear in this deep sea. Once the bubble burst and the seawater enveloped him, he would lose his fighting ability. Of course, Wang Yiming was not unprepared. If the bubble broke, he just needed to instantly solidify a closed space made of solid oil balls and hide inside. Until he floated back up, Wang Yiming arrived at the deck. He saw Ace had tied a rope to one end of the knife, then threw it out, breaking the bubble and stabbing a fish. Puffed. A light sound, and a small hole appeared on the coating. The seawater immediately rushed in like it had found an outlet, turning into a water arrow. It broke. The bubble broke. Buggy and Drew screamed like pigs, scared and trembling together. Wang Yiming's heart immediately jumped, nearly leaping out of his throat. Sometimes Ace looked pretty cool, but his essence was a bit like Luffy, just a straightforward thought process. He ran off to chase Blackbeard before, and it was clear this brother acted purely on impulse. Without thinking at all, "Oil!" Wang Yiming shouted, and a lump of viscous oil flew out from his palm, accurately sealing the hole. The water flow stopped abruptly. The panic on the ship also temporarily ceased. Wang Yiming wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead and walked over to Ace, who was excitedly pulling the rope. "Brother, my captain, can't we just go to Fishman Island safely? Why do you want to play these risky games? Adventure. Isn't it all about the thrill?" Ace patted Wang Yiming's shoulder nonchalantly. Just then, Jinbei's calm voice came from the bow of the ship. "Stop discussing canned fish. Come over quickly." Chapter 62, Caribou. Jinbei's tone was unusually serious. Wang Yiming thought Jinbei was unhappy because they mentioned eating fish. After all, he was a fishman, and it was normal for him to feel uncomfortable hearing about eating fish. However, when he followed Jinbei's gaze, he realized things were not that simple. Above them in the water, another ship covered in a membrane was rapidly approaching them. The shape of that ship was quite peculiar, and the power pulling it was a seemingly silly little manatee. Wang Yiming focused and immediately recognized the other party. That distinctive long tongue, the lewd gaze, and that outfit, wet hair, caribou. This guy's up to no good. In the original story, he was a notorious schemer, specifically hunting new pirates preparing to venture into the New World near the Sabati archipelago. "We have an enemy." Ace also put away his joking expression, his eyes sharpening. "What do we do?" There's water between us, Drew said nervously. Wang Yiming furrowed his brows. Indeed, with a layer of seawater in between. His oil fruit ability was nearly ineffective. He couldn't directly manipulate the fats within the other party. He couldn't use Conqueror's Haki either. So he couldn't stun the opponent with Haki. Moreover, that little manatee was clearly much faster in the water than their ship, which was sinking with the current. The other ship was getting closer and closer. They were about to collide. Despite Jinbei constantly changing direction, he couldn't shake them off. Little ones, are you ready to welcome treasure and beauties? Wahahaha. Caribou's disgusting laughter even pierced through the seawater and membrane, faintly reaching them. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Caribou's ship directly collided with the fire oil pirate ship. Two enormous bubbles compressed together in the deep sea, making a popping sound. Wang Yiming's heart jumped to his throat, fearing that the two bubbles would burst. However, they did not break. After a violent compression, the boundaries of the two bubbles mysteriously fused together. There was no seawater separating them. A greasy smile crept onto Wang Yiming's lips. The opportunity had come. He was too lazy to look at Caribou, and instead focused on the hard-working little manatee, pulling the ship. Lose some weight, Wang Yiming whispered to the little manatee. In the next second, inside the little manatee, the fats began to burn wildly under Wang Yiming's control, transforming into massive energy. The little manatee sensed something was wrong. Fear appeared in its big eyes. Little ones, are you ready? Clean these guys up for me. At that moment, Caribou couldn't wait any longer and took the lead, stepping over the point where the two ships met and jumping onto the fire oil pirate's deck. He extended his long tongue, licked his lips, and revealed a self-satisfied smile. Ha! Little ones, follow me closely. Take them down. Caribou chuted proudly, striking à culpos. However, after waiting for a while, there was no movement behind him. He turned back in confusion and was instantly dumbfounded. The little manatee had visibly slimmed down, as if it had been drained. Then, it let out a terrified scream, unexpectedly turned around, and dragged Caribou's ship, fleeing frantically into the depths of the sea without looking back. In the blink of an eye, only a small light dot remained. On the fire oil pirate ship, only Caribou was left standing there, all alone and disheveled in the wind. The scene became quite awkward. Ace was stunned for a moment before bursting into thunderous laughter. Ha ha ha, is this guy an idiot? Buggy and Drew were also laughing uncontrollably. Vice Captain, what did you just do? Buggy asked curiously. Nothing, just helped that manatee lose some weight. Wang Yiming shrugged with a greasy smile. Caribou's face turned green. He finally realized that he had seemingly kicked a hard plate. Moreover, he had sent himself onto that plate alone. However, Caribou was not someone to be underestimated. Even if he was alone, his combat power was not weak. At this moment, Ace stepped forward and removed his hat. Wang Yiming also approached, his face beginning to glisten. This is Fire Fist Ace, and the Holy Spear Oil hero Wang Yiming. Finally, Caribou recognized the people in front of him. Previously, he had seen the Fire Oil Pirates flag from a distance, thinking it was a new crew he had never seen before, which was why he came. He never expected it to be super big shots. Esteemed sirs, it's all a misunderstanding. Caribou's face changed faster than flipping a book, and his face was filled with flattering smiles. What responded to him was Jinbei's fist, the size of a cooking pot. Shut up. Jinbei had somehow made his way in front of him, and with his palm like a fan, he grabbed Caribou's head and lifted him up like a chick. Bang! With a loud crash, Caribou's body was slammed hard onto the deck, shaking the entire ship. Ugh! Caribou felt his insides shift, nearly unable to catch his breath. He did not fight back, but instead knelt on the ground using both hands and feet, beginning his classic performance. Spare me, esteemed sirs. I have an elderly mother and children waiting to be fed. Caribou cried, snot and tears flowing, speaking with great emotion. Ace looked at him with disgust. It's so noisy. Just throw him into the sea and let him fend for himself. To Ace, scum like this was sickening to even look at. No, Captain. Caribou was terrified, clinging to Ace's leg. Wait. Wang Yiming stopped Ace. He walked up to Caribou, smiling greasily. Leave this person to me to handle. Caribou's devil fruit ability was the swamp fruit, a natural type. Although his combat power was not impressive, his functionality was top-notch. This guy could turn his body into a huge mobile warehouse, able to stuff anything inside. Wang Yiming really liked this ability, but he did not like this person at all. Even if he was ugly, with that long tongue, it was clear he was not a good person, and his character was utterly rotten. Killing him would be a pity, but keeping him around was too bothersome. Wang Yiming's mind turned, and he came up with a good idea. He squatted down in front of Caribou and patted his terrified face. "Don't be afraid. We're good people. We won't kill you." "Really?" Caribou was skeptical. "Of course." Wang Yiming smiled even more greasily. "However, while you can avoid the death penalty, you can't escape the living punishment." Wang Yiming took a rope and tied Caribou up tightly. Then he clasped his hands together, and a massive transparent oil ball enveloped Caribou entirely. "What are you doing?" Caribou screamed in terror inside the oil ball. Wang Yiming ignored him and opened a small hole in the oil ball to pour in seawater. Soon, the oil ball was filled with seawater. As a devil fruit user, Caribou instantly lost all strength in the seawater, unable to even struggle. Wang Yiming then sealed the opening of the oil ball, leaving only Caribou's head outside. A perfect deep-sea prison was thus completed. All set. Wang Yiming clapped his hands, nodding in satisfaction. He plans to wait until he captures Blackbeard. After clarifying the method of transferring fruit abilities, he will kill Caribou and take his swamp fruit. Chapter 63. Dealing with Sea Kings. Arriving at Fishman Island, the oil pirate crew's coated ship, like a giant soap bubble, continued to sink into the 10,000-meter deep sea. As the depth increased, the surrounding light grew dimmer. From initially being able to see the intricate and massive root system of the red trees, it had now become pitch black outside, with no visibility at all. Inside the cabin, only a few emergency lights emitted a weak glow, making the atmosphere feel a bit oppressive. "Captain, why doesn't the ship have a big light?" Wang Yiming asked. Ace, without looking up, replied. "What do we need a big light for? It wastes electricity." Bach and Drew huddled in a corner, listening to the strange sounds occasionally coming from outside the bubble. Their faces pale with fear. "Captain, it's so dark, it's too scary." Drew trembled as he spoke. "Yeah, what if we run into something?" Bach echoed. Ace chuckled, stood up, and clapped his hands. "Don't worry, I already have a lighting system planned." He walked to the center of the cabin and pulled out 2 large iron basins. "Oily man, it's time for you to shine." Ace raised an eyebrow at Wang Yiming. Wang Yiming rolled his eyes, realizing this guy wanted to drain him dry, but he still walked over. Wang Yiming extended his palm towards the iron basins. Streams of black liquid with a peculiar smell flowed from his palm, quickly filling both basins. "This is refined kerosene." "Done." Ace nodded in satisfaction and tossed 2 cotton ropes into the kerosene. Then he extended a finger. A small cluster of orange-red flames ignited at his fingertip with a pop. He flicked his finger, and the flame traced a beautiful arc, accurately igniting the kerosene. Whoosh! The blazing fire instantly surged, lighting up the entire cabin like daylight. The warm glow dispelling the endless darkness around them. Oh, it's bright. So warm." Bach immediately cheered, moving closer to the fire basin. Now, there was a sense of security. With the light, the scenery outside the ship also became clearer. Drew looked outside and swallowed hard. "Are you sure there's a sense of security? I feel like it's even more dangerous." Countless giant sea kings, whose names he couldn't even call out, swam around the ship. Even though these sea kings didn't attack, their massive shadows were enough to make anyone's heart race. Animals are supposed to be afraid of fire, right? Wang Yiming stroked his chin, looking at the sea kings outside, who were curiously swimming around the light. Just then, a huge, translucent shadow suddenly enveloped the entire ship. Everyone looked up to see a giant jellyfish, as large as a small island, extending its countless long tentacles toward their bubble. "Not good. It's going to grab us." Jinbei's expression changed, and he immediately turned the helm sharply. The coated ship tilted dangerously, narrowly avoiding the jellyfish's deadly embrace. "Accelerate down," Jinbei shouted. The ship's descent speed suddenly increased, quickly shaking off the giant jellyfish. But they hadn't stabilized for long when, ahead of the ship, an even more terrifying figure appeared. It was a super-giant octopus, its body coiled in the trench below, and just one extending tentacle was thicker than their ship. At that moment, the massive tentacle was blocking their path like a wall of flesh. With a giant octopus in front and a deadly jellyfish behind. There was no way to evade. This is a dilemma. Ace clenched his fists, the joints cracking. We have to fight. Just as Ace was about to dive out of the bubble, Jinbei stopped him. Captain, let me out, Jinbei said solemnly. Ace's fire ability would be greatly diminished in this deep sea and couldn't effectively harm such a large sea king. Jinbei, being a fisherman, was in his element in the ocean. Be careful, Jinbei, Ace warned. Jinbei nodded, walked to the edge of the bubble, took a deep breath, and directly penetrated the coating, entering the icy sea water. Fishman karate, shark hammer, Jinbei shouted underwater, delivering a powerful punch that slammed into the giant octopus's tentacle. Boom! A muffled sound echoed underwater, shaking the octopus's tentacle, but it didn't suffer any substantial damage. Instead, that punch seemed to anger it. The giant octopus extended more tentacles from the trench, overwhelming Jinbei with a deluge of limbs. Jinbei nimbly dodged in the water, but there were too many tentacles, and soon he was ensnared by one around his waist, unable to move. Damn it! Jinbei struggled with all his might, but couldn't break free from the terrifying grip. In the cabin, everyone watched anxiously. It seems like Jinbei can't handle it. Wang Yiming sighed. Really, he is so worrisome. Looks like I have to step on myself. Wang Yiming covered himself with a thick layer of solid oil, like armor. This layer of oily armor not only provided strong defense, but also insulated against the curse of seawater. But there was still one problem. Breathing. Ace, can you coat my head with a bubble membrane separately? Wang Yiming remembered that in the anime, Luffy and the others did just that underwater. Ace scratched his head, looking troubled. This seems a bit complicated. I need to study it. Wang Yiming. I knew this guy was unreliable. There are still too few professionals on the ship. Forget it. Wang Yiming's gaze fell on the transparent helmet he had carelessly tossed aside in the corner, previously worn by the celestial dragon, Eldora Saint. He picked it up disdainfully, wiped it with his sleeve, then placed it on his head, sealing the interface with oil. The size was just right. The visibility is quite clear. Wang Yiming moved his neck a bit, feeling okay. With this, both breathing and visibility issues were resolved. Wang Yiming approached the edge of the bubble, looking at Jinbei, who was tightly ensnared by the octopus tentacle and in an increasingly dangerous situation. All right, it's my turn to shine. The oil armor covering Wang Yiming instantly turned black. Without saying another word, he directly penetrated the coating and plunged into the deep sea. The cold seawater surrounded him, but it was all blocked by the thick oil armor. However, even so, Wang Yiming could feel some fatigue setting in, roughly weakening his strength by 60 to 70%. Wang Yiming shot towards the giant octopus like a black torpedo. Jinbei, I'm coming. Seeing Wang Yiming rush out while he was struggling, Jinbei was taken aback. Wang Yiming, why did you come out? It's too dangerous here. Cut the nonsense. Wang Yiming's figure traced a strange arc in the water, instantly reaching the tentacle that had ensnared Jinbei. He didn't use his fist to strike, but instead extended both hands and pressed directly against the slippery surface of the tentacle. Get slippery, Wang Yiming whispered. Using the ability of the oil fruit, he secreted a layer of super slippery oil between the tentacle and Jinbei's body. The suction cups of the tentacle, which had been gripping Jinbei tightly, suddenly lost all friction. Jinbei felt a loosening around his waist, and with a whoosh, he slipped out of the terrifying bind. Thank you, Wang Yiming, Jinbei said gratefully. Don't mention it. Wang Yiming smirked. Next, let's get this guy the good lesson. The two exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. In the next moment, one person and one fish rushed towards the giant octopus from two directions simultaneously. Fishman Jiu-Jitsu. Water, heart, ocean, flow, shoulder throw. Jinbei grabbed one of the octopus's tentacles and, using the power of the ocean current, executed a beautiful shoulder throw, smashing that massive tentacle against another. Wang Yiming, on the other hand, took a more direct approach. He transformed into a glistening figure, weaving effortlessly between the countless flailing tentacles without a single one touching him. He quickly closed in on the octopus's gigantic head, which was comparable to a house. Oil bomb machine gun. Wang Yiming spread his arms, and countless oil bombs, hardened like iron and covered in armament Haki, rained down on the octopus's head. Puff, puff, puff. The oil bombs easily penetrated the octopus's soft skin, leaving bloody holes on its head. Arg! The giant octopus let out a silent scream of pain, its entire body thrashing violently, churning the surrounding seawater into a murky mess. It was completely enraged, and all its tentacles abandoned their attack on Jinbei, frantically smashing towards Wang Yiming instead. Come at me. Wang Yiming stood firm, bringing his hands together in front of him. Solid oil shield. A massive, semi-transparent black oil shield appeared out of nowhere, blocking him. Bang, bang, bang. Countless gigantic tentacles slammed against the oil shield, the loud sounds shaking the entire sea. However, that shield, which looked flimsy, was unbreakable. It's my turn. Wang Yiming seized the opportunity, dismissed the oil shield, and dashed forward, directly pressing against the giant eyeball of the octopus. That eyeball was even bigger than him. Try this. Oil, high-pressure water gun. Wang Yiming's fingertips pointed at the octopus's eyeball. The next second, a high-pressure oil gun shot out like a laser, instantly piercing through its eye. Not only that, but it also penetrated its brain. Deep-sea creatures may not rely entirely on their eyes, but damage to the brain would still affect its perception and actions. As expected, the giant octopus writhed in pain, wildly thrashing its tentacles, attacking everything around it, but could no longer find Wang Yiming and Jinbei's positions. Now's the time. Jinbei seized the chance and charged again. Fishman Karate Ultimate, Will I Pass? A powerful shockwave penetrated the seawater and struck the octopus's head hard. Wang Yiming watched the power of this strike and couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, Jinbei was quite formidable in the sea. The reason he used the high-pressure oil gun instead of a more powerful oil cannon was because his strength was limited by the sea. He not only had to fight, but also needed to reserve some energy, so he saved stamina whenever possible. In the sea, he was weakened by 70%, while Jinbei was enhanced by 10%. Therefore, if he and Jinbei fought, assuming Jinbei was aware of the special aspects of his various techniques, Wang Yiming might not necessarily win against Jinbei. Accompanied by Jinbei's lethal strike, the life of this deep-sea giant beast was completely ended. Its massive body twitched a few times before sinking helplessly into the deeper trench. Done. Wang Yiming clapped his hands, looking at the slowly sinking corpse with a greasy smile. He swam over and, with a high-pressure oil gun turned into a blade, forcefully slashed at one of the relatively intact tentacles. A several-meter-long octopus tentacle was easily cut off by him. Hee, we have seafood for dinner tonight. Wang Yiming shouldered the giant octopus tentacle, feeling satisfied as he prepared to return to the ship. But as he turned around, the smile on his face instantly froze. In the darkness ahead, a dense array of glowing points lit up. Those glowing points were all pairs of enormous, greedy eyes. Their earlier battle, along with the scent of octopus blood, had attracted all the predators in this sea area. Dozens of deep-sea sea kings of various sizes, all enormous, had surrounded them and the bubble ship. Holy crap! Wang Yiming couldn't help but curse. Jinbei, run! Wang Yiming, carrying the octopus tentacle, turned and dashed towards the ship. Jinbei also realized the seriousness of the situation and followed closely behind. Just as the two returned to the ship, the Sea Kings launched their attack. Fortunately, the primary targets of these Sea Kings' attacks were not the ship. They were just fighting for food. But even just the shockwaves were unbearable for the fire oil pirate ship. The ship was struck several times, nearly falling apart, but the bubble membrane held. Rayleigh's products are indeed of good quality. Hurry, run. Buggy was so scared he was almost fainting. There's no time. Jinbei looked at the sea monsters surging from all directions, his expression extremely grave. Don't panic. Wang Yiming threw the octopus tentacle onto the deck and rushed back to the edge of the bubble. He took a deep breath and, facing the group of sea monsters chasing behind, opened his mouth wide. Oil release, dark canopy. A large amount of thick, pitch-black crude oil, darker and more viscous than seawater, gushed from his mouth, instantly dyeing a vast area of the sea behind him black, like ink from a squid. The Sea Kings plunged into this oil curtain, instantly losing their direction and colliding with each other, creating chaos. Wang Yiming wanted to imitate Ace and shoot a fireball for an underwater explosion. But he quickly realized that in this deep sea, there was no oxygen, so it couldn't ignite. Jinbei, now's the time. Full speed ahead. Got it. Jinbei immediately maneuvered the bubble ship, using the cover of the oil curtain to dash through the gaps in the Sea King's encirclement at full speed. They didn't know how long they traveled through the darkness, but when the light reappeared ahead of the ship, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A gigantic island, radiating a soft glow, appeared before them. Countless beautiful corals emitted colorful lights, and enormous shell houses were scattered about, with beautiful mermaids swimming freely among them. It was like a dream. Finally, Weavy arrived. Ace gazed at the scene before him, murmuring to himself, "I didn't think it was so hard when I came with Whitebeard before. Now that I'm here myself, I realize how difficult it is." Chapter 64, The Hospitality of Fishman Island. Combined Edition. The coated ship passed through the enormous bubble that separated the deep sea from the paradise, smoothly docking at the port of Fishman Island. When the hatch opened, a wave of moist and fresh air rushed in, carrying the fragrance of coral and seawater. Ace was the first to disembark, taking a deep breath as he gazed at the dreamlike land before him, filled with emotions. This was one of the places where their father had once protected with his life. At the port, a group of fishermen guards dressed in golden armor and holding tridents had already lined up neatly, waiting. At the forefront were three distinguished fishmen, the three princes of Neptune's army, Sharkstar, Prince Star, and Flipstar. Prince Sharkstar walked at the front, his gaze sweeping over Ace, then over Buggy and Drew behind him, finally resting steadily on Jinbei. "Jinbei, welcome back." His voice was steady and powerful. "Your Highness Sharkstar." Jinbei slightly bowed, his expression respectful. Before coming here, Jinbei had already contacted Dragon Palace City using a transponder snail. As a hero of Fishman Island and a former warlord of the sea, he had been working hard for the peaceful coexistence of humans and fishmen, holding a high position and reputation on the island. "We have received the news." Sharkstar's gaze turned to Ace, his tone polite, but there was an unmistakable scrutiny and distance in that politeness. "Thank you to the Fire Oil Pirates for offering protection to Fishman Island." The flag of the Whitebeard Pirates, symbolizing absolute peace, had just been taken down, and Fishman Island felt like a scallop that had lost its solid shell, filled with vigilance towards any outsiders. Even if the other party was recommended by Jinbei, even if the other party had gained fame during the Marineford War. How polite. "This is our agreement with Father." Upon hearing the words Father, Sharkstar's expression softened slightly. "May I ask, who is the Holy Spear Oil hero, Mr. Wang Yiming, who shone during the Marineford War?" At that time, Wang Yiming had moved quickly, and his appearance changed frequently. So many people had not seen him clearly. Ace pursed his lips, feeling a bit uncomfortable. "I am a captain, all right." He pointed behind him with annoyance. "He'll be here soon." Just as his words fell, Wang Yiming leisurely walked out of the ship's cabin. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention at the port. He was dressed in a flashy, bright yellow suit, wearing his signature Greasy smile. Wang Yiming was arm in arm with the Empress Hancock. Following behind was a long line of attendants. On the left was the curvaceous and fierce-eyed Suddy. On the right was the dutiful Lillian. "Wow, it's the Holy Spear Oil hero. It's really him. Oh my God, he looks just like in the newspaper. So handsome. He seems a bit short, though." "Short my ass. You're the one who's short. Your whole family is short." Wang Yiming felt a bit helpless. Compared to the fishmen who were several meters tall, even hundreds of meters tall, he was like an ant. However, he still had a lot of fans. Countless young fishwomen had hearts in their eyes, screaming as they rushed towards Wang Yiming, surrounding him. "Mr. Wang Yiming, please give me an autograph. Oil hero, you are our new hero. I love you. I want to have little fish with you. Get out of the way. I want to have squids with you." Among the fans were several beautiful mermaids, and Wang Yiming was overwhelmed by this enthusiastic scene. Hancock, on the other hand, was filled with jealousy, her eyes blazing with anger. "Hancock, please don't turn my fans to stone." Wang Yiming whispered a reminder. "How could I?" Hancock awkwardly smiled. Ace, who was neglected on the side, had a dark expression. Ahem. Sharkstar was also a bit overwhelmed by the chaotic scene, so he quickly stepped forward and said loudly, "Everyone, please be quiet. Mr. Wang Yiming has traveled from afar. Let us go inside to talk." After much effort, Prince Star finally squeezed a path through the enthusiastic crowd, saying to Wang Yiming, "Yes, yes, yes, Father is waiting for you all in Dragon Palace City. Please follow me." The group was escorted by the guards, boarding a specially made giant bubble, slowly ascending towards Dragon Palace City, located at the top of the island. Dragon Palace City. Inside the magnificent hall, with coral as pillars and pearls as lights, it was breathtaking. The King of Neptune, as large as a small mountain, sat upright on the enormous throne. Beside him, a large figure timidly peeked out, curiously observing the guests. It was the mermaid princess, Shirahoshi. When Ace and Wang Yiming entered the hall, King Neptune's serious face immediately broke into a warm smile. "Ace, long time no see. You really are looking more and more like Roger." King Neptune. Ace responded with a smile, no longer resistant to others saying he resembled his father. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, King Neptune's enormous eyes fell on Wang Yiming. "You are the Holy Spear oil hero who single-handedly stirred up the world's affairs. Ha! Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Your Majesty flatters me. It's all just a name." Wang Yiming greasily performed a noble bow, still asking as if he were a celestial dragon. The others in the hall curiously observed Wang Yiming. However, Wang Yiming's gaze had long been attracted to Princess Shirahoshi beside the throne. So beautiful. She looks just like a fairy that walked out of a fairy tale. Her long pink hair cascaded like a waterfall, her exquisite features flawless, and her large sapphire-like eyes were filled with innocence and timidity. In terms of beauty, she did not belong to Empress Hancock, but she was so tall. Wang Yiming silently measured in his heart. Princess Shirahoshi's height must be over 10 meters. Standing in front of her, he would probably not even reach her calf. A pure and unreachable beauty. Such a pity. Wang Yiming sighed inwardly. Just as he was lost in thought, the following conversation perked him up. "By the way, just recently, the Straw Hat Kid Luffy and the others just left here," King Neptune said with a smile. "Luffy?" Ace's eyes lit up. "That kid came here too?" "Yes." King Neptune sighed. "Thanks to the Straw Hats. We just resolved a major crisis on Fishman Island. They stopped Hody Jones' new Fishman Pirates conspiracy and prevented the Noah from falling." "Oh." Wang Yiming raised an eyebrow. "Luffy was unharmed while stopping Noah?" "That's right," King Neptune said with lingering fear. At that time, the situation was extremely critical. Just as Noah was about to crash into Fishman Island, Shirahoshi, she actually summoned the Sea Kings to assist Luffy in holding the ship. Upon hearing this, Wang Yiming's heart stirred. It seemed that his appearance had already begun to influence the main storyline of this world. According to the original plot, Caribou, this old schemer, should have been captured on Fishman Island by Luffy and the others. And Luffy would have been seriously injured due to the battle with Hody Jones and the incident with Noah, ultimately saved by Jinbei's blood transfusion. But now, Caribou had been intercepted by him in advance. Luffy was unharmed, and Jinbei was injured on his ship, so naturally, there was no opportunity for him to donate blood. "Speaking of which, we had originally sent someone to meet you halfway," Prince Sharkstar said with some confusion, "but we did not wait for you at the agreed route." Wang Yiming cleared his throat. What else could it be? Because he had a fight with a giant octopus in the deep sea and was chased by a group of sea kings. He had long deviated from the course by hundreds of thousands of miles. The group received the highest level of hospitality in Dragon Palace City, with delicacies and fine wines, as well as beautiful mermaid dancers performing. For the next few days, the members of the Fire Oil pirate crew enjoyed themselves on Fishman Island. However, Wang Yiming soon discovered that things were not that simple. King Neptune, this old fox, spoke of gratitude and trust, but secretly played tricks behind the scenes. Under the guise of exchanges and sparring, he continuously sent various masters from Fishman Island to challenge Wang Yiming. There were masters of Fishman karate, generals skilled with tridents, and even Fishman jiu-jitsu experts who could manipulate water flows. He claimed it was to witness the strength of the Holy Lance oil hero. In reality, it was to test the goods and see if this new protector was tough enough. Wang Yiming was well aware of this, but he didn't care. A training bag delivered to his door was not to be wasted. On the first day, the chief instructor of the Fishman Karate Dojo, a muscular tiger shark fishman, came. "Please teach me." The tiger shark fishman posed and launched a powerful Jiao Hua punch at Wang Yiming. Wang Yiming didn't even move. He just smiled greasy. Slippery. The tiger shark fisherman's punch, strong enough to shatter steel, bizarrely slipped to the side just a few centimeters from Wang Yiming's face and missed entirely. He almost stumbled and fell due to the excessive force. Before he could react, Wang Yiming had already slid behind him and struck his neck with a knife hand. The tiger shark fisherman was defeated. On the second day, the top swordsman of Neptune's army, a marlin fisherman wielding a famous sword, came. His sword speed was as fast as lightning, leaving trails in the air. Wang Yiming still didn't dodge or evade, allowing the opponent's sword to strike him. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic sounds echoed, but the marlin fisherman's famous sword couldn't even break Wang Yiming's oily skin. It's my turn. Wang Yiming extended a finger, and a high-speed spinning oil pellet formed at his fingertip. Oil pellet. 1 finger penetration. Puffed. The marlin fisherman's famous sword broke in response. The fisherman's swordsman was defeated. For several consecutive days, regardless of who came or what techniques they used, they all seemed powerless in the face of Wang Yiming's slippery, resilient oil fruit abilities. All challengers were effortlessly defeated. Weak to weak. The fishermen on Fishman Island, aside from their large size and being backed by the ocean, were indeed incredibly weak. No wonder they were captured to become slaves. A common man is innocent, but possessing a precious gem is a crime. Being beautiful, unique, and not strong is the reason they are coveted. However, after this series of challenges, even summoning a few sea kings, Wang Yiming used some tactics and still defeated them. The entire Fishman Island was completely at ease. This new protector had unfathomable strength. The residents of Fishman Island looked at Wang Yiming with eyes that transformed from scrutiny and curiosity to fervent admiration and trust. 3 days later, the Fire Oil pirate cruise ship was fully resupplied and ready to continue their journey to the real new world. King Neptune personally came to the port to send them off with Shirahoshi and the 3 princes. Lord Wang Yiming, take care. King Neptune said solemnly. We're leaving, Your Majesty. King Neptune watched as the pirate ship slowly sailed away from the port, then pulled Prince Sharkstar aside and whispered a few instructions. Father, what are you? Sharkstar asked, somewhat confused. It's useless just relying on ourselves. We must let the whole world know that Fishman Island is now protected by the Fire Oil pirate crew. Immediately, use all our channels to spread this news. The faster, the better. The wider, the better. Now that we've boarded this ship, we must tighten the ropes even more. The Fire Oil pirate ship surfaced from here, passing through the passage beneath the Red Earth continent and officially entering the New World, where strong contenders gathered. A few days later, the Fire Oil pirate ship resurfaced. Everyone was still immersed in the warmth and fantasy of Fishman Island. Ha ha ha. The mermaids of Fishman Island are amazing. Buggy excitedly danced, almost not wanting to leave. Drew nodded in agreement, reminiscing about the various deep-sea delicacies he had tasted over the past few days. Ace stood at the bow of the ship, facing the sea breeze, feeling quite good. Although Wang Yiming had stolen the spotlight again, gaining the recognition of Fishman Island was also fulfilling a promise to his father. At that moment, Jinbei's calm voice came. Captain, first mate, you better come and take a look at this. Jinbei held a newspaper he had just bought from the newsbird. Ace and Wang Yiming walked over, and when they saw the huge headline on the front page of the newspaper, their expressions changed. Shocking the world. Celestial dragons kidnapped. World government issues most severe bounty. All members of the Fire Oil pirate crew guilty beyond redemption. Below the headline were several incredibly clear photos. One was of Wang Yiming carrying the unconscious Eldora saint, with a greasy smile on his face. This photo was taken by a hidden camera on the Sabadi archipelago. Another was a group photo of all members of the Fire Oil pirate crew, including Jinbei, Hancock, and even Buggy and Drew were captured in it. This was taken on Fishman Island. Wang Yiming chuckled and said to Jinbei, "It seems there are bad people among you fishmen too." At the very bottom of the newspaper was the latest bounty notice for the Fire Oil pirate crew. Captain, Fire Fist Ace, bounty, 1 billion berries. First mate, Holy Lance Oil hero Wang Yiming, bounty, 5 billion berries. Helmsman, Sea hero Jinbei, bounty, 700 million berries. Fighter, Empress Hancock, bounty, 600 million berries. Shipwright, Clown Buggy, bounty, 50 million berries. Cook, Iron Gut Drew, bounty, 20 million berries. Chapter 65. Ice and Fire Island. Everyone looked at their bounties. Some were happy while others were worried. Ace was naturally happy. His bounty had doubled after the Marineford War. 1 billion berries. This number was enough for him to establish himself in the new world and become a powerful figure. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? I'm also a big pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. Ace put his hands on his hips and laughed proudly. Buggy, on the other hand, felt a mix of fear and excitement, afraid of being targeted due to his high bounty, yet thrilled to be nearing 100 million bounty himself. 50 million. Buggy clutched his bounty notice, his fingers trembling, almost drooling. My lord, the name of Buggy the Clown is finally going to echo through the world? Doflamingo, you have 20 million too, not bad. Buggy patted Doflamingo on the shoulder. We're no longer nameless small fries. Doflamingo dodged Buggy's hand, feeling a bit dissatisfied. Why do you get 50 million while I only have 20 million? If we're talking combat power, you might not even be stronger than me. Buggy confidently replied. Haha, that S called potential. The Navy sees my potential. Nonsense, it's just that you look a bit intimidating. Doflamingo comforted himself. Indeed, he was a bit chubby and looked honest, while Buggy was thin and agile, clearly not to be messed with. On the other side, Jinbei looked at his bounty of 700 million, calmly stroking his chin. For him, numbers were just a title. Hancock, however, was completely unconcerned about her 600 million. All her attention was on Wang Yiming's bounty notice. 3.5 billion. No wonder he is the man of my dreams. This is the worth a man should have to be the world's number one. Hancock's eyes sparkled with hearts, her tone filled with unmatched pride. As the center of the event, Wang Yiming, whose bounty reached 3.5 billion berries, merely shrugged his shoulders, casually tossing aside the bounty notice that could shake the world. Only 3.5 billion? The world government is too stingy. Kidnapping a celestial dragon should at least warrant a nice round 50 billion. They really don't know how to do their job. His nonchalant remark nearly made Buggy and Doflamingo, who were in a mix of joy and fear, choke on their breath. Big brother, that's 3.5 billion. You actually think it's low? This guy is simply refreshing and unique. We can't help but admire him. First mate, are you not afraid at all? Buggy cautiously asked, retracting his neck. Afraid of what? Wang Yiming yawned lazily, saying, when soldiers come, we fight. When the sea comes, we bury it. If an admiral comes, we fight. If an emperor comes, we fight too. What is there to be afraid of? It's no wonder Wang Yiming was so arrogant. Because he grew fastest in fights. No wonder you're Wang Yiming. I admire your spirit. Jinbei silently remarked after a moment. All right, everyone look ahead. Wang Yiming clapped his hands, bringing everyone's attention back. The first stop in the new world has arrived. As his words fell, a strange island appeared on the horizon. One island, two scenes. The left half was a scorched red land with erupting volcanoes. The sky dyed dark red, and the scorching air made the sea's surface rise in white mist. The right half, however, was a snow-capped mountain with a biting cold wind, massive icebergs floating offshore, and snow continuously falling on the island. Ice and fire formed a distinct spectacle here. Punk hazard. One side was a mountain of flames. The other side was a frozen wasteland. Jinbei gazed at the scene before him, unable to help but exclaim, I must say, Akainu and Akiji are really powerful. Just the scars left by their duel can permanently alter an island-esque climate. This is the power of an admiral. While everyone was still in awe of this magnificent sight, Wang Yiming was already calculating something else in his mind. He remembered very clearly that Trafalgar Law and Caesar Clown, these two key figures, should both be on this island now. Wang Yiming had the thought of recruiting them. Caesar was once a member of the Navy Headquarters Scientific Division, working with Vegapunk, responsible for researching large-scale killing weapons and human gigantification experiments. He was captured due to an experimental accident and fled to Punk Hazard for secret research. His personal strength was average, but his research capabilities were excellent. Wang Yiming really wanted to obtain his research technology on artificial devil fruits. As for Law, that was even more remarkable. His Ope Nomi had immense potential, and it was said that at the pinnacle of his ability, he could perform the surgery for eternal life. This kind of god-tier ability whether for personal use or simply to make a friend, would definitely not be a loss. Captain Ace, there are two people I need on this island. One is the mad scientist Caesar, and the other is the surgeon of Deathlaw. I want to find them, and then make them willingly join us. Upon hearing that new companions were to be recruited, Ace naturally was eager. Our crew is still too small, and being valued by Wang Yiming. They must be strong too. All right, everyone disembark. Let us start searching. Ace shouted with passion. Wang Yiming had to remind them. These two are a bit strange. They might not join. After finding them, signal with the flare. The members of the Fire Oil Pirates all disembarked, stepping onto this bizarre island that was half fire and half ice and snow. Considering the size of Ice and Fire Island and its complex environment, everyone decided to split up to improve efficiency. Ace took Buggy straight to the fiery side since he was a fire user. Jinbei took Suddy to search in the area where ice and fire intersect. Wang Yiming took Hancock to explore the vast, icy region. As for Doflamingo, he was assigned to stay on the ship and prepare food to welcome the new companions. Remember, if you encounter anyone, don't act rashly. Try to talk first, and if that doesn't work, signal with the flare. Wang Yiming specifically instructed before leaving. We're here to recruit, not to make enemies. Ace and Jinbei nodded. Buggy, however, muttered to himself, I hope nobody encounters anyone. Let us just have a peaceful stroll and go back. However, the wheel of fate does not stop turning because of a clown-esque prayer. A chaotic yet interesting encounter was about to unfold amidst the ice and snow. Jinbei and Suddy teamed up, stepping into the area where ice and fire intersected for their search. There was a sea separating them, so if danger came, he could jump into the sea at any time. The biting cold wind hit their faces like knives. Suddy couldn't help but shiver, retracting her neck. Jinbei, why don't you wear more clothes? Suddy, although a servant, had fought against the celestial dragons, and having boarded the pirate ship, she could only integrate into the Fire Oil Pirates. Except for being tormented by Wang Yiming at night when closing the door at other times, she seemed like a normal crew member. Suddy hugged herself. Captain Jinbei, you don't understand women. Jinbei, you don't understand temperature. As a fisherman, Jinbei was not particularly bothered by the cold. He walked ahead, his massive feet crunching in the snow, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Captain Jinbei, will there really be anyone in this ghostly place? Suddy complained, following behind. Wang Yiming's intel shouldn't be wrong. Jinbei replied in a deep voice, be careful. This was once a Navy experimental base, and there may be unknown dangers. The two trudged through the vast, snowy expanse, one in front and one behind. After walking for about half an hour, a huge building that looked like an abandoned research facility appeared ahead. The main door of the building was wide open, and inside was pitch dark, as if a giant beast had opened its mouth, exuding an ominous aura. It seemed this was the place. Jinping stopped, and we went inside to take a look. The two entered the building, which was even colder inside than outside. Along the corridor were some broken experimental equipment and scattered documents on the floor, with thick frost clinging to the walls. Just as they turned a corner, a sudden voice echoed in the empty corridor room. A pale blue, semi-transparent, circular space instantly unfolded, enveloping Jinping and Suddy. Jinping's heart raced, and he immediately assumed the stance of Fishman Karate. Who? A young man wearing a spotted hat and holding a long knife slowly emerged from the shadows. His face was expressionless, and his gaze was sharp as a blade. It was none other than the death surgeon, Trafalgar Law. Law did not answer Jinping's question. He simply extended a finger and lightly waved it at Jinping and Suddy. Jinping felt a flash before his eyes as an irresistible and strange force acted upon him. The next second, his consciousness blurred. When he regained his senses, he found that his perspective seemed to have shrunk. And why was his chest so heavy? He instinctively looked down. Two unbelievably large basketballs were gently rising and falling with his breath. Looking further down, he saw a slender waist, rounded legs wrapped in black leather, and a pair of high heels with sharp blades. Jinping stiffly raised his hand, but what he saw was a delicate arm wearing a black long glove. He had turned into Suddy. This is... Jinping opened his mouth, but what came out was a seductive voice that sent chills down his spine. On the other side, Suddy also let out a terrified scream. She found herself unusually tall, looking down to see a kimono and a pair of huge blue-webbed feet. What devastated her the most was when she touched her face. What she felt was rough skin and two long tusks. "Ah, my body, my face," Suddy's scream, however, turned into Jinping's own rugged and bold voice in his ears. Jinping looked at his original body, which was screaming like a woman in an extremely twisted posture, and he was completely dumbfounded. An unprecedented sense of shame surged in his heart. I am too ashamed to face anyone." Chapter 66. The battle begins. Standing opposite them, Law watched the comical scene before him with a slight smirk. Jinbi, the former warlord of the sea and hero of Fishman Island, a man known for his steadiness and benevolence, now found his soul trapped in the body of a voluptuous and scantily clad impelled down guard captain. Meanwhile, that guard captain's soul had taken over Jinbi's robust fishman physique. From this, it could be seen that Law had a bit of a twisted sense of humor. "Ah, my body, my face, you bastard. What have you done to us?" Suddy's soul screamed frantically in Jinbi's body. She swung her large flipper-like arms awkwardly, struggling to adapt, nearly tripping over herself. "Quiet down, woman." "Hey, fishman." Law's gaze shifted to the awkwardly desperate Jinbi. "You're the helmsman of the fire oil pirates, Jinbi, right?" Jinbi raised his head, glaring at Law with Suddy's alluring eyes. "Indeed. Who are you, you little brat? Why are you using such despicable means?" The expression paired with Suddy's beautiful face lacked any intimidation, instead appearing somewhat petulant. Law's smile widened. "I am Trafalgar D. Waterlaw." He introduced himself with a hand over his chest. "As for my purpose, you'll find out soon enough." With that, he turned and walked deeper into the research facility, ignoring the two. "Hey, don't go," Suddy shouted from behind. "Change us back." Jinbi wanted to chase after him, but the high heels he was wearing were uncooperative. As he took a step, he heard a crack, and sharp pain shot through his ankle. Ouch! He fell to one knee, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. "Damn it! What the hell is this thing?" Jinbi glared angrily at the slender high heels on his feet. "Why do women wear these things?" He furiously kicked off the high heels. "Boss Jinbi, what do we do now?" Jinbi took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. The priority was to adapt to this body. Gritting his teeth, he leaned against the wall and struggled to stand up. "You go outside and signal. I'll go in and chase after him." Meanwhile, on the other side of Fire and Ice Island, Ace was searching for people with Buggy in the fiery part of the island. "Captain, can you absorb some of the fire around? It's too hot." Buggy followed behind, sweating profusely. Just then, a group of figures appeared through the flames. The leading man was tall, with white hair, 2 cigars in his mouth, and sharp eyes. Behind him followed a group of oddly dressed Navy soldiers who looked anything but friendly. It was Smoker, the base commander of the Navy's G5 branch. Smoker had come under the highest orders from the world government to capture the fire oil pirates. Punk Hazard happened to be within G5's jurisdiction, making him the first Navy officer to arrive on scene. His mission was simple. He didn't need to defeat them. Just hold them off until the main Navy forces and the Admiral arrived. At first, Smoker was a bit anxious. After all, the opponent had a bounty of $5 billion on their head, a monster that even Akainu dared to face head-on. He was just a small rear admiral. Wasn't he just delivering food? He was prepared to just go through the motions and symbolically hit them before running away. However, when he clearly saw who was coming through the snowstorm, his thoughts changed. Fire Fist Ace and Clown Buggy? Smoker narrowed his eyes, carefully sizing up Ace. $1 billion bounty. This bounty definitely has some inflated value. In his view, Ace's high bounty was largely due to being the son of Pirate King Roger, the second in command of the White-Beard Pirates and one of the main characters in the Marineford War. The identity bonus was too significant. As for his actual strength, at least Smoker had never heard of his famous price battle. Smoker thought that perhaps he could give it a try. "Hey, isn't that White Hunter Smoker?" Ace recognized him and grinned, revealing his white teeth. "Fire Fist Ace." Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice low. "Your luck ends here. Surrender. You've already been surrounded." "Surrounded?" Ace looked around, seeing nothing but fire. He burst out laughing. "With just you few little kittens?" "Captain, don't be impulsive." Buggy, hiding behind Ace, swallowed hard. "We're here to find someone. There are too many. We should run." "Run?" Ace cracked his neck, the joints popping. I was just worried about not finding anyone to fight. Smoker clenched the cigar in his mouth, entering combat mode. The G5 soldiers behind him drew their weapons, each with a fierce expression. Kids, let these unruly pirates see the might of G5. Oh, a great battle was about to erupt. Ace looked at the fierce Navy soldiers in front of him, his smile growing even brighter. He stepped forward, flames bursting into the air around him. Come on, Smoker. Let me see what you, a Logia user, are really made of. Smoker didn't waste words. His body instantly transformed into smoke, sweeping toward Ace. White impact. Ace didn't dodge. He too transformed, charging head-on into that cloud of smoke. Fire fist. Flames and smoke collided with a thunderous crash. The remaining Navy soldiers, seeing Buggy as an easy target, rushed at him. Buggy, looking at the Navy lackeys, drew his sword and faced them, easily knocking down 4 or 5 of them in no time. For a moment, the Navy soldiers were dumbfounded. Buggy sneered. In the Fire Oil Pirates, I am Clown Buggy. But outside, you must call me God Buggy. Chapter 67. Fight until you surrender. Combined edition, Bach, after all, was someone who had followed Whitebeard. Wang Yiming looked down on his talent, but he was definitely not weak. Bach managed to hold off a group of Navy soldiers by himself. On the other side, Ace was also gaining the upper hand. Boom! Flames and thick smoke violently collided, intertwining and devouring each other, forming a chaotic energy storm. The scorching air waves mixed with choking dust spread wildly in all directions. The G5 Navy soldiers were also blown sideways by this shockwave, struggling to stand firm with their arms raised in front of them. Is this the battle of a Logia user? So terrifying. Everyone be careful. Don't get caught up in it. In the center of the smoke and flames, 2 figures separated after a brief contact. Ace landed steadily on the ground, the flames burning on him, showing no signs of weakening. On the other hand, Smoker retreated several meters, reverting to his human form, his expression somewhat grave. In the earlier clash, he felt that his smoke was subtly suppressed by the other flames. Your flames. Smoker furrowed his brows tightly, seeming stronger than before. Back in Alabasta, he had also fought against Ace, and at that time, their powers were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. But now, how long has it been? The opponent's flames have improved by more than 1 level in both temperature and explosive power. Of course, Ace grinned, stretching his shoulders. I'm not just standing still. Ever since surviving the Marineford War and sailing with that monster Wang Yiming, Ace's strength has been rapidly advancing every day. Wang Yiming's monstrous strength was like a mountain, providing him with immense pressure and endless motivation. Ace didn't want to be left far behind by that greasy guy. Oof. Smoker snorted coldly and launched another attack. White Snake. A large amount of smoke erupted from his arm, transforming into a gigantic white smoke python, opening its mouth wide and lunging towards Ace to bite. Trivial skill. Ace scoffed disdainfully. Fire gun. He extended his index and middle fingers, aiming at the incoming smoke python. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several fire bullets shot out from his fingertips, accurately piercing into the body of the smoke python. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions occurred within the smoke python, directly blowing it to smithereens, transforming back into a cloud of smoke. What? Smoker was startled. His smoke was actually detonated? Your smoke is essentially a flammable gas, isn't it? Ace seemed to see through his thoughts and explained with a smile. As long as the temperature is high enough, it can ignite. Smoker's face became even more grim. His ability was fundamentally restrained by the opponent. Damn it. Smoker refused to believe it, spreading his arms wide, his body transforming into a larger mass of thick smoke enveloping Ace. White smoke bomb. He wanted to use the properties of the smoke to restrict Ace's vision and movement, then use his weapon imbued with sea prism stone to settle the score. As long as he could touch Ace's physical body, he would win. However, his plan fell through once again. Facing the smoke that could block out the sun, Ace merely took a deep breath. Fire burst. This time, he didn't shoot the flames out, but allowed the terrifying flames to erupt around him. Boom! A massive fireball suddenly expanded around Ace. The scorching, violent flames, combined with the flames from the surrounding fire island, instantly incinerated all the smoke Smoker had released. The sky cleared. Smoker's figure staggered into view not far away. His navy coat was already burned to tatters, and his face was smeared with soot, looking utterly disheveled. How could this? My smoke? He looked at his hands in disbelief. I told you, Smoker. Ace walked step by step towards him, the ice and snow beneath his feet melting and evaporating before he approached. Now I'm no longer in the same dimension as you. Bastard, don't underestimate people. Smoker roared, charging at Ace recklessly, his sea prism stone weapon aimed straight for Ace's chest. He wanted to engage in close combat, as long as the sea prism stone could touch. However, in Ace's eyes, his speed was too slow. Ace didn't even elementalize. He simply tilted his body slightly and effortlessly dodged Smoker's attack. At the same time, his right leg was covered with a layer of pitch-black armament Haki, sweeping out like a battle axe. Bang! With a dull thud. Smoker didn't even have time to react before Ace's kick struck him hard in the abdomen. A tremendous force surged through him, making Smoker feel like his organs were about to be crushed. He flew backward like a cannonball, carving a long trench on the fiery ground, and finally crashed heavily into a mountain, coming to a stop. Puff! Smoker spat out a mouthful of blood, his sea prism stone weapon dropping to the side. He struggled to get up but found his whole body in agony, unable to muster any strength. Just one kick. He was completely incapacitated. How? How is this possible? Smoker's eyes were filled with disbelief. His proud Logia ability was restrained, and his proud physical skills were utterly ineffective before the other. Is this really that Fire Fist Ace? How could he be this strong? Even the G5 soldiers who were attacking Bach stood frozen in place at that moment. Ace slowly retracted his leg, glancing at Smoker, who lay far away at the foot of the ice mountain, and curled his lips. TCH, I thought I could play a bit longer. He turned around and looked at the G5 soldiers who were already scared silly. Do you still want to fight? The soldiers trembled at his gaze, almost unable to steady their weapons. No, we're not fighting anymore. We surrender. Are you kidding? Even Mr. Smoker was taken out with one kick. They wouldn't even be enough to serve as a snack for the opponent. Ace nodded in satisfaction. He walked up to Smoker, looking down at him from above. Smoker, you lost. Smoker gritted his teeth, using all his strength to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. If you want to kill me, then do it. Kill you? Ace laughed. I'm not that bored. Ace bent down, picked up the sea prism stone weapon from the ground, weighing it in his hand. This is nice, I'll take it. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Smoker and turned to walk towards Bach. Let us go, Bach. Let's south check out another place. Oh. Bach trotted along behind him. As they passed by the G5 soldiers, Ace stopped and said to them, Go back and tell your superiors that if they want to mess with our fire oil pirate crew, don't send such low-tier trash next time. At least send an admiral next time. After saying that, he took Bach and left, leaving behind the G5 soldiers and the white hunter Smoker, who lay at the foot of the ice mountain, suffering a huge blow both physically and mentally. Smoker watched Ace's departing figure, his expression complex. He finally understood how absurdly wrong he had been. What identity bonuses? What bounty discrepancies? All nonsense. That man's 10 billion bounty is solid. In fact, it's even underestimated. Smoker let out a bitter smile. In this state, I can clock out. The rest is no longer my concern. As Ace walked along, he played with the 7-foot-long weapon he had captured, a proud smile on his face. Buggy, did you see that? This is the captain's strength. I saw it. Buggy followed behind, nodding wildly, showering compliments. Captain, you are truly magnificent. Your skills are unparalleled, invincible in the world. Ace felt comfortable from the praise and burst into laughter. Keep it low-key. Although he said this, the corners of his mouth, lifted high, revealed his current mood. Just then, a signal flare appeared in the sky. It was in the direction where Jinbi had gone. Go. They might be in danger. Hurry up. Ace no longer hesitated, exerted force with his feet, and transformed into a streak of fire, racing towards the direction of the signal flare. Hey, Captain, wait for me. Buggy cried out, only able to stretch his short legs and desperately chase after him. Meanwhile, in the icy land of Punk Hazard, a massive research facility stood at the foot of the snow-capped mountains. Surrounding the facility, many guards in chemical protective suits lay unconscious. In front of the research facility's main entrance, a battle was reaching a fever pitch. Wang Yiming and Hancock were surrounded by a massive monster made of purple slime. This monster had no fixed form. Its body constantly squirmed and transformed, emitting a pungent toxic gas. It was Caesar Clown's proud creation, a pet slime made from compressed H2S gas. Hee. Useless. Holy Lance Oil Guy. On the top floor of the research facility, a strange person with long black hair and two horns on his head looked down at the battle below, holding a giant lollipop and letting out his signature creepy laugh. He was the master of this island, the mad scientist, Caesar Clown. My slime has absorbed all the toxic gas from that big explosion 4 years ago. Just one touch, and you will dissolve instantly, leaving no bones behind. Caesar's face was filled with confidence and cruelty. Just moments ago, Wang Yiming and Hancock had found his laboratory. Wang Yiming got straight to the point and directly proposed an invitation for him to join. Caesar laughed at that moment. As the world's #1 scientist, self-proclaimed, with backing from Doflamingo and the Yonko Kaido, how could he possibly join an obscure pirate crew, although the bounty of the other party reached 3.5 billion? In Caesar's eyes, it was merely good luck that led to some big news. In terms of true strength and foundation, how could it compare to the forces behind him? Moreover, this Wang Yiming even dared to publicly kidnap a celestial dragon. The Navy would definitely not let him off. And as far as he knew, the Navy had already begun to take action. Thus, Caesar refused without hesitation. Then, Wang Yiming laughed as well. Then let's fight until you agree. The battle broke out just like that. Caesar first used his gas fruit ability to suck out the surrounding oxygen, intending to suffocate Wang Yiming and Hancock to death. However, Wang Yiming simply snapped his fingers, and a solid oil shield instantly formed, protecting the two, complete with an air circulation system inside. Caesar then sent out his giant doll soldiers, which had undergone human giantization experiments. However, those giants, who he believed to be immensely powerful, couldn't even last a single move against Hancock. Sweet, sweet wind. A wave of pink heart-shaped light swept across, and those little babies were caught off guard. They thought Hancock was their mother, and their eyes filled with infatuation. In an instant, they were petrified. Continuous defeats made Caesar's expression turn somewhat ugly. He realized that these two seemed to be much more troublesome than he had imagined. Therefore, he unleashed his ultimate trump card, the slime. Hee. Struggling is useless in front of my slime. Soon, you will become part of its body. On the battlefield below, the massive body of the slime continued to press toward the center, attempting to completely engulf Wang Yiming and Hancock. Hancock frowned slightly, showing a hint of disgust. Yiming-kun, this thing is so disgusting. Indeed, Wang Yiming nodded. He could feel the terrifying toxicity contained in the slime. He grinned and said to Hancock, "Dear, step back a bit so you don't dirty your beautiful clothes." Okay. Hancock obediently jumped back, distancing herself from the slime. Wang Yiming faced the overwhelming purple liquid alone. He extended his right hand, palm facing the writhing slime. A greasy guy should be dealt with in a greasy way. Oil fruit. Super strong decontaminant. Wang Yiming shouted. An invisible, peculiar wave spread from his palm. The next second, an incredible scene occurred. The originally menacing giant slime, which seemed poised to devour everything, suddenly trembled violently. Then, countless fine white bubbles began to emerge from its surface. It was as if dish soap had been poured into a pot of oil, instantly boiling. Gudu. The slime let out strange sounds, and its massive body began to disintegrate and melt at a visible speed. The deadly purple liquid, under the influence of Wang Yiming's ability, was actually decomposed into harmless water and some inorganic salts. In just over 10 seconds, the enormous slime, comparable to a small mountain, vanished into thin air. All that remained was a large puddle of clear, bubbling water. The entire world seemed to fall silent. On the top floor of the research facility, Caesar's creepy smile completely froze. The lollipop in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. He rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. No, it's gone? His ultimate weapon, the slime, which he had painstakingly created, had just been decomposed, turned into a puddle of bathwater? What the hell kind of ability is this? Aren't you the oil fruit? Wang Yiming chuckled. This is called saponification, Caesar. It's a chemical reaction that occurs between fats and alkalis in the presence of water, producing soap and glycerin. Caesar felt that his worldview had been impacted like never before. All right, I've dealt with the flies. Wang Yiming clapped his hands and looked up at the completely dumbfounded Caesar. Now it's your turn. Before he finished speaking, Wang Yiming's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. No friction gliding. The next second, he appeared on the top floor of the research facility, standing in front of Caesar. You. Caesar was so scared that he kept retreating, sitting down on the ground. Wang Yiming didn't give him any chance. He lifted his foot, covered in a layer of pitch-black armed color oil. Then, he stomped heavily on Caesar's head. Bang! Caesar's head was brutally smashed into the cold steel floor, leaving only his body twitching outside. Wang Yiming's foot was on his head, and he grinned. Are you convinced? Chapter 68. Oil. Awakening skill. Wang Yiming's foot was on Caesar's head. The armament color covering made Caesar feel as if his skull was about to be crushed. Severely injured. Caesar was unable to struggle for a moment. By the time he reacted and wanted to turn to smoke, he found that he had already been handcuffed with C-prism stone handcuffs. How do you have C-prism stone handcuffs? Caesar was stunned. Wasn't this guy a pirate? Wang Yiming laughed and said, Who said pirates can't use C-prism stone handcuffs? In prison, I suffered a lot from this stuff. So, during the Marine-Ford War, I collected quite a few C-prism stone handcuffs on the ship. Besides, my solid oil can create keys. Wang Yiming looked at Caesar mockingly and said, So, how about it? Are you convinced? Humiliation. An unprecedented humiliation. He, the world's #1 scientist and an important partner of Joker, was actually being stepped on like a bug. You bastard. Caesar's voice came from under the floor, muffled. Your voice is too soft. I can't hear you. Wang Yiming applied more pressure with his foot. Crack. Caesar let out a scream. I concede. If he didn't concede, his head was going to be crushed. A real man doesn't suffer losses in front of him. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no fear of not having firewood. Caesar frantically comforted himself in his heart. Oh, you concede? Wang Yiming grinned and lifted his foot. Caesar felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly pulled his head out of the floor. Coughing, he looked at Wang Yiming with resentment. Very well, since you concede, then pack up your things and come aboard with me. Once Caesar recovered, he revealed a strange smile. He let out his iconic creepy laugh. What are you laughing at? Wang Yiming raised an eyebrow, wondering if he had been knocked silly. No. Caesar shook his head, supporting himself against the wall, tidying up his tattered clothes, and resumed his demeanor as a scientist. Holy gun, oil hero. Your strength indeed opened my eyes. However, if you want someone like me to truly serve you, you still need to prove something to me. Prove what? Wang Yiming asked. Caesar extended a finger and pointed to the sky. If this time you can survive from the net laid by the Navy. I, Caesar Clown, might consider truly submitting to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp and urgent alarm suddenly echoed throughout Punk Hazard. The sound came from the sea surrounding the island, all at once. Wang Yiming's observation, Haki, also sensed countless powerful auras rapidly approaching the island from all directions. He walked to the window of the laboratory and looked outside. In the distance, on the sea surface, black dots began to appear. Those dots quickly magnified in his vision, turning into one Navy warship after another. Dozens of ships, hundreds of ships, dense and overwhelming. These warships formed a massive encirclement from the east, west, south, and north, surrounding Punk Hazard tightly. On the bow of each warship stood a formidable Navy officer, many of whom were vice admirals. An unprecedented encirclement had quietly begun. He. Caesar saw this scene and laughed even more wildly. Did you see that? Holy gun, oil hero. The moment you stepped onto this island, someone pressed the highest level alarm button. The man with a bounty of 5 billion, the pirate who kidnapped the celestial dragons, has appeared on Punk Hazard. Guess what kind of arrangement the Navy will make to welcome you? Caesar seemed mad. This is a net, an encirclement from which escape is absolutely impossible. Even if you are one of the 4 emperors, facing this situation, you will only have a dead end. Now prove it to me. Prove that you're qualified to make me submit. As long as you can survive here, as long as Wang Yiming is dead or captured, he can not only keep his laboratory and research results, but also take credit for assisting the Navy in exterminating the great pirate, killing two birds with one stone. Perfect. The more Caesar thought about it, the more pleased he became, and his laughter grew louder. Wang Yiming looked at the densely packed warships outside the window, and then turned back to see Caesar laughing like an idiot. But his expression showed no change. Oh, so it's called people over, huh? Wang Yiming's tone was very calm. Caesar's laughter stopped abruptly. What? What is his reaction? Isn't he scared? This is a Navy fleet of a level that triggers a demon-slaying order. Shouldn't he be scared out of his wits and begging for mercy? You aren't afraid at all? Caesar asked in disbelief. Afraid? Wang Yiming laughed. Why should I be afraid? Did you watch the live broadcast of the Marine Forward War? Caesar shook his head. He was a scientist and spent most of his time doing research. He watched the news after the event. Wang Yiming, it's a shame you're still a scientist. You haven't studied this live, streaming technology yet. Today, you need to watch closely. On the ocean, the Navy's encirclement was shrinking at an incredible speed. On the leading flagship, a rear admiral was holding a telescope, observing the movements on the island. Report to Rear Admiral Mamanga. The target location has been confirmed. A Navy officer ran to his side and reported loudly. According to the intelligence, Holy Gun Oil Hero Wang Yiming and Empress Hancock are in the research facility in the snowy mountain area of the island. Fire Fist Ace and Clown Buggy have defeated Vice Admiral Smoker's troops in the volcanic area and are moving toward the port. Fishman Jimby's location is unknown, but he should also be on the island. Very good. Rear Admiral Mamanga put down the telescope, a cold smile appearing on his face. The fire oil pirates are all here. This time, they won't be able to fly away. Send my orders. Mamanga's voice spread throughout the entire fleet through the loudspeaker snail. All ships, first round of cannon fire. Target, Punk Hazard Port. First, destroy their pirate ship. Second round of cannon fire. Target, the research facility in the snowy mountain area. Flatten that area. Yes. With Mamanga's command, the gunners on hundreds of warships immediately began to adjust their cannons. A saturation bombardment capable of erasing the entire island from the map was about to begin. Meanwhile, on the fire oil pirate ship, Drew was holding the snail phone, sweating profusely. Captain, first mate, not good. The Navy is going to fire. Their target is our ship. Finally, Wang Yiming's voice came from the phone. Don't panic, Drew. With me here, the ship won't sink. But, listen to me. Steer the ship to the side of the ice island. Hide behind a huge iceberg. Leave the rest to me. Okay. Although Drew was still anxious. Out of trust in Wang Yiming, he immediately ran to the helm. Meanwhile, on the ice field, Ace and Buggy were running for their lives. Hurry up, Buggy. You're slower than a turtle. Ace shouted back. I can't run anymore, Captain. Buggy gasped for breath, his limbs feeling like they weren't his own, barely keeping up through sheer willpower. At that moment, Jinbei and Suddy rushed over from another direction, looking flustered. Jinbei had lost track of Luffy, mainly because women's bodies were too difficult to deal with. Ace. Jinbei. Ace was momentarily stunned when he heard Suddy calling him in Jinbei's voice. And then he saw the fidgety Jinbei next to him. What is going on? It's a long story. We need to escape first. Jinbei shouted anxiously. The four of them gathered and dashed toward the port. However, before they could reach the port, a series of piercing whistling sounds erupted in the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of black cannonballs, trailing long flames, streaked across the sky like a black meteor shower, crashing violently toward the port. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions merged into one. The entire Punk Hazard trembled violently from the intense blasts. The location of the port was instantly engulfed by flames and thick smoke. A massive shockwave, mixed with countless fragments and ice, swept in all directions. As the shockwave approached, Ace stepped forward and delivered a powerful fire punch. With a loud bang, Ace was sent flying. Captain, are you okay? Ace got back up, his expression serious. These are no ordinary cannonballs. The Navy has not only powerful vice admirals and admirals, but also all sorts of incredible and powerful black technology. The power of these technologies should not be underestimated. Captain, Look over there at the port. It's over. Buggy watched the towering flames. Don't panic. Old Man has a plan. Drew should have already taken the ship away. But before they could catch their breath, the second round of bombardment came. This time, the cannonballs were mainly targeting the snowy mountain area on the other side of the island. Again, hundreds of cannonballs, wielding the power to destroy everything, accurately landed around Caesar's laboratory. Boom! 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 Even more intense and concentrated explosions occurred. The entire mountain seemed to have been detonated. The ground shook. Caesar's enormous laboratory had already been blasted to pieces in the first wave of bombardment, reduced to rubble. Thankfully, Caesar had run away quickly and had already hidden in an underground shelter, watching the battle through surveillance. Soon after, more cannonballs fell, blowing the ruins and the surrounding mountains into the sky. Flames soared, and thick smoke billowed, obscuring half the sky. On the flagship, Vice Admiral Mamanga held up a telescope, watching his masterpiece with satisfaction. No matter how powerful you are as a 3.5 billion bounty pirate, under this level of special bombardment, you can only turn to ashes. Maybe by the time the admirals arrive, they can collect your corpses. Send my orders. Start the third round of volley fire. Yes. However, at that moment, an anomaly occurred. Suddenly, a glimmer of golden light appeared amid the ruins that had been ravaged by cannon fire. The light was initially faint but stood out remarkably against the smoke and flames. Then, the light rapidly expanded and brightened. An indescribably heart-pounding wave of energy spread from it. What? What is that? Vice Admiral Mamanga suddenly felt an ominous foreboding. In the next second, a thick golden beam shot up into the sky from the ruins. The beam pierced through the thick smoke and clouds above, connecting heaven and earth. All the Navy soldiers were stunned by this sudden scene, stopping their movements to look up. At the source of the golden beam, a figure was slowly rising from the ruins. He held a pipe in one hand and had his other arm around a stunning black-haired woman. His body was covered with a flowing, seemingly living layer of golden oil, radiating dazzling light. Wang Yiming hovered in midair, completely unharmed. The earlier bombardment that could annihilate everything seemed merely to have given him a bath. That is the Holy Gun Oil Hero, Wang Yiming, a Navy soldier exclaimed with a trembling voice, calling out his name. Wang Yiming floated in the air, his gaze sweeping over the hundreds of warships on the sea, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Everyone, thank you for coming from afar. As a token of gratitude, please enjoy my first awakened technique. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden oil on his body began to surge and boil. Countless fist-sized golden oil bombs separated from him and floated around his body. Then they instantly enlarged, each the size of a basketball. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. They were densely packed, countless. Each oil bomb contained terrifying energy. Oil Fruit Awakening Technique, Super Golden Rain. As Wang Yiming spoke the last word, the thousands of golden oil bombs floating in the air moved. They surged into the sky like a swarm responding to a command, disappearing into the clouds. What is happening? I have a bad feeling about this. Just as the Navy soldiers were puzzled, the golden rain began to pour down. Quick, open fire. Shoot them down. On the flagship, Vice Admiral Mamanga's face turned pale as paper the moment he saw the golden rain. He let out a hoarse roar. However, it was all too late. The first golden oil bomb landed on the deck of a frigate. There was no earth-shattering explosion, just a soft plop. The golden oil bomb easily merged into the steel deck like a stone dropped into water. Immediately after, the frigate shook violently. Golden cracks spread across the entire ship body, centered on the point where the oil bomb landed. The next second, boom! A small golden mushroom cloud erupted from the center of the frigate. The terrifying explosion instantly tore the several thousand-ton steel warship and the hundreds of Navy soldiers on board into pieces. The awakened skill, oil, transformed into uranium-235. Chapter 69, Caesar surrendered. The battle against Kizaru. This is just the beginning. Uft, 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 uft. Thousands of golden uranium shells fell with precision and ruthlessness, like the scythe of death, upon every naval warship. Boom, 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 boom. One golden mushroom cloud after another erupted on the surface of the sea around Punk Hazard. The sound of explosions echoed in succession, creating a cacophony as if the apocalypse had arrived. The entire sea area was boiling in this terrifying explosion. Towering waves, reaching heights of 100 meters, crashed violently against the coastline of Punk Hazard. Beneath the mushrooms, no corpses remained. Only flames stained the sky red. In just a few seconds, the massive fleet composed of hundreds of warships, capable of unleashing the demon-slaying order, was completely annihilated on the island. Everyone was utterly shocked by this miraculous scene. Ace gaped, staring at the figure bathed in golden light in the sky, feeling a dryness in his throat. This is Wang Yiming's true strength? He had always thought that the gap between himself and Wang Yiming, while large, was still within an understandable range. But now he realized how absurdly wrong he had been. This was no longer a gap. This was a dimensional crushing. One person annihilating a nation. This is a power that only a god should possess. Gulp. Bartolomeo, who didn't know when he had woken up, looked at the burning sea and swallowed hard, his legs trembling like a sieve. What kind of monster had we followed? Suddy and Jimby were also deeply shocked, unable to speak for a long time. If back at Fishman Island, Brother Wang Yiming had used this move, I'm afraid the entire Fishman Island would have sunk to the bottom of the sea in an instant. Hancock looked at her man, that godlike figure, her eyes filled with obsession and fervor. Ah, Yiming-kun, you are always so dazzling. My heart is about to stop. She covered her burning cheeks, almost fainting with happiness. In the sky, Wang Yiming slowly descended. The golden light on his body gradually retracted, returning to his flashy yellow suit, and he wore his signature Greasy smile again. It was as if the world-destroying man just now was not him at all. He walked up to Ace and the others, clapping his hands. All right, the fireworks show is over. How was it? Quite exciting, right? No one answered him. Everyone was still immersed in the earth-shattering scene, just now, unable to come back to their senses. Wang Yiming didn't care. He moved at lightning speed to the entrance of Caesar's laboratory. With one punch, the iron door at the entrance was destroyed. Caesar looked at Wang Yiming's greasy smile. He froze. He had witnessed the scenes just now. The power Wang Yiming displayed was beyond description. In short, he had never seen anything like it. Fear. An unprecedented fear instantly consumed Caesar's rationality. He finally understood what kind of existence was in front of him. This is not a human. I. Caesar's teeth chattered, unable to complete a sentence. Wang Yiming was too lazy to waste words with him, lifting his foot covered in armament Haki again. Bang! Caesar's head was once again forcefully stomped into the ground. This time, Wang Yiming's foot directly broke through the surface, burying half of Caesar's body underground. Wang Yiming looked down from above, speaking in a detached, emotionless tone, and asked again, "Now, do you surrender?" This time, Caesar no longer had any trace of arrogance or calculation. "I surrender. I completely surrender. Master." "No, my lord. I, Caesar Clown, will be your most loyal dog from today on. You tell me to go east, I will never go west. You tell me to bite someone, I will bite whoever you say." At this moment, all the dignity of a scientist, all the backing of Joker, all the background of the four emperors were thrown out of the window. In the face of absolute, godlike power, all schemes and backgrounds seemed so pale and powerless, utterly ridiculous. Survive. Only by surviving can there be a future. Oh, this time it's the truth? Wang Yiming smiled greasy, but the force under his foot did not lessen at all. The truth. Absolutely the truth. More real than gold. Caesar swore from underground. "I, Caesar, swear to heaven if I have one word of falsehood. Let me die from my own poison gas, and die without a complete corpse." Wang Yiming nodded in satisfaction and lifted his foot. Caesar crawled out of the pit, disregarding the dirt and embarrassment, and immediately prostrated himself in front of Wang Yiming. "Master." He raised his head, a smile filled with extreme flattery on his face, looking more servile than the most wretched slave. Ace, Bartolomeo, and the others watched this scene, unable to help but curl their lips, showing expressions of disgust. This guy's integrity has dropped faster than his hair. "Call me the first mate." "All right, get up." Wang Yiming waved his hand. "From now on, You will be the chief scientist of our fire oil pirate group, responsible for the research and development of various weapons and potions. Is there a problem? No problem. Absolutely no problem. Caesar nodded vigorously. Serving the master is my fortune accumulated over 3 lifetimes. Wang Yiming nodded, officially accepting this little brother. Although Caesar's character was terrible, his research ability was indeed top-notch, especially his research on devil fruits, particularly artificial zoan-type devil fruits, was crucial for Wang Yiming's future plans. All right, this place is not suitable for long stays. Let's head back to the ship first, Wang Yiming said. Although he had wiped out the Navy's vanguard with one move, he knew this matter was far from over. The Navy headquarters and even the world government would definitely be furious because of this. Wang Yiming wasn't afraid of admirals, but he feared attracting even greater combat power, like the 5 elders. Ship, Ace, hearing ship, suddenly remembered, said with a grimace. Our ship seems to have been blown up. Don't worry, it hasn't blown up. Wang Yiming smiled. Greasy, I had Drew leave early. As he spoke, he took out a small transponder snail from his pocket and pressed a button. Soon, on the other side of the ice island, an intact pirate ship slowly emerged from behind a giant iceberg. It was the Fire Oil Pirate Group's ship. Drew was standing at the bow, waving desperately at them. Great! Ace and the others were instantly overjoyed. The group immediately ran towards the ship. Caesar also crawled along behind, afraid of being left behind. Just as they were about to reach the shore, a lazy voice with a long trailing tone suddenly came from the sky. Oh, how terrifying. One person just dealt with over 100 warships. This is really an incredible big news. Upon hearing this voice, everyone present, except for Wang Yiming and Hancock, turned pale. Ace, Jinbi, and even the recently surrendered Caesar felt as if they had heard the call of death, their bodies instantly freezing in place. They suddenly looked up. In the sky, a tall and thin man dressed in a yellow-striped suit stood on a sword made of photons, slowly descending from the air. He wore a pair of brown sunglasses, his expression languid, with a hint of a playful smile at the corners of his mouth. However, the dazzling and terrifying aura radiating from him, like the sun, left everyone present feeling a sense of suffocation. The highest combat power of the Navy, Admiral of the Navy, Kizaru Borisolino. Ace's expression became unusually serious. He had personally experienced the terror of this man during the Marineford War. Even under a relaxed state, Kizaru's extreme speed and penetrating lasers were simply an unsolvable nightmare. Jinbi and Suddy stood back to back in a defensive posture, but their trembling hands betrayed their inner fear. This is a big trouble. Jinbi's voice was somewhat hoarse. Caesar was even more terrified, never expecting that the net he had called would come with a final boss. He wished he could dig a hole in the ground and never come out. It's over. This time it's completely over. Facing an admiral of the Navy, even that greasy monster had absolutely no chance of winning. Kizaru slowly landed on the snowy ground in front of everyone, pushing up his sunglasses and lazily scanning each person present. When his gaze fell on Ace, Jinbi, and Buggy, it was merely a casual glance. Finally, his gaze settled firmly on Wang Yiming. The holy gun oil hero, Wang Yiming. Kizaru's mouth curved into an exaggerated arc. You've gotten stronger in such a short time. What a terrifying young man. As he spoke, he extended a finger, and a small point of golden, brilliant light began to gather at his fingertip. The light grew brighter, and the energy emitted caused the surrounding air to begin to warp. Since we've met, let me see how good you really are. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? The threat of death enveloped everyone. Just as the laser powerful enough to pierce through the island was about to be shot, a greasy voice broke the dead silence. Wait a minute. Wang Yiming stepped forward, standing in front of everyone. He looked at Kizaru, and instead of showing any fear, he revealed a hint of an interested smile. Admiral Kizaru, right? Wang Yiming said in a greasy tone. Before we fight, can you let me settle a little? Personal grudge first? The light at Kizaru's fingertip paused slightly, looking at him with some surprise. Wang Yiming ignored him and turned to Jinbi and Suddy behind him. His gaze finally landed on the man standing not far away, who had maintained a playful smile since Kizaru's appearance, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Trafalgar Law, hey, you with the hat. Wang Yiming pointed at Law and said in a greasy tone, The farce should come to an end. Return my partner's body. Law looked at Wang Yiming, pointing at him, his playful smile unchanged. He completely ignored the terrifying aura of the admiral beside him and instead looked at Wang Yiming with great interest. "Oh, are you ordering me? Holy gun, oil hero." His tone was provocative. "You could say that." Wang Yiming shrugged in a greasy manner. "My people are not something anyone can mess with." "Hee hee hee." Law let out a low laugh, his tone quite bold. "However, it seems like you might not even be able to protect yourself right now." He pointed at Kizuru beside him. The implication was clear. With an admiral of the Navy here, do you still have the mood to meddle in other people's affairs? I advise you to think about how to survive from light first. Kizuru lazily interjected, seemingly enjoying the scene of dogs biting dogs. However, Wang Yiming didn't even glance at him. His gaze remained locked on Law, his eyes gradually turning cold. "I'll say it one last time. Return their bodies. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind adding a talking corpse to this island." An invisible, heart-pounding pressure spread from Wang Yiming. The temperature around seemed to drop several degrees. The smile on Law's face finally showed a hint of stiffness. He could feel that Wang Yiming was not joking. That palpable killing intent made him, a death surgeon who had struggled in the dark world of the North Sea, feel a chill. He had no doubt that if he refused again, the next second, the opponent's attack would come down, and it would be prioritized against him in front of the Admiral of the Navy. This man is a madman. Law instantly tagged Wang Yiming in his mind. All right. Law raised both hands in a surrender gesture. It was just a little joke, no need to be so serious. He extended his finger and gently waved it towards Jinbi and Suddy's direction. Room. The familiar blue circle appeared again. Jinbi and Suddy felt a flash before their eyes, and the solid feeling of their souls returning came back. Jinbi looked down and saw his familiar, huge blue-webbed feet, feeling the familiar and powerful force within him, letting out a long breath. Finally, I'm back. He stretched his muscles and bones, making popping sounds, feeling unprecedentedly comfortable. On the other side, Suddy also touched her restored beautiful face and felt the familiar weight in front of her chest, crying tears of joy. Woo-woo. My body, my big treasure, finally returned. Having resolved the internal issue, Wang Yiming turned back to Kizuru. All right, Admiral Kizuru, now we can start. He smiled greasy, as if nothing had happened just now. Kizuru looked at the series of changes before him, his expression becoming somewhat strange. This Wang Yiming is interesting. To threaten another supernova in front of him, an Admiral of the Navy, and to succeed. This kind of courage and determination is not something an ordinary pirate can possess. Oh. It seems you are very confident. Kizuru raised his finger again, the light at his fingertip shining once more. Then let me see where your confidence comes from. Ama no Murakumo. Kizuru didn't waste any more words and directly launched an attack. Countless golden light bullets shot out from his fingertip like a torrential rain, covering Wang Yiming and all those behind him. This was a widespread, indiscriminate, destructive attack. Not good. Ace and Jinbi's expressions changed drastically, immediately preparing to defend. However, Wang Yiming was faster than them. Solid oil shield absolute defense. He simply snapped his fingers. A huge, translucent shield, emitting a faint, oily sheen, instantly appeared in front of everyone, protecting everyone firmly behind it. Ding, 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 ding. Countless light bullets bombarded the oil shield like a torrential rain, producing a series of dense, crisp sounds like metal collisions. However, that oil shield, which didn't look thick, was surprisingly solid. No matter how wildly the yellow ape's Pika Nomi attacked, it left no trace on the surface. All the light attacks were perfectly blocked. What? The lazy expression on yellow ape's face disappeared for the first time, replaced by a deep shock. His Pika Nomi was actually completely blocked? How is that possible? His attack is light. It's energy. What on earth did the opponent use to block his laser? Not just him, Ace, Jinbi, and even Law, who was standing nearby, were all dumbfounded. Blocked? Bok stammered, the Admiral's attack. Just got blocked like that? What an impressive defense. Jinbi couldn't help but exclaim. Wang Yiming's oil shield was a level stronger than when he dealt with the Sea Kings underwater. A mere trick. Wang Yiming stood behind the oil shield, disdainfully curling his lips. He turned to Ace and Jinbi, and said, "You guys take the others onto the ship first. I'll handle this." But Wang Yiming, Ace looked a bit worried. "That's an admiral. Don't worry." Wang Yiming gave him a confident, greasy smile. "I'm not done playing yet. All right, be careful." Ace gritted his teeth, knowing that staying here would only make them a burden to Wang Yiming. "Jinbi, Bok, Suddy, let's go." Ace decisively led the others towards the ship docked not far away. Law watched this scene, his eyes flickering, quietly retreating, ready to slip away amidst the chaos. Yellow Ape saw Ace and the others try to run. His gaze turned cold, and his body instantly transformed into a beam of golden light, attempting to chase after them. "Your opponent is me." Wang Yiming's figure appeared before Yellow Ape like a ghost, blocking his path. Zulfust. Yellow Ape was shocked. The opponent's speed could actually keep up with his light speed. "Get lost." Yellow Ape lifted his leg for a light speed kick. That golden leg, capable of breaking mountains, carried destructive power and fiercely kicked towards Wang Yiming's chest. Wang Yiming did not dodge, only smiling Greasy. Slide. A bizarre scene occurred. Yellow Ape's decisive kick, just as it was about to hit Wang Yiming, seemed to strike a surface coated in lubricating oil, sliding right past Wang Yiming's body. All the force was completely unloaded. Yellow Ape, having exerted too much force, stumbled and almost lost his balance. What kind of ability is this? A look of horror finally appeared on Yellow Ape's face. His lightspeed kick actually failed. "It's my turn." Wang Yiming's voice, like a demon's whisper, echoed in his ear. In the next second, a fist covered in pitch-black Haki rapidly enlarged in his vision. Oil cannon. Boom. With a loud bang. Yellow Ape didn't even have time to react before Wang Yiming's punch hit him squarely in the face. Terrifying power erupted. Yellow Ape's entire body was sent flying like a golden meteor, as if struck by a speeding train. He crashed through several massive icebergs behind him, finally smashing into the ruins at the center of Punk Hazard Island, kicking up clouds of dust. The entire world fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone witnessing this scene, whether it was Ace and the others who were fleeing or Law who was preparing to slip away, were all petrified in place. What did they just see? The Admiral, Yellow Ape, was knocked flying by a punch? Chapter 70, One Punch General. The world falls silent. The entire place was dead silent. Whether it was Ace and his group who were fleeing for their lives, or Trafalgar Law who was preparing to slip away in the chaos, everyone's movements froze at that moment. Their bodies seemed to be under a spell, with only their eyes able to move, glaring intensely at the golden meteor that was sent flying. What was that? That was an Admiral of the Navy, the highest combat power of the world government. A monster standing at the top of the pyramid of this world. Now, this monster was knocked away by that Greasy man with a single punch. Gulp. Buggy's Adam's apple bobbed as he let out a clear sound of swallowing. He felt like his brain had completely crashed, unable to process the information that was beyond comprehension. Am I not dreaming? Buggy trembled, pinching himself. Ouch. The intense pain made him exclaim, bringing him back to reality. This was not a dream. Ace's expression was even more complex than when he had just seen the Navy fleet get annihilated. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. That bastard has become stronger again, and to a level he could not even imagine. One punch knocked away an admiral? Even Whitebeard at his peak might not be able to do this so casually. Jinbei's mouth was agape, wide enough to fit a fist. As a former warlord of the sea, he had dealt with the Navy high-ups and understood the terror of an admiral. That was a disaster-level power. But now, the disaster was knocked back with a punch. Brother Wang Yiming. Who exactly is he? On the other side, Suddy and Caesar had completely collapsed to the ground. Their eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth, clearly having fainted from the overwhelming shock. At Trafalgar Law, the death surgeon who always wore a playful smile, as if everything was under his control, had completely lost his smile at that moment. A layer of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. His hand, gripping the blade of the Kikoku, trembled slightly. Monster. The man before him was not a great pirate, nor a supernova. He was a monster cloaked in human skin, beyond any common sense. For the first time, Law felt a deep-seated fear for his earlier provocation. If just now Wang Yiming's punch had not been aimed at Kizaru but at him, he dare not think further. Under the astonished, gazes of everyone. Wang Yiming slowly retracted his fist. He shook his hand as if he had just swatted a fly, putting back on his signature greasy smile. TSK. The bones are pretty tough, he muttered to himself, then turned to look at the petrified Ace and the others. What are you still dazed for? Hurry up and get on the ship. Are you waiting for the Navy to invite you for tea? His voice finally snapped everyone out of their stupor. Oh. Ace was the first to react. He no longer hesitated, pulling the still trembling buggy up, carrying the unconscious Suddy, and sprinting towards the ship. Jinbei also lifted Caesar and followed closely behind. Law took a deep look at Wang Yiming, his eyes filled with complex emotions, then silently followed suit. Just then, boom! A loud noise came from the ruins where Kizaru had crashed. Clouds of smoke and debris were blown away by a powerful force. A golden figure slowly stood up from the deep pit. Kizaru. He could still stand. His yellow-striped suit was tattered. One side of his brown sunglasses was shattered, and there was a hint of golden liquid at the corner of his mouth that looked like blood or photons. He appeared somewhat disheveled, but the aura around him was even more terrifying and dangerous than before. It hurts so much. Kizaru supported his face, where there was a clear fist mark and the surrounding space slightly distorted due to the residual power. He looked at Wang Yiming in the distance with an unprecedented, grave expression. The oil fruit could actually achieve this level. He completely could not comprehend it. In that moment, his pride and speed had lost all meaning before the other party. The power capable of shattering islands had been completely nullified in a bizarre manner, and the opponent's fist landed solidly on his elementalized body. That was not just simple armament Haki. That force contained a sticky, highly permeable, bizarre energy that could interfere with his elementalization. Truly, an amazing ability, Wang Yiming. Kizaru's voice no longer held the previous laziness, but was filled with cold, killing intent. However, the game ends here. He slowly raised both hands, dazzling golden light gathering in his palms. Heavenly Rock Door. Boom! A massive laser beam, thicker than before by more than 10 times, shot out from his palms, targeting Wang Yiming's head at superluminal speed. With this strike, he used all his power. He wanted to completely erase this man who brought him shame from this world. However, Wang Yiming merely yawned greasily. No freaking. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant, just before the laser was about to hit. The enormous laser beam missed, directly penetrating the entire punk hazard, leaving a bottomless giant cave on the other side of the island. The surrounding icebergs all melted and evaporated by the high temperature. Where is he? Kizaru's observation, Haki frantically swept around, but he could not capture Wang Yiming's trace at all. Right here, Admiral. A greasy voice suddenly echoed behind him. Kizaru's pupils constricted sharply. Without thinking, his body was about to elementalize again, turning into photons to escape. But it was already too late. A hand gently rested on his shoulder. The hand was covered with a layer of flowing, pitch-black grease. Don't move. Wang Yiming's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. Kizaru's body instantly stiffened. He could feel a terrifying power from that hand, one capable of completely disassembling and devouring him. He had no doubt that if he made even the slightest movement, he would be torn to pieces by this power in the next second. W what you want. Kizaru's voice trembled for the first time. I don't want anything. Wang Yiming smiled greasily, extending another hand to kindly adjust Kizaru's shattered sunglasses. Just wanted to tell you, the era has changed. As the words fell, the hand resting on Kizaru's shoulder suddenly tightened. Greasy black hole. A terrifying suction force erupted from Wang Yiming's palm in an instant. Kizaru felt his body, his photons, his very existence being frantically devoured by that hand. Ah! The shrill screams echoed throughout Punk Hazard. Chapter 71 Pacifists? Clear the scene in a second. The scream of Kizaru made Ace and the others, who had just reached the side of the ship, pause in their tracks. They turned around sharply and saw a scene they would never forget. The once proud Admiral of the Navy, the Man of Light, was now being grabbed by Wang Yiming by the shoulder with one hand, his body seemingly being pulled and devoured by an invisible black hole. Golden light particles were continuously stripped from Kizaru's body and absorbed into Wang Yiming's palm, which was covered in black grease. Kizaru struggled frantically, trying to elementalize, trying to escape at the speed of light, but it was all in vain. Wang Yiming's hand acted like an absolute law, firmly restraining him in place. He was absorbing Kizaru? Ace's mouth dropped open in disbelief. What the hell kind of ability is this? He can even absorb light? The oil fruit is really just oil? A devil. He's a devil. Law's face turned pale. For the first time, he felt that his proud intellect was completely inadequate. The scene before him had surpassed all his understanding of the devil fruits in this world. It's too terrifying. Caesar, who was slung over Jinbi's shoulder, slowly woke up and happened to see this scene, nearly fainting again from fear. His terror of Wang Yiming had now penetrated to the bone. Quick, get on the ship. Jinbi reacted first, shouting loudly as he threw Caesar onto the deck and then jumped up himself. Ace and the others, as if waking from a dream, dared not linger any longer and jumped onto the fire oil pirate ship. Drew, set sail. Hurry. Ace shouted to the cabin. Already prepared. Drew's voice came from the helmsman room, and the ship's stern spewed out a large number of bubbles as it quickly departed from the coast of Punkhazard. Meanwhile, on the shore, Kizaru's screams were growing weaker. His entire being's radiance was dimming, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Oh, it seems you're almost done for. Wang Yiming mimicked Kizaru's tone, teasingly. Let me go. Kizaru's voice was weak, like a candle flickering in the wind. He felt his essence being devoured by the other party. If this continued, he would really die. He would become the first admiral killed by pirates. Let you go. Wang Yiming chuckled Greasy, saying it wasn't impossible. He slightly loosened the suction of his hand. Kizaru felt as if he had been granted amnesty. Seizing this rare opportunity with all his remaining strength, his body instantly transforming into a faint golden light, shooting towards the sky. He didn't even dare to look back. He just wanted to get as far away from that monster as possible. Wang Yiming watched that fleeing golden light without pursuing. He simply raised his hand and snapped his fingers at the sky. Greasy mark. A drop of nearly imperceptible, transparent grease flicked from his fingertip, attaching to that golden light at a speed faster than light, then instantly disappearing. Run, the farther the better. A playful smile tugged at the corners of Wang Yiming's mouth. Next time we meet, you will be mine. After dealing with Kizaru, Wang Yiming clapped his hands and was about to turn to leave when suddenly, his observation, Haki, sensed a large number of auras rapidly approaching from the direction of the sea surface. Moreover, these auras were uniform, cold, and devoid of emotion. Oh, more reinforcements? Wang Yiming raised an eyebrow and looked up. In the distance, a large number of dark figures appeared on the sea surface. They were moving at high speed, kicking up waves. Each one looked exactly the same. They were plump bodies, wearing hats, dressed in overalls, and holding a Bible. They were the world government's human weapons. The pacifistas, and the number, a rough count showed at least hundreds. At the forefront of these pacifistas was a tall man carrying a huge axe. Bartholomew Kuma. Wang Yiming recognized the figure. Wang Yiming. Bartholomew Kuma locked onto Wang Yiming from a distance, raising the giant axe in his hand and roaring. You dare to injure Admiral Kizaru. Unforgivable. Men, charge. Turn him into pieces. With Bartholomew Kuma's command, the hundreds of pacifistas behind him simultaneously stopped. They uniformly opened their mouths. Golden light began to gather in their mouths. It was the laser beams mimicking Admiral Kizaru. What would happen if hundreds of laser beams were fired simultaneously? It would be enough to vaporize an island instantly. On the fire oil pirate ship, which had already sailed the distance, Ace and the others also saw this scene. It's the pacifistas and Bartholomew Kuma. Ace's face changed. So many. This is dozens of times more than the time at Sabeti Archipelago. Buggy was so scared he hugged his head. Helmsman, come back. Drew shouted anxiously from the helmsman room. Oh no. It's really over. Caesar slumped on the deck, muttering to himself. Faced with this attack capable of destroying everything, Wang Yiming didn't even bother to raise an eyelid. He simply extended his right hand and gently opened his 5 fingers towards the hundreds of pacifistas. Really, a bunch of metal lumps trying to play with lasers. Let me show you what real art is. Oil fruit, oil expansion. An invisible, indescribable force of law spread instantly from Wang Yiming's palm. This power ignored distance, ignored space, and directly acted on those hundreds of pacifistas. The next second, an incredibly bizarre scene occurred. Those pacifistas, who were gathering energy in their mouths to fire laser beams, suddenly froze. Then, their bodies began to ooze grease. The metal shells and internal precision parts, anything that contained even a bit of oil, expanded. Robots must have some oil, right? This trick against the pacifistas is truly brilliant. Oil. In just 1 second, over 100 pacifistas, representing the pinnacle of Navy technology, were soaked in oil and short-circuited. They remained in the pose of opening their mouths to fire lasers, looking comical yet eerie. The entire world fell into absolute silence once again. The sea breeze blew, lifting a few drops of oil that landed on Bartholomew Kuma's face. Kuma stiffly reached out his hand to wipe the grease off his face. He looked down at the golden liquid on his fingers, then looked up at the hundreds of oily figures on the sea surface, and finally, his gaze blankly turned towards the distant man who looked unfazed. His brain completely stopped functioning. Thud! Bartholomew Kuma rolled his eyes and fell straight back into the cold seawater, creating a small splash. He was also scared to the point of fainting. Wang Yiming looked at his masterpiece and nodded in satisfaction. It looks much more appetizing now. He smiled greasily, his figure flickering as he directly appeared on the deck of the already distant fire oil pirate ship. Everyone on the ship looked at him with expressions as if they were looking at a deity. Done, job's done. Wang Yiming clapped his hands, as if he had just accomplished a trivial task. Let's continue sailing. What's the next destination? Helmsman? Ace stammered, already feeling a hint of awe towards Wang Yiming. Wang Yiming thought for a moment and gave a greasy smile. Well, let's go to that cake island. I've heard there are many delicious foods and a lot of beautiful daughters of big moms there. Just right. Our ship is still missing a pastry chef. As soon as he finished speaking, Caesar and Law, who had just been rescued by Jinbei, both shuddered and looked at Wang Yiming with expressions of disbelief. Cake Island? That's the territory of the Yonko Big Emma Charlotte Linlin. This man just drove away a Marine admiral and destroyed a Marine fleet. And now he wants to challenge one of the 4 emperors? Does he really not know how to write the word death? Chapter 72, The 4 Emperors. Charlotte Linlin. Under Wang Yiming's urging, the fire oil pirate ship reached its maximum sailing speed. The hull was coated with a thin layer of grease, minimizing water resistance. And the jet propulsion device at the stern was set to maximum power. The entire ship sped across the sea like an arrow, leaving a white wake behind as it raced towards Tato Land. Ace stood alone at the bow, the sea breeze blowing through his short black hair. He gazed into the distance, his eyes filled not with fear, but with a burning fighting spirit. The 4 emperors. This was the target he had always wanted to challenge. Although he was more eager to confront Kaido of the Beast to avenge the Kazuki family of Wano, practicing against Big Moem didn't seem too bad either. He glanced back at Wang Yiming lounging in a beach chair, carefree, and clenched his fists. This time, he absolutely could not let that greasy guy steal all the limelight. He wanted the world to see that he, Fire Fist Ace, also had the strength to fight against the 4 emperors. As for Law, he was handcuffed with sea stone cuffs, helplessly leaning against the mast. His mind raced as one crazy plan after another quietly formed in his heart. Just then, a voice came from the lookout tower. Report, first mate. An unidentified ship has been spotted ahead. It's speeding towards us. It was Suddy's voice transmitted through the snail. Oh, they're coming so soon? Wang Yiming sat up from the beach chair, picked up the binoculars, and looked ahead. In the distance, a uniquely shaped ship appeared on the horizon. The bow of the ship was a giant cake singing a song, while the body was made of various cookies and candies, looking like it had sailed out of a fairy tale. On the sail was a huge, drooling skull wearing a pirate hat. It was indeed the symbol of the Big Mom pirates. It's Big Mom's reconnaissance ship. Jinbei's expression darkened. It seems our whereabouts have been exposed. Hee. How did they find us? We should still be far from Tato Land. Law explained from the side. Any ship that enters her territorial waters without permission will be detected immediately. So what do we do now? Fight or flee? Flee? Wang Yiming laughed disdainfully. We came to attend a tea party. Why would we run? Wang Yiming put down the binoculars and said to everyone, it's just a reconnaissance ship. I'll leave it to you. Perfect for a new partner to witness the strength of the fire oil pirates. All right, then I'll go first. Ace couldn't wait any longer. He let out a hearty laugh and transformed into a ball of flames, shooting into the sky. Watch this. Fire fist. A massive, flaming fist formed in the air, carrying a scorching wave of heat as it smashed down toward the candy ship. Boom! The gigantic flame fist accurately hit its target. The seemingly delicious candy ship couldn't withstand even a second under Ace's fire fist and was blown to smithereens, igniting in flames. The cookie soldiers, brought to life by the soul fruit's power, screamed in agony as they turned to ashes in the fire. Ha ha ha! Ace's laughter hadn't faded when an anomaly occurred. From the burning wreckage of the candy ship, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Mommy, Mommy! Following that, the flames began to be absorbed at a visible speed by the wreckage of the ship. No, it wasn't absorption. It was eating. The body of the ship, made of candy and cookies, was actually consuming Ace's flames. The fire grew smaller, while the wreckage began to writhe and reassemble as if it were trying to come together again. What's happening? The smile on Ace's face froze. His flames were being eaten? It's homies. Jimby's expression grew more serious. It's a product of Big Mom's soul fruit ability, giving life to those candies. They can devour elemental attacks to replenish their energy. What? Ace was taken aback. His Paramecia Nomi ability was actually being countered? Just then, a massive figure made of cream slowly stood up from the reassembling candy ship. It had no facial features, only a huge mouth still holding some of Ace's flames. Fire. So delicious. The cream giant emitted a garbled sound. I will turn you all into Mommy Snacks. As it spoke, it opened its mouth wide and shot a thick, sweet-smelling cream cannonball towards the fire oil pirate ship. Not good. Ace's expression changed as he prepared to act, but a blue figure moved faster than him. Fishman Karate, Shark Wave Punch. Jimby threw a punch, and a powerful shock wave struck the cream cannonball, exploding it in midair and showering the sea with a rain of cream. Leave it to me, Ace, Jimby said solemnly. Your flames won't work against these things. After speaking, he leaped directly into the sea. The next moment, a massive water column shot up into the sky. Sea current, shoulder throw. Jimby manipulated the huge sea current like an invisible hand, flipping over the reassembling candy ship along with the cream giant, smashing them down into the sea. The seawater is the nemesis of all devil fruit users and homies. The candy ship and cream giant sizzled and melted the moment they hit the water, disappearing entirely. A small crisis was easily resolved by Jimby. Yet, the expression on his face showed no sign of relaxation. This was just a reconnaissance ship on the outer edge. The real challenge lay ahead. The fire oil pirate ship continued forward. Soon, they officially entered Big Mom's territory of Tato Land. Island after island made of various foods appeared in their view. Chocolate Island, Cookie Island, Jam Island, Cheese Island. The air was filled with an overwhelmingly sweet aroma. However, in this seemingly fairy tale-like beautiful kingdom, there was an undercurrent of strangeness and danger. The buildings, trees, flowers, and even the clouds beneath their feet were all given life. They sang and danced, but their hollow eyes were fixed on this uninvited guest on the sea. He, is this Tato Land? What, hey, crazy kingdom. Law couldn't help but exclaim. Big Mom's soul fruit ability had developed to an astonishing level, turning the entire country into her homies. Just then, a large number of ships appeared on the sea ahead. This time, they were no longer reconnaissance ships. Instead, they were dozens of main battleships led by Big Mom's children. They formed a massive encirclement, completely blocking the fire oil pirate's path. On the leading ship, a tall man with a massive cookie shield was coldly watching them. The 10th son of the Charlotte family, Minister of Cookies, Charlotte Cracker. Bounty, 860 million berries. One of the sweet commanders. Stop, you ignorant intruders. Cracker raised his famous sword, the pretzel, pointing it at the oil pirate ship from distance. This is Mama's territory, not a place for you pirates to run wild. State your names immediately. Otherwise, you will be executed on the spot. His voice was cold and proud. A great battle was about to erupt. However, Wang Yiming seemed to have not heard his words at all, merely using a telescope to excitedly look at the ships behind Cracker. Wow, look, that ship is made of pudding. And that one, it's a mill fight cake. They all look so delicious. Wang Yiming drooled as he watched. Hancock, Jinbi, when the fight starts, you guys are responsible for getting those ships for me. I want to taste them. A vein popped up on Cracker's forehead. This greasy bastard actually wants to treat his ship as food? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Are you looking down on me? Cracker's face was filled with angry clouds. As one of the proud sweet commanders and a capable aide under Big M.O., he had never been so ignored and humiliated. The opponent was discussing how to eat his ship right in front of him. Go to hell, bastard. Cracker shouted angrily and leaped off the ship, stepping in midair as he charged at the oil pirate's ship at high speed. Pretzel. The famous sword in his hand traced a sharp arc in the air, slashing down towards Wang Yiming's head with immense force. Watch out, first mate. Ace and Jinbi yelled simultaneously, preparing to intercept. However, Wang Yiming merely lazily lifted his eyelids, hardly even moving his body. He just gently blew a breath towards the oncoming Cracker. Slippery, slippery. An invisible, slippery force instantly acted on Cracker. As he charged through the air, his body suddenly stiffened. He felt as if he was stepping on an ice surface covered with ancient oil, losing all control beneath him. What? Before he could react, he lost his balance in midair and fell face first onto the deck of the oil pirate ship with a thud. He felt like a dog eating shit. The entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. The members of the Big MOM pirates stared blankly at this scene. Their powerful Lord Cracker, one of the sweet commanders, actually fell just like that, and in such a humiliating manner. On the oil pirate's side, apart from Wang Yiming and Hancock, everyone else was equally bewildered. This is resolved? Lord Cracker. A gasp came from the Big MOM pirate ship. What have you done to Lord Cracker, you despicable guy? Everyone attack together. Avenge Lord Cracker. From dozens of warships, countless cookie soldiers and Big Mom's children roared in anger, preparing to launch an attack. Just then, Cracker, who had fallen on the deck, slammed his hand on the ground and flipped himself up. His face was covered in dust, and his handsome features were twisted in anger, looking extremely disheveled. Everyone stop, he shouted at his subordinates. Then he turned his head and glared at Wang Yiming with a look that seemed to want to eat him alive. It was you. Who did this? Yes. Wang Yiming lazily dug at his ear, saying, your charging form was too ugly, so I helped you change your posture. You're seeking death. Cracker completely lost it. He slammed his hands together. Cookie soldiers. Clap, clap, clap. As he kept clapping, tall soldiers made of cookies continuously emerge around him, armed with weapons. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of cookie soldiers appeared on the deck, surrounding Wang Yiming and the others. Each of these cookie soldiers was incredibly hard, and ordinary swords couldn't harm them at all. Chop them into meat paste. Cracker pointed at Wang Yiming and roared in anger. Oh! Hundreds of cookie soldiers waved their cookie spears and shields, shouting as they charged towards Wang Yiming. Oomph, just a bunch of cookies. Ace snorted coldly, flames igniting around him, ready to strike. Wait a minute, Ace. Wang Yiming stopped him. He smiled Greasy and took out a small bottle from his pocket. Let me adjust the flavor first. This is the super concentrated milk essence I bought at Sabaody Archipelago. What is this Greasy guy up to again? Although puzzled, Ace waited. A rich and creamy scent of milk instantly filled the air. Wang Yiming threw the milk essence at the charging cookie soldiers. Along with it, he also splashed his grease. The white milk essence mixed with the grease, creating an arc in the air, evenly sprinkling onto the cookie soldiers. The next second, a miraculous scene occurred. Those once fierce and incredibly hard cookie soldiers suddenly softened upon contact with the milk, just like cookies soaked in milk for too long. Crack, crack. Their bodies began to crumble, becoming brittle and soft, and then they broke apart into piles of sweet, delicious cookie crumbs scattered all over the ground. In just a few seconds, those hundreds of cookie soldiers, capable of giving a whole army a headache, were completely annihilated. Only a ground full of fragrant cookie crumbs remained on the deck. Cracker's face was once again frozen in anger. He couldn't believe what was happening before him. His proud, indestructible cookie army had actually been neutralized by a bottle of milk? What kind of reasoning is this? Tastes good. Wang Yiming bent down, picked up a piece of cookie crumb from the ground, and placed it in his mouth, crunching down. He nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the completely dumbfounded Cracker. All right, Your little brothers are dealt with. Now it's your turn. No. Impossible. Cracker finally reacted from his shock. He couldn't accept that his power had been so easily countered. My cookie soldiers are infinite. He frantically clapped his hands, trying to create more cookie soldiers. However, Wang Yiming was not going to give him another chance. Too slow. Wang Yiming's figure instantly disappeared from his spot. The next second, he was already in front of Cracker. You. Cracker's heart raced with alarm as he tried to retreat. A fist covered in armed color grease rapidly enlarged in his view. Grease fist. Bang. With a muffled sound, Cracker didn't even have time to react before Wang Yiming's fist hit him squarely in the abdomen. His armor made of cookies shattered under this punch, revealing his small, snot-nosed, true form inside. Cracker spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto his own ship, creating a large dent in the deck. Instant kill. Another instant kill. One of the sweet commanders, Charlotte Cracker, with a bounty of 860 million. In front of Wang Yiming, he couldn't even last one move. Sharat Gersama. The members of the Big Mom Pirates fell into total panic. Meanwhile, the Fire Oil Pirates erupted in cheers. Wahahaha. The vice captain is mighty. Bucky was the first to jump out, singing praises loudly. As expected of my man, Hancock's eyes sparkled with hearts. Ace and Jinbei exchanged bitter smiles. They had become numb to it. Just then, a voice filled with authority and anger, like thunder, suddenly echoed from the distant sky. Who dares to touch my people and my territory? With the emergence of this voice, the sky suddenly darkened. A gigantic thundercloud wearing a pirate hat, accompanied by a small sun, also wearing a hat, surrounded a figure as massive as a mountain, slowly drifting from the distant sky. It was a terrifying woman, extremely overweight, with heavy makeup on her face, her mouth stretched to the roots of her ears, drooling. Bianco Big MOM. Charlotte Limlin. She's here. Chapter 73. Conquering the Four Emperors. You are mine too. The appearance of Big MOM made the air in the entire sea seem to solidify. Her enormous body, as massive as a mountain, brought an oppressive feeling that was hundreds, thousands of times that of Krija. She simply floated silently in the air, and the terrifying aura of her dominance made everyone present feel a moment of suffocation. The members of the Big MOM Pirates knelt down the moment they saw her, their faces showing a mix of fervor and reverence. Mom. It's Mom who has come. On the side of the Fire Oil Pirates, the atmosphere instantly became tense to the extreme. Buggy and Caesar were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Jinbei and Suddy also turned pale, their legs shaking like leaves. This is a Four Emperor? Ace stared at the giant figure in the sky, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He could feel the life energy emanating from her, vast like an ocean, unfathomable. This was a completely different type of pressure than he had experienced with Whitebeard. Whitebeard gave the impression of a force capable of destroying everything. Big MOM, on the other hand, felt like an endless abyss capable of swallowing all souls. This is bad. Jinbei's expression also became unusually serious. Charlotte Linlin, she is even more terrifying than the rumors. Even Law, who had always remained calm, was now breathing a bit hurriedly. This is the Sea Emperor who rules the New World. This is the existence he once felt was extravagant to even look up to. However, amidst this suffocating atmosphere, an incongruous voice suddenly rang out. Wow! Wang Yiming held up a telescope, excitedly gazing at the giant figure in the sky. So big. He wasn't marveling at her imposing presence, but rather at her size. How much food must she eat to get so fat? He slickly licked his lips, his eyes not showing any fear, but rather filled with curiosity and appetite. Hancock, look quickly. That cloud she's riding looks delicious. And that sun looks like cotton candy. On the deck, Ace and the others looked at Wang Yiming as if they were looking at a deity. Brother, is this the time to discuss that? That SA4 Emperor. Can you at least show some respect to your opponent? Big MOM in the sky clearly heard Wang Yiming's words. Her enormous face frowned, and her gaze, like a searchlight, instantly locked onto Wang Yiming. Are you the greasy little brat who hurt my son? Big MOM's voice boomed like rolling thunder, exploding across the sea. Yes. Wang Yiming put down the telescope and boldly admitted it. He even slickly adjusted his bow tie and flashed a self-proclaimed handsome smile at Big in the sky. Beautiful Queen, hello. My name is Wang Yiming, and I'm here to attend your tea party. Beautiful Queen? Upon hearing this title, Big was momentarily stunned, then let out a deafening roar of laughter. Mama, mama, one interesting little brat. It's been many years since anyone has dared to speak to me like that. Her laughter stirred up a gale, causing the sea to churn. But soon, her laughter abruptly ceased, and her expression instantly turned sinister and cruel. However, you think you can so easily attend the tea party after hurting my son? Aren't you a bit too naive? As punishment, I'll leave your lifespan here. A terrifying red light flickered in Big Mom's eyes. She extended her enormous palm towards Wang Yiming life or treat. The ultimate ability of the soul fruit activated. This was an inescapable technique that directly extracted the opponent's soul and lifespan. As long as the opponent felt even a hint of fear towards Big Mom, their soul would be instantly drawn away. Not good. Jinbi's expression changed drastically. Close your eyes. Don't look at her. However, it was too late. Everyone saw a phantom energy representing the soul and lifespan slowly being drawn out from Wang Yiming's body. It's over. Ace's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. Could it be mama? What a fragile soul. Big Mom looked greedily at the extracted soul energy, extending her tongue. However, just as she was about to devour that soul, an anomaly occurred. The soul energy drawn from Wang Yiming suddenly paused in midair. Then, it actually flew back into Wang Yiming's body on its own. Huh? Big Mom's smile froze on her face. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her soul extraction ability had actually failed? How is this possible? Oh dear, that was really dangerous. Wang Yiming patted his chest, looking genuinely frightened. I almost fell into your trap. Why aren't you afraid of me? Big Mom stared at Wang Yiming, asking the crucial question. Her ability only worked on those who feared her, and this man before her. While unable to completely avoid a hint of fear, it didn't matter. Wang Yiming directly used his Greasy awakening skill to slide away the tiny bit of fear, rendering him completely unafraid. Afraid of you? Wang Yiming grinned slickly. He extended a finger and shook his head. No. Why should I be afraid of someone who is about to become my crew member? What did you say? Big Mom's eyes widened like saucers. She doubted whether she had heard correctly. What did this greasy little brat just say? To make herself his crew member? Emaha. Big erupted in thunderous laughter once again, but this time, her laughter was filled with endless anger and murderous intent. How many years has it been? How many years since anyone has dared to provoke me, Charlotte Linlin, like this? Little brat, you've completely angered me. I'll turn you into my favorite homies. You will serve me for all eternity. Thundercloud Zeus, Sun Prometheus. With Big Mom's command, the thundercloud and the sun beneath her came to life instantly. Emperor's sword, break blade. Big drew her horned hat Napoleon from atop her head, and the sword instantly transformed into a massive long knife. At the same time, Prometheus turned into a huge flame, attaching itself to the sword blade. Zeus transformed into terrifying lightning, wrapping around the sword edge. Fire and lightning intertwined, forming a destructive sword capable of cleaving heaven and earth. Disappear from this world. Big Mom swung her enormous emperor sword with a world-destroying momentum and struck fiercely downward towards the fire oil pirate ship. This strike was enough to split an entire island in two. First mate, Wang Yiming, Ace, Jinbi, and the others howled. Faced with this strike that felt like divine punishment, they felt they couldn't withstand it. However, Wang Yiming merely stood at the bow of the ship, looking up calmly at the giant sword that was about to fall. He still wore that greasy smile on his face. Good, he thought. He stretched out his right hand, snapped his fingers lightly at the sky. The greasy feast had begun. In the face of Big Mom's world-destroying sword strike, Wang Yiming did not flinch or evade. He simply stood at the bow, smiling greasily as if enjoying a grand fireworks display. Just as the Emperor's sword, entwined with flames and lightning, was about to cleave the entire oil pirate ship in two, Wang Yiming moved. He didn't use any earth-shattering moves, just lazily raised both hands. The left hand pointed at the blazing sun, Prometheus, and the right hand pointed at the crackling thundercloud, Zeus. Awakening technique of the oil fruit. Universal attraction. Two invisible, powerful suction forces suddenly erupted from his palms. In the next second, a scene that shocked Big Mom and the entire world occurred. The flames that clung to the Emperor's sword, capable of burning everything, and the lightning that could destroy everything, seemed to have found an outlet as they crazily flowed towards Wang Yiming's hands. Prometheus let out a painful wail. "Mom, my power is draining." Zeus was even more terrified. "Help me, Mom. This man is eating me." In just a few seconds, the flames on Prometheus extinguished by more than half, becoming weak and listless. Zeus was directly sucked into a small, pitiful dark cloud, trembling. The once mighty Emperor's sword instantly turned into an ordinary big knife. Wow, what? The ferocity on Big Mom's face turned into shock. Her homies, the strongest servant created from her soul fragments. How could it be? Absorbed by the opponent? Wasn't it supposed to be an oily ability? How is this related to oil? What the hell is this ability? Wang Yiming, of course, did not absorb it. He simply utilized the concept of zero friction. Once the opponent exerted their power outward, Wang Yiming could modify the resistance of the opponent's released power to zero. Once released, it couldn't be stopped, giving the feeling of being absorbed. And for the incoming attacks, Wang Yiming slid away the vast majority, leaving him unharmed. Of course, this move could only be used against those whose absolute strength was weaker than his own. Big Mom felt her worldview shaken like never before. Meanwhile, Wang Yiming had no intention of giving her any chance to catch her breath. Having finished her appetizer, now it's time for the main course. Wang Yiming's figure instantly vanished from the deck. Zero friction glide. In the next second, he appeared before Big Mom, in stark contrast to her mountain-like massive figure. What? What do you want to do? Big Mom's alarm bells rang in her heart, instinctively swinging her Napoleon towards Wang Yiming, who was within arm's reach. Wang Yiming merely extended a finger and lightly tapped the massive blade. A slick extreme force instantly spread throughout the entire blade. Big Mom felt her grip slip, and the massive sword Napoleon, which had accompanied her for decades, just slipped from her hands. "My Napoleon!" Big Mom gasped in shock, reaching out to grab it. But Wang Yiming was faster. He caught the falling Napoleon and then, right in front of Big Mom, opened his mouth, coating his teeth with armament Haki. Then he bit down hard on a massive blade. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The Napoleon, made of special metals and incredibly hard, was actually bitten off a large chunk by him. A bit hard, but the taste is okay like sugarcane, Wang Yiming said, chewing on the piece of sugarcane in his mouth. Napoleon let out a painful wail. "Mom, save me. He's going to eat me." Big Mom completely went mad. Two of her three strongest homies had been drained, and one was being gnawed on as a snack. What a disgrace. I will kill you." Big Mom abandoned her weapon and directly swung her mountain-like massive fist towards Wang Yiming. This punch, containing the fury of a Yonko, was enough to smash an island into pieces. Good. Wang Yiming advanced instead of retreating, meeting it with a punch of his own. His fist was covered in a layer of pitch-black, flowing armament Haki. The two disproportionate fists collided in the air. Boom! A sound loud enough to shatter eardrums exploded in the sky. A terrifying shockwave formed a visible white air wave that spread wildly in all directions. The sea surface below was forcibly pressed into a massive depression with a diameter of several thousand meters. The distant islands, whether chocolate or cookies, cracked and collapsed under the shockwave. The clouds in the sky were directly shaken apart, revealing a clear sky for miles. This was a collision at the Yonko level. However, the result of the collision left everyone in disbelief. The mountain-like figure, Big Mom, was actually forced to stagger back from this exchange of fists. The sound of cracking bones echoed from her massive arms. In contrast, Wang Yiming remained suspended in the air, completely unmoved. How is this possible? Big Mom stared in disbelief at her slightly trembling and even somewhat deformed fist. In a pure power contest, she had lost? To a tiny brat, only 1% of her size? Your power is nothing special. Wang Yiming shook his fist, a disappointed expression on his face. You disappoint me. Big Mom. Why, you monster? A hint of fear finally appeared in Big Mom's eyes. She realized that she might have provoked a true monster today. One even more terrifying than Kaido and Whitebeard. Monster? Wang Yiming smiled greasily. No, I'm just a passing gourmet. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared once more. When he reappeared, he was already above Big Mom's head. He raised his foot, also covered in a layer of pitch-black armament Haki. Then, with a heavy stomp, he brought it down. Mountain press. Boom! Big Mom's mountain-like massive body could no longer stay aloft under this stomp. She plummeted from the sky like a meteor. Finally, she smashed heavily into the center of her own territory, Whole Cake Island. Boom, 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 boom. The entire Whole Cake Island trembled violently under this intense impact. Shaking the earth, the center of the island was smashed into a bottomless massive pit. Countless buildings were reduced to ruins in this impact. The Yonko, Big Charlotte Limlin, defeated so thoroughly, so decisively. Wang Yiming slowly descended from the sky, landing on the edge of the enormous pit. Looking at Big Mom, who lay at the bottom of the pit, covered in injuries and on the verge of death, Wang Yiming smirked. From today on, you and your entire nation will belong to me. Chapter 74. The Surgery for Eternal Life. Just as Big Mom's heart wavered, a calm and steady voice broke the stalemate. If you want my mother to submit to you, you must first get past me. A tall man, wrapped in a scarf that covered half his face, slowly stepped out from the crowd. His gaze was sharp as a blade, and the aura he exuded, though not as powerful as Big, far surpassed that of Cracker from earlier. The second son of the Charlotte family, the leader of the Sweet Commanders, user of the mochi fruit, Charlotte Katakuri. Bound 1. 570,000,000 berries. Katakuri. Its brother Katakuri. Seeing him step forward, the members of the Big Mom pirate crew seemed to find their backbone and gasped in surprise. Katakuri was the strongest among all their siblings. He was their last hope. Oh, another one? Wang Yiming observed Katakuri with great interest. He could sense that this man's strength was indeed formidable. His observation Haki had grown strong enough to glimpse the brief future. You want to challenge me? Wang Yiming asked slickly. Exactly. Katakuri's voice was unwavering. As long as I'm still standing, no one can insult my mother. He assumed a fighting stance. The machi on his arms beginning to writhe and transform into a massive trident wrapped in armament Haki. You have guts. Wang Yiming nodded in approval. However, he shifted his tone, smiling slickly. Shouldn't you ask your mother's opinion before fighting? After all, from now on, she is my crew member. As her son, you can't just attack your mother's new captain, right? That would be quite unfilial. You. Katakuri's face instantly turned ashen. This greasy bastard actually used such words to shut him up. He instinctively glanced back at Big Mom at the bottom of the pit. He saw Big Mom's face fluctuating with emotions. After a long while, she slowly closed her eyes and said in a barely audible voice, Katakuri, stop. Mother. Katakuri looked at her in disbelief. I have lost. Big Mom's voice was filled with exhaustion and reluctance. From today on, our Big Mom pirate crew is disbanded. We will join the Fire Oil pirate crew. Boom. This sentence exploded in the minds of all Big Mom pirate crew members like a heavy bomb. They surrendered. Their great mother, the Sea Emperor ruling the New World, actually chose to submit? Why, mother? We can still fight. We can take him on. Countless children shouted in unwilling anger. Everyone shut up. Big Mom suddenly opened her eyes, and a wave of conquerors Haki belonging to the four emperors erupted instantly. Although she was heavily injured, her residual power was still terrifying. All her children fell silent under this aura. This is my decision. Big Mom fixed her gaze on Wang Yiming. I only have one condition. Oh, let us hear it. Wang Yiming smiled slickly. You cannot harm my children, my citizens. Deal. Wang Yiming readily agreed. I only need you and a few of your capable subordinates to board. As for this whole Cake Island, it will become the territory of our Fire Oil pirate crew in the future. By the way, bring that girl with 3 eyes named Bruley over. I have something to ask her for. A meaningful oily smile appeared on Wang Yiming's face. Bruley? Upon hearing this name, Big Mom's children were momentarily stunned. What does that man want with Bruley? Even Big Mom at the bottom of the pit flashed a hint of confusion in her eyes. Soon, amidst the complex gazes of her brothers and sisters, a petite figure was brought before Wang Yiming. Charlotte Bruley, a girl with a curvy figure and wavy light brown hair, had thick bangs covering her forehead. She lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, not daring to look at anyone. In her perception, she was just a monster ridiculed by her siblings for having 3 eyes, despised by her mother. Why was she suddenly mentioned in this moment that determined the family's fate? Look up and let me see. Wang Yiming's oily voice rang out. Bruley's body trembled, but she obediently raised her head slowly. When her timid and anxious brown eyes met Wang Yiming's gaze, she froze. She saw no disgust, no mockery in the man's eyes. Instead, they sparkled. Wow! Wang Yiming exclaimed sincerely. Another top beauty. Wang Yiming unabashedly admired Bruley, his gaze burning into her, making her even more flustered, her cheeks tinged with a hint of red. From childhood to now, apart from Sanji, this was the first man to compliment her beauty in front of her mother and everyone else. Ahem. Wang Yiming cleared his throat. Although he wanted to flirt with her right now, there were important matters to attend to. He looked at Big Mom and said, Big Mom, tell her I need her to help with something. Although Big Mom was puzzled, she conveyed Wang Yiming's words to Bruley. Help? Bruley asked softly, What can I help with? Of course you can. Wang Yiming smiled slickly, his gaze turning to the man handcuffed with sea prism stone on the deck. Trafalgar Law, I need you to modify his memories. Upon hearing this request, everyone understood Wang Yiming's intentions. Bruley's expression also changed. No, I can't. She shook her head repeatedly. His will is very strong. I can't fully modify his memories. It would be easily discovered. Although she could read and edit memories, facing a powerhouse like Law, completely altering and implanting memories was nearly impossible. I know you can't do it alone. Wang Yiming seemed to have anticipated this answer. He walked up to Bruley, extended a hand, with a thin layer of flowing grease covering his palm. But if you add me, it will be different. I will destroy his spirit and will, leaving him in the most vulnerable state. Don't be afraid. Wang Yiming seemed to see through her unease, and his voice softened considerably. Trust me, and trust yourself. You're not a monster. What you possess is a miraculous power capable of changing the world's landscape. A power that can change the world's landscape? Bruley's heart skipped a beat. From childhood, her ability had only been used for deception and evil. This was the first time someone used such positive terms to describe her ability. She looked into Wang Yiming's sincere and oily eyes and inexplicably nodded. I'll give it a try. Great. Wang Yiming snapped his fingers. An oily clone appeared and pulled Law into the cabin. Then the main body said to Bruley, the plan is simple. In a moment, I will give you many scripts. You just need to turn these scripts into his memories. The core idea is simple. Make him worship me immensely, treat me as his savior, as his reborn parents, as the only light in his life. The plan is set, and the action begins. The oily doppelganger starts to torment Law. The methods are terrifyingly cruel. Law's willpower begins to soften and dissolve. The oily doppelganger pretends to grab Law's head. The tightly locked door of memories is coated with a layer of lubricant, making it easy to push open. It's done, Bryn, let's go in. The main body, Wang Yiming, said to the girl next to him. Upon entering the cabin, Bryn indeed felt no trace of Law's powerful aura. Bryn took a deep breath and extended her hand. Memory extraction. Countless memory fragments, like film strips, were drawn from Law's mind, swirling in the air. They were his deep-seated grudges with Doflamingo, his camaraderie with the Heart Pirates, and the revenge plan he had been plotting for over a decade. Good. First cut off all these unpleasant memories about me. Wang Yiming commanded. Bryn obediently controlled those memory strips, cutting out all the fragments related to the conflict with Wang Yiming in Punk Hazard and on the ship, tossing them aside. Then, implant this script. Wang Yiming told Bryn the story he had conceived long ago. In the new memory, Law is Wang Yiming's little brother from childhood. Wang Yiming had always treated him well, taking care of him, and they went their separate ways as they grew up. Not long ago, Law was preparing to exchange 100 pirate hearts for the position of a warlord of the sea, but unwittingly fell into the Navy's trap and was imprisoned in the underwater prison impelled down. Just when he was in despair, an oily and towering figure, like a divine soldier descending from the sky, single-handedly broke into the prison and rescued him. This man is his older brother, Wang Yiming. On the escape route, Wang Yiming was heavily injured while protecting him, his lifespan extracted, and his life hanging by a thread. Brin's fingers flew quickly in the air. She wove the script narrated by Wang Yiming into seamless new memory strips and carefully reinserted them back into Law's brain. It's done. After completing all this, Brin's forehead was already dripping with sweat, and she felt somewhat exhausted. The number of modifications was so extensive that this was an unprecedentedly difficult operation for her. Wang Yiming nodded in satisfaction and withdrew his hand. He looked at the unconscious Law and smiled oily. Now just wait for the acceptance. Soon, Law's eyelids moved, slowly opening his eyes. His gaze first showed confusion, then shock, and finally, when he saw Wang Yiming standing in front of him, all emotions transformed into excitement and reverence. Brother Yiming. Law struggled to sit up, but found himself handcuffed with sea-prism stone cuffs on his wrists. He looked at the cuffs in confusion. This. Wang Yiming stepped forward, using his oily form to create a key. While helping him unlock the cuffs, he explained nonchalantly, I just rescued you from the underwater prison. You were heavily poisoned, unconscious, and kept using your abilities recklessly. I was afraid you would hurt yourself, so I didn't unlock them for you. This explanation perfectly matched the memories just implanted in Law's mind. Law believed it without doubt. He looked at Wang Yiming, his eyes filled with gratitude. Brother Yiming, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have probably died. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Yiming suddenly began to cough violently, covering his mouth. A trickle of blood, actually ketchup, flowed from between his fingers. His complexion also turned pale. It's just a small matter. No need to worry about it. Brother, you're hurt. Law exclaimed in shock, hastily supporting the swaying Wang Yiming. This perfectly matched the memory of Wang Yiming being heavily injured to save him. Unfortunately, my lifespan has been mostly extracted, my time is running out, and I fear I won't be able to accompany you any longer. Wang Yiming leaned against Law, speaking weakly. No. Law's eyes turned red, and he firmly supported Wang Yiming, his tone unprecedentedly resolute. Brother Yiming, you saved my life. I absolutely won't let you die. Law looked at Wang Yiming and solemnly promised. Brother, wait for me for a while. Wait for my surgery fruit ability to break through again. I will definitely perform a rejuvenation surgery for you. Done. Wang Yiming secretly laughed in his heart. This memory modification ability, combined with his acting skills, is simply invincible. The immortality surgery was so easily booked. With Law, this biggest unstable factor, settled, Wang Yiming's mood was greatly improved. His gaze fell once again on the petite figure resting nearby from exhaustion, Charlotte Brin. This girl not only looks beautiful, but also has such useful abilities. She is simply a born best support. Such talent must be firmly in his hands. Thus, starting the next day, Wang Yiming began to pursue Brin. He walked to Brin's side and handed her a glass of juice. You've worked hard. You did well. And no, it's nothing. Brin was flattered and quickly waved her hand. Wang Yiming looked at her bangs still covering her forehead, smiled oily, and reached out to gently push her bangs aside, revealing that unique, beautiful third eye. Brin's body stiffened, instinctively wanting to dodge. This was her most self-conscious part. Don't move. Wang Yiming earnestly examined Brin's complete face and then said in an incredibly sincere tone, You are not a monster. In my eyes, you are more beautiful than any gem on this vast sea. Boom! Brin felt her brain go blank. She stared blankly at the man in front of her, her heart racing uncontrollably. This oily man, what did he just say? The oil pirates set sail again. On the ship, there were several new partners. The four Emperor's Big Mom, the first of the three sweet commanders Katakuri, and the memory master Brin. As for the other children, Wang Yiming left them in Tato land to be responsible for supplying him with various desserts on time. Ace stood alone at the bow of the ship, enjoying the sea breeze. He looked at the distance, where Wang Yiming was fawning over Brin, even trying to kiss her, feeling a mix of emotions. He felt like his captain was becoming more and more like a decoration. Ace, not good. Hancock seems to have spotted the first mate. Drew's voice came from behind. Ace turned around and indeed saw Hancock walking towards Wang Yiming and Brin. He sighed. Forget it. Who told him to be the captain? This mess has to be cleaned up by himself. Ace swiftly stepped in front of Hancock. Hancock, do you think I'm handsome? You're as handsome as a chicken feather.